My name is Alex. At this moment, I am standing at the gate of the university, looking at my girlfriend Yang Mei in front of me, feeling very painful. Make a choice between me and Li Wei. You can only choose one. Li Wei drove his 18-owner Santana with the passenger door open, as if he was going to pick someone up, and gave Yang Mei 1 minute. Yang Mei hesitated for a few seconds, gritted her teeth, and looked at me, and said resolutely, "Alex, I'm sorry. Let's not contact each other again in the future." After that, she got into Li Wei's passenger seat. The students watching around all gasped. Yang Mei is such a moron. The title of class beauty is really for nothing. Although Li Wei is rich, he's a playboy. If it were me, I would definitely choose Alex. Although Alex's family is poor, he is a capable person, and Alex is loyal to Yang Mei. At this time, Li Wei looked at me standing there with a sad face, and said to me fiercely, "Alex, Yang Mei chose me. You poor kid. Please don't bother her anymore." At this moment, a silver Bentley honked loudly and stopped directly in front of the school gate. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a man in his 40s wearing a black shirt but still handsome. He waved at me, his tone as gentle as a spring breeze with the smell of banknotes. "Son, what are you daydreaming about? Get in the car and go home for dinner." Looking at my dad driving the Bentley, I was stunned for a moment, and my head was buzzing. Dad, the man who usually had to think twice before buying a bottle of soy sauce, how could he suddenly own a sports car and say with a smile on his face, "Son, from now on, you are a pure-blooded rich second generation"? I was stunned, and my brain was still digesting this information. The classmates around me also stared at me in amazement, as if I had just transformed from an ugly duckling into a domineering boss. Someone muttered nearby, "Fuck, Alex's dad actually drives a Bentley? Yang Mei must be regretting this to death now, right?" "More than regretting it, he probably wants to crawl into the ground," another classmate added. "Did you see the logo on the back of the car? It's top of the line. Over 4 million yuan per car. This car can buy thousands of Li Wei's crappy Santana." Li Wei, who was standing next to the car, turned pale. The Santana he had begged his parents to buy for a year had now become a price unit in the eyes of others. Yang Mei, who was sitting on the passenger seat, became increasingly pale, holding the seat belt tightly with both hands. She felt as if she was being scratched by a cat. Her eyes were faintly red, and she was shaking with regret. As for me, I leaned against the window of the Bentley, looking shocked. "Dad, you rented this car, right? The rent for 1 day is enough for my living expenses for a month." When the dad heard this, he chuckled twice with a proud look on his face. "Little boy, this car is not rented, it's ours." After saying that, he deliberately patted the steering wheel. I scratched my head, walked to the front of the car, and whispered, "Dad, what are you doing? Where did you rent the Bentley from?" My dad smiled and said, "You kid, this is not a rental. Your mother bought it for me yesterday." "My mom bought it for you in a dream?" I looked confused because my mom had passed away 10 years ago. After I said that, my dad slapped me in the face. "Stop talking nonsense. Get in the car and go home for dinner." After getting in the car, I looked back at Li Wei and Yang Mei, who were still in a mess in the wind, and couldn't help laughing in my heart. At this time, Han Liang shouted from behind, "Alex, you are really good at hiding. Don't forget your brothers in the future." I responded, "Don't worry, Liang. I will have a bowl of rice to eat, and you will have a bowl to wash." In the car, I looked at my dad and asked in a low voice, "Dad, can you explain it?" He sighed and said, 3 months ago, I rescued a woman who was drugged, and she insisted on repaying me. Then, he told me the story vaguely, which made me feel helpless. Chapter 002. The school beauty turned out to be my sister. My father met and got to know a woman named Aunt Jiang, and finally got married. The speed was like rocket speed. I brought her to our restaurant that day, cooked a few of my signature dishes, and had some wine. As a result, she came here often. I thought she liked my food, but I didn't expect that she was interested in me. Dad was smiling triumphantly. I secretly complained in my heart, "Dad, you are really confident. We just got our marriage certificate yesterday, and she gave me this Bentley and a sea view villa." When he said this, he was so proud that he almost hung the car keys around his neck. I was a little confused for a moment. "So, Dad, you're a gigolo now?" Dad glared at me and said, "What do you mean by gigolo?" "This is marrying into the wife's family. Do you understand what it means to marry into the wife's family?" "I see. It means marrying into the family." I couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, right." He suddenly seemed to remember something. "We are going to have dinner at Aunt Zhang's house today, so you can meet your sisters." "Sisters? Or several?" I was a little excited, imagining the daughters of a wealthy family, but I didn't expect my father to say, "Two older sisters and two younger sisters. Your third sister is in the same school as you, and you are both juniors." What could it be? Lu Qingyan? I felt something was wrong as soon as I heard it. Dad nodded. Yes, it's her. My heart almost stopped beating. This is the school beauty of our school. I once had a crush on her, but I didn't dare to confess my love to her at that time. But now we are brother and sister. There is no chance at all. I suddenly felt a little mixed. Along the way, my mind was racing, thinking about how to deal with this complicated new family. When we arrived at the villa area, Aunt Jiang opened the door to greet me and handed me a big red envelope with 2 million in it. Here, this is a gift for you. She smiled gently, not minding that it was a huge sum of money for us. I quickly declined. Annie, I can't take this. Although I said so, I was actually very grateful in my heart. But my father stuffed it into my pocket and said sternly, "This is a gift from your aunt. Just keep it." Oh, I really am? I pretended to refuse, but my hands were tightly covering my pockets, fearing that the red envelope would run away. When the greetings were over, Aunt Jiang suddenly looked embarrassed. Actually, my children don't quite agree with our marriage, especially the two younger ones. They threaten to hang themselves if we don't get a divorce. My heart tightened. Is it really that cruel? Now, my father had to face not only the challenge of a new family, but also these difficult sisters. Chapter 003. This sister is too domineering. Aunt Jiang, my father and I stepped into her luxurious villa. As soon as I entered the living room, I felt a strong hostility. I looked up and saw two girls sitting on the sofa, one of whom was the school beauty of our school, Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan's beauty had long been a rumor in the school. She was able to win more than 90% of the support rate in the forum vote, which was definitely not in vain. Her willow-like eyebrows, peach-like almond eyes, delicate skin, and soft face exuded a high-class temperament. She wore an off-white Hepburn-style short-sleeved shirt and a light brown wide skirt, and she looked like she had walked out of a painting. The girl with a bun next to her was Aunt Zhang's youngest daughter, Lu Xinxian. She looked younger than Lu Qingyan, and her big, watery eyes were full of ferocity as she stared at my dad and me, as if we were uninvited guests invading her territory. Her little round face looked so cute and elastic that I couldn't help but want to pinch it. Aunt Jiang saw her two daughters were furious and could only sigh helplessly. She shouted to the tea room, "Wanbing, your Uncle Zhang and Alex are here. Come out and entertain them. I'll go cook." Then, she lowered her voice and said to us, "Wanbing has no objection. You can go talk to her first." As Aunt Jiang entered the kitchen, a woman walked out of the tea room. Even though I had seen photos of her before, I couldn't help but be amazed by her beauty. Lu Qingyan was already very beautiful, but this sister had a completely different aloof temperament. She had smooth long hair and an oval face, and her cold white skin shone under the light. She wore a halter-neck sleeveless t-shirt on the upper body and a pair of brown ice silk trousers on the lower body. The black silk that was faintly visible under the trouser legs was even more eye-catching. "Uncle Zhang, Alex, please come to the tea room for tea." Lu Wanbing had a faint smile on her lips, her voice gentle, yet majestic. Dad smiled and pushed me. "Alex, go talk to Wanbing. I'll help your Aunt Jiang cook." After that, he ran into the kitchen, leaving me here alone. I secretly groaned in my heart, but had to bite the bullet and walk into the tea room. "Okay, thank you." Since Lu Wanbing invited me, it was difficult for me to refuse. I could only sit on the side of the tea table to avoid the embarrassment of facing each other head-on. Lu Wanbing poured me a cup of tea and asked straight to the point. "Do you support or oppose my mom and your dad's marriage?" Lu Qingyan and Lu Xinxian from the living room rushed in. Lu Qingyan said aggressively, "Of course you support me. Your father is just a small restaurant owner. He is not compatible with a female entrepreneur like my mother." Lu Xinxian also echoed, "Yes, we don't agree with this marriage." I smiled calmly. "It's useless for you to object. They've already obtained the marriage certificate, and they are a legal couple. Even if you don't agree, can you still force them to divorce?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Qingyan's face turned red with anger, and she rushed to me. "What do you mean by that? Do you two think you can take over our family?" I spread my hands helplessly. "I'm just stating the facts. And if you want to know the motive, you should ask your mom. She was the one who pursued my dad first. As for whether my dad was after money, I don't know, but I know it was your mom who took the initiative." Lu Qingyan and Lu Xinxian were obviously speechless. Lu Xinxian was so angry that she stamped her feet. Lu Qingyan bit her lips tightly, her eyes reddened. Even if this is the case, I can't accept my mother living with an outsider. I looked at her seriously and said, I understand how you feel, but you can't influence their choices. Even if you don't like it, you have to respect your mother's decision. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Lu Wanbing spoke coldly, interrupting Lu Qingyan's heated words. That's enough. This is mom's choice. It's not for you to interfere. If you want to argue, go outside and argue. Your unreasonable behavior is not welcome here. Lu Wanbing's majesty shocked everyone, and her powerful aura seemed to freeze the air in the room. I couldn't help but secretly sigh that this elder sister was really domineering. Chapter 004 text message from 7 days later. I originally thought that this time I came to Aunt Zhang's house with my father, just to meet, drink a cup of tea, and get acquainted. But I didn't expect that this meeting would be full of twists and turns. After Aunt Zhang went into the kitchen, my father left me alone in the tea room to chat with Aunt Zhang's eldest daughter, Lu Wanbing. Just now, the hostility between Lu Qingyan and Lu Xianxian was like the smell of gunpowder in the air, which could ignite at any time. Facing them, I really didn't want to argue more. After all, the other party was the original resident of this family, and I was just an outsider. Lu Wanbing seemed much calmer. She gently invited me to sit down and tried to ease the tension between us. Alex, they are young and naive, so it's inevitable that they spoke impulsively. Don't take it to heart. I nodded politely. It's okay, I don't mind. Next, she looked me straight in the eye and asked, what do you think about my mom and your dad's marriage? I knew she was trying to gauge my attitude, but at that moment, my cell phone suddenly rang. The ding-ding-ding sound of the text message was particularly harsh in the quiet tea house. To break the awkwardness, I quickly made up an excuse. Where's the bathroom? Lu Wanbing pointed to the stairs and said, it's over there. I hid in the bathroom with my phone, opened the text message, and found that the sender was a very familiar number. My own mobile phone number? How is this possible? I have never heard of the technology that can send text messages to yourself. With full of doubts, I clicked on the text message. Hello, Alex. I'm you 7 days from now. The beginning of the message almost made me throw my phone away. I calmed down and continued to read. The text message actually described in detail the embarrassing incident when I was 11 years old, using firecrackers to blow up cow dung. But unfortunately, I was blown up and covered in shit. I was so scared that I hid in the haystack and didn't dare to come out until dark when I secretly ran to the river to take a bath. My father found me by the river and angrily broke a 7 wolves belt. This incident is the deepest secret in my heart, and I have never mentioned it to anyone. Seeing this, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I couldn't help but believe the authenticity of this text message. I continued to read on, and the text message also described in detail an event in the future. Tomorrow, a Toyota car will lose control and crash into a cake shop, killing a 4-year-old girl, and the girl's mother is the female overlord of the underground in Haicheng. Her death will trigger a series of tragedies, and if I can save her daughter, I can change the future. My heart was in turmoil, so I forced myself to calm down and carefully save the text message. As soon as I came out of the bathroom, I saw Lu Qingyan and Lu Xianxian had returned to the living room. Lu Qingyan was crying silently with her face buried, while Lu Xianxian was glaring at me fiercely, looking dissatisfied. Lu Wanbing seemed to be very good at observing people's expressions. When she saw me coming out, she poured me another cup of tea and said with a smile, Alex, do you have any opinion on your father and mother's marriage? I want to hear your true thoughts. Faced with her frankness, I thought about it and simply said what I was thinking. It's not easy for 2 people in their 50s to be together. Both parents are middle-aged widows. When they were young, they sacrificed too much of their personal lives because of us children. Now that they are together, I think we as children should respect their choice. I continued, they are old and don't have as many choices as we do. To put it bluntly, their time and passion are limited. No matter how people outside mock or ridicule me, I will support my father, even if he does it for money. After saying that, I lowered my head and took a sip of tea, pretending to be calm, but I was still a little uneasy inside. Lu Wanbing did not respond immediately, but looked at me quietly. Her eyes showed a hint of approval, and there was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Your idea is very mature, she said lightly. Perhaps in the future, we can find a better way to get along. I was slightly stunned, and I couldn't help but like her. She was different from Lu Qingyan and Lu Xianxian, who were more rational and tolerant. Chapter 005, give you my supplementary gold card. When I walked out of the tea room, I felt that the atmosphere in the living room was still suffocatingly tense. Lu Xianxian leaned close to her sister Lu Qingyin's ear and whispered, "Sister, I think what Alex said makes sense." Lu Qingyin heard it, wiped her tears, and said with resentment, "Reason? This is just the words he prepared before he came. He just wants us to think that what he said makes sense. Look at my elder sister. She has been brainwashed by him." Lu Xianxian glanced uneasily in the direction of the tea room. "Well, sister, what you said seems to make sense." Lu Qingyin rolled her eyes helplessly. "You are a fence-sitter." In the tea room, Lu Wanbing had a gentle smile on her face and said to me calmly, "Alex, you are right, which is why I don't object to my mother and your father's marriage. I lost my father when I was 12 years old, and since then, I have witnessed the difficulties my mother has gone through. Qingyin and Xianxian were still young at the time and could not understand that kind of pain, so I can understand their willfulness, but don't take it to heart." I nodded. "Yeah, I wouldn't mind." At this time, Aunt Zhang's voice came from the dining table. "The meal is ready. Come and wash your hands and get ready to eat." She shouted to Lu Qingyin and Lu Xianxian, who were sitting on the sofa. Lu Qingyin turned her head and looked away, saying stubbornly, "I don't want to eat it." Lu Xianxian stared at the delicious food on the table, her saliva almost flowing out. "Yes, we don't want to eat it." Although she said it stubbornly, her body was staring at the food honestly. Lu Wanbing smiled gently and led me out of the tea room. "It doesn't matter if they want to eat or not. Let's eat." I glanced at the two sisters who were still quarreling on the sofa and followed Lu Wanbing to the dining table. Lu Qingyin was so angry that she started crying again. "Sister, why are you so mean?" Lu Wan responded coldly. "I just hope that one day you can learn to be considerate of others and not always be so willful." The four of them sat around the dining table, eating and chatting. The atmosphere became warm. On the other side, Lu Xianxian secretly poked Lu Qingyin's belly with her elbow. "Sister, let's go eat. Only when we are full can we have the energy to be angry and oppose this marriage." Lu Qingyin was furious. "Are you a pig? Can you starve to death if you don't eat a meal?" Lu Xianxian said in a low voice aggrievedly, "Sister, you can skip 3 meals, but I can't. I'm still growing." Lu Qingyin rolled her eyes helplessly. "Run away from home, or go out to eat in a restaurant." Lu Xuanxuan's face brightened instantly, and she happily followed Lu Qingyin upstairs. After the meal, Aunt Zhang said to my dad worriedly, "Biaohu, why don't you go and persuade them? How can they not eat?" Lu Wanbing responded calmly, "Don't pay attention to them. When they are hungry, they will come down to eat by themselves." Sure enough, after a while, Lu Xianxian tiptoed to the dining table and sat down, looking it smells so good. Her face was flushed and she looked a little embarrassed. Lu Qingyin chose to go straight upstairs, obviously still angry. After Lu Xianxian finished her meal, Lu Wanbing knocked on the table and pointed to the kitchen. "Go wash the dishes." Lu Xianxian instantly became painful and covered her stomach and said, "Ah, sister, my stomach hurts. I want to see a doctor." Lu Wanbing pointed to her chest helplessly. "Silly, the stomach is here." Lu Xianxian instantly showed an embarrassed expression, covering her chest and pretending to be in pain. "Oh, I know. The stomach is here." I couldn't help laughing when I saw Lu Xuanxuan's pretentiousness. She couldn't even tell the difference between the stomach and the heart. What a weirdo. Aunt Jiang also shook her head helplessly. "If you can't even tell the difference between the heart and the stomach, why are you going to medical school?" Just then, Lu Wanbing suddenly took out a card and handed it to me. "Alex, this is my supplementary gold card. It has a monthly limit of 500,000, and you can use it as you like." I was stunned and looked at her with mixed feelings. Although these words and attitude are heartwarming, I still pushed the card back and said, "Sister, I don't need these. The 2 million red envelopes Aunt Jiang gave me are enough." Lu Wanbing took back the card, but a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, and her ears turned red. Chapter 006. School beauty Lu Qingyin also sent a card. In the guest room, just as I was about to rest, Lu Wanbing came in, threw a gold card on the bed, and said calmly, "Her things are hers, and mine are mine. Don't confuse them." After that, she left with a gust of fragrant wind. I lay in bed, thinking about what happened today, and it was difficult to fall asleep. Unexpectedly, just when I was about to fall asleep, there was a knock on the door. My heart tightened, and when I opened the door, it turned out to be Lu Qingyin. This school beauty stood at the door with a cold face and a look in her eyes that I couldn't understand. "Let's talk." Her voice was cold. I moved aside and invited her in. "Come in." Lu Qingyan walked into the room and said bluntly, I know you support your father's marriage to my mother because our family is rich, but you are embarrassed to admit it in front of us sisters. The confidence on her face left me speechless. Before I could argue, she pulled out a card from her bag and said, Here are 4 or 5 million. I have saved all my life. As long as you can convince your dad to stop pestering my mom, the money will be yours. She sneered and added, You may never earn this much money in your lifetime. Seeing her disdainful expression, I couldn't help but frown. Lu Qingyan, what can you do to believe that my father and your mother are together because of love? She shook her head in disdain. Sorry, I won't believe it no matter what. Either you take the money and leave, or we'll see. After she finished speaking, she turned and left, throwing the bank card on the bed, and walked out of the room without looking back. I looked at the card side and put it on the bedside table, stacking it with the 2 cards given by Aunt Jiang and Lu Wanbing. The 3 cards were placed in front of me, but I felt extremely heavy. No matter how many twists and turns there were, I knew that I could not accept the money. I simply packed up and quietly left the villa. After leaving the villa, I felt much more relaxed and took a taxi straight to school, thinking of getting away from it all for a while. Although the 2 million given by Aunt Jiang put a lot of pressure on me, I still had enough money for the taxi. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Wanbing came downstairs and found that I was not in the guest room. She pushed open the door and saw 3 cards on the bedside table. She was stunned for a moment, picked up the card, and as careful as she was, she soon found that one of them was from Lu Qingyan. She frowned slightly, as if she had guessed the clue of the matter. Why did Alex keep these cards? Why didn't he accept them? Lu Wanbing was full of doubts, and she decided to find an opportunity to ask clearly. At this time, Lu Qingyan came down from upstairs and saw the scene in the room. She smiled proudly and said, Sister, where is Alex? He's gone, Lu Wanbing replied coldly. Lu Qingyan's expression instantly became smug. He really took my card, didn't he? Lu Wanbing frowned unhappily and stared at her sharply. Did you do something? Lu Qingyan shrugged her shoulders and looked indifferent. Sister, this is a good thing for you and my mother, so don't worry about it. Lu Wanbing looked at this self-righteous sister and felt a complicated emotion in her heart. She knew Lu Qingyan's personality, but she didn't want to believe that Alex was the kind of person who only cared about money. Perhaps she should go and ask in person. Meanwhile, I was back at school. I had few classes in the afternoon, and I was preparing for the moment tomorrow that would affect my future with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. After school, several roommates came in. Han Liang saw me and said with a smile, Haha, Lao Zhang, you are a rich second generation who has hidden your wealth well. You haven't shown off your wealth for 3 years. The other 2 also came over with a smile and said, Do you know how hard it has been for us in the past 3 years? We had to break a cigarette into 3 pieces to smoke. I smiled helplessly, and looking at these roommates who have been with me through my college life, my heart suddenly felt warm. Chapter 007. This slap in the face was inexplicable. I looked at the 3 malicious faces in front of me and felt a headache. They knew that I had just returned the 3 cards. If their demands were too much, wouldn't they scold me for being stingy with the little pocket money I had? Liang Wenqing grinned and said, There should be at least 8 cold dishes, 8 hot dishes, and 4 soups, right? But forget about shark fin. Last time I ate it, it almost choked me to death. I had to spend hundreds of dollars to go to the hospital to remove it. The corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily, and Yunzi couldn't help rolling his eyes. Lao Liang, how narrow must your throat be to be choked by shark fin? Han Liang knocked on Liang Wenqing and said, Don't go too far. We have to take things slow. Instead of going broke with 1 meal, it's better to kill him for a few meals. After all, we still have a whole year. This statement was unanimously agreed by everyone. Just as a few people were planning to go out for a big meal, a figure in a white dress suddenly appeared at the school gate. I recognized her as Yang Mei at a glance. She looked at me expectantly. Alex, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you come to me when you didn't go on a date with Li Wei? I frowned slightly, and my tone was full of impatience. She bit her lower lip tightly, lowered her head. Her eyes were slightly red, and tears were rolling in her eyes. She hugged my arms and cried, Alex, when you asked me to make a choice at noon, I was too nervous and chose Li Wei. But later I realized that the person I really like is you. I'm sorry. I regret it very much. Can you give me another chance? I pulled my arm back and said coldly, So what? What do you want to say now? Yang Mei looked at me affectionately. Let's start over, okay? After graduation, we'll get married. Several roommates laughed and cheered. Promise her, promise her. But I could only sneer in my heart. You misunderstood. It was indeed my dad who picked me up at noon, but he rented that Bentley to show off. Young May was stunned. Her expression froze instantly, and even my brothers were stunned. Really? The car was rented. Young May's expression changed constantly, and finally she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I still need some time to think about it. I'll come to you when I've thought it through." After that, she turned and left. I was just about to go find a place to eat with my brothers when suddenly there was a roar of a sports car and a blue Porsche 911 stopped in front of me. I looked closely, and it turned out to be Lu Qingyan. The school beauty who had been sneering at me at noon now smiled and waved at me. "Hey, Alex, where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride?" This made all the students around me stunned. Someone whispered, "Oh my God, this is the school beauty Lu Qingyan. Why would she take the initiative to invite Alex to get in the car?" My roommate next to me was also shocked and speechless. I looked at Lu Qingyan's smiling face and wondered in my heart, could it be that my act of leaving 3 cards changed her mind about me? I smiled and shook my head. "Thank you for your kindness, Lu Xiaohua, but I have an appointment with my brothers to go out for dinner, so I won't bother you." The people around us were all excited. He actually rejected the invitation from the school beauty, Lu? My roommates looked at me with emotion. Han Liang patted my shoulder and said, "Lao Zhang, you are really our good brother. You even rejected the invitation from the school beauty to have dinner with us." I smiled helplessly. This was just the beginning, and my future was still ahead. At that moment, I knew clearly that some choices were always worth sticking to. Chapter 008I, Lu Wanbing, became the eldest sister-in-law. Everything happened so fast that I was a little dazed. Lu Qingyan's initiative caught me off guard. We added each other on WeChat, and she left a sweet invitation at the end. "I'll treat you to a meal in a week." Things continued to develop inexplicably, and the silence at the school gate was only a temporary appearance. Unexpectedly, someone was secretly taking photos of Lu Qingyan and me behind my back. Then, things started to get a little complicated. Yang Mei suddenly hugged my arm and said that she could face this relationship. She even directly made a clear invitation, "Come back after 10 o'clock." Her sudden change made me frown, but I knew in my heart that I had no feelings for her at all. So, I pushed her away without hesitation and made it clear, "We are not suitable, stop pestering me." But the story didn't end there. Just as I was about to leave with my roommate, a luxury car slowly stopped at the school gate. It was a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class. The driver respectfully opened the door, and then a pair of slender legs appeared. As far as my eyes could see, it was Lu Wanbing, a beautiful lady with a cold and elegant temperament. Her arrival instantly attracted everyone's attention, and even I was stunned. What was she doing here? Girlfriend? She glanced coldly at Yang Mei, who still refused to let go, her voice full of disdain. Facing her question, I hurriedly explained that Yang Mei was just a pursuer, or even someone I didn't like at all. Lu Wanbing frowned slightly, and her tone was oppressive. "Let go." Yang Mei seemed to be under some irresistible force, and she actually let go of her hand and retreated in panic. Just when I thought this farce was about to end, Lu Wanbing suddenly took out 3 cards, shook them, and asked me coldly, "What does this mean?" Seeing the cards, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through my mind. It turned out that she had taken these 3 cards a long time ago. No wonder Lu Qingyan misunderstood me and changed her attitude towards me. I explained that I refused to accept these things just to avoid being misunderstood as coveting their wealth. This seemed to ease Lu Wanbing's expression a little, but she immediately waved her hand and asked the driver to hand over a VIP card, saying, "Let's talk about dinner later." At this moment, I suddenly realized that things might be more complicated than I thought. Lu Wanbing's intervention made the originally simple situation full of suspense and unpredictable variables. Chapter 009, Queen of Haicheng, Yi Danxiong. Liang, stop yelling. She's not your sister-in-law? I quickly winked at Han Liang, wanted to cover his mouth. This guy is always so tactless. Han Liang suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly. Oh, I understand. What can you understand? You are such a fool." Lu Wanbing's face was as dark as rain. She threw out a card and said coldly, "Alex has something to do with me, so I won't go out to eat with you. You can use this card to play. The address is on the back. Return it to him after you use it." Han Liang took the card, his eyes shining, and said flatteringly, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Alex will be our godfather from now on, and we will never let any vixen get close to him." Lu Wanbing's face turned red instantly. and she was so angry that her body was shaking slightly. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out one word. Get out. Han Liang was so scared that he ran away, leaving me to face her anger. She grabbed my collar roughly and almost dragged me into the car. I secretly groaned in my heart. This scene made others envious, but they didn't know that my situation was not so good. What did Qingyan tell you today? She asked me coldly while sitting in the car. I sighed and told her the story in general. I could understand Lu Qingyan's aversion to her mother's remarriage, but I didn't expect her to give me a card and ask me to persuade my father to quit. Lu Wanbing was silent for a moment and suddenly said, So your plan is that when she comes to question you a week later, I will show up to clarify the facts? I always admire her cleverness. That's right. I nodded. She raised an eyebrow. What about the other way? I smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Another way is very simple. That is, my family is richer than yours. As soon as the words came out, Lu Wanbing was stunned at first, then burst into laughter and shook with laughter. That's so funny. Are you trying to kill me? She obviously didn't believe me, but I knew in my heart that with my ability to predict the future, making money would be a piece of cake for me. We continued chatting, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. After dinner, she asked the driver to take me home. The next day, according to the place and time I knew, I went to the cake shop and waited for that person to appear. Sure enough, the Maserati slowly stopped by the roadside. A graceful woman got out of the car. It was Yi Danxiong. Her beauty was breathtaking, and the little girl next to her was her daughter, Fu Fu. At this moment, an accident happened. Fu Fu ran onto the road, chasing a sticker that was blown by the wind, and an out-of-control car was speeding towards her. I didn't have time to think about it. I rushed over with all my might, and everything in front of me was so tense that it seemed to freeze. Chapter 010, Alex's favorite thing to do. Yi Danxiong's mind went blank, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Her long, light, gray hair scattered on the ground. When she came to her senses, she saw a black figure rushing towards Fu Fu like the wind and saving her from the out-of-control wheel. I didn't have much time to think. I rushed to Fu Fu in 2 steps, hugged her and rolled out and fell hard on my back. A huge crash was heard, and the car hit the steps, the front of the car deformed, and white smoke came out. The impact point was exactly where Fu Fu was standing. Although I was in pain all over and my chest was stuffy, I felt relieved the person was saved. Her bodyguards rushed over quickly, and Yi Danxiong also came to her senses at this moment. Her eyes full of fear and trepidation, she staggered towards Fu Fu. The little girl in my arms turned pale. Her body trembled constantly. She tightly grasped my collar, as if grasping the only support. Fu Fu, Mom is here! Yi Danxiong called out to her daughter anxiously with tears in her eyes, but Fu Fu still didn't respond, as if she was scared. I could only remind Yi Danxiong quickly, Don't just stand there, rush to the hospital. She calmed down instantly, ordered the bodyguards to drive, and asked them to investigate the identity of the vehicle involved in the accident. Obviously, this accident raised her vigilance to the extreme. In the car, Fu Fu still held my collar tightly. Yi Danxiong tried to hug her, but I stopped her. The child's hands are too tender, don't force them. She looked at me with gratitude in her eyes, but before she could speak, I interrupted her. The child is important, and we can talk about other things later. After the hospital's diagnosis came out, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Fu was just too frightened and was not seriously injured. But to my surprise, when she woke up, she refused to leave my arms and cried for Superman uncle to hold her, not her mother. This scene froze Yi Danxiong's expression, and I scratched my head in embarrassment. I didn't expect that I would become a Superman. Yi Danxiong smiled helplessly and could only ask me to help send Fu Fu home. I naturally would not refuse. After all, this little girl had just experienced a great disaster, and it was normal for her to be somewhat dependent on me. Arriving at her home, a Chinese-style villa, I found this place to be very charming. The courtyard was elegant, the house was simple, yet full of modern atmosphere. Fu Fu still didn't want to let me go, so I could only sit on the sofa and hold her, while Yi Danxiong was busy making tea. If it weren't for you, I might have lost Fu Fu. Alex, thank you. You are the savior of our mother and daughter, she said gratefully, and I waved my hands, feeling a little embarrassed. At this moment, my stomach started to growl. I explained shyly, and Yi Danxiong couldn't help laughing and offered to cook for me. When the food was served, I couldn't help but sigh that her cooking skills were quite amazing. However, what I didn't expect the most was that after dinner, Fu Fu still held me tightly, refusing to let me leave, and even cried and asked us to sleep together at night. This scene made Yi Dan-cheong and I quite helpless. This situation of a single man and a single woman with a heated relationship was really laughable. Chapter 011. Create a personal character and gain favorability. Mom, I'm scared. I don't want Uncle Superman to leave. Fufu hugged me tightly, tears in her eyes, her little face full of fear. Her pitiful look made me feel helpless, but I couldn't help but secretly praise her in my heart. Well done. Yi Dan-cheong seemed a little embarrassed. She gently comforted her daughter. Fufu, be good. Uncle Superman has to go to school tomorrow. I will play with you when he's on vacation, okay? But Fufu refused to give in and cried. No, there are scary things in dreams, and only Uncle Superman can drive them away. Yi Dan-cheong looked at me helplessly, her eyes full of apology. Alex, if you don't have anything important to do, can you stay at my house overnight? Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she was obviously embarrassed by this request. I pondered for a while and finally nodded. Okay, as long as it doesn't delay tomorrow's class. Yi Dan-cheong immediately showed a pleasantly surprised smile. It won't be delayed. I will prepare breakfast and ask the driver to take you to school. I also nodded. Then I'm sorry to bother Sister Cheong. She nodded gratefully, looked at Fu apologetically, and then said to me, Please take care of Fu. I'll go upstairs to take a shower. Watching her back as she went upstairs, my eyes involuntarily lingered on her graceful butterfly back, and I secretly sighed in my heart. This is really the best in the world. However, when Yi Dan-cheong finally came down from the shower, my throat suddenly felt dry. She was wearing a pure white silk suspender nightgown and a loose red long-sleeved robe. The double-layer pajamas could not hide her perfect figure. She walked down the stairs while wiping her hair. Her snow-white calves and swan-like neck were particularly attractive. I tried to stay calm and decided to break the awkwardness. Sister Cheong, Fu has fallen asleep. Taking this opportunity, I also took a few more glances at her. She smiled and said softly, Yes, Fu goes to bed on time at this time every day. Then you can stay in this guest room tonight. She pointed to the room next door. You should go to bed early. I'll take Fu back. I nodded in agreement, but after I handed Fu to her, Yi Dan-cheong suddenly said, Your arm is injured. Don't take a shower tonight. It will be troublesome if it gets infected. Her concern made me feel warm inside. This woman is capable, beautiful, and considerate. She is really impeccable. However, I did not go directly to the room she arranged. Instead, I hesitated for a moment and said, Sister Cheong, let the driver take me back. We are a man and a woman living alone under the same roof. If someone misunderstands us, it will have a bad impact. She was slightly stunned, then showed a complicated smile. Alex, you don't have to worry. My husband passed away 3 years ago, and there are only me and Fu at home, so there will be no problem for you to live here. Her tone was firm, even a little domineering. I had no choice but to nod and agree. Okay, Sister Cheong. The next morning, the birds in the yard chirped nonstop, and I woke up in the quiet of the early morning. Strangely, I felt that my body seemed to have changed, my strength became stronger, and a set of fighting skills emerged in my mind. Just as I was amazed at these changes, my phone suddenly rang with a text message alert. I picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from myself 7 days in the future. I took a quick look at the content and finally understood the reason for all this. Chapter 012 Mom is so beautiful, and she matches Uncle so well. Dear me 7 days ago, hello. When I saw this sentence, I couldn't help but laugh. I will really know how to have fun in the future. You must be surprised by the changes in your body, right? You guessed it right, this is the reward you got after changing the future, and it has been synchronized to you. This reward has improved your physical fitness, and I also exchanged it for a combat mastery skill book. Now you are already a combat master and can easily defeat 10 strongmen. The point: we must quickly prove to Lu Qingyan that our family is richer and more powerful than their Lu family, and hit her self-esteem. The next step is very simple. There is a stock that will start to soar on the evening of June 7th. You can make a lot of money until 10 a.m. on the 9th. The maximum investment is 100 million, and the return will reach 210%. Since saving Fu, she has been very dependent on us. Today, Yi Dan-cheong invited me to accompany them to the playground. I guess you should still live in her house now? Sister Cheong's look in a white suspender nightgown with a red nightgown is really heartwarming. Whether I can have further development with her in the future depends on how hard you work. The final signature of the text message was "You in 7 days." After reading it, I chuckled, immediately wrote down the stock number, and encrypted the text message. I stood up, put on my pants, and walked to the window to feel the sunlight. Suddenly, I noticed that my abdominal muscles were angular. I touched them and found that not only my strength had increased, but my figure had also improved. Looking out the window, I suddenly saw Yi Danxiong appear in the yard. She was wearing that white suspender nightgown with a red silk nightgown, which was particularly dazzling in the sunlight. She was about to throw a diaper into the trash can, and when she turned around, her eyes met mine. I stood at the window with my upper body naked, and the sunlight hit me, reflecting the newly formed muscle lines. She was stunned for a moment and seemed to be a little dazed by my posture. "Good morning, Sister Chion." I greeted her with a smile. She came back to her senses and said with a smile, "Good morning, breakfast is almost ready. Go wash up, and I'll take you to school after you finish eating." After that, she hurried into the house, still seemingly deliberately avoiding my gaze. After washing up, I saw a little Fufu hiding behind the door and secretly watching me, looking very naughty. I picked her up and said, "Fufu, good morning. What delicious food did your mother make?" "Mom made my favorite century egg and pork porridge," she answered in a baby voice. We walked to the restaurant together, and when we were about to eat, Yi Danxiong came out with breakfast, watching us interact with a gentle smile on her face. At that moment, I felt as if there was a new, warm moment in the lives of the mother and daughter. Fufu even had a porridge drinking contest with me, saying she wanted to beat Uncle Superman. I pretended I couldn't drink it, so she won the contest, which made her very happy. After eating, Yi Danxiong went to change her clothes, and when she came out, she was wearing a tight black dress with black stockings wrapped around her slender legs, which made my heart beat fast. Fufu looked at Yi Danxiong and clapped excitedly. "Mom is so beautiful, and she is a perfect match for Uncle Superman." Yi Danxiong's face froze and a blush appeared on her cheeks. I smiled helplessly, thinking that this little girl was really a great assist. Yi Danxiong handed me a bank card and said sincerely, "I have to repay you for saving my life. This is a small gift from us, mother and daughter. Please accept it." I thought of the stocks mentioned in the future text message and said with a smile, "Sister Chiong, it would be a bit inconvenient for me to accept this money. Why don't you help me open a stock account? I will use the money to try stock trading. If I make a profit, I will return it to you. If I lose money, it will be my loss. In this way, I can accept her gratitude and show that I am not greedy for money." Perfect. Chapter 013. The dishes Alex ordered, Yangmei can't afford it. Yi Danxiong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Since you said so, I can only follow your instructions." I smiled too, secretly feeling relieved. But what she said next surprised me. "But even if you make money, you don't have to pay it back. Just think of it as a thank you gift from us mother and daughter." "No." I shook my head quickly. "Let's put it this way. Consider this money as your investment." She smiled helplessly and sighed. "Okay, then I'll listen to you. Let's go. I'll take you to school first." She waved her hand gently. "Give me your ID information in the car. I'll open a stock account for you this morning and deposit 100 million into it. I'll send the card to your school at noon. How about that?" I nodded. "Okay. Thank you, Sister Chiong," she said with a hint of resentment. "Don't thank me for such trivial matters in the future." I was wondering, is 100 million a small thing? But I still smiled and said, "Okay, let's go." Half an hour later, I got off the car and just walked into the gate of Haicheng University. Yi Danxiong's Maserati attracted countless eyes. As expected, students passing by began to whisper, and some even recognized her. More gossip began to ferment on campus. There were only 2 classes in the morning, and I wanted to keep a low profile, but I didn't expect that as soon as I walked out of the classroom, I was blocked by 3 friends from the dormitory. Seeing their appearance, I was stunned. "How did you become like this?" Han Liang, Liang Wenqing, and Yun Zhe all had dark circles under their eyes and looked even more miserable than if they had stayed up all night for 3 days. Han Liang forced a smile and said, "The card my sister-in-law gave me last night was too luxurious. We went to that high-end club and ended up like this in one night." I was shocked. "Where did you go?" Yunzi yawned and recalled feebly. "That was the largest entertainment venue in Haicheng. Han Liang took 3 away and didn't come out until dawn." "You guys have no self-control." I glared at them, but Han Liang didn't care. "Don't talk about me. Yunzi took 5 away. He is the ruthless one." Hearing this, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yunzi shrugged helplessly. "Can you blame me for being handsome?" Those girls saw that I was handsome and I was a supreme VIP, so they had to hold me tightly. We were about to go to lunch when we heard a familiar voice from behind. Alex. I frowned subconsciously. Oiti woes young me. She walked towards me with a smile on her face and acted intimately. Alex, why didn't you reply to the message I sent you yesterday? I shook the broken phone indifferently. It's broken. She immediately took out her cell phone. Then I'll give you a new one. I shook my head. Don't waste your money. Help your alcoholic father and sick mother first. Yang Mae's face froze for a moment, but she quickly smiled and changed the subject. Let's go eat. I found a very good noodle restaurant yesterday. I'll treat you. I sneered and shook my head. I don't like noodles. I like Australian lobster, French caviar, and I want to drink Romani Conti 1974. Can you take me to eat? Her expression was completely frozen, and the three roommates could hardly hold back their laughter. Yang Mei blushed and said hesitantly, well, you treat me this time, and I'll treat you next time. Just then, Han Liang came up to me and handed me a platinum card. By the way, brother, I forgot to return the card that my sister-in-law gave me yesterday. I'm sorry, there are more than 5 million left in the card, and we spent more than 600,000 last night. Yang Mei heard this. Her face instantly turned red, and her eyes were full of shock. She stared at the card tightly, almost speechless. Just as she was about to continue to entangle, she suddenly heard a gentle voice from the other side. Alex here? I looked up and saw Yi Danqiong standing next to the Maserati, holding a parasol with a faint smile on her face, waving at me. Chapter 014 Alex, the peak of manliness. Yi Danqiong's appearance was like dropping a nuclear bomb at the school gate, with a power comparable to the horror scenes of the bombs dropped by the Americans on Hiroshima and Nagasaki that killed tens of thousands of people. She was wearing a black silk jumpsuit, and she seemed to have been elevated from an ordinary, beautiful woman to an untouchable queen. Everyone, both men and women, was stunned. Oh my God, look over there, a beauty! This quality is on the same level as yesterday's queen, and Alex is the protagonist? Oh my God, who is this guy? Even such a top-notch queen took the initiative to find him. At this time, several classmates quickly took out their phones to check the school forum. Sure enough, the post about me had become popular outside the circle, revealing the secret. Alex, the hidden rich second generation, school beauties and queens are all attracted to him. The pinnacle of men. There were over 1,000 replies to the post, and some even included various secretly taken photos. Intimate photos of Yang Mei and I, the moment when Lu Qingyan smiled at me affectionately, and a short video of Lu Wanbing forcibly pulling me into the car. This man is simply a legend. I don't envy Yang Mei asking for forgiveness, nor do I envy the school beauty's affection for him. But I also want a queen in black stockings to ravage me. Who wouldn't want a silk queen in pants? These legs are longer than my life. I really want her to step on me to death. What's even more exaggerated is that when Yi Danqiong's photo appeared on the forum, the entire post instantly received dozens of more comments. Oh my God, what kind of magical outfit is this black silk jumpsuit with a halter neck? Who is she? Yi Danqiong, Lai Wenxiang's widow, the underground queen of Haicheng. She has great connections. Instantly, the post became even more popular, even attracting the attention of the school, which had to delete the discussion about Yi Danqiong. However, this did not reduce the number of onlookers, but instead triggered more in-depth discussions. At the school gate, I saw Yi Danqiong standing next to the Maserati, with a faint smile on her lips and a paper bag in her hand. She came over and handed it to me. This is the card for you, and I also got a new phone for you. I took the paper bag and opened it. It turned out to be a latest model of Huawei mobile phone. She even thought of this for me. Thanks, Sister Chiong. Are you free to have lunch together at noon? I invited with a smile. She shook her head apologetically. I have a client to meet at noon. Let's do it another day. I nodded, feeling relieved. Then we can do it another day. She waved and prepared to get in the car, and my three roommates suddenly cheered up and bowed to her in unison, saying, Goodbye, sister-in-law, and have a safe trip. Yi Danqiong's face turned red instantly, and she almost drove the car into a ditch. Chapter 0:15 Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. What's the matter? I asked again, but I had a bad feeling in my heart. Lu Qingyan stared at me angrily, almost gritting her teeth and saying, It's all because of your dad. I was stunned. How did my dad offend you? But in my heart, I curled my lips in disapproval. This girl got angry for no reason. She rolled her eyes at me, her face full of dissatisfaction. It must have been your dad's idea. I frowned. Can we stop being so vague? Just say what you want to say. She sighed and finally spoke. My mother asked me to tell you to come to our house for dinner tonight. The tone of her voice made it seem as if having a meal was the most terrible thing in the world. I wasn't surprised at all and smiled calmly. It's just a meal. What's the big deal? But Lu Qingyan seemed unable to suppress her emotions, and her face became uglier. Several rich second-generation guys passing by looked at us in surprise and whispered, "Wow, school beauty Lu asked that boy to have dinner at her house? Their relationship has developed to this point? Who is this guy? Isn't he too low-key?" I heard these discussions and smiled helplessly in my heart. It seems that I was really innocent this time, but Lu Qingyan's anger seemed to have not subsided. Do you think it's as simple as having a meal? They plan to announce tonight that they are going out for a honeymoon. I was stunned for a moment, then I couldn't help but grin. Isn't that good? Now that they're gone, no one will care about you. You can do whatever you want. Can you be serious? She stared at me, her face full of anxiety. I came to you just to ask if you have any way to stop them. I pinched my chin and thought for a moment. Suddenly, an idea came to me, and I said with a smile, "Yes, breaking a leg or getting a serious illness." Her eyes widened instantly, as if she was frightened by my bad idea. What kind of good idea is this? I'm a girl. Besides, it should be you who broke your leg, right? I was about to retort, but suddenly I looked at the time, and it was already late, so I smiled and said, "There is still time. You can think of it slowly. You will always be able to come up with a solution." She frowned, lowered her head, and muttered to herself, "That's right, go home and think about it. There will always be a way." I couldn't help but smile, and saw her glance at my new phone with a hint of disdain on her face. I knew she must be thinking that I would pursue material enjoyment after I became rich, but the truth was far from that simple. "Let's go. I'll drive. You wait for me at the school gate." As she said this, she jumped off the ping-pong table. As luck would have it, her foot stepped on a small stone. "Ah!" She screamed and fell into my arms. I didn't react for a moment and almost sprained my waist. The posture of holding her was so ambiguous that the rich second-generation lickers not far away almost popped their eyes out, and their eyes were full of murderous intent. I sprained my ankle. It hurts so much." Lu Qingyan cried in so much pain. "Are you so delicate?" I couldn't help but teasing. "How about I help you take a look?" Her face turned red immediately, but she nodded. I carefully carried her back to the tennis table and took off her high-heeled sandals and the white stocking. Seeing her red and swollen ankle, I couldn't help but frown. "Your foot may need to rest for a week." She was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. "It won't break, will it?" I smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be better to break up? You can use this reason to keep your mother." She thought about it and actually felt that what I said made sense. She wiped her tears and stopped crying. "Or, can you carry me to the car?" Her face was as red as an apple, and her voice was almost inaudible. I shrugged helplessly. "Okay, there's no other way." I bent down, and she shyly lay on my back, and I took advantage of the situation to hold her hips with both hands, feeling her. Soft, my heartbeat slightly accelerated. However, this ambiguous posture made me a little embarrassed. What's more, the licking dogs in the distance, especially Huang Qingxiu, were almost spitting fire from their eyes. His breathing was rapid, and his face looked ugly as if he wanted to eat someone. Jealousy can really change a person beyond recognition. I smiled helplessly in my heart and carried Lu Qingyan to her car. She leaned on my back, buried her face in my neck, seemed a little embarrassed, but didn't say anything more. Along the way, she gave directions in a low voice, and I tried to avoid too much contact. After all, carrying a school beauty on your back could easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings, especially on campus. Such a scene could be explosive. "Are you okay?" I asked softly. She hummed softly, her voice a little delicate. "It's okay, but my feet hurt." "Then just bear with it, we'll be there soon." I smiled, trying to make the atmosphere more relaxed. When we got to the school gate, the car was already parked there. I carefully put her in the passenger seat and helped her adjust her sitting position to prevent her feet from getting hurt again. "Really? Don't you need to go to the hospital?" I asked. Lu Qingyan smiled slyly, shook her head, and said, "I can't go to the hospital. If I go to the hospital and my foot is healed, how can my mother stay and take care of me?" I was stunned for a moment, then I couldn't help laughing. "You are quite thoughtful." She smiled sweetly, with a hint of cunning and pride in her eyes. "Of course." Just as I closed the car door for her, I suddenly felt a chill on my back. Looking back, I saw Huang Qingshu standing not far away, staring at us intently. His eyes seemed to tear me apart. I shrugged, smiled indifferently, and thought to myself, "You are jealous. The more jealous you are, the happier I am." "Alex, thank you so much." Lu Qingyin's voice came again, pulling my attention back. I smiled and said, "It's okay. Go back and have a good rest. Don't run around anymore." She nodded, her face still slightly red. "Don't forget that my mother asked you to come to her house for dinner tonight. I will wait for you." Chapter 016, A Child, over 200 months old. Lu Qingyin lay on my back. The atmosphere around us was a little subtle. I decided to break the silence. "Let me tell you a story." "Okay." She nodded, her tone surprisingly softened. When she wasn't angry, she really made people feel gentle and beautiful, even though she was usually as stubborn as a donkey. I cleared my throat and began my story. Once upon a time, there was a lame man and a blind man. The blind man carried the lame man across the river. The lame man suddenly said to the blind man, "There is someone bathing in the river." The blind man said with certainty, "The person bathing in the river must be a beauty." Guess why the blind man knew that there was a beauty in the river? Lu Qingyin was stunned and fell into thought. After a while, she shook her head and said, "I don't know why." I lowered my voice and laughed, because the lame man had a physiological reaction after seeing the beautiful woman, and he hit the blind man. "Ah, you." Lu Qingyin's face instantly turned red like a tomato, and she stomped her feet in anger. "Alex, you bad guy. You actually told me such a dirty joke. I'm going to tell your dad. Whatever you want." I shrugged and smiled indifferently. Arriving at the parking area, I carefully put Lu Qingyin in the passenger seat. After sitting in the driver's seat, although I had never driven such a high-end car, under her guidance, I quickly mastered the basic operation. However, just as I was about to start the car, a tall and handsome young man suddenly blocked our car. "Senior Huang?" Lu Qingyin said with some surprise. "Qingyin, where are you going?" Huang Qingshu asked with a smile, but his eyes were staring at me as if examining me. "Let's go home. Senior Huang, please make way." Lu Qingyin's tone was neither cold nor hot, and it was obvious that she didn't want to say more. Huang Qingshu glanced at me, squinted his eyes, and asked, "This junior is your boyfriend?" Lu Qingyin rolled her eyes, suddenly took my arm, and smiled sweetly. "Yes, senior. Do you think my boyfriend is handsome?" Hearing this, I immediately felt unhappy. "What boyfriend? Am I her shield?" I honked the horn unceremoniously. "What boyfriend? We are brother and sister." Lu Qingyin was anxious. "My last name is Lu, and your last name is Zhang. How can we be brother and sister?" I glared at her angrily. "If I say we are brother and sister, then we are brother and sister. If you talk back, I will tell everyone about their marriage." Lu Qingyin immediately became timid, tears welling up in her eyes. "Brothers and sisters are just brothers and sisters. Why are you so fierce?" I felt a little amused. I didn't expect that she, who was usually so strong, would give in because of this. Huang Qingshu's expression became more complicated, his brows furrowed, as if he was thinking about the adult marriage we mentioned. Looking at Huang Qingshu's gloomy face, I couldn't help but honk the horn. "Please move aside and don't block the road, or I will run over you." Huang Qingshu hurriedly stepped aside when he heard this. I stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away, leaving him standing there, fists clenched, as if he was gritting his teeth and muttering, "I won't let Qingyin marry you." When I walked into her villa with Lu Qingyin on my back, Aunt Jiang immediately asked in surprise, "Alex, what's going on? What happened to Qingyin?" Lu Wanbing also put down the documents in her hand, her eyes full of doubt. Lu Xinxian, on the other hand, was even more shocked, as if she was caught off guard by her sister's betrayal. "Mom, my leg is broken." Lu Qingyin suddenly burst into tears, tears streaming down her face, as if she had been tortured for hours. "What? It's broken?" Aunt Jiang's face turned pale instantly, and she rushed over. Lu Qingyin on the sofa, according to the previous arrangement, and everyone gathered around her. Lu Qingyin covered her ankle tightly and cried, "Mom, it hurts so much, my bones are swollen." "Why are you still standing there? Go to the hospital quickly." Dad was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Which hospital should we go to?" Lu Qingyin cried as she shed tears. "Alex has already taken me to see a doctor. The doctor said that my ankle is fractured and I can't walk for a month." Lu Wanbing glanced at her coldly, obviously not believing her. "Where's the film? Show it to Mom." The film was left in the car. Alex was driving too fast just now, and a gust of wind blew the film away. Lu Qingyan lied with an innocent look on her face. Alex couldn't help but hold back her laughter, and Lu Wanbing seemed to see through her acting, but she still said calmly, "No, a broken leg is not a trivial matter. Either go to the hospital, or I'll ask a doctor to come to your house." Lu Qingyan was completely panicked and immediately looked at me for help, but I pretended not to see it and turned my eyes away, pretending to look at the ceiling seriously. She must be scolding me in her heart for not keeping my promise. I agreed to cooperate with her in the morning, but now everything has changed. Finally, under Lu Wanbing's strong arrangement, Lu Qingyan got into the car reluctantly, and before leaving, she did not forget to bite me hard. I endured the pain, watched their car drive away, and finally couldn't help laughing. Chapter 017, I am a good cook, and I can boil a pot of good water. As soon as I entered the room, Lu Wanbing keenly noticed my gaze and glanced at me. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Come in and explain yourself clearly." This time she didn't grab my collar like she did before. I knew she was probably a little curious about Lu Qingyan's sprained ankle. After all, it was a bit strange. I followed her into the house and told her everything that happened today. Lu Wanbing sneered. "This girl is quite smart, but this sprained ankle is really a coincidence. I guess the two elders may not be able to go out for a trip for a while, and they have to wait at least a week or half a month." I shrugged and said nonchalantly, "They are free and can go out anytime." She nodded and continued, "Now there are only two of us. There are more ingredients in the kitchen than we can eat. Let's just make something." I was thinking the same thing. She suddenly asked, "Can you cook?" I thought about it and nodded. "A little bit." "Knowing a little is knowing a lot?" she asked dissatisfiedly. I replied in a serious tone, "I am an absolute master at boiling a pot of water." She rolled her eyes at me unhappily. "Come in and help." So I followed her into the kitchen. She was wearing a white shirt, a tight skirt, and black silk stockings on her beautiful legs. Her moving back, combined with her movements in the kitchen, made me daze for a moment, and I even thought of a name for my future child. Unfortunately, this reality is not beautiful. Lu Wanbing's cooking skills are really mediocre, and even a little unpleasant to the eyes. I frowned as I watched from the side, and she seemed to notice it, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she explained awkwardly, "Actually, I am good at cooking Western food." "Oh," I nodded in a serious tone. "People who say that usually cook their steaks like boiling water." She was so angry that she threw down the spatula, turned around, and glared at me. "If you can do it, come on." How could I dare to challenge the queen? I quickly shrank my neck and walked out of the kitchen tactfully. Half an hour later, Lu Wanbing brought out 2 plates of results, sweating profusely, and looked at me proudly. "Come, have a taste of my cooking skills." I looked at the black potato strips on the plate, feeling a little scared, and hesitantly took a bite with my chopsticks. In order not to make her angry, I exaggeratedly shouted, "Wow, this beef is so delicious." Her eyes widened. "It's a potato." I pretended to be shocked and said, "Wow, you can make potatoes taste like beef. Sister, your cooking skills are amazing." She was obviously amused by me and took a bite herself. However, as soon as she took a bite, her face changed and she suddenly spat it out. "Is this what you call beef taste?" I smiled and scratched my head. Maybe I just wanted to eat steak too much. She rolled her eyes, took a sip of water, and licked her lips. "Forget it. I'll go fry the steak." About 10 minutes later, she came out with 2 steaks. Compared with the previous masterpiece, this time the presentation was much better, and the plate was also served with pasta and cherry tomatoes. She took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, poured it, and we sat down to eat. After eating a steak, her face gradually turned red, and she was obviously a little tipsy. After eating and drinking, I wiped my mouth and asked casually, "Sister, do you have a computer at home?" "Yes, it's in the study on the 2nd floor. The desktop computer has a password, and the password is my birthday." She answered lazily. "But I don't know your birthday." I asked helplessly. She raised her head with a teasing look on her face. "You don't even know my birthday? What a scumbag." I shrugged helplessly. "We've only known each other for 2 days. How could we possibly know?" She burst out laughing. "I'm just kidding, the computer doesn't have a password. This sister is really good at playing. However, I still like this atmosphere." I said hello, went upstairs, opened the door of the study, and started to operate the computer. After buying the stock, I was concentrating on watching the stock trend, and suddenly I heard footsteps. I looked up and saw that Lu Wanbing had changed into sportswear. The black yoga pants tightly wrapped her figure, and the sports vest made her look even more dynamic. I was stunned. Sister, are you doing a cross-dressing show? She narrowed her eyes and walked towards me with a dangerous aura. You want to see me cross-dress? My heart suddenly tightened, and I quickly shook my head. No, no, no. I didn't say anything. She smiled, approached the table, rested her hands on the edge of the table, and stared straight at me. My heart skipped a beat, and my eyes involuntarily drifted down. Her figure was really great. Go to the gym and work out with me, she whispered, with an irresistible dominance in her voice. I shuddered all over, with only one thought in my mind. This is truly a deadly invitation. Chapter 018. Lu Wanbing was defeated with one punch. Do you want to go? Lu Wanbing asked me again, her eyes filled with an irresistible look. Big sister, I have something to do, I replied weakly, feeling a little guilty. After all, from the last time she forced me into the car at the school gate, I knew that this queen was a person of her word. If she really gave me a pussy, I was afraid I would not be able to escape. You don't have a job, and you haven't graduated yet. So what are you busy with? She came over unceremoniously and glanced at the red and green wavy lines on my computer, then laughed out loud. Are you speculating in stocks? Yes. I scratched my head awkwardly. Lu Qingyan always dislikes my father and I for not having money. I have to find a way to make some money to change her opinion of us. Hearing this, Lu Wanbing burst into laughter even louder. You stinky little brother. You are so naive. The stock market? Even I don't understand it. How can you handle it? She stood up and pulled my arm while laughing. Let's go, don't think about investing in stocks. The stock market is treacherous. Come with me to exercise. You have to keep fit before you are qualified to be the breadwinner of the family. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. Fitness? Are you kidding? A charming lady suddenly invited me to the gym? Who could refuse this? Wait, let me exit the market first. I reluctantly exited the stock market platform and erased my login information. Fortunately, the 100 million has been invested in stocks, and the next step is to wait for the profit the day after tomorrow. I followed her into the gym. It was fully equipped with fitness equipment, just like the standard equipment for a wealthy family. She adjusted the treadmill and asked casually, Do you exercise regularly? Well, I run occasionally in the morning, I said, watching her start to warm up and run while I walked to the sandbag. This was a chance for me to familiarize myself with the fighting techniques that suddenly popped into my mind this morning. Unexpectedly, every movement I made was so smooth and standard that I was shocked. Lu Wanbing suddenly stopped while running, looked back at me, and asked in surprise, Alex, you also know Muay Thai? I rolled my eyes. Big sister, this is free fighting. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked a little excited. Wait for me. In less than 2 minutes, she came back with a set of protective gear and threw it to me. Practice with me? This isn't good? I suddenly became nervous. Although she usually looks strong, my kung fu is strong enough to beat 10 strongmen. If I really practice it, I'm afraid she will be beaten to death. What are you afraid of? She bit her lip and said unconvincingly, I have practiced Taekwondo for 7 years, so why should I be afraid of you? With no other options, I could only put on protective gear and stand ready for the fight. Are you ready? She rubbed her hands together, her eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Come on. Before she finished her words, she had already jumped into the air and kicked me in the head. I took my time, took a step back, and dodged easily. She kicked me several times in a row, but I dodged easily without fighting back. Lu Wanbing stopped and frowned. Why don't you fight back? I smiled bitterly. I was afraid that if I fought back, you would fall down. Bullshit. She didn't believe it and continued to speed up her attack. I was forced into a corner, and I had no choice but to take advantage of her high kick opportunity to grab her thigh and gently lift it up. She flew straight into the air, but instead of falling, she did a beautiful backflip. She panted, her eyes full of praise. Not bad, come again. I didn't hesitate anymore and went straight into the fighting state. She kicked me with a high sweep. I raised my hand to block it, and then punched her in the stomach. Bang! After this punch, she instantly fell to her knees in front of me, holding her stomach and shaking in pain. Ugh! She dry heaved a few times, her head resting on the mat, her whole body trembling. I quickly took off my boxing gloves and supported her. Sister, are you okay? I'm sorry, I hit her too hard. She was breathing heavily. Her face was covered with cold sweat. To my surprise, Her eyes were actually shining with excitement. This expression made me not know how to react for a moment. She lay on the ground gasping for breath for a long time before she smiled weakly. Stinky brother, you knocked me down with just one punch. Is this the difference in strength between men and women? I sat down next to her and said seriously, Sister, no matter how long you have practiced Taekwondo, as long as you grasp the speed and timing well, one strike can make the opponent lose his fighting power. This is the essence of free fighting. One strike is fatal. Lu Wanbing's eyes lit up. Teach me. Teach you? Yes, I don't want to practice Taekwondo anymore. You teach me how to practice boxing. I was stunned. This sister really refused to admit defeat. I nodded and said, Okay, let's practice now. As I said that, I suddenly stretched out my hand. Wu Kueisho 666, a crab is this big. Lu Wanbing's face darkened instantly. I asked you to teach me how to practice boxing, but you taught me how to play finger guessing. Chapter 019 Alex Lu Wanbing was misunderstood. An hour later, this high-intensity training finally ended. I wiped the sweat off my forehead, and Lu Wanbing handed me a towel with her scent. I took it and wiped my face. Sweat had soaked my clothes, and I couldn't help but say, Why don't we stop here today? It's too hot, and my clothes are almost soaked. Lu Wanbing seemed to be still eager to practice, and she was in great physical condition, with not even a few beads of sweat on her face. She glanced at me and said with a smile, No, I've just mastered a few basic moves. Let's practice more. Or you could take off your clothes and cool down. I was stunned, and then refused. This isn't appropriate? What are you afraid of? She laughed. You're a grown man, and this isn't the first time you've taken off your clothes. Practicing is more important. Besides, you're so skinny that I'm not tempted by you. Let's continue and practice for another half an hour. Okay, half an hour is half an hour. But don't play like this tomorrow. I compromised helplessly, but I felt in my heart that this sister was really working too hard. Don't worry, I will pay you. 10,000 an hour, it's definitely worth it. She smiled and turned around and directly transferred 100,000 to me. I'll buy your 10 hours of lessons first. I was touched by her straightforward attitude, so I put aside my worries and took off my shirt. Lu Wanbing glanced at my figure and seemed a little surprised. I don't look strong at ordinary times, but once I took off my clothes, my six-pack abs and well-proportioned muscle lines were clearly revealed. Her eyes were a little erratic, and she obviously didn't expect that my figure was even better than she imagined. We've already taught you the elbow strike, now it's time to teach you the knee strike, I said, walking behind her and helping her adjust her movements. The knee is one of the hardest parts of the human body. If used well, it can kill with one blow. Come on, lift your legs. I held her legs and kept a standard knee strike. Lu Wanbing seemed to be distracted. I felt her body stiffen, probably because I was too close to her. The breeze by her ear moved her hair, which seemed to make her a little uneasy. What's wrong with you? I asked. It's okay. She quickly adjusted her mood and tried to put on an expression of studying seriously. Just then, the door of the gym was suddenly pushed open, and Aunt Jiang, Lu Qingyin, and Lu Xianxian stood at the door. The three of them looked at us in shock. What are you doing? Aunt Jiang's voice was filled with surprise. Lu Wanbing and I separated immediately. Her face flushed red, but she quickly regained her composure. She smiled and explained, Mom, I was learning free fighting from Alex. I didn't stand firmly and fell down. You guys just happened to come. Really? Aunt Jiang was skeptical. Lu Qingyin and Lu Xianxian showed meaningful expressions and stretched out their voices. Oh, I quickly put on my wet clothes and said with a smile, Yes, Annie, I've been teaching my elder sister for an hour, and my clothes are all wet. Aunt Jiang came over and showed a satisfied smile. Alex, you are quite good. You can even fight freely. I waved my hands modestly and said, You're too kind, Annie. I'm just a novice. Lu Wanbing said disapprovingly, Don't listen to his nonsense. He just knocked me down with one punch. Aunt Jiang quickly advised, Wanbing, don't be so stubborn. Boys are stronger. Don't compete with him. The awkward atmosphere finally dissipated. Lu Wanbing took the opportunity to walk away to take a shower, and I also planned to leave. Annie, I should go back too. Aunt Jiang refused. Where are you going back to now that you're home? Stay here tonight, and ask your dad to bring you some clothes tomorrow. I had no choice but to agree. When I returned to the room, Lu Qingyin and Lu Xianxian were lying on the bed discussing me. Lu Xianxian was worried. Sister, that guy's moved in. What should we do? Don't worry, he is in the same camp as us. Lu Qingyan said helplessly. What? Then I misunderstood him. Lu Xianxian shouted exaggeratedly. I could only shake my head and smile bitterly, looking at the two sisters, each with a bigger imagination than the other. Chapter 0:20. Okay, let's talk in your place. No, I have to go find Alex. Lu Qingyan suddenly got up from the bed, looking worried. It was obvious that she had made a decision. Seeing her like this, I felt a little helpless. This school beauty obviously didn't intend to let go of her mother's honeymoon plan so easily. Sister, I'll go with you. Lu Xianxian jumped down immediately and followed her pace. When I heard this, my heart skipped a beat. I wondered what the two sisters were planning to do. As expected, Lu Qingyan immediately waved her hand and frowned. What can you do if you go? You will only cause trouble. It's better for me to go by myself. Lu Xianxian immediately puffed up her cheeks like an angry pufferfish. You actually look down on me? Look down on you? When have I ever looked up to you? Lu Qingyan said casually, her tone full of ridicule for her sister. I almost laughed out loud when I heard this conversation. The interaction between these two sisters always makes people laugh and cry. Lu Xuanxuan's eyes widened, obviously unconvinced. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? Lu Qingyan smiled slightly, obviously deliberately provoking her. Okay, then answer me a question. If you can answer it, I will respect you. Okay, come on. Who's afraid of who? Lu Xianxian was full of fighting spirit and ready to meet the challenge. Do you know the 12 zodiac animal heads in the old summer palace? Lu Qingyan asked. Of course I know. Who doesn't know the national treasure? Lu Xianxian said proudly. Then do you know? The pig head in the museum is actually fake. Lu Qingyan said seriously. What? Fake? Then where's the real one? Lu Xianxian obviously took the bait, her face full of confusion. Lu Qingyan pointed at her head and said, It's on your shoulders. After hearing this, Lu Xianxian was stunned, and it took her a moment to react. Are you calling me a pig? Watching the two quarreling, I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. Sure enough, this pair of sisters always get along like this. Fighting and making trouble, never serious. However, just when I thought this civil war would continue, Lu Qingyan suddenly proposed a plan that was a bit of a headache to me. She wanted me to play along with her and pretend that we did something in the room to disrupt her mother's honeymoon plans. I refused at first. After all, the idea didn't seem very plausible. However, seeing her serious look, I finally agreed reluctantly. However, I also put forward a bolder suggestion. It is better to hide directly in the bed than in the closet. The impact is much greater and the effect is more realistic. She was obviously a little hesitant, wondering if I was trying to take advantage of her. To be honest, I did have some bad intentions, but this was her own plan after all, and since I was going to act it out, I had to act it out more realistically. Finally, she blushed and agreed to my suggestion. Of course, you have to be serious when acting. Chapter 0:21. The tacit understanding between Alex and the school beauty. Lu Qingyan and I lay in the same bed, feeling a little nervous. She wrapped herself tightly, and only her eyes occasionally showed uneasiness. I looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you just lie in my arms? It will look more real this way. You're dreaming. She immediately glared back at me, her tone a little nervous, but with a hint of shyness. A few minutes later, as expected, Lu Xianxian ran to call Aunt Jiang. I felt relieved when I heard their footsteps approaching the door. When they came in and saw this scene, they would be shocked, and then things would go according to our plan. The moment the door was pushed open, Aunt Jiang's voice rose several degrees. What are you doing? She looked shocked and angry. Auntie, things are not what you think. I hurriedly explained, but when I saw Lu Xianxian standing at the door and grinning, I knew that she was just watching the fun. Lu Qingyan pretended to be panicked and pulled the quilt tighter, whispering, Mom, I proposed it. I like Alex. Aunt Jiang looked at us in shock. Before she could recover from the shock, Lu Wanbing came over. She was obviously stunned when she saw us lying on the bed, but in an instant, a hint of speculation and insight flashed in her eyes. Qingyan, Alex, what are you guys doing? Lu Wanbing's face darkened, and her tone left no room for doubt. Put on your clothes within 5 minutes and come down to explain clearly. The moment the door was closed, Lu Qingyan and I looked at each other, knowing that the first step of the plan had been successful. But I had a vague feeling that things were far from over. Chapter 0:22. Lu Qingyan. I am not your biological child. After listening to Lu Wanbing's plan, I couldn't help but secretly admire her wit. Indeed, she can always see through everything. Aunt Jiang hesitated at first, but finally nodded in agreement. It seems that this play tonight is set. I returned to the room and lay on the bed with Lu Qingyan. She looked a little nervous, wrapped tightly in the quilt, afraid that others would see her flaws. I teased. You can't wrap yourself like this. Why don't you lie in my arms? It will look more real. Dream on? Lu Qingyan rolled her eyes, obviously not buying into what I said. A few minutes later, hurried footsteps were heard outside. Lu Xinxian had indeed gone to complain. The door was pushed open, and Aunt Zhang's face was not very good. What are you doing? She asked. Lu Qingyan and I were ready and cooperated tacitly. Aunt, you misunderstood, I was about to explain, but Qingyan admitted it first. Mom, it's me. I have liked Alex for a long time. I sighed in my heart. This play is really well acted. Aunt Zhang's face was gloomy for a while, and suddenly became gentle. Since you really love each other, I have no objection. You can get married after graduation next year, she said with a smile. Lu Qingyan was completely stunned. This development was obviously not in her plan at all. I glanced at her. She was pale. She obviously didn't expect her mother to accept this so easily. Her original intention was to stop this honeymoon. While Lu Qingyan was still in shock, Lu Wanbing also walked in and said nonchalantly, Qingyan, cherish your relationship. Sister blesses you. There was a hint of teasing in her eyes, and she obviously saw through everything. Looking at this scene, I suddenly realized that not only did Lu Qingyan's plan fail, but she pushed herself into an unexpected situation. Now, her so-called love has been taken for granted, and her painstaking planning has become a joke. Obviously, this play was a failure. I could only sigh silently in my heart that plans could not keep up with changes. In this round, she was completely defeated by her mother and sister, and I had to continue to cooperate until all this came to an end. Chapter 023: The Story from the Richest Man's Daughter. This morning's breakfast was the same as usual. My dad made a big bowl of spinach and egg soup, mixed with his homemade chili sauce, which was fragrant. Aunt Jiang frowned and advised him to eat less chili, saying that it would be bad for the stomach over time. But my dad smiled and said that he was used to it and liked this taste, and pushed the bottle of chili to me. I followed without hesitation and took a spoonful of chili sauce. The whole breakfast instantly became spicy and appetizing. Lu Wanbing couldn't help but be tempted. Give me some too, it looks so fragrant. I added some to her bowl. Unexpectedly, Lu Xinxian next to her also raised her hand weakly to express that she wanted to try it, but was immediately rejected by Aunt Jiang, who said that she was allergic to chili peppers. Lu Xinxian didn't give up and said coquettishly that she would only put a drop to try the taste. She looked so cautious, as if she was doing something important. Lu Wanbing couldn't help but tease her. This drop of chili oil is not as spicy as Alex's spit. The scene was instantly amused by her, and even I almost spit out my food. Breakfast ended in a relaxed atmosphere, and Aunt Jiang and my dad were about to leave for the airport to prepare for their honeymoon. Before leaving, she gave Lu Qingyan and Lu Xinxian a few words, asking them to listen to Lu Wanbing at home. As soon as the car drove away, Lu Xinxian cheered as if she was relieved. She felt that her mother was not at home, and her free day had finally come, but Lu Wanbing's cold eyes brought her back to her original state. Do you think I will not care about you after your mother left? Lu Wanbing's tone was calm, but full of deterrence. Sure enough, Lu Xinxian wilted instantly and obediently began to dance the body dance she learned. As we watched her dance, my phone rang with a text message. I opened it and saw it was from my future self. Dear me, hello? I couldn't help laughing when I saw this familiar beginning. The text message described in detail a major event that was about to happen. Shang Xue, the youngest daughter of Shang Mingjun, the richest man in Haicheng, would run away from home tonight due to family conflicts, and her fate would end with a corpse on the beach 3 days later. My future self reminded me that this opportunity was crucial, and I had to plan ahead and find out the truth behind it, because this family tragedy involved far more than just the superficial dispute between father and daughter, but a bigger conspiracy. I looked at the message and my heart tightened. If I could stop this, my life might really change. Chapter 024: Lu Wanbing invited, Alex refused. The cause of the incident was simple, yet full of variables and dangers. A few days ago, Shang Mingjun made a slip of the tongue after drinking and said that he would leave all his property to his 2 daughters after 100 years. It was this unintentional remark that became the fuse of everything. Zhou Xinlan and her son sensed the crisis and began to plot against the Shang sisters. Because Shang Xueli was always followed by bodyguards when she went out, they chose a more vulnerable target, Shang Xuerua. On the night of June 8th, I received an encrypted anonymous text message that clearly outlined the conspiracy of Zhou Xinlan and her son. That night, Zhou Yinzu took advantage of Shang Xuerua appearing alone on the roadside, pretended to be concerned about her, and coaxed her into drinking mineral water mixed with drugs. 2 days later, on the night of June 10th, they ended her life on the yacht and threw her body into the deep sea, trying to let sharks solve the subsequent trouble. However, they did not expect that the wind that night was so strong that the body was blown back to the beach. The police investigation began. Someone reported that they heard the yacht that night. Following the clues, the police finally found Shang Xirua's hair on Zhou Yinzu's private yacht. This clue was like a chain that firmly locked Zhou Xinlan and her son. After 4 days of interrogation, they finally broke down and confessed the whole process of the crime. In the text message, the mysterious person also gave me a suggestion. I should go to the Tan Palace Villa district to find out the whereabouts of Shang Xueli, cooperate with the reward order issued by Shang Xueli and his daughter, and take the opportunity to destroy the Zhou family's nest. As for the specific amount of the reward, the other party kept it a secret, saying only that it was a surprise. This made me curious and vaguely felt that there was a mystery hidden in it. The message was signed, "You will become handsome again after 7 days." Seeing this, I couldn't help but frown. Who is this mysterious man? Why does he know everything? And it seems to imply that he knows every move I make. I started to investigate Shang Mingjuan's background information. This richest man in Haicheng is not a simple man. He went from a small-time contractor to his current position, and there were many transactions and interest exchanges behind him. When he was young, he climbed up the social ladder by catering to his father-in-law's family, and he also used his original wife's background to establish various relationships. In just 20 years, he reached the pinnacle of wealth. The name Shang Xueli made me curious. She was not only the daughter of a merchant, but also a business genius. In the photo, she was wearing a professional suit and had a cool temperament. Just by looking at her appearance, I knew she was a difficult character to deal with. Just as I was immersed in these thoughts, I heard Lu Wanbing's voice behind me, which scared me so much that I quickly put away my phone. She teased the beauties in my phone with a smile and half-jokingly asked me to go shopping together. Although her words were lighthearted, I could feel her tentative intentions. I found an excuse to refuse, and even took the opportunity to get a car from Lu's house, intending to move out. Leaving Lu's house, I felt more relaxed than ever before, but I had more and more questions in my mind. I called Yi Danxiong and asked her if she knew anyone with great skills, hoping to find someone who could sneak into a private house to help. Her response was full of curiosity and suspicion, and she even put forward a condition: let me accompany her to do something. At that moment, I was a little stunned. What was Yi Danxiong planning? What did she mean by accompany me? My intuition told me that there were more secrets behind this that I had not yet discovered. Things seemed to be getting more complicated, and I was inexplicably drawn into this vortex full of conspiracy and reversals. Chapter 025: My Dad Dares to Eat Shit. Do you dare? Things are always unexpected, and I almost made a big mistake just now. When Yi Danxiong said there was a condition, I thought she was hinting at something, which made my mind full of messy thoughts. In the end, things were not what I thought at all. She just wanted me to accompany her daughter Fufu, a little girl who cried and shouted for Uncle Superman. I agreed to her request and drove straight to the kindergarten. After all, I owed her a lot, so I could still help her with this little favor. When I arrived at the kindergarten, I realized how much Fufu had been wronged. Her friends laughed at her because she always said Dad is Superman, saying she was lying, and some even said she didn't have a father. Although the children's words were innocent, they touched people's hearts. Seeing Fufu's tears, I felt sad. "Fufu, don't cry, Daddy is here." I squatted down, rubbed her little head, and tried to comfort her in a gentle tone. She threw herself into my arms, holding my clothes tightly with her little hands, crying and shouting, "Dad, why did you come so late? Dad?" I was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The children around me also looked at me in surprise. It turned out that they didn't believe that Fufu had a father at all, and my sudden appearance made them all confused. A little boy looked at me and murmured, "Fufu's father is really here, and he is more handsome than my father." The other children also began to whisper and cast curious eyes on me. Seeing Fufu crying in my arms, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. This little girl had been shouting that she wanted to find Uncle Superman before, but it turned out that she just wanted to prove to other children that she had a father. Her little wish actually needed me to fulfill it. Okay, Fufu, let's go play over there. I pointed to the slide not far away, and Fufu immediately burst into laughter, holding my hand and running over. The other kids followed behind us, chattering and circling around me and Fufu. Although I had just promised Sister Cheong that I would accompany her, I didn't expect that I would instantly become the focus of the kindergarten. What I didn't expect was that there were many parents of children at the scene, especially the young mothers with their children, who stared at me with their eyes shining with stars. A young female kindergarten teacher even took the initiative to ask to add me as a friend, saying that it would be convenient to communicate about the children's situation in the future. Then several mothers came over and talked to me about this and that, and one even wanted to give me clothes for her children. This situation made me a little confused. I just came to accompany Fufu. How could I become the focus of the whole place? Faced with these enthusiastic mothers, I could only smile bitterly and decline. Fufu's mother can just be in the group. I'm busy at work and don't have time to look at my phone. But I was thinking in my heart that I should be more careful when encountering such things in the future. There have been enough misunderstandings and accidents today, and I don't want to cause more trouble. This day's experience made me understand more clearly that some things, though seemingly simple, always have hidden twists and turns. And I seem to be gradually being drawn into a more complicated world. Chapter 026: An Unexpected Encounter with a Shura Field in the Mall. That afternoon, I stayed with Fufu in the kindergarten until the little one fell asleep in my arms. Looking at her tear-stained face, I felt a little soft in my heart, and I couldn't bear to put her down, so I gently handed her over to the kindergarten teacher. When I walked out of the kindergarten, I saw Yi Danxiong across the street. She stood in the sun, wearing a black elastic tight top and a beige hip skirt, looking fashionable and capable, and her pair of black silk legs were particularly eye-catching. She saw me and waved at me. I walked over to her, a little surprised by her appearance. Sister Cheong, why didn't you call in advance? She smiled slightly and said apologetically, Alex, I'm so sorry for wasting your time this morning. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile. Nothing, I don't have anything else to do, just take it as a change of mood, relax. She said softly. The teacher took a video of you and Fufu together and sent it to me. Fufu really likes you, and I've never seen her so happy. My heart tightened, and I blurted out, Then you also know that she calls me Dad? A blush appeared on her face, and she nodded gently. Yes, I heard it all. I hurriedly explained, Sister Cheong, don't get me wrong, I really didn't mean to take advantage of you. Fufu was laughed at by other children because she didn't have a father. She cried very sadly at the time, so I pretended to be happy. Unexpectedly, Yi Danxiong stretched out her finger and gently pressed it on my lips to stop me from continuing. She suddenly realized that her action was a little too intimate, and her face flushed even more. She hastily withdrew her hand with a hint of shame, but her tone was very sincere. Alex, I know. You don't have to explain. Thank you for being Fufu's father for the whole morning. This made me feel a little embarrassed. I scratched my head and said, I'm just worried about affecting Sister Cheong's reputation. She smiled and shook her head. How could that be? With you here, those parents who usually like to chat with me privately should just give up. After saying that, she showed a relaxed smile, as if she had unloaded the burden of many years. Then, Yi Danxiong took out a black business card from the pocket of his ultra-thin shirt. On it was a picture of a human head and a phone number. This is the person you asked me to find this morning. Call this number, and the code is I need a street cleaner. I looked at the simple yet mysterious business card and chuckled. It's quite interesting. Is this thing really useful? She looked at me seriously and whispered, Alex, although you are a college student, there are many things in this world that you don't understand. This kind of scavenger specializes in dealing with shady things, and of course, the fee is not low. I nodded, put the business card away, and thought about it. She continued to explain. I wanted to pick up Fufu earlier, but a few old customers insisted on treating me to a meal, and I couldn't refuse, so I put it off until now. Actually, Sister Cheong, you don't have to do everything yourself. Other people in the company can share some of the burden. I said casually out of concern. She looked at me and smiled, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. So, I'm giving myself a day off this afternoon. Alex, are you free this afternoon? She said it casually, but there was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. I patted the business card in my pocket and asked, if the street cleaner can be on call, I have plenty of time in the afternoon. Yi Danxiong couldn't help laughing. They are very efficient, don't worry. I nodded. Okay, I have nothing to do this afternoon. I originally thought she was looking for a quiet place to have a cup of coffee and chat, but she suddenly noticed the stain on my shirt that Fufu had rubbed on it. Her eyes changed, and she immediately changed her mind. That won't do. How can I let you wear dirty clothes? Let's go. I know a men's clothing store that has clothes that are especially suitable for you. I was a little hesitant, but seeing her expectant eyes, I finally nodded in agreement. So I parked the car at the kindergarten and got into her Maserati. We went to a high-end shopping mall in the city, and Sister Yi Cheong took me straight into a watch store. Pick one you like, and I'll give it to you. She was very firm. Seeing that I wanted to refuse, she threatened. If you don't choose, I will buy all the watches in the store and give them to you. I had to shut up and picked a watch with a dark blue dial. She immediately swiped the card and put it on for me with a smile. I felt the warmth of her fingertips, but at this moment, I suddenly heard a familiar voice. I looked up and saw Lu Wanbing, who was standing in the elevator not far away, staring at me and Yi Donxion with a complicated look. Lu Xianxian and Lu Qingyin next to me also noticed this scene and looked very shocked. My heart tightened, and I suddenly realized that things might not be as simple as I thought. The storm may have just begun. Chapter 027 Lu Wanbing. I understand. When I came out of the kindergarten, I saw Yi Donxiong across the street. Her outfit today was particularly eye-catching. A black tight top set off her graceful figure, a beige shirt draped over her shoulders like a windbreaker, a pair of black silk legs looming in the sun, and she was as beautiful as a landscape. She waved at me, and I walked over and asked her in surprise why she didn't call in advance. Yi Donxiong smiled apologetically, with a bit of tenderness in her tone. Alex, I'm really sorry for delaying your time for the whole morning. I waved my hands and replied with a smile. It's okay, I just have nothing to do, so I'll just relax for a while. She looked at me gently with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. The teacher sent me the video of your interaction with Fufu. Fufu likes you very much. I have never seen her so happy. I was stunned and asked awkwardly. Then you also know that Fufu called me dad? Her face flushed and she nodded gently. Yes, I heard it all. I quickly explained, Sister Cheong, don't get me wrong. I really didn't mean to take advantage of you. Fufu was laughed at by other kids because she didn't have a father, and she cried very sadly, so I pretended to be her father. Yi Donxiong smiled softly and put her hand on my lips. Alex, you don't have to explain, I know everything. She then realized that the action was a bit intimate, and immediately withdrew her hand, with a bit of shyness in her expression, but more of touching. Thank you for being Fufu's father for the whole morning. Hearing her say that, I felt a little embarrassed and scratched my head. Sister Cheong, I'm just worried that it will affect you. She chuckled and said, How could that be? With you here, those male parents who pester me all day long should give up. After saying that, she smiled with ease, as if she had unloaded the burden of many years. Then, she took out a black business card from her pocket and handed it to me. This is the person you asked me to find this morning. The code is I need a street cleaner. I looked at the simple and mysterious business card, feeling a little confused and curious. Seeing that I was a little hesitant, she added, These street cleaners are all shady businesses. They are very efficient, but the fees are not low. I nodded and put the business card away. Then, she looked at the clothes on me that were rubbed dirty by Fufu and suddenly suggested, Alex, let's go. I know a men's clothing store. Buy some clothes that suit you. I wanted to refuse, but the hope in her eyes made me hesitate for a moment and finally nodded. So I went into the mall with her, and she took me around to pick out clothes. Not only that, she also thoughtfully helped me to straighten my collar and ran back and forth to pay. This scene happened to be seen by Lu Wanbing in the elevator in the distance. She recognized me at a glance, and her eyes fell on Yi Donxiong, her eyes a little colder. She is a competitive person. I just rejected her invitation to go shopping in the morning, but she went shopping with other women in the afternoon. She was a little annoyed, but she resisted the urge and secretly took a few photos, intending to settle the score with me after returning. She followed us quietly, and even saw with her own eyes Yi Donxiong dragging me into the lingerie store to choose lingerie for me. Lu Wanbing stood outside the door, biting her lip and muttering to herself. Could it be? Am I too conservative? An inexplicable sourness rose in her heart. After we left, she walked into the lingerie store and said to the waiter, Give me a set of all the lingerie that couple just bought. They must be exactly the same, even the same size. She went home with a bag of lingerie, but found that Yi Donxiong and I had disappeared. After returning home, she put the underwear into her closet and sat on the sofa, waiting patiently for me to come back. But when it got dark, I still didn't show up. The anxiety in her heart made her call me and ask, "Are you coming back tonight?" I was stunned for a moment. "Sister, didn't I say this morning that I won't go back anymore?" Lu Wanbing's voice on the other end of the phone was trembling. "Why? Do you hate us so much?" I quickly explained. "No, I just think it's not convenient for me to live in your family with 3 girls." Her tone suddenly became tough. "I don't care. You must come back tonight." I felt helpless. "Sister, I really have something to do." She suddenly said coldly, "If you don't come back, then don't come back in the future." After that, she hung up the phone. I sat in the car for a while, my heart full of doubts. What's wrong with his sister? She seems so abnormal today. But now is not the time to worry about these things. I have more important things to deal with. I parked my car under the viaduct near the Tangong Villa area, waiting for the scavenger introduced by Yi Danxiong. Not long after, a skinny young man appeared on a flat motorcycle, claiming to be a loach. After a brief greeting, I made a straightforward request. "I want you to sneak into a villa in the Bay Area and install a few hidden cameras." He thought the job was too simple, but I promised to pay an extra 100,000 yuan, and he immediately nodded in agreement. Everything was ready. I continued to wait outside the villa area until midnight, when I finally saw a tall girl running out of the gate, her white clothes fluttering, her eyes filled with tears. Her slender legs were particularly eye-catching in the night. There was no doubt that she was Shang Xuerua. I suppressed my doubts and continued to observe in the dark, waiting for the next opportunity. Lu Wanbing's call and the mysterious scavenger were just the prelude to this secret battle under the cover of night. Chapter 028 Alex. S-tracking was exposed. I parked the car under the viaduct leading to the Tan Palace Villa district, and my eyes never left the figure walking alone on the bridge in the drizzle. Shang Xua, the daughter of the richest man in Haicheng, was walking alone in the drizzle at this moment, her tears mixed with the rain, looking particularly desolate. She walked forward aimlessly, and she herself might not even know where she was going. I didn't rush to get close, but just took a picture of her actions from a distance with my mobile phone. My intuition told me that these video evidences would soon become valuable bargaining chips. A few minutes later, a white Mercedes-Benz G drove over and stopped beside her. The man who got out of the car was a very smart guy, with a gentle smile on his face, wearing a white t-shirt, and looked sunny and harmless. After chatting with Shang Xuerua for a few words, he took out a bottle of water from the car, unscrewed it, and handed it to her. Shang Xuerua obviously didn't think much about it, took the water and drank a few sips. However, not long after, she began to feel dizzy and her body was shaky. I watched all this closely and saw her finally lose consciousness and fall into the man's arms. The man looked around for a while, and after confirming that no one was around, he stuffed Shang Xuerua into his car. I continued to follow him calmly and drove all the way to the Bay Villa District. The Bay Villa District has beautiful scenery and is a place where rich people gather. The cheapest house here costs hundreds of millions. I know that Villa number 71 somewhere here is the wedding house of my father and Aunt Jiang. When the G-Class suddenly stopped in the Villa District, I also stepped on the accelerator and drove the car straight to the door of Villa number 71 and stopped, pretending that I lived here. Not long after, the man got out of the car and walked towards me with an unfriendly look on his face. "Friend, are you following me?" His tone of questioning was full of hostility. I pouted casually and pretended to be innocent. "I followed you? Are you mistaken? I'm going home." Then I pretended to enter the password and tried to open the door of Villa number 71. Of course, the password was wrong. The man sneered. "Are you kidding? How could someone like you live here? What are you pretending to be?" As I dialed my dad's number, I was thinking about how to make the scene more realistic. After the call was connected, I deliberately asked loudly, "Son, I'm at your and Aunt Zhang's Sea View Villa. What's the password?" Hearing my words, Aunt Zhang's voice trembled with excitement. She said to my dad with tears on her face, "Did you hear that? Alex, he just called me Mom." Dad excitedly told me the password, 780,819. I hung up the phone, entered the password, and the door of the villa opened. I turned around and looked at the man. His expression was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. I raised my eyebrows and sneered. "Idiot, who do you say is following you?" He was so embarrassed that his face turned red, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry," and left in embarrassment. I took a deep breath and said, "Damn, this is too dangerous." After confirming that he had left, I quickly went to the second floor of the villa and looked down from the window. I saw the G-Class parked in front of a villa in the middle of the U-shaped bay. I took out my cell phone and called the scavenger Loach. 20 minutes later, Nichio arrived on a motorcycle, carrying a black backpack. He introduced, "Boss, the equipment is complete, 8 rechargeable cameras with long standby time, night vision and recording functions, and support for remote networking, so you can check at any time." I nodded in satisfaction and immediately gave him the task. "You just need to install these cameras in the living room, bedroom, and hostage-holding room of the villa, making sure every corner can be captured." Loach was a little surprised. "Boss, they kidnapped someone?" I shook my head. "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Just do your job." Loach shrugged and didn't ask any more questions. In order to ensure the mission was completed, I decided to stay up all night with him. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Loach took action. I watched from a distance as he sneaked into the villa. An hour later, he successfully completed the mission and came back. We checked the surveillance together to confirm that everything was normal. But when he proudly asked me for the balance, a chill flashed through my heart. I went to the trunk of the car and pretended to take out the money, but my hand quietly touched the brick. When he turned around, I suddenly smashed the brick down, and Mudfish fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Before he fainted, he only had time to curse in his heart. "Fuck, this guy is Lao Lu." I know the game has just begun. With this evidence in my hands, I have more leverage. The current situation will only become more interesting. Chapter 029, it's a pity that Lu Wanbing is not a paparazzi. I threw the brick far away. Looking at the Loach that I had tied up, I couldn't help but sigh. "I'm sorry, Brother Loach. I had to do this. If he knew the high reward offered by Shang Mingjun and his daughter and took away my business, then all my previous preparations would be in vain." I dragged him back to the Sea View Villa, tied him up tightly with ropes, and poured a basin of cold water on him. Mudfish was suddenly awakened. He opened his eyes and looked panicked. "Fuck you. You old man. Do you know what you were doing? You dare to cheat the scavengers?" I stared at him, with a hint of helplessness in my tone. "Brother Mudfish, I have no choice. There must not be any news about what happened tonight, otherwise all my efforts will be in vain." He struggled, trying to get free from the rope. "What do you want to do? Let me go." I shook my head. "Not today, but don't worry. I won't let you suffer in vain. You stay here for a day, and I'll give you 500,000. How about it?" He narrowed his eyes and stared at me for a long time, as if weighing the pros and cons. "You have to pay more." This was the only request he could think of. I smiled and said, "Okay, pay more, double it, okay?" Hearing this, he immediately became excited and continued to mutter, Okay, but you have to prepare some protection for me. I'm afraid of getting sick." I was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and kicked him to the ground. "Stop talking nonsense. There's food to eat when you're hungry, a place to go when you're full, and a bed to sleep when you're tired. You won't lose money on this business." He lay on the ground, looking resentful. Okay, it's settled." After I confirmed that he would no longer resist, I locked the door and went out to buy breakfast. When I came back, it was almost 7 in the morning, and the sun was shining through the French windows of the villa. At the same time, in Villa Number 1 of the Tan Palace Villa District, dozens of people crowded in the living room, and the atmosphere was solemn. Shang Mingjun had not slept all night, and his eyes were bloodshot. His face was gloomy, looking at the beautiful young woman in front of him, with a hint of begging in his tone. "If Xiao gets hurt, I will never forgive myself in my life. No matter what, I must find her today." The woman looked at him coldly. "Shang Mingjun, if anything happens to Xiao, I will not let you go." Her eyes were red and swollen, and she looked like she had not slept. With an order, everyone in the villa quickly dispersed and went to search separately. After I returned to my small villa, I was tired, but I didn't dare to relax because I had to sell all the stocks at 9:30 in the morning. I even bought a laptop for this purpose. Just after 9 o'clock, my cell phone rang. It was a video call from Lu Wanding. I hesitated for a moment and picked up the phone. "Big sister, good morning." I forced a smile to hide my tiredness. She didn't seem polite at all, and her voice was as cold as ice. "Where are you?" I was stunned and replied casually, "I'm outside." She was obviously not satisfied with this answer, and her brows frowned even more tightly. "Do you remember what I said yesterday?" I immediately felt something was wrong, and quickly put on an innocent expression. "Sister, I really have something to do. I was busy all night and didn't get much sleep. Look at my dark circles." After saying that, I pointed to my eyes helplessly. Luan glanced at me coldly, her tone revealing a sour taste. Yeah, I've been busy all night. You're amazing. It's good to be young. Her tone was strange, and I always felt that she had misunderstood something, but I didn't think about it, so I had to continue to smile. Is it really something? I will go home on time tomorrow, okay? Her eyes became colder. Are you sure you won't come back today? I was stunned for a moment, wondering if something happened at home. After weighing the pros and cons, I decided to compromise. Okay, I'll be home before noon. She seemed to be slightly relieved, but her tone was still cold. If you can't come back, don't ever come back. After hanging up the phone, I felt a little depressed, wondering what happened to her today. However, my attention was soon attracted by another mysterious text message. I'm fine. The message began in the familiar and shameless style. Then, it described in detail Shang Shua's kidnapping and the impending danger. I need to rescue Shang Shua before dawn and buy 943,996 stocks today. These are the stocks of Shang Mingjun Group. The message was right. Once this crisis breaks out, the value of this stock will double. I followed the instructions in the text message and quickly sold the stocks I had. The balance in my account soared to 316 million. Looking at this string of numbers, I felt an unprecedented excitement in my heart. Finally, I had real capital on hand. After transferring part of the money to Nichio, I briefly explained the situation, put away his phone, and put him on the bed. After confirming that everything was correct, I hurried back to Lu's house. It was exactly 10:50 a.m. when we got home. Luan stared at me coldly, as if examining something. As soon as I sat down, she immediately took out her cell phone and showed a series of photos, all of which were pictures of Yi Danxiong and I shopping in the mall. Her voice was cold and firm. Tell me, who is the woman who accompanied you shopping today? When I saw those photos, my heart sank, and I realized that I was in trouble. I secretly swore in my heart that this lady's ability to secretly take photos really made her a good paparazzi. Chapter 030, I've already thought of a name for the child. I was so nervous now. After all, I just told Lu Wanbing yesterday morning that I hated shopping, but I went shopping with Yi Danxiong. If my elder sister knew about this, how could she not be angry? Sure enough, her face became colder and colder. I can see at a glance that although that woman is good-looking, she is much older than you. Alex, I don't object to you finding a girlfriend, but can you find someone who is closer to your age? She said coldly. Sister, please listen to my explanation. I went there yesterday because my clothes were dirty. Huh? You mean your girlfriend? I was confused. Yes, when did you find such an old and ugly girlfriend? She deliberately emphasized the words old and ugly, and her tone was full of criticism. I was stunned, and it took me a long time to come back to my senses. Sister, did you misunderstand? She's not my girlfriend at all. She's not your girlfriend. So why did you stay at her house last night and not sleep all night? If I hadn't called you to urge you to come back, would you have been drained of your body by that vixen? Hearing her say this, I suddenly felt that something was wrong. I stared at her face with a strange expression. Are you jealous? These words pierced her like a needle. She panicked all of a sudden, her eyes darting around. What nonsense are you talking about? Her reaction was like someone's tail was stepped on, and she suddenly became excited. Who is jealous? I would be jealous of you? Don't be so narcissistic. Tell me, what is there about you that makes me jealous? I found her so cute when she defended herself confidently. There was no doubt that she was jealous, but she refused to admit it. The pride of a goddess would not allow her to admit it. Even if she was extremely jealous, she had to pretend that she didn't care. I suddenly made up my mind, stood up abruptly, moved closer to her, and kissed her lightly on the lips. It was a smack, without any pause, just like a dragonfly touching the water. Lu Wanbing's eyes widened, as if she was struck by lightning. She subconsciously pointed at her lips with her finger, and her face quickly flushed. How dare you kiss me? What are you doing? Who told you to kiss me? She took a few steps back in panic. It's over, I'm dirty. I'm gonna cut off my lips. She was angry and shy, and she was unforgiving with her words, but I could see the turmoil in her heart. As she spoke, she ran upstairs. I was left standing there alone, holding my violently beating heart, recalling the excitement just now. I couldn't help but mutter in my heart. She didn't slap me. Does this mean that she still has some interest in me? I waited on the sofa for a long time, but Lu Wanbing didn't come down to settle the score with me. I felt sleepy, so I simply closed my eyes and fell on the sofa for a nap. I don't know how long it was, but suddenly I felt something knocking on my head. I opened my eyes and saw Lu Wanbing throwing a pillow at my head. Her face was as cold as ice. Are you still sleeping? Get up. If I don't explain everything clearly today, you can't sleep. I sat up helplessly and rubbed my eyes. Sister, I'm so sleepy. Can you let me sleep for a while? She took a step back, her face full of disbelief, and said angrily, You still want to sleep? You kissed me forcibly, and you still want to sleep with me? Her tone was full of blame. I quickly waved my hands. No, I want to rest. Don't misunderstand me. But she would never let me go. If I don't explain it clearly, you want to sleep? Don't even think about it. Her anger made me angry too. What exactly do you want me to explain? Where did I sleep last night? Or who did I sleep with? Who are you to ask me to explain? She was stunned by my question. Then she took a deep breath and regained her usual calmness. Can I ask you to explain in the name of your sister? I sighed helplessly. Okay. I went shopping with that woman yesterday because I saved her daughter a few days ago, and she was very grateful to me. We happened to meet yesterday, and she saw that my clothes were dirty, so she insisted on taking me to buy new clothes, saying that it was to repay me. After shopping, we separated. I didn't stay at her house last night, but at the Seaview Villa in the Bay Area that your mother bought for your father. If you don't believe me, you can call your mother. After listening to my explanation, Lu Wanbing was obviously stunned. She moved her lips, but didn't know what to say. Her momentum just now completely disappeared, and she looked a little helpless. Then why didn't you sleep last night? What were you busy with? I sighed. I borrowed 100 million from Yi Danxiong a few days ago to invest in stocks. The stock price skyrocketed yesterday, and I had to stay up all night to watch the market, and I didn't sell all the stocks until 10 o'clock. If you don't believe me, I'll call Yi Danxiong now and ask her to explain it herself. Lu Wanbing heard that I was going to call Yi Danxiong. She panicked. She looked guilty and tried to stop me, but it was too late. Yi Danxiong's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Alex. What's wrong? I pointed the phone at myself and Lu Wanbing so that both of us were in the picture. Before I could say anything, Lu Wanbing smiled and answered, Hello, Miss Yi. I am Alex's sister. Yi Danxiong was obviously stunned. Her face flushed quickly, and she looked a little at a loss. She even had a thought in her mind. Oh my God, Alex is introducing me to his family right now. Does this count as meeting the parents? How should I behave? I looked at the expressions on their faces, and for a moment, I didn't know what to say. I just felt that the direction of this farce was really ridiculous. Chapter 031 Yi Danxiong. Am I going to meet my parents-in-law? Yi Danxiong was in a complicated mood. Although she herself hadn't thought it through, she couldn't help getting nervous when she thought about whether Alex would take the initiative to invite her to meet his parents. Should she refuse or accept? She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. My feelings for him cannot be viewed from a worldly perspective. But the next second, she lowered her head again, feeling a little inferior. But I have a child. This contradiction made her eyes start to dodge, but she still tried to keep smiling and said generously, Hi, sister, hello, just call me Danxiong. Sister? Lu Wanbing's mouth twitched. This woman in front of her looked more mature than herself, but she called her sister? She couldn't help but complain in her heart. So she asked, Ms. Yi, how old are you this year? Yi Danxiong blushed slightly and seemed a little embarrassed. I was born in 1998. Although you look younger than me, you are Alex's sister. As his, good friend, it's not too much to call you sister, right? She tried to explain. Lu Wanbing smiled helplessly and nodded. Okay, as long as Miss Yi is happy. In fact, she felt a little relieved. Since Alex took the initiative to make a video to explain, it means that the relationship between him and Yi Danxiong is just ordinary friends. If they were lovers, how could they take the initiative to expose it? It's too late to hide it. Alex took the initiative to explain. Sister Chiong, my elder sister saw you and I shopping yesterday. And because I didn't go home, she misunderstood our relationship, so she came to explain to you. Yi Danxiong smiled knowingly. So that's how it is, sister. Alex's shirt got dirty yesterday, so I took him to buy some clothes, and then we separated. As for where he went at night, I don't know. Lu Wanbing stopped worrying and responded with a smile. Ms. Yi, I'm so sorry to bother you. Alex said he used some of your money to invest in stocks. He stayed up all night last night to keep an eye on the stocks. I thought he was with you. I misunderstood him. Hearing this, Yi Danxiong breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, this is indeed true. He saved my daughter a few days ago, and the money I lent him was a thank you gift. Regardless of whether he makes money or loses money, I will not take the money back. Lu Wanbing immediately smiled and shook her head. Our family doesn't lack this little money. I will ask him to return it to you in full. As for disturbing you today, I'm very sorry. I hope you can come to our house when you have a chance. This sentence made Yi Danxiong panic. Visiting your home? Isn't that meeting your parents? Although she tried to remain calm on the surface, her heartbeat had already accelerated involuntarily. She still had a decent smile on her face. Okay, sister, just contact me anytime. After a few pleasantries, the two hung up the phone. As the video ended, Lu Wanbing felt guilty. Everything Alex said was true, but she had completely misunderstood him. She blamed herself for being too impulsive and brainless, and regretted it deeply. The living room fell into silence, and Lu Wanbing's face turned red from time to time. She wanted to say something several times, but she couldn't say it. In the end, Alex broke the silence first. Where are Qingyan and Xianxian? I looked around and found that there was no trace of them at home. Lu Wanbing's voice softened. Qingyan went to play with her friends. Xianxian went to physical education class, and there are only two of us left at home. Huh? Are there only two of us at home? Is she hinting at something? I couldn't help but wonder. At this time, Lu Wanbing lowered her head and whispered, Alex, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I waved my hands and yawned. It's okay. It's okay as long as the misunderstanding is resolved. I'm really sleepy now, and if I don't sleep, I might die suddenly. Sister, I need to make up for my sleep. After saying that, my eyelids started to droop, and I fell directly on the sofa. Lu Wanbing looked at my tired appearance and hurriedly pulled me. Don't sleep on the sofa. It's not comfortable to sleep on the sofa. Come upstairs with me. She helped me upstairs, and her tone became particularly gentle. But when I walked into my room, I was stunned. The bed was empty. I turned to look at her and pointed at the bed. Sister, where's my bedding? Lu Wanbing's face suddenly turned red, but she tried to appear calm. Because you didn't come back last night, I was a little angry when I woke up in the morning, and I thought you would never come back, so I took away your bedding. The more she spoke, the more guilty she felt. In the end, she simply lowered her head and dared not look at me. She wished she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. I sighed helplessly. Then I'd better just lie on the sofa. Dejectedly, I turned around and prepared to go downstairs. But at this moment, Lu Wanbing gritted her teeth and suddenly caught up with him. How about you go to my room and sleep? I don't sleep during the day anyway. Is this really possible? I hesitated. Her tone suddenly became tough. You are my brother. What's wrong with that? Go ahead. As she said that, she pushed me directly into her room. When I got in her bed with a faint fragrance, I felt an inexplicable sense of security. Sister, remember to call me at 6 p.m. I said and began to snore. However, not long after I lay down, I felt something uncomfortable in the quilt, and when I touched it, I found that it was a dark red body shaper. But I was too sleepy to think about it, so I just covered my face with it as an eye mask and then fell asleep quickly. Just when I was sleeping soundly, Lu Wanbing stood at the door, looking at me on the bed with complicated eyes. She reached out and touched her lips that had been kissed, and a hint of sweetness and confusion flashed in her eyes. She was in a state of confusion. She knew that she could no longer ignore her feelings for Alex, but she also knew that this feeling was so complicated. Well, let's take it one step at a time. She whispered to herself, then walked downstairs helplessly, trying to divert her attention through work. Time passed quickly, and it was afternoon. A Rolls-Royce drove into the courtyard. Lu Xianxian dragged her tired body into the living room, muttering, Sister, it's so annoying to make me go to class again. After she changed into slippers, she went straight to Lu Wanbing's room as usual, opened the door, and saw me lying in bed. Lu Xianxian was surprised. Oh my God! When did Big Sister have such a hobby? She even covers her face with a corset when she sleeps? She was thinking about it, and suddenly smiled slyly, gently lifted the quilt, and threw herself on me. Big Sister, if you don't let me have a good life, you can't even think about sleeping well. However, when she lifted the quilt and saw my confused face, she was stunned. Chapter 032, I wish I had 800 tricks. Facing Lu Xianxian, I was actually quite nervous. After all, she came to seek revenge on Lu Wanbing, but she didn't expect to pounce on me. This scene was really funny. Xianxian was too impatient. She didn't even know who was lying on the bed, and she just came in. When she found out she had made a mistake, she panicked and immediately turned over and got up, her face red as a cooked shrimp. I pretended to be half asleep, hugged her from behind, and muttered in a half-awake state. Don't make trouble. Let me sleep a little longer. A smug smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Xuanchuan's body trembled slightly, obviously frightened by my sudden action. She quickly broke free from my hand and slowly crawled out of the bed using her hands and feet. During the whole process, she didn't dare to make any sound for fear of waking me up. But she didn't know that I had already woken up. I glanced at the time, and it was already 6 in the afternoon. My sleepiness faded away, and I got up to wash up, but suddenly a new skill popped up in my mind. Piano proficiency? This skill suddenly appeared, and I was confused. But having one more skill is never a bad thing. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. I had just finished washing up and walked out of the room when I ran into Lu Wanbing. After an afternoon of work, her face looked much softer than in the morning, and she smiled. "How did you sleep?" I stretched and replied with a smile. "It's so comfortable. This is the most sweet sleep I've ever had in my life." As I said this, I deliberately looked smug. Her ears turned red, and she glared at me. "Don't joke with me like this in the future." I chuckled and said, "I know, big sister." She didn't say anything else and turned to arrange dinner for me. I suddenly felt that this iceberg-like big sister was not as cold as I imagined. At dinner, I had a big appetite and finished a big bowl of noodles in one go. Lu Wanbing stood by and watched me eat with a gentle expression. While I was eating the noodles, I felt that this meal was particularly warm. After dinner, I had to continue to do my own things. After all, I had important arrangements tonight. I waved my hand at her and said, "Sister, I have to go out tonight to do something and can't stay at home." What surprised me was that Lu Wanbing didn't try to stop me this time. Instead, she nodded gently, and her tone became especially gentle. "Go and get busy. Remember not to stay up late." I smiled and answered, took the car keys and went out, but I ran into Lu Qingyan at the door. I said hello to her and drove back to Seaview Villa number 71. However, as soon as I entered the living room, I was dumbfounded. I saw Nyo Chio sitting on the sofa, holding a bucket of instant noodles and eating with gusto. When he saw me, he grinned and said, "Hey, the boss is back." I was immediately furious. "How did you escape?" I had reinforced the rope for him before I left, but just a few hours later, I saw him here leisurely eating instant noodles. Loach took off the ring on his hand with a smile, revealing a secret groove that contained a knife. "Boss, don't underestimate our job as scavengers. How can we survive without some skills? Forget about these ropes. The anti-theft locks of the villa yesterday were like toys." After saying that, he shook his head complacently. I stared at him helplessly. "You're already out of trouble. Why don't you run?" "Hey, why are you running?" He shrugged innocently. "I was hungry, so I bought a few buckets of instant noodles to fill my stomach." "Don't worry, boss. I didn't do anything except eating instant noodles. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance." I sighed and threw the food I brought on the table. "Eat. There is still work to do in the evening. After the work is done, I will give you another 500,000. When Loach heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He thanked the master repeatedly with tears in his eyes, then wolfed down his meal. After eating, he took the initiative to stretch out his hands and approach me with a smile on his face. "Boss, come on. Continue to tie me up. I promise not to resist." The corner of my mouth twitched, and I didn't bother to pay attention to him. "What's the point of tying you up? You can easily escape from this trap. So why tie me up? As long as I don't give you the phone, I don't believe you can cause any more trouble. In fact, I know in my heart that the Loach will not betray me for the time being, because he also knows that if he helps me finish the work, he can get more rewards than expected. And my plan this time requires a Loach who can keep his composure and cooperate with me to complete this game." Chapter 033, The Scumbag's Mother is Still Charming. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the lights in the closed room were dim and the atmosphere was depressing. Shang Shirua was tied up tightly with iron chains, her mouth was sealed with tape, and her whole body was shaking, as if she would collapse at any time. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Zhou Nianzu staggered in, exuding a strong smell of alcohol. His face flushed, and he was drunk. He pressed the switch, and the room instantly became bright. Shang Shirua's eyes were dim. Tears blurred her eyes, and she looked at Zhou Nianzu desperately. She curled up involuntarily, hoping to avoid his gaze, but there was no way to retreat. Zhou Nianzu's eyes wandered freely over Shang Shirua with a greedy smile. "That old fellow Shang Mingjun actually has such a beautiful daughter like you. If my mother hadn't insisted on having you die, I would have been reluctant to kill you directly." As he spoke, he unbuttoned his clothes, his words full of obscenity and arrogance. Shang Shirua's body kept retreating, tears rolling down her cheeks. She shook her head desperately, trying to awaken his conscience with her final plea. But her helplessness and fear stimulated Zhou Nianzu's animal nature, and he pounced on her. In Villa number 71, I watched all this through the computer screen, frowning. Watching Zhou Nianzu approaching Shang Shira step by step, I was secretly anxious. Could Shang Shira be succeeded by this guy? But if that was the case, why didn't I mention this matter in the text message 7 days later? Is there another variable? Just as I was feeling anxious, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. A well-dressed woman walked in. She had a stern face, a slim figure, and wine-red curly hair draped over her shoulders. Her appearance frightened Zhou Nianzu so much that he took a step back and hurriedly pulled up his pants that were about to fall to the ground. "Azu, what are you doing?" she said sternly, her face full of anger. This woman was Zhou Nianzu's mother, Zhou Xinlan. Zhou Nianzu's face changed, and he was obviously a little unwilling. "Mom, didn't you say you would be back at 11 o'clock in the evening? It's only 9 o'clock. Why are you back?" Zhou Xinlan's eyes were cold. She rushed forward and slapped Zhou Nianzu in the face. "If I don't come back, you will make a big mistake. Have you forgotten our plan? What did I do wrong?" Zhou Nianzu covered his face and shouted angrily. "Mom, this little bitch is going to die sooner or later anyway, so what if I let her serve me before I die?" Zhou Xinlan's face became even gloomier, and she shouted angrily. "She is your sister, and she has the same blood as you. You can hit her and scold her, but if you do this kind of thing, you are not even a human being." This slap completely broke Zhou Nianzu's drunkenness. He trembled all over and took a few steps back, his eyes full of regret and unwillingness. He glanced at Shang Shira unwillingly and murmured, "Mom, she seduced me first, so I did it." Zhou Xinlan couldn't help but sneer. "She seduced you? You are shameless and you blame others?" As she said that, she picked up the whip next to her and whipped Shang Shira fiercely. Snap! 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 The whip fell on Shang Shira, leaving several red and purple whip marks. Shang Shira whimpered in pain. Her body twitched constantly, and tears could not stop flowing. But Zhou Xinlan was merciless. While whipping her, she cursed. "You little bitch, you actually wanted to seduce my son. You are just like your mother." Seeing this, I was furious and my fists were clenched. The scene on the screen made me almost unable to control my impulse to rush in. But reason told me that now was not the time to take action. I suppressed the anger in my heart and whispered to myself, "I will rescue you soon." I glanced at my watch. It was almost 10:30. According to the text message, the merchant would officially announce the reward tonight. Sure enough, I soon saw the news push. The second daughter of Shang Mingjun, the richest man in Haicheng, is missing. A reward of 500 million is offered to anyone who provides clues. Looking at the reward information on the screen, my heart was moved. The reward of 500 million yuan is indeed tempting. But what I value more is the opportunity to get to know Shang Mingjun, whose future potential is far greater than this money. I continued to monitor the Zhou family's mother and son. After Zhou Nianzu returned to the room, he did something that really shocked me. He actually chose to do it to the fifth girl himself because he failed to succeed. Noticing his actions, I quickly switched the surveillance screen to avoid polluting my eyes. Time passed by minute, and when the mother and son of the Zhou family fell asleep peacefully in the surveillance video, I was ready. I closed my notebook and gently knocked on the door of Loach's room. "Are you dead? If you're not dead, come out and work," I whispered. Loach opened the door and came out refreshed. "Boss, are we finally going to start?" He laughed and looked very energetic. For a job like his that is active at night, daytime is the rest time and night is the working time. I nodded. "Yes, we're going to do something big tonight. Take your lock-picking tools and let's go." Loach carried his tool bag and we got in the car together. After parking at the same spot as yesterday, Loach suddenly pulled away nervously and looked at me warily. "Boss, don't hit me with a brick again after this job." I looked at him and couldn't help laughing. "Don't worry, I won't do that this time." He breathed a sigh of relief and came closer with a smile. That's good. That's good." But at an angle where he couldn't see, I quietly touched the cold high-voltage electric batten in my pocket. Who knows, when plans change, you always have to make more preparations. Chapter 034. Professional Loach is electrocuted. "Are you okay?" Alex asked in a low voice. The Loach, who was using a strange electronic device to open the combination lock, said without turning his head, "Almost there." Snap. There was a slight noise. The electronic gate lock of the villa yard was opened. The two of them tiptoed into the yard. Alex tightly grasped the electric batten in his pocket and whispered again. How many more doors are there? Except for the bedroom door inside the villa, the only security door left is the living room door. Then hurry up. Of course I am a professional. Loach used the equipment to interfere again, and the security door leading to the living room slowly opened with a click. Boss, it's open. Sizzle. What greeted the Loach was not the words, well done. Instead, there was a crackling sound of lightning and thunder all over the body. Alex's electric baton was already on the Loach's neck. The Loach made a strange sound in its throat. His body suddenly became stiff, and he lay sideways at the door. Loach's life has not been lived in vain. Straight. Alex chuckled. What a great brand of pajamas. I can fall asleep right after putting them on. Wow. Young people, sleep quality is good. Then he took off a thin iron chain from his waist. He bought the electric baton and iron chain after he discovered that Loaches could break free from their restraints. Tie up the Loach's hands and feet with iron chains. Alex kicked him and spat. Fuck, let's see if he can break free this time. The player Loach's stiffness gradually increases. He stepped over Loach's body and entered the living room. It's not that Alex intentionally makes things difficult for Brother Loach, but the 100 million yuan in clue money is too tempting. If Brother Loach provides the richest man with a useful clue and the richest man brings people to surround Alex, not only will he not get the 500 million, he will also most likely be defined as an accomplice of Zhou's mother and son. People's hearts are really treacherous. He has to be cautious. Tonight, Alex had already found out which room Zhou Xinlan and Zhou Nianzu were in through real-time monitoring on his mobile phone. He first came to the door of Zhou Xinlan's bedroom. I turned the door handle, and the door opened. Not everyone locks their bedroom door when they sleep at home. Alex entered the bedroom and turned on the light directly. Lying on the bed was a plump, pretty woman in a nightgown. She still has charm and a good figure. The glaring light made Zhou Xinlan frown while she was sleeping. She raised her arm to block out the light and squinted at the dark figure standing beside the bed. After seeing the shadow clearly, her eyes suddenly widened. Alex smiled and pushed the high-voltage electric baton over. Sizzle. Zhou Xinlan was electrocuted and acted like she was having a seizure. He rolled his eyes wildly and then fell silent after a moment. Alex quickly tied Zhou Xinlan up with a rope. Next victim, please. Alex finally arrived at the door of Zhou Nianzu's room. Turn the door handle. The door didn't open. That's right. Zhou Nianzu asked the fifth girl to help him out tonight. In order to prevent his mother from suddenly breaking in and discovering him committing adultery, locking the door was the right choice. 1, 2, 3. Alex counted to 3 in his mind and kicked the door hard. There was a loud bang. The door was kicked open. Alex rushed in, and the first thing he did was turn on the light. The moment he turned on the light, I found Zhou Nianzu sitting on the bed with a confused look on his face. Due to the alcohol, even when he saw Alex, he did not sober up immediately. Alex walked over, and the high-voltage electric baton came into close contact with Zhou Nianzu. Sizzle. Zhou Nianzu was so rich at such a young age. Even if he died now, his life would be straight. Take out the ropes and tie him up as well. Finally, Alex came to the living room, turned on the light, and dragged the unconscious Loach in. After all, he's a good teammate, and we can't just leave him out there getting bitten by mosquitoes. After doing all this, Alex went to Zhou Xinlan's bedroom whistling. 2 sets of keys were found in his bedside table. One of the bunches is the door lock key. The other bunch is the key to the iron lock. Find the room where Shang Xiuhua is imprisoned and open the door. Shang Xiuhua endured too much fear in 24 hours. Although I was already exhausted physically and mentally, the invasion of fear made her unable to sleep at all, and she dared not fall asleep. Even if you take a nap, you will be awakened in a very short time, and after waking up, you will continue to suffer from endless fear and despair. Alex opening the door had already woken her up. After the lights are turned on, Shang Xiuhua was shrinking back with her eyes closed, her body trembling. Alex's heart couldn't help but skip a beat when he saw this. I felt inexplicably sorry for this girl. Her white suit was a little dirty, tied to the bed leg with a cold iron chain. Loneliness, panic, helplessness, fear. Alex walked over. Shang Xiuhua could barely open her eyes. After seeing who was coming, tears welled up in her frightened eyes again, and she tried desperately to shrink back. Alex tried to make his voice gentle. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. He walked up, opened the lock of the chain, and removed the chains wrapped around Shang Xiuhua one by one. Without the pull of the chains, Shang Shirua, who had not had a drop of water for a day and a night, had already been overwhelmed by the strong resistance and mental torture and fell directly to the ground. Alex peeled off the tape on her mouth. If he had known that Shang Shirua would be tortured, he would rather not have the video evidence and rescue her before she was tortured. But it's too late to regret now. It's okay, it's okay. Alex helped Shang Shirua up, let her lean on him, and kept patting her back gently. Even so, he could feel Shang Shirua's violent heartbeat. Seemed to really feel that Alex was very gentle, and her resistance gradually disappeared. The body gradually relaxes. Are you the one sent by my father to save me? She asked tremblingly and haltingly. The voice was ethereal and soft, like a frightened lark. Alex replied softly, I'm here to save you, but I wasn't sent by your father. Shang Shirua's body suddenly stiffened, and deep disappointment flashed in her frightened eyes. So, you were sent by my sister to save me? I'm not your sister either. I came here on my own. The disappointment in Shang Shirua's eyes became even stronger. Her tears flowed again. What about them? I knocked them all out. I'll take you to see them. Let's go. Alex helped her up, but Shang Shirua was so weak that she couldn't even stand steadily. He bent down and gave me a princess hug. Shang Shirua's body stiffened again, and she hooked her arms around Alex's neck. The body gradually relaxes. A blush also appeared on the pale face. Alex carried her to Zhou Xinlan's bedroom. At this moment, Zhou Xinlan was still in a coma. Alex grabbed the other person's hair and dragged her out of the room and threw her into the living room. The same method was used against Zhou Nianzu. After seeing this scene, Shang Shirua completely let down her guard. Suddenly, she buried her face in Alex's chest and burst into tears. Alex sat on the sofa, and Shang Shirua sat on his lap, hugging his neck tightly and crying. I cried for a long time, and I was tired, she said in a hoarse and trembling voice. Brother, I am so thirsty and hungry. Wait a minute. I'll go get you some water and some food. Alex put her down. He filled a glass of warm water from the drinking fountain. Then he went into the kitchen and got busy. Shang Shirua knelt there, leaning on the back of the sofa, quietly watching Alex busy in the kitchen. Chapter 035. Shang Shirua doesn't want her father anymore for Alex. Eat some noodles first, be careful it's hot. Alex considerately picked up a few noodles with chopsticks, blew on them, and put them to Shang Shirua's mouth. After drinking 2 cups of warm water, she had regained some strength. His complexion gradually returned to normal. But when being fed, her palm-sized face turned red. But she did not refuse Alex's feeding. Instead, she stared at Alex with her eyes that were as bright as gems. Alex feeds her a bite, and she eats it. Shang Shirua's eyes never left Alex until he finished feeding him a bowl of noodles. Are you full? Alex asked gently. Shang Shirua nodded gently and said, Well, I'm full. Thank you, brother. She thanked him in a sweet voice. Alex smiled slightly, put the bowl on the table, and asked, Your family must be very worried. Let me take you home. Unexpectedly, Shang Shirua threw herself directly into Alex's arms. The lotus-like white arms tightly wrapped around his back. No, I don't want to go home. She shook her head and choked up. No one at home cares about my life or death. They only care about money. Dad, sister, grandpa, and they only like money and not me. Whoa, I don't want to go home. Shang Shirua burst into tears again, this time very sadly. Alex patted her back and consoled her. Okay, if you don't want to go home, I won't take you home. Yeah, thank you, brother. Alex smiled bitterly and said, But your family is looking for you like crazy. You should at least call home to let them know you're safe, right? Shang Shirua hesitated to speak. She lowered her head, her little face full of resistance. Brother, I don't want to be found by them, and I don't want to go home. When I was at home, my father and sister quarreled every day. They never cared about my feelings. I don't want to see them now. I want to be with my brother. All right, Alex said helplessly. I will only inform your family that you are safe so that they can rest assured. I will not reveal your location, nor will I send you away. You can go home whenever you want, okay? Shang Shirua hummed softly and snuggled in Alex's arms again. When she first touched her brother's arms, she felt unprecedented peace of mind. She didn't want to go home at the moment and didn't want to be disturbed by anyone. Now she just wanted to snuggle in her brother's warm embrace and have a good sleep. Okay, I'll call your home to let you know I'm safe. How did my brother know my home phone number? Shang Shirua was not stupid and she noticed something was going on. Alex showed her tonight's headlines. It not only contained contact information, but also 2 photos of Shang Shirua's daily life. Alex smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." Shang Shirua lowered her head in shame. "Brother, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you, don't be angry." "I'm not angry, don't worry." Alex dialed the number provided in the news. The call was quickly connected, and a man with a dull voice said, "Hello." Alex also got straight to the point. "Shang Shirua is here with me. Let Shang Mingjun answer the phone." The man on the other end of the phone was breathing rapidly and seemed to be running in one direction. Then there was a loud bang of kicking the door. Boss, there is news about Miss Rowe." "What? Where is she? Where is she?" "Boss." The phone call was from someone who called the number published in the news. "Give me." Soon a loud voice came. "Hello, I'm Shang Mingjun." Alex said, "Hello, Mr. Shang. Your daughter Shang Shirua has been kidnapped. I happened to see the kidnapping process. The kidnapper has been subdued by me. Now your daughter Shang Shirua is with me." Okay, where are you? I'll be there right away." Shang Mingjun was extremely surprised. Alex refused and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Shang. Your daughter said she doesn't want to go home now. She just wants to be alone for a while. When she wants to go home, she will contact you." Shang Mingjun was breathing rapidly. The tone of what follows is filled with doubt. "Are you here to defraud the 500 million bounty?" Alex frowned and said, "Mr. Shang, you can doubt my ability, but you can't doubt my character." Shang Mingjun sneered. "This gentleman is really good at this. He first kidnapped my daughter, and when I was anxious to issue a bounty, you acted like a hero saving a beautiful girl and got 500 million from me without leaving any legal traces. This is really a good move. Shang admires you." Alex looked unhappy and glanced at Shang Shirua. Shang Shirua's face was full of anger. She suddenly snatched the phone and spoke in an extremely sharp voice. "Shang Mingjun, you've gone too far. You only have money in your eyes. You think that everyone around you is out to get your money. My brother is not that kind of person. Apologize to him immediately." Shang Mingjun became excited when he heard the familiar voice. Xiao Rou, is that you?" "It's me," Shang Mingjun said excitedly. "Where are you?" "Dad will come and pick you up home right away." Shang Shirua suddenly cried out, "I don't want to go home. I don't want to go home. If I go home, I will see you and my sister quarreling over money. There is no family affection in that family, only cold money transactions. That is not my home." "Wow." She broke down and cried again. Shang Mingjun said softly, "Xiao Rou, Daddy promises you that he will never quarrel with your sister again. Tell Daddy where you are, and Daddy will pick you up right now. I don't want to go home. Also, my brother is not the kind of person you say he is. You must apologize to him." Alex's heart was shocked, and he looked at Shang Shirua with some shock. "This girl, she even gave up her own father for me? Is this an attempt to sacrifice one's own relatives for the sake of justice?" Shang Mingjun seemed to be a little angry, and his voice was raised a few degrees. "Xiao Rou, don't be silly. People are treacherous. You don't know what kind of people are around you. Dad has been working in the business world for so many years. What kind of situations has he not experienced? Doesn't he want the 500 million bounty? As long as you come home obediently, Dad will give him the money right away." Shang Shirua said with disgust, "You only judge others by your own meanness. My brother doesn't have those bad intentions. The person who kidnapped me was born by you and Xiao San." After these 2 days of seeing and hearing, Shang Shirua had already understood that Zhou Nianzu was her father's illegitimate son and Zhou Xinlan was the mistress. It was also because of the mistress and the illegitimate child that his mother died. For a moment, Shang Shirua felt a strong hatred towards Shang Mingjun. Silence, a long silence. Alex glanced at Shang Shirua and shook his head helplessly. This girl's IQ is worrying. Not only did he expose his location, but he also revealed the identity of the kidnapper. Suddenly, there was a roar from the phone. "Zhou Xinlan, you stinky bitch. Zhou Nianzu, you rebellious son, just wait for me." With a crisp sound, the phone was smashed to pieces. Shang Mingjun shouted gloomily, "Call all the company's security guards immediately and go to number 12 of the Bay Villa complex." A convoy of vehicles set off in a mighty procession. Inside Sea View Villa number 12, Shang Shirua handed the phone to Alex guiltily, feeling both guilty and aggrieved. "Brother, did I say something wrong?" Alex smiled helplessly and rubbed her head. "It doesn't matter. It's okay if I said it wrong. We still have time to leave now. Do you want to come with me?" Shang Shirua closed her eyes and nodded slightly, as if enjoying it. Alex ignored Zhou Xinlan and her son. He removed all the cameras installed by Loach and took them away. He carried his good partner brother Loach on his back, followed by Shang Shiro, and disappeared into the night. Chapter 036 Shio is willing to have you as his godfather. Alex threw the sleeping Loach brother on the bed in the empty room. Shang Shiro asked in a low voice, "Brother, did that person kidnap me too?" Alex shook his head and said, "He's not a kidnapper, he's a locksmith. He was the one who opened the lock when I went to rescue you." "Why did my brother tie him up?" Shang Shiro blinked her beautiful big eyes. Alex explained, "This guy had dirty hands and feet. I was afraid that he would leave clues that would ruin my reputation, so I knocked him out and tied him up." "Let's not talk about him anymore. Shiro, you're dirty. Go take a shower." Shang Shiro nodded obediently. But soon, she lowered her head shyly. "Brother, I don't have any change of clothes. Not even a single piece. What should I do?" Alex looked down at his white shirt. Without saying a word, he took it off and handed it to her. "Wear this first after you take a shower. Before you take a shower, throw your clothes at the bathroom door, and I'll wash them for you. They'll be dry tomorrow morning. I'll take you to buy some more clothes tomorrow." Shang Shiro was touched. Her eyes fell on Alex, full of gratitude. His handsome face and well-proportioned abdominal muscles made her heart beat fast. He is exactly like the hero that he imagined to save him while he was kidnapped. "What are you standing there for? Go now." Oh. Shang Shiro came back to her senses and took Alex's shirt. After taking only 2 steps, she blushed and asked timidly, "Brother, where is the bathroom?" Alex slapped his head and smiled bitterly. "Look at my head, come with me." Alex took her upstairs. "Take her to a master bedroom. After you take a shower, have a good sleep here. I'll be in the room next to yours. Call me if you need anything." "Yeah, thank you, brother." Shang Shiro walked into the bathroom. After a moment, she poked her head out and handed out some clothes with a blushing face. "Sorry to bother you, brother. I don't know how to wash clothes." Alex smiled and said, "I'll help you wash your clothes. You go take a shower." "Thank you, brother." Shang Shiro thanked him shyly and went to take a shower. Alex didn't stay for long and just left with the clothes. Her clothes weren't actually dirty. There were just some stains that were easy to clean. A pure white t-shirt, a white pleated skirt, and 2 pieces of underwear. Alex washed the clothes by hand and hung them on the balcony. Then he went downstairs and poured a basin of cold water on Brother Loach's face. Brother Loach was startled. It took him several seconds to react. Seeing Alex, I became emotional. At Alex, "Fuck you, you old bastard. You're gonna die a miserable death." "Fuck, I've been a street cleaner for 5 or 6 years, and this is the first time I've met an old bastard like you. What the hell do you want to do?" Alex sat on the sofa and turned the volume of Brother Loach's phone to maximum. Then Brother Loach heard, "Ding, 1 million yuan arrived in the account." Brother Loach opened his mouth wide, a little dumbfounded. "What does he mean?" Alex walked over and kicked him in the ass and said coldly, "Should I die now?" Thanks to the boss for his kindness. I am willing to worship you as my godfather." Alex laughed. "Forget about the godfather, but you may have to suffer a little tonight, and I will let you go tomorrow afternoon. Do you understand what I mean?" Loach sighed. "Hey, big brother, I really admire you. I can obey all your instructions. There is no need for us to be like this, right?" "No, I'm a cautious person. Please stay in the house for 1 night." "Wait, let me pee first." Alex pulled the corner of his mouth and dragged him to the bathroom. "Finally, throw the Loach on the bed, lock the door, and go and enjoy yourself." He could only take Shang Shiro in for 1 night at most. Whether she wants to go home tomorrow or not, Alex will send her away. First, the longer the night, the more dreams you will have, and second, it will cause unnecessary trouble. The virgin daughter of the richest man was living in a strange man's house. If this matter were to spread, not only would the richest man lose face, but even the reputation of the little girl Shang Shiro would be ruined. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when he finished taking a shower and lay in bed. Outside, there was the sound of cars speeding past, one after another, like a relay race. In order to prevent the merchant and his daughter from disturbing him, Alex simply turned on the flight mode of his phone. At the same time, in Sea View Villa number 12, Shang Mingjun sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. Shang Shuili stood in the living room as cold as ice, looking at Zhou's mother and son with eyes devoid of any emotion. She sneered at Shang Mingjun and said sarcastically, "Shang Mingjun, when did your vision become so bad? You actually chose such a vicious bitch. Are you going along with the crowd, or are you just a bunch of people?" Shang Mingjun glanced helplessly at his eldest daughter and waved to a bodyguard. Wake them up. As the bodyguard poured 2 basins of cold water on them, Zhou Xinlan and her son slowly woke up. When Zhou Xinlan and her son saw Shang Mingjun for the first time, they became terrified and looked panicked. Shang Mingjun said coldly, "Zhou Xinlan, I need an explanation." Zhou Xinlan was already frightened out of her wits. He trembled and stammered, "June? June, brother, this is a misunderstanding." Shang Mingjun narrowed his eagle eyes. "You kidnapped my daughter, and you still say it's a misunderstanding?" Shang Shuili showed no mercy to the other party. He walked up quickly, grabbed Zhou Xinlan's hair, and slapped her in the face. The slap caused Zhou Xinlan's mouth to bleed. "Where is my sister? Where is she?" Shang Shuili grabbed her collar like a madman. "Tell me, where's the person?" Zhou Xinlan was stunned by the question and said in a trembling voice, I don't know. I was sleeping and someone suddenly broke into the house. Before I could see his face clearly, I was shocked by the electric baton. When I woke up, I saw you here." Zhou Ninzu swallowed his saliva and nodded hurriedly. "My mother is right. I was sleeping at the time. When I opened my eyes, I found a man standing by my bed with an electric baton. Sister Xiaoro might have been taken away by him." Shang Mingjun looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "Ollie, it's useless. It seems like the other party came prepared. You can't get any information from them by asking them." "What? I just slapped you and you're hurt." Shang Mingjun frowned and waved his hand, saying, "As long as you can vent your anger, you can fight me however you want." He stood up, walked in front of Zhou Ninzu, and lifted him up with one hand. It was like he was getting close to her face and opening his mouth wide, gritting his teeth and saying, "You bastard, you'd better give me a reason to kidnap Xiaoro. Otherwise—" "Huh?" Shang Shuili sneered. "Otherwise, you will hand him over to me?" Shang Mingjun was stunned and a little hesitant. Zhou Ninzu's heart skipped a beat, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Dad, please don't give me to her. I am your biological son, and you only have me as your son. If you give me to her, she will kill me." Shang Mingjun breathed rapidly and shouted, "Give me a reason." Zhou Ninzu hesitated and didn't say anything. Zhou Xinlan said hurriedly, "Brother Jun, this has nothing to do with Azu. He has been timid since he was a child. You know that I was the one who suggested kidnapping Xiaoro. I didn't actually want to do anything to her. I just want to lock her up for a few days. If you can't find her, you will definitely post a missing person notice. I just want to get some reward. I really don't want to hurt Xiaoro, and I don't dare to hurt her." What I never thought was that Xiaoro would be taken away by someone else. As she spoke, Zhou Xinlan covered her face and cried. Shang Mingjuan's eyes were complicated and his heart softened. The palms and backs of the hands are all made of flesh and blood. He can't kill his own flesh and blood, right? Chapter 037. You are so smart. Dad, we really just want to cheat you out of some money. We really don't have any intention of hurting Xiaoro. Zhou Ninzu glanced at his mother, his eyes full of admiration. She is worthy of being my mother to be able to come up with such a perfect reason. Bang! Shang Mingjun slapped Zhou Ninzu in the face. "Fuck you. I gave you a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars to live in, and I gave you and your son tens of millions of pocket money every month, and you are still not satisfied. You used such a despicable method to cheat me of my money." The richest man would be so angry that he would die. He slapped her one slap after another. Zhou Ninzu was soon beaten into a pig's head. He threw the person away and kicked Zhou Xinlan to the ground. He waved his hands at the bodyguards in an upset manner and said, "You guys stay and watch over them. You can't go anywhere else except this villa. If anything happens to Xiaoro, I will make sure you and your son are buried with her." "Humph. Let's go." Shang Mingjun snorted angrily and turned away. In fact, he was reluctant to let his son be buried with him. Although he was an illegitimate son, he only had this one son. Shang Mingjun cannot be extinct. Those words were only said to Shang Shuili, because he already knew that Shang Shihua was safe, and it was only a matter of time before she returned home. There is no need for Zhou's mother and son to be buried with them. Leaving the bodyguard behind was also to guard against the ruthless eldest daughter. In name it is surveillance and control, but in reality it is protection. Ginger is still spicy with age. Of course, Shang Shuili was not aware of this. Alex is sleeping soundly at this moment, but he was awakened by a scream. He sat up suddenly. The scream came from next door. It was Shang Shuihua. Alex jumped up, put on his pants casually, and rushed out. Shang Shirua didn't lock the door when she went to sleep. Alex pushed the door open. The lights in the room were still on. What's wrong? What happened? The response to Alex was Shang Shirua's crying. She was seen curled up at the head of the bed, her hands on her knees, her face full of tears, and looking extremely terrified. Ah, don't come over here. Don't come over here. Shang Shirua was like a frightened bird. Alex whispered, Xiao Ro, don't be afraid, it's me. As they were talking, Alex's eyes became a little dull. Because at this moment Shang Shirua was only wearing a white shirt that belonged to him. Alex's white shirt. See a gap in the crack. She's losing all her hair at such a young age? Not even one? Shang Shirua stared at Alex in a daze for about a few seconds. She suddenly stood up and threw herself into Alex's arms, sobbing softly, her thin shoulders trembling. Okay, it's okay. Don't be afraid. Alex patted her on the back and consoled her. Did you have a nightmare? Shang Shirua choked up and nodded. Well, I dreamed. I dreamed of that room. That woman, she was holding a whip. Alex looked at the bright red welts on her arms and thighs. He stroked it gently and asked in a soft voice, Does it hurt? No, it doesn't hurt that much. I'm just so scared that I dare not turn off the light when I sleep, but I had a nightmare just now when I fell asleep. Oh, brother, I'm sorry for waking you up. Shang Shirua looked guilty. Alex smiled and rubbed her head. It's okay. Go to sleep. I'll watch you sleep, and I won't go anywhere. What a kind little girl. She felt guilty for simply waking herself up. Shang Shirua said in a trembling voice, Brother, I'm scared. Can I sleep with you? This isn't a good idea. You're a girl, and I'm a man. It's not convenient to sleep together. Shang Shirua lowered her head in grievance, tears falling on the white sheets. Hiss! Alex gasped. He looks so pitiful. I really want to bully him. Xiao Ro, don't cry. Brother is with you. Shang Shirua stopped crying. Thank you, brother. Alex said, The light is too bright, and I can't sleep. Let's turn off this light, and I'll turn on a weaker ambient light. Okay. I'm not afraid of the dark anymore as long as my brother is here. Shang Shirua burst into laughter. Alex turned off the bright light and turned on the bedside ambient light. This 1000K warm-tone mood light instantly fills the entire room with a red and romantic atmosphere. Alex asked to turn off the lights for his own benefit. After all, the light is so bright that you can see more clearly. A single man and a single woman together, and Shang Shirua is so beautiful. And he was wearing only a white shirt. It can barely cover it. Shang Shirua nestled in Alex's arms like a kitten. Even her breathing seemed very light. Brother, do you want to take off your pants? Shang Shirua suddenly asked. Alex was shocked. Let's not do that. I'm afraid. I'll get angry. Shang Shirua really didn't think much about it. She just sat up and said shyly, But brother's pants seem to be on backwards. Alex took a closer look, and his mouth twitched immediately. That's right, the pants were actually worn backwards. Hey, Xiao, turn around and don't look. I'll straighten my pants first. Shang Shirua suddenly covered her mouth with her hands and smiled shyly, then turned her head away obediently. But before Alex could straighten his pants, Shang Shirua turned around and pulled his arm, whispering, Brother, don't do that. I know you're not comfortable sleeping in pants. It's okay, I don't dislike my brother. Alex's Adam's apple moved. This girl seems to be quite proactive. Is she trying to cheat me of my money? But when he thought about how rich her family was, Alex gave up the idea. She probably just wanted to deceive my feelings. Well, you can cheat on someone's feelings, but you can't cheat on their money. Okay, I'll listen to you then. Alex lay down, and Shang Shirua lay in his arms again. He put his fists on his chest to keep a distance from Alex. Smelling Alex's scent made her feel inexplicably at ease and safe. Brother, I don't even know your name. Alex smiled dumbly and said, My name is Alex, Zhang the Bowman, and Fan the Ordinary. Shang Shirua pursed her lips. Brother is extraordinary. In Xiao's eyes, brother is the most extraordinary person in the world. Alex patted the back of her head and whispered, Xiao, it's getting late, go to bed. Brother, I can't sleep. Can you stay with me? As if she felt that this was inappropriate, she quickly changed her words and said, No need, brother. Go to sleep. I'll watch you sleep. Alex's head was full of question marks. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why do I feel like we are a couple? Shang Shirua's body trembled, and she began to feel hot, and her face turned red. She said in a trembling voice, Can I? What is it? Alex was a little confused. Is that okay? These 3 words have a lot of meanings, right? Shang Shirua was cautious and trembling. Can I be your girlfriend? Alex was shocked. He really wanted to agree, but he can't. After all, she is the daughter of the richest man. If you don't meet the requirements to be her boyfriend, the richest man might even want to silence you, and it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Alex said helplessly, Xiaoro, I want to agree to your request, but I can't. Why? Shang Shiro bit the corner of her lip. Her eyes were misty, and she looked pitiful. Alex laughed and said, My brother is already married. He didn't notice that a hint of excitement inexplicably appeared in Shang Shiro's eyes. So, brother is married? Alex nodded. Yeah, my brother just has a wife, but he doesn't have a girlfriend. Shang Shiro had a serious expression on her face. So, a wife is a wife, and a girlfriend is a girlfriend. They can't be confused. Alex was shocked. You are so smart. Are little girls' brain circuits so amazing nowadays? Chapter 038, I will always belong to you. This little cutie Shang Shiro is really a genius in logic. Alex rolled his eyes and said, Who said I don't have a girlfriend? I have girlfriends, more than one. Shang Shiro felt a little pitiful and aggrieved. Since my brother already has more than one girlfriend, Xiaoro shouldn't be too much. Why did my brother reject me? Doesn't my brother like me? Alex sighed. Hey, Xiaoro is so beautiful. I like you so much. How could I possibly hate you? Only, Shang Shiro asked urgently. Just what? It's just that your father is the richest man, and I'm just a poor boy. If he knew that his daughter had to suffer with a poor boy, do you think he would agree? And considering the kind of person your father is, he might even hire someone to kill me. When I'm in love with others, I'm using time to fall in love with you. But when I'm in love with you, I might be using my life to fall in love with you. Alex tightly and shook her head in panic. No, brother. I won't let them find out about our relationship. We are dating secretly, so they can't find out and won't do anything to you. Alex briefly considered the pros and cons. He looked down and found Shang Shiro looking at him expectantly with her big, watery eyes. An inexplicable impulse surged in my heart. Alex raised his hand and ruffled Shang Shiro's hair, then nodded and said, Okay, then I agree to be your boyfriend, but our relationship can only be underground and not public. Ah, Shang Shiro nodded happily. I'll listen to you. I won't let anyone else know about our relationship except us. Seeing how well-behaved she was, Alex suddenly felt that this little girl was so innocent. It's like it grew up in a greenhouse, never experiencing wind and rain. Okay, go to sleep. Alex didn't think much about it. He closed his eyes and lay back, ready to sleep. But the next moment, he was kissed secretly. A long time passed. Alex then gently pushed Shang Shiro aside. At this moment, his mind is still very rational. Shang Shiro was a little at a loss. You don't like it? Alex smiled bitterly and said, I like it, but it's not possible now. Why? Shang Shiro felt a little disappointed. She wanted to repay Alex. This is the only way I can think of. Alex sighed. I want to, but I can't have you now because your family is looking for you all over the world. If they find out that you have lost your innocence with me, they will definitely hate me to death. With their temper, would they let someone who bullies their family live? Ah! Shang Shiro exclaimed. She said nervously and aggrievedly, Brother, I didn't think so much. I just want to give you my best, most precious, and most important thing. Alex spread his hands. So I said not now, at least not at this critical moment. Wait a few days. When the incident of your kidnapping is completely over, I will want to bully you then, and you must not refuse me. Alex blinked as he spoke. Shang Shiro snuggled into Alex's arms and nodded vigorously. Aha! Girls have a simple mind, and Shang Shiro is the type who dares to love and hate. Ever since Alex saved her from the devil's cave like a ray of light, she has been unable to extricate herself from his love for her. I should repay the favor of saving my life with my life. Okay, go to sleep. Soon, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. I slept until 9 in the morning. Alex suddenly felt an itch on his face. When he opened his eyes, he found Shang Shu kneeling beside him, looking down at him, with a shy and sweet smile on her face. Her long hair brushed against Alex's face, making it itchy. But Alex ignored the hair on his face and looked at Shang Shu in front of him in shock, because he found that 3 lines of small words appeared above Shang Shu's head. Female, 18 years old. Fortune, good luck all the time. Condition, very healthy. Alex was shocked. What the hell is this? Could it be that this is another ability synchronized from the future? Why are you looking at me like that? Noticing that Alex was staring at her in shock, Shang Shirua asked shyly. Alex came back to his senses and smiled faintly. I can see a beautiful woman when I wake up. I am suddenly shocked by your beauty. When I think that such a beautiful girl will belong to me alone in the future, I will definitely take a few more glances at her. Shang Shirua's heart was pounding, and she felt shy and happy at the same time. Alex pulled her into his arms and smelled the subtle fragrance emanating from her hair. When did you wake up? Just woke up. Are you hungry? Do you want breakfast? Alex asked. Shang Shirua shook her head. I don't want to eat. I want to stay with you. Shang Shirua's voice was soft and trembling. Alex was about to say something, but stopped himself and took her into his arms. Shang Shirua whispered, If you are hungry, you can eat first. You are quite considerate of others. Alex pinched the other person's nose. You continue to sleep for a while. I'm going downstairs. Alex dressed neatly and went to the first floor. Chapter 039 Alex acquires the skill. Chi reading technique. When Alex reached the first floor, a bedroom door was banging. Shang Shirua was so scared that she hid behind him. Alex twitched the corner of his mouth, and he seemed to have forgotten about Brother Loach. He quickly opened the door. I saw Brother Loach banging his head against the door, his body curled up like a shrimp. Two red eyes stared at Alex. Alex was also staring at him with a strange expression on his face, because he could also see the information on the Loach's head. Male, 27 years old. Fortune, extremely unlucky. Status, subhealth symptoms, kidney deficiency, spleen and stomach dampness and coldness, and strong liver fire. Alex fell into deep thought. So, I am going to become an experienced Chinese medicine doctor? But suddenly Loach burst into tears, feeling aggrieved and angry. Boss, please be a human being. I'm almost hoarse. Can't you hear me? I'm a living person, and I'm about to die from holding my urine. Alex was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I slept too late last night and didn't get up this morning. Loach glanced at Shang Shirua behind him with an envious expression. Quick, untie it, my bladder is going to explode. Alex untied the chains on him, and Loach rushed directly into the toilet. Then there was a minute-long drain. After coming out, he collapsed on the sofa. After a long pause, he finally raised his hands and surrendered. Alex waved his hand and said, Forget it. I'm not going out this morning, so I'll let you go for now. Let's order some takeout first. Alex ordered a bunch of takeout. It was almost noon by the time we finished our meal. Alex remembered to turn on his phone. Lu Wanbing didn't call, and Yi Danxiong didn't call either. More than a dozen calls showed they were from Shang Mingjun, and an unread text message. Alex went to the bathroom and opened the text message from 7 days later. Dear me, hello. A familiar opening line. It feels magical to be able to see the information above other people's heads. You're right to be shocked. This is the reward I took the initiative to choose after you changed Shang Shirua's fate. The name of this skill is Chi reading technique. Chi reading is a skill that can be developed. The current level is elementary. Its main functions are to distinguish gender and age, and to check the simplest fortune and disease status. The higher the skill level, the more detailed the information you see. I will upgrade this ability to the highest level as soon as possible. Then I will be able to tell life or death at a glance. It will be extremely awesome. Although Shang Shirua's fate has changed, before you change her fate, I have learned some useful information. Now I will give you this information so that you can maximize your benefits. First of all, the richest man Shang Mingjun and his eldest daughter Shang Xueli are at odds with each other. The reason is that Shang Xueli's grandfather is still brooding over his daughter's affairs. Sisters Shang Xueli and Shang Shirua are currently the only two hubs maintaining the relationship between the two families. 10 years ago, Shang Xueli already knew that Shang Mingjun had an illegitimate child, and she also knew that her mother's death was directly related to this matter. For the past 10 years, she has been against Shang Mingjun. In name, they are father and daughter, but in reality, their relationship is in name only. Relying on the power and prestige of her mother's family, Shang Xueli has gradually seized power from Shang Mingjun in recent years. However, Shang Mingjun was quite doting on his two daughters, especially his youngest daughter Shang Shirua, and almost always granted her every request from her since she was a child. What followed was a bombshell. On the morning of the second day after the news of Shang Shirua's death was reported, an even more explosive piece of news came out. That was that Shang Mingjun's illegitimate son Zhou Nianzu was not Shang Mingjun's biological son. He had been deceived by Zhou Xinlan for 20 years. The cause was Shang Shirua's death, which drove her sister Shang Shili crazy. She stabbed Zhou Nianzu 12 times. Zhou Nianzhu lost too much blood and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, but his blood type was different from Shang Mingjun and Zhou Xinlan. Shang Mingjun, who became suspicious, did a paternity test overnight, and the results showed that he was not the biological father. Zhou Xinlan orally stated the result. A few days before she became pregnant, she went to a bar to dance, and under the influence of alcohol, she wanted to seek excitement, so she checked into a room with 3 men at the same time. Before the child was born, Zhou Xinlan, who was afraid that the matter would be exposed, had already bribed the staff of the identification agency. When Shang Mingjun went to do the paternity test, he stepped into a carefully laid trap. Upon learning of this, Shang Mingjun could not bear the shock and suffered a cerebral infarction and was admitted to the LCU. The operation was successful and saved his life, but he was left with the sequelae of mobility problems. Shang Mingjun, knowing that the situation was hopeless, divided all his property between his 2 daughters. Shang Xueli also reconciled with her father, and the family of 3 lived a shameless life. Ahem, I'm getting off topic. My next suggestion is, find Shang Xueli first and sell the video evidence to her at a high price. Shang Mingjun will definitely ask his daughter to show mercy to grandmother Zhou Nian. After all, she is of flesh and blood, and he only has this one son. Shang Xueli will use this as a threat to obtain the group's shares from Shang Mingjun. At that time, one will try desperately to send Zhou mother and son to jail, and the other will try desperately to save the illegitimate son's life, and the 2 will be in a stalemate. We who have been watching the fight from the mountain can now come out and clean up the mess. As for how to reap the benefits, it depends on your intelligence. However, Shang Xueli is a very difficult woman, so you must be careful tonight. If you don't deal with this woman, your secret love affair with Shang Shiro won't last long. Okay, smart guy, let's stop here today. Signed, you in 7 days. After reading the text message, Alex frowned. My future self especially reminded himself to be careful with this woman, Shang Xueli. This shows that this woman is really difficult to deal with. As usual, after the text message was encrypted, Alex walked out of the bathroom. Shang Shiro jumped up to him, hooked her arms around Alex's neck, and her delicate lips exhaled sweet fragrance. Brother, where are we going next? We can't stay at home forever, right? Seeing her expectant eyes, Alex glanced at the whip marks on her arms and thighs and frowned. I wanted to take you out shopping for clothes yesterday, but the way you look now, it doesn't seem suitable for you to go out. Otherwise, people will think I'm abusing you. It seems yes. Shang Shiro lowered her head, feeling somewhat depressed and helpless. But Alex changed the subject and said, tell me the size of your clothes. I will go to the nearby store and buy you a set of long-sleeved shirts and long pants so that others can't see the injuries on your body. Shang Shiro's eyes lit up. She stood on tiptoe, kissed Alex, and nodded heavily. Well, I listened to my brother. Alex took out the stun gun and put it in her hand, then pointed to the door where Loach was. If this guy behaves strangely, you can shock him with the stun gun. At this moment, Loach was tied up and lying on the bed watching the anti-Japanese drama. The fortune suddenly went from to extremely bad. It became a blood disaster. After Alex gave the instructions, he went out and found a small women's clothing store. I bought a pair of light blue skinny jeans and a white long-sleeve shirt according to Shang Shiro's size. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor, when Shang Shiro put on this outfit and opened the bedroom door, even Alex was a little surprised. She is 170 centimeters tall, with long legs wrapped in tight jeans and a white shirt, looking clean and pure. White shirt, light blue jeans, clean and sweet. Shang Shiro cute. Chuan's beauty without makeup is already an astonishing 95 points. If she puts on a little light makeup, wouldn't it be close to full marks? At this moment, Shang Shiro's image was like a beam of light that illuminated Alex's entire world. Shang Shiro also noticed Alex's increasingly fiery gaze, and she couldn't help but feel shy, but secretly delighted. It's a very happy thing when the boy you like only sees you in his eyes. Chapter 040. Shang Shiro takes the initiative to kiss Alex. In a large shopping mall nearby, Shang Shiro stood in the elevator holding Alex's arm, looking around happily. It attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding area. The 2 of them standing together looked like a perfect match. A talented man and a beautiful woman. It's like a match made in heaven. The white shirt and light blue jeans outline her almost perfect figure. Shang Shiro shopping. The only drawback is this. Maybe my breasts are a little small. Although it is small, its shape is extremely exquisite. Brother, I want milk tea. Okay, I'll go buy it. Alex bought her milk tea, and Shangxu was so happy that her eyes narrowed into crescents. Brother, can you grab a doll for me from the claw machine? Okay, wait. Alex grabbed several stuffed dolls for her from the claw machine. Shangxu clapped excitedly on the side. Brother is so awesome, Yuma. In public, Shangxu was not afraid of the world's eyes and kissed Alex on the face, as if no one was around. This made Alex feel a little uncomfortable, and he looked around for a few seconds. Brother, this dress is so beautiful. Buy it for me, and I'll wear it for you to see. Good. Brother, the couple outfits here are so nice. Let's buy a set of couple outfits. Well, okay. Brother, I don't have any clean underwear yet. Shangxu stood in front of Alex, fiddling with the buttons of his shirt with her hands. One leg was raised behind her body leaning close to him, her face flushed and shy. Alex's expression froze. Well, for things like buying underwear, why don't you go by yourself? Shangxu bit her lips lightly, blushed, and whispered in his ear. If my brother doesn't come with me, how can I know what kind of underwear he likes Xiaoro to wear? The scene of Shangxu talking nonsense in the morning kept flooding into Alex's mind. Alex shook his head, which was gradually getting dizzy, clenched his fists, and took a deep breath to suppress the fire. Brother, just go with me. Shangxu shook Alex's arm, her voice crisp and pleasant. Okay, I'm convinced. Alex gradually got lost in Shangxu's sweet calls of brother and couldn't extricate himself. This is simply a little goblin. Although Shangxu acted coquettishly and cutely, there was no sense of incongruity, as if it was an innate skill. No matter how she acted coquettishly, Alex thought it was natural. It's not abrupt at all, nor does it feel pretentious. 3 hours later, the two of them bought a lot of things, big and small. Alex was already exhausted and was lying on a recliner in the rest area. Shangxu was studying with great interest the new mobile phone that Alex had just bought for herself. Okay, done. Shangxu smiled sweetly, leaned on Alex's shoulder, and said shyly, Brother, I still have things to buy. Please transfer money to me. After saying that, she stuck out her pink tongue shyly. My phone and ID card are at home, and I can't buy my bank card, so I have no money. Alex said as he transferred the money. Tops, bottoms, bras, panties, I bought everything I need. What else do you want? Although he was puzzled, he still transferred 50,000 yuan to Shangxu. Thank you, Brother Muma. Brother, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. She kissed Alex and ran to the elevator. Only about 10 minutes later, Shangxu came back carrying a black shopping bag. Alex asked curiously, What did you buy? We. Shangxu smiled shyly and shook her head. You can't tell your brother now. He will know when you get home. Alex chuckled and said, You are quite good at creating mystery. Let's go, put the things in the car, and go eat something. After they finished eating, Alex was driving back to Seaview Villa number 71. Xiaoro, do you remember your sister's phone number? Shangxu asked suspiciously, What does my brother want my sister's phone number for? Alex explained casually, Didn't you leave your phone at home? I'll make an appointment with her tonight and get your phone back from her. But brother, I already have a new phone. Shangxu shook the new phone in her hand. Alex said, You only have a new phone, but the SIM card is still in the old phone. It's so troublesome to replace the SIM card now, and you also need your ID card. Besides, your WeChat chat, shopping apps, games, etc. all require a mobile phone verification code. If I don't give it to you, how can you play games? How can you chat with your friends on WeChat? Shangxu was stunned. Suddenly, she looked touched and said, Thank you, brother, for thinking so much about me. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have realized it. My sister's phone number is 138 asterisk 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 asterisk. Alex drove with one hand and wrote down the phone number with the other. Wait until you get home. Shangxu couldn't wait to say, Brother, I'm going upstairs to try on clothes, don't peek. After a whole day of healing by Alex, she had selectively forgotten the nightmare she had experienced yesterday and the day before yesterday. The whole person has regained his former liveliness. Because the mirrors in the mall were all outside, Shangxu was afraid of exposing the whip marks on her body and causing unnecessary trouble, so she had not tried on new clothes. When she got home, she couldn't wait. While Shangxu is trying on clothes, Alex came outside the villa and called his sister Shangxueli. The person on the other end seemed a little busy. The first time it didn't connect, but when Alex was about to call a second time, the other party had already called back. Alex answered the phone. He heard a sexy, mature woman's voice. Hello, who is this? Alex also got straight to the point. Your sister is here with me. The royal sister's breathing became noticeably faster, and her tone of voice became a little more nervous. Where are you? When will my sister come home? Alex whispered. Your sister hates the quarrels between you and your daughter. She said she doesn't want to go home yet, but you can rest assured that she is safe with me. Shang Shuili requested. I want to talk to her. Alex refused outright. She doesn't want to talk to you. She just asked me for a favor. What's up? All her current information is in her phone. On the day you had the fight, she ran out without her phone. Let's arrange a location tonight. You bring her ID card and phone with you. Shang Shuili was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, I don't believe you. Let my sister answer the phone. Alex said indifferently. Then add me on WeChat, and I'll let her video chat with you later. Okay, thank you. Shang Shuili was obviously relieved and said thank you. After the two of them started chatting on WeChat, Alex had already arrived on the second floor. Xiaoro, where are you? Brother, I'm here. Shang Shuirua's voice came from the master bedroom where we slept together yesterday. Alex pushed the door open and looked out. She was standing in front of the floor-length mirror, admiring her new clothes. White t-shirt and white shorts. Shang Shirua turned around and faced Alex and asked expectantly, Brother, does it look good? Alex nodded and smiled. Xiaoro looks good in anything she wears. But I still like you wearing nothing. He added in his mind. Shang Shirua was extremely shy. Alex continued, I just talked to your sister on the phone. I asked her to arrange a location to deliver the phone and ID card, but your sister didn't believe me, so I wanted to have a video call with her to prove it. Do you have any objection? Shang Shirua hesitated to speak. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded slightly. Alex smiled bitterly and said, Don't reveal your address like you did last night. Think before you speak. Remember? Shang Shirua blushed and pouted. I know, Okay, talk to her yourself. Alex gave his final instructions. He felt comfortable enough to call Shang Shuili via video. Chapter 041 Shang Shirua plays the victim. Shang Shuili is furious. After Shang Shuili saw her sister in the video, her heart finally settled down. Xiaoro, are you okay? Shang Shuili asked in a soft voice. Shang Shiru nodded obediently and said, Sister, I'm fine now. You don't have to worry about me. Where are you? I'll pick you up soon. If you don't want to go back to Dad's house, come to my place. Shang Shirua shook her head in resistance. Sister, I don't want to go home. That home is too depressing. I feel so depressed every time I'm at home. She gritted her teeth and continued. Actually, I feel the same way about my sister's place. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay at Alex's house. I'm very happy and relaxed here. Sister, please don't look for me anymore. When I want to go home, I'll go home by myself, okay? Seeing her sister about to cry, Shang Shuili hesitated to speak. Her heart softened. She was both strict and doting towards her younger sister. But she was extremely worried. But Xiaoro, you are a girl. Do you think it's appropriate for you to live in a strange man's house? Also, if he has any improper thoughts about you, how can you resist? This is what Shang Shuili is most worried about. Shang Shuero snorted. Humph, Brother Alex is not the kind of person you say he is. Brother Alex is very gentle. If he hadn't rescued me from the kidnappers, all I would see now is my dead body. Shang Shuili was shocked. Why do you say that? Look, sister. Shang Shirua pointed the camera at her arms and thighs with a wronged look. There were 7 or 8 whip marks in total, which looked shocking. In fact, she was in pain every moment, but in order not to worry Brother Alex, she had been enduring it that day. Maybe it was a habit she had developed since she was a child, so whenever she was wronged outside, she would tell her sister first. Today is no exception. Shang Shirua burst into tears after she finished speaking. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she sobbed. After seeing these scars, Shang Shuili suddenly stood up from her office chair. Her eyes were red, and her lips were trembling. Tears welled up in my eyes, almost roaring. Who did it? Who hurt you? Oh my God. How did you get hurt like this? How did you get hurt like this? Shang Shuili held his chest, feeling so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. Shang Shirua sobbed. It was the woman who kidnapped me, sister. They were so scary. The bad guy almost raped me. His mother whipped me with a whip. I was in prison for 2 days. They didn't give me a bite of food, not even a sip of water. Woo! When talking about the sad things, Shang Shirua covered her face and sobbed. Shang Shuili's teeth almost broke as she listened. Bitch, Zhou Xinlan, you bitch. Zhou Nianzu, you bastard, I'm gonna kill you. I must kill you all. Shang Shuili roared while crying. Shang Shirua cried and comforted her. Sister, please. Please don't do anything stupid. Killing is against the law. Shang Shueli was shaking with anger, his lips quivering for a long time without saying a word. Shang Shu burst into laughter, wiped her tears, and smiled. Sister, I have been rescued by Brother Alex. He is very gentle and caring to me. He even took me shopping today and bought me new clothes and a new phone. Sister, I'm afraid to go home. I can only feel safe here. Please let me stay outside for a few days. Shang Shueli lowered her head and nodded with tears in her eyes. Okay, sister. I promise you, you can go home whenever you want. Shang Shirua continued. Sister, please make an appointment with Brother Alex tonight to send my phone and ID card over. You know, once I return home, my father will never let me go out again. I'm at home, like being in prison. Shang Shueli wiped her tears and nodded again. Okay, give his phone back to him and we'll arrange a time to meet in the evening. Yeah, okay, sister, I'll hang up first. Bye. Alex monitored the whole process. Brother, here's your phone. Tell your sister that I need to try on some clothes. Alex stood up and walked out. When he passed by Shang Shua, the other party grabbed his clothes. Alex asked puzzledly, What's wrong, Xiaoro? Shang Shuero. Brother Alex, come in later and see if Xiaoro's new clothes look good. No problem. I'll come find you later. Alex turned and went to the next room. Agreed on a meeting time and place with Shang Shueli. Since Shang Shueli had an important meeting later, the time was set at 9 o'clock in the evening. The address is a nearby high-end Sea View Villa area. It is less than 2 kilometers from the Bay Area. The name of the community is Guanhai Lanting, which is even more upscale than the villas in the Bay Area. Each villa has a private beach and a private pier. Alex came to Shang Shirua's door and knocked. Shang Shirua's voice came from inside. Come in. Alex entered and saw Shang Shirua. He was visibly stunned. Beautiful, so beautiful. Shang Shirua was wearing a white dress and gray over the knee socks. Alex couldn't help but praise. Not bad, it looks good. So, do you like it? Shang Shirua asked timidly. I like it. I like it very much. Alex couldn't help but nodded. He asked curiously, Did you buy this outfit when you were shopping today? How come I didn't know about it? Shang Shirua laughed and said, You were so exhausted at the time. I bought this myself. Hee. I knew you would like it. Alex suddenly realized. I remember now. No wonder you ran upstairs after asking me for money. It turns out you had ulterior motives. She is really a treasure girl. She actually understands her own aesthetic so well. Chapter 042, Shang Shueli's Fortune. Extremely unlucky. It was an hour later when Alex came out of the room. Shang Shua took the dirty socks to wash. She didn't throw it away because the clothes were not worn out yet. This is all money. I should be Alex's good wife from now on. As long as it doesn't get snagged, I can wash it and wear it again. Wait until it is really broken before throwing it away. Alex edited the surveillance footage taken at Zhou's mother and son's home and saved the important parts on his mobile phone. Go downstairs and push open the door of the room where Brother Loach is. At this moment, Brother Loach was curled up in bed watching a soap opera and occasionally letting out a few silly laughs. When he saw Alex come in, he just glanced at him casually and continued watching the show. Alex walked over and said, I just transferred 1 million to your account. You can leave now. Brother Loach looked excited, but shook his head and said, I don't want to leave now. Let me finish watching this drama and then leave tomorrow, okay? Alex's mouth twitched. Are you fucking addicted to living in my house? Without saying a word, he untied the chain and pointed at the door, cursing. Damn it, you made me over 2 million in 3 days, and you still think it's not enough? Get out of here now. Brother Loach walked out of the room reluctantly and dejectedly, came to the yard, and rode his beloved motorcycle. Yang said reluctantly, Boss, next time you need this kind of work, please find me. You must find me. Get out of here. Okay. Brother Loach rode away on his bike. Alex also locked the yard door and walked into the garage. Brother, are you going to look for sister? Shang Shirua stood at the door of the villa. Well, stay home. I'll be back soon. Yeah, bro, be safe. Shang Shirua trotted over and kissed Alex. 1 minute later, Alex patted her. Go ahead. Go back to your room and watch TV or play games. Don't open the door to strangers. Shang Shirua and Yang Mei returned to the house reluctantly. Alex rushed all the way to Guanhailanting. This is a high-end villa area developed by Jianhai Group, and Shang Mingjun is the chairman of Jianhai Group. Outsiders are not allowed to enter here. Alex waited outside the park for nearly 10 minutes before a man in a suit came to pick him up. Shang Shuili is located in the king-size building of Guanhai Lanting, Villa Number 1. This villa covers an area of 20 acres. The yard alone is almost 10 acres in size and has a garage, swimming pool, security room, nanny room, and cleaning room. Alex even saw a miniature golf course within the compound. It's simply inhumane. The man in the suit led him into the brightly lit villa. "Boss, Mr. Zhang is here." A woman with smooth black hair was sitting on the sofa with her back to this side. After hearing the report from the visitor, the woman slowly stood up from the sofa. She walked towards Alex. Alex see her face clearly. Her facial features are somewhat similar to Shang Xuerua. It's just that she is 3 centimeters taller and much more mature than Shang Xuerua. When I got closer, I saw that she was a queen-like lady. His narrow and long eyebrows are slightly curved, and his eyes are similar in shape to Shang Xuerua's, but his pupils are a little more cold than Shang Xuerua's. Shang Xuerua has a pure and beautiful appearance. Then Shang Shuili is the cold, charming, and domineering type. The black off-shoulder top and the black high-waisted skirt tightly bind the slender waist. Due to her job, Shang Shuili likes to wear stockings very much, especially black stockings, which are mysterious and slimming. Alex glanced upwards and Shang Shuili's fortune appeared. Female, 25 years old. Fortune extremely unlucky. Condition, physical, very healthy. Mental, neurasthenia. Alex has a strange expression on his face. As a strong woman and the daughter of the richest man with a fortune of tens of billions, she unexpectedly would also be troubled by mental illness. But her luck. What's the matter with her being so unlucky? Alex couldn't help but think. Could it be that he got so unlucky because of meeting me? Just like Brother Loach. "Mr. Zhang, please take a seat here." Shang Shuili was serious and made a gesture of invitation. He then returned to the sofa area alone, sat on an independent white leather sofa, and crossed his legs. She looks like a queen who is high above everyone else. This is the momentum nurtured by her long years of being in a high-level position. Alex sat directly opposite her. The area was well lit, making it easier for Alex to see. Shang Shuili had delicate makeup on, but she didn't have any of the jewels that a rich girl would wear. She only wore an exquisite diamond necklace and a pair of crystal earrings. Shang Shuili said without a smile, "Mr. Zhang, to be honest, I'm not comfortable letting Xiao live in your house, and I don't trust you either. Mr. Zhang, please lead the way later. I'll go and bring my sister here to live." There was no doubt in her tone. Alex smiled faintly and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Miss Shang. As a sister, you should respect Xiao's choice. She is very happy now. If you take her over, it will affect her mood." "Forget it." Shang Shuili's expression turned slightly cold. "Mr. Zhang, please recognize your own identity. Xiao and I are family, and you are just a stranger to me. Although you are Xiao's savior, let's deal with the matter objectively. I will give you a big thank you, but I won't be so heartless as to let my own sister live under the same roof with a strange man. I hope Mr. Zhang can understand my feelings." Shang Shuili pushed a card in front of Alex, stared into his eyes, and said, "This is my personal thank you gift. It contains 100 million in cash. When Xiao returns home, I will ask my father to transfer the 500 million bounty to you." Alex didn't even look at the bank card on the table and shook his head and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. When I got here, I promised your sister not to reveal her location. I won't break my promise. Miss Shang, you're a businessman. You should understand the importance of integrity, right?" Shang Shuili narrowed his eyes, gleaming with coldness. "Talking about honesty in this matter, do you have other ideas about my sister?" Alex sneered. "If I had other ideas, do you think you could stop me? I would have taken action as early as last night when I rescued her. Why would you wait until now?" Shang Shuili's eyes flashed with dangerous signals. "Tell me, what do you want?" Alex smiled faintly. "Let's not discuss when your sister will come home for now. I came here for 2 purposes. The first is to help Xiao get her cell phone and ID card. Second, let me make a deal with you." "Make a deal with me?" Shang Shuili muttered to himself. The corners of her cold lips curled up slightly. "Then tell me, what deal do you want to make with me?" Alex said in a deep voice, "The whole process of Zhou Yinzu kidnapping your sister, as well as their conspiracy and detailed plan." "What?" Shang Shuili's eyes widened. He stood up from the sofa in disbelief. Even though she had the mental strength to remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe, her breathing became rapid at this moment. She understood that the evidence was too important to her. This is the key to getting rid of Zhou's mother and son. With these evidences, Shang Mingjun can't stop her from raising the butcher knife. Chapter 043. Are you going to keep me overnight? After a long silence, Shang Shuili slowly sat down on the sofa. She tapped her fingers lightly on the wood grain of the sofa armrest. Can I inspect the goods? Shang Shuili looked at Alex and asked. Alex immediately took out his phone and nodded. Of course. Shang Shuili left the sofa and quickly sat down next to Alex. A fragrant breeze blew in my face. It's a unique aroma. The smell is refreshing. Alex raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course he could smell it. It was Shang Shuili's unique body scent. Every girl's body odor is unique and smells different. But as we age, this body odor will gradually disappear. Until finally, it was replaced by the smell of high-tech blended spices from toiletries. Alex opens one of the many videos. Inside were scenes he had witnessed with his own eyes. The drunk Zhou Yinzu wanted Shang Xuerua, but was interrupted by Zhou Xinlan, who put all the blame on Shang Xuerua. Zhou Xinlan raised the whip and whipped him. Shang Xuerua was covered with bruises. A few minutes of video, play finished. At this time, Shang Shuili's eyes were already red with tears in his eyes. I clenched my fists so hard that the joints began to turn white. Her high chest rose and fell. The whole person is like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Alex took the phone back, waiting quietly, waiting for Shang Shuili to digest the video footage. Although Shang Shuili is a very strong and domineering woman, she also has a soft side. This side of me only shows up when I'm with my sister. Now I see my sister, whom I have loved since childhood, suffering such torture. Shang Shuili suddenly stood up and walked toward the distance. She came to the window and looked out. Because he was facing away from Alex, he couldn't see Shang Shuili's expression clearly. All I could see was her shoulders shaking violently. From time to time, he raised his arms to wipe away his tears. Probably a few minutes passed. Shang Shuili returned and sat down opposite Alex, and it was obvious that she had been crying, some redness around the eyes. She gradually regained her composure and said in a slightly nasal voice, Mr. Zhang, how many videos of this type do you have? Alex replied, there were about 20 of them in total, and the total duration was about an hour. She stared at Alex and said firmly, I'll buy it. Name your price. Alex didn't say a number. Instead, look around. Finally, he stood up and looked around the living room. Very luxurious decoration style. There is a modern new Chinese style, with leather seats that combine Chinese and Western styles and various mahogany furniture. Alex likes this decoration style very much. Shang Shuili couldn't help but frown when she saw Alex like this. But soon her brows relaxed. Yu said, I personally supervise the development of this high-end villa complex, Guanhai Lanting. There are 18 villas here, each covering more than 20 acres, and each is priced at more than 1 billion. I developed this place 4 years ago. Every building here is luxuriously decorated. It has just been delivered for less than a year. The villa you are standing on is the best building. It is also my home. I plan to give it away as a dowry. Alex remained calm. He returned to the sofa and sat down. Put a smile on your face. Ms. Shang has a keen eye. She can tell at a glance that I have ideas about this villa. Shang Shuili frowned slightly. He was indeed interested in his own home. Alex just shook his head and said, but a gentleman does not take away what others love. Since this is Miss Shang's dowry, I have no other ideas. Shang Shuili frowned and said, Mr. Zhang, your video evidence is not enough to make me pay so much, right? Alex said slowly, Ms. Shang, whether the video is valuable or not, you have to decide who to sell it to. If I say that I will go to your father overnight, show him the video, and at the same time spread a false news that you have already bought the evidence at a high price, do you think your father will get there first? Shang Shuili said in a deep voice, Are you threatening me? No, no, no. Alex shook his head and said, I just want to maximize the benefits. Shang Shuili sneered and said, How dare you go to Shang Mingjun alone? I can guarantee that once you go, you will never come back. By then, let alone selling at a high price, it will be difficult for you to leave safely. Alex snapped his fingers and stood up. Then we'll just have to wait and see. Anyway, your sister is still with me. Shang Mingjun dared to attack me, which means she doesn't want to see his daughter again. Alex said this and walked straight out the door. Shang Shuili shouted tenderly, Stop him. 8 strong men entered one after another. They are all dressed in suits, tall, long-legged and strong. Alex glanced sideways and asked in a deep voice, "Why? You want to keep me overnight?" Shang Xueli said expressionlessly. "You have to keep one of the evidence and the other. Choose for yourself." Alex sneered. "Miss Shang, are you planning to get it for free?" Shang Xueli raised his chin towards the bank card on the table. 100 million. This is the highest price I can offer. I hope you will not be ungrateful." Alex glanced at his watch slowly and gave a confident smile. "It's 21:38 now. If I can't get back before 2300 hours, you may never see your sister again." Shang Xueli's pupils suddenly contracted. "Are you addicted to threatening me?" Alex snorted coldly. "Humph. You were the one who threatened me first. Let's just be friends. Now, I want to leave. Are you going to stop me?" The 8 people looked at Shang Xueli in unison. Shang Xueli's expression changed unpredictably, and finally he sneered. "You underestimate me, Shang Xueli. To me, as long as you are a Haiqing native with a name, I can get all your information overnight. Then, will you still worry about not being able to find my sister?" Alex chuckled and said, "What if I used a fake name?" Shang Xueli's brows turned cold, and he scolded. "Then pry your mouth open. You guys push him over." Following her order, the 8 people stepped forward in unison. Alex glanced at the 8 people in the circle in front of him, who were ready to make a move. "I want to leave, and you think these country folks can stop me?" Alex's words completely angered the 8 people. 8 people rushed towards him at the same time. These people are bodyguards who have been trained by the bodyguard company before taking up their posts. Each of them is very skilled, and even 3 or 5 ordinary men cannot get close to them. Alex couldn't guarantee that he could defeat all these people. He wants to try it. Try to see how strong you are at fighting alone now. If you can beat them, leave. If you can't beat them, you can only admit defeat. Alex chose to take the initiative. He rushed forward and delivered an elbow to the center. The violent explosive force sent the man in suit flying 3 meters away. After the man in the suit fell to the ground, his body hunched over and he didn't move. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Alex must take the initiative. And if a fatal blow can be made, it will be fatal. Once surrounded by them, even if one's combat power doubles, there is no room for resistance. After knocking down one man, Alex took advantage of the situation and turned around, delivering a backward elbow strike that hit the other man hard in the face. There was a snapping sound. The man spun around and fell to the ground, and Alex kicked him again. The other person's neck tilted, and he fell unconscious. It all happened in a flash, in the blink of an eye. It took Alex less than 2 seconds to knock down the 2 men. This made the other 6 people furious. Some of them kicked, some punched, and some hooked. Alex was surrounded. But in his eyes, these people's movements were also slightly slower. Alex barely dodged a whip kick, protected his face with his elbows, and rushed forward violently, knocking one man away. "Don't worry about anything else, and just roll over on the spot to relieve the force." He kicked one man's leg, and the man jumped down from the air. Alex turned around to avoid him, and then elbowed him down with his backhand. Now there are only 4 people left standing. At this time, the 4 of them were also a little panicked. When people panic, they will reveal many flaws. Alex either elbows or knees. Each move is ruthless. After about a minute, the remaining 4 people had all fallen to the ground. Finally, he took 2 steps at a time and came to Shang Xueli, who was already frightened and a little dazed. The 2 faced each other. So close. Chapter 044 Shang Xueli. "I want to give you a home." Alex and Shang Xueli were almost face to face. Shang Xueli could even feel the other person's slightly heavy breathing blowing between his eyebrows. All 8 bodyguards he brought with him were beaten unconscious. She took a step back, folded her arms, and said calmly, "You're a better fighter than I thought. If you want to leave, I can't stop you." Alex sneered. "You want to let me go now? It's too late." Shang Xueli's pupil shrank. The next moment, Alex raised one arm and grabbed Shang Xueli's neck. The other person's feet gradually left the ground. Shang Xueli was a little surprised. The other person looked so thin, but he could actually lift himself up with one hand. Shang Xueli tried to stand on tiptoe, and the sound of her neck being choked changed. "I think we can sit down and have a good talk. Business is always done through negotiation, isn't it?" The fact that she has been able to get to where she is today shows that she is a smart and sensible woman. All 8 bodyguards were subdued by the other side. Shang Xueli knew that he was at a disadvantage, so of course he had to give a result that would satisfy Alex. Otherwise, he would suffer a loss. Alex sneered. "Now you want to talk to me?" "Too late. Shang Shuili smiled slightly. Mr. Zhang, I think the real reason you showed up at my house tonight was not to take Xiao's things. Your real purpose was to discuss business with me, right? Alex's eyes narrowed. It has to be said that Shang Shuili is far ahead of Shang Shuirua in terms of IQ. How do you know? Alex asked. He increased the strength on his hands. Shang Shuili could only try her best to raise her swan neck to keep herself in a comfortable position. She slowly said, just because you edited and organized these surveillance videos before coming here to find me, that means you want to sell these evidence to me, doesn't it? Alex smiled faintly. Yes, you are right. I do want to discuss business with you, but on the basis of the business being concluded, why don't I go directly to the richest man, but come to you? Shang Shuili paused for 2 seconds before speaking. Because, Xiao? Alex shook his head and said, not entirely, but almost. My main goal is still profit. There is nothing to hide from Shang Shuili, a pure businessman. His purpose is to maximize profits. Shang Shuili's face turned a little red. The voice became increasingly labored. Mr. Zhang, can you let me go? Alex's hand slowly loosened. Shang Shuili fell to the ground and coughed violently several times. Alex said coldly, this is your last chance. Show your sincerity. Shang Shuili stood up, his eyes reluctantly scanning the huge living room. She said to herself, the total cost of decorating this villa inside and out is close to 200 million. All the decorative materials are top-notch, and I was also involved in the design of the house decoration. It cost me too much blood. To be honest, I really wouldn't want to give my home away to someone else. She seemed to have made up her mind and said helplessly, I'll use this villa as a price to exchange for the evidence in your hand. Are you satisfied, Mr. Zhang? Alex nodded and said, no problem, but I have a condition. Shang Shuili frowned. I gave you my home. What else do you have to offer? Alex smiled gently. I will receive a bounty of 500 million tonight. Shang Shuili thought for a moment and nodded. No problem. I can help you connect now. She pulled her cell phone out of her handbag and made a call. The call was connected quickly. Shang Shuili left the door and said straight to the point. I met Xiao Ro. The situation is not optimistic. The other party wants 5 billion to release the person. Who will pay for it? Alex's eyes widened in shock. He looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. Fuck. You fucking. Make 10 times the profit by backhanding? Shang Shuili felt the gaze and smiled slightly at Alex. It seems to be saying, you are still a little young, so learn from me. Shang Mingjun on the other end of the phone kept roaring. Shang Shuili sneered. You are a father? Shouldn't you spend money for your daughter? If you don't spend this money today, you may never see Xiao again in the future. Alex finally understood the real reason why Shang Shuili hated this family. All he talks about is money. Every step he takes is calculated, and there is no family affection at all. Okay, half for each of us. Let's arrange the money now. Shang Shuili hung up the phone. She smiled faintly at Alex. Done? If nothing goes wrong, your 500 million bounty will be credited to your account within 10 minutes. Alex lay down on the sofa and crossed his legs. Leisurely said, okay, then wait for 10 minutes. During this period, he started browsing his phone and researching the symptoms of neurasthenia. A few minutes later, Shang Shuili received a large grant from the richest man. Shang Shuili was in a good mood after receiving the money and immediately transferred 500 million bounty to Alex's account. Alex was also in a very good mood. With this calculation, the funds he had on hand, not counting the 100 million from Yi Danxiong, amounted to 700 million. I'm going to buy all the shares of Chung Jinhai Group when I get home tonight. Shang Shuili couldn't wait to say, can you give me the video now? Alex nodded and said, no problem, but you need to sign a property transfer agreement first. Shang Shuili rolled her eyes. It's just a house. Do I have to cheat? It's better to be safe than sorry. Shang Shuili had no choice but to take out a pen and paper and write a document for the transfer of the house. And at Alex's strong request, he pressed his fingerprints. She was quite angry at the moment and looked extremely unhappy. Your 500 million bounty has been received. Xiao's phone and ID card are here. You can leave my house now. Alex frowned, slapped the document on the table, and pointed at the door. What do you mean you're home? This is my home. Please get out of my house right now. Shang Shuili's face was full of black lines, and he was speechless. But it seems that what they said is right. From the moment I signed the agreement, the house has become someone else's. She gritted her teeth and said, as long as the contract is not signed, this house will still be mine. Besides, it will take time for me to move, right? Alex smiled and said, okay, I'll give you 2 days to move. We'll go and handle the transfer procedures in 2 days. Shang Shuili squeezed out 4 words from between his teeth. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Alex stood up and walked towards the living room door. But after he took a few steps, he suddenly turned back and said, By the way, Miss Shang, in the past 6 months, you can eat whatever you want. Enjoy life as much as you can. You don't have much time left. Shang Shuili, who was about to close her eyes to rest, suddenly trembled and opened her eyes abruptly to look at Alex. She said in a deep voice, What do you mean by this? Alex looked regretful. It's really a pity that he got this disease at such a young age. Shang Shuili felt panicky, but he remained calm on the surface. She said with a delicate voice, What do you mean by that? Are you cursing me? Alex shook his head and sighed. Have you been having headaches, insomnia, and sometimes getting very excited but only for a short time? Even though you haven't done much, you always feel very tired? Shang Shuili's eyes widened, with a hint of panic in his shock. Alex saw her expression. He was very sure that he had made the right bet. He went on to say, Also, I am afraid of light and noise. I get angry and easily excited. I am often irritable and restless. I worry and worry for no reason, and I often feel dizzy. Even if I can fall asleep at night, it's shallow sleep. I wake up many times and have a lot of dreams. I want to improve my sleep quality by drinking, but I find that the more I drink, the more energetic I feel. I want to sleep especially during the day, but I just can't fall asleep no matter how hard I try. You may even feel anxious, chest tightness, tinnitus, and dizziness, right? Shang Shuili stared at Alex blankly. Breathing gradually becomes more rapid. He actually knows all my symptoms? How did he know? Chapter 045. Shang Shuili was fooled and confused. What? Alex sighed. So I say, eat whatever you want and enjoy life as much as you can. If you don't enjoy it, you won't have the chance when you become completely paralyzed. After saying that, Alex walked out the door without looking back. Shang Shuili's arms trembled and he collapsed on the sofa. How did he know that I've been troubled by these symptoms recently? Will I be paralyzed? Shang Shuili's face was full of disbelief. I was still feeling a little panicked. No, I need to ask for clarification. What disease do I have? Shang Shuili chased after him with heavy steps. Wait a minute. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. Alex, who was about to walk out of the courtyard gate, stopped and turned back to ask, Miss Shang, do you have anything else to do? Shang Shuili calmed his mind and forced himself to calm down. She walked quickly to Alex. The light outside was dim, and Alex couldn't see her complicated expression. I could only feel her slightly rapid breathing. Mr. Zhang, please explain clearly. Is my illness serious? Alex shook his head and said, Ms. Shang, I have made it very clear. You actually know all these symptoms. Why did you bother to come and ask me? Your symptoms have persisted for several years. I don't believe you haven't seen a doctor. I believe the doctor has explained your condition very clearly, right? Shang Shuili opened his mouth slightly, somewhat speechless. She bit her lip and smiled. Well, the doctor did talk about my condition. She said I just had a mild nervous breakdown. Mr. Zhang was able to see my symptoms at a glance just now. I believe you also have a better understanding of my illness, right? Alex frowned. Which quack told you that your illness is neurasthenia? It's a doctor in the hospital, the neurology department. Shang Shuili answered with a guilty conscience. Did the doctor prescribe any medicine for you? Shang Shuili nodded and said, It's been opened. It's said to treat neurasthenia. Is there a problem? TSK, TSK, TSK. Alex shook his head and smacked his lips. That's it. Just enjoy yourself. You're still young. You shouldn't be paralyzed within a year. Shang Shuili's eyes widened again, and he said with a hurried breath, Will I be paralyzed again? That's right, Alex said seriously. Paralysis is only the mildest symptom. It will not affect your organ functions or senses. But more serious symptoms will make you lose your senses, just like high paraplegia, and you will be unable to take care of yourself. So serious? Shang Shuili's pupils contracted, and he staggered back 2 steps. She felt inexplicably terrified at the thought that she might become paralyzed from the waist down and lose control of her bowels and bladder. Alex said seriously, In fact, being unable to take care of yourself is not the most serious thing. The most serious thing is that you will gradually lose your hearing, taste, and smell, and even your vision in the end. Shang Shuili was skeptical. Are you kidding me? Although he was skeptical, he still mixed half and half. Alex spoke seriously and with reason and evidence, and he could see the symptoms at a glance. which made Shang Shuili unable to disbelieve him. Shang Shuili asked with a trembling voice, "Since Mr. Zhang can tell my symptoms at a glance, I would like to ask, what disease do I have?" Alex said with a serious face, "Neurological necrosis." Shang Shuili's body trembled. His eyes looked a little confused. She had never even heard of this disease. Alex explained with a complicated expression. The human body has many nerves, including cranial nerves, spinal nerves, central nerves. In short, there are all kinds of nerves. Many people only get one type of nerve disease, and even if it is necrotic, it can be cured through treatment. But you can't. Your entire nervous system is necrotic. This is troublesome. There is no cure in modern medicine. His serious nonsense scared Shang Shuili to death. Shang Shuili felt like she was about to lose her balance. She stared into Alex's eyes and shook her head. "No, I don't believe it. You are lying to me, right?" Alex pouted and said, "Is there any benefit for me to lie to you? Why would I lie to you for no reason? I just wanted to get back at you for letting your bodyguard beat me." Shang Shuili bit her lip, and her face suddenly turned pale. "Yes, the other party has no reason to deceive himself." She asked tremblingly, "How did you see these symptoms of mine?" Alex answered seriously. "Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, questioning, and palpation. First, I observe your facial features. Second, judge the smell of your body. And third, infer based on your living environment. I didn't expect it to be so accurate." "You also know Chinese medicine?" Shang Shuili frowned. "And you can infer the cause of my illness just by looking and smelling?" Alex shrugged. "Whether you believe it or not, I've already said it, and you should take it seriously. I can't guarantee whether my judgment is accurate or not, so I think you still need to do a detailed screening." "Okay, Miss Shang, it's getting late. I have to go home." "Wait a moment." Shang Shuili grabbed Alex's sleeve. "Mr. Zhang, please answer my last question." "Well, ask it." Shang Shuili took a deep breath and asked calmly, "Can you cure my illness?" "Yes, Alex nodded but shook his head subconsciously. "No, it can't be cured." Shang Shuili frowned again. "You just nodded and said yes. Why did you suddenly shake your head and say no? What do you mean?" "Well, cough, I can cure it, but I'm not sure." Alex continued, "You also know that as a traditional Chinese medicine inheritor, I cannot take over a disease that I am not sure I can treat. Otherwise, not only will it damage my reputation, but it will also affect my personal reputation. But don't worry too much. It's possible that I made a wrong judgment." Shang Shuili fell silent. After a long while, she said, "Tomorrow, I will go for a comprehensive neurological examination. Also, it's not convenient for my sister to live in your house, and it's not appropriate for you two to be alone together. However, considering that she's in a bad mood, I can indulge her for 2 days. I hope to see her when you come to take over the property in 2 days. Is that okay?" Alex nodded. "No problem. It's too late. I won't see you off, Mr. Zhang. Take care, Mr. Zhang." Shang Shuili watched Alex leave. When she returned to the room, she saw the bodyguards lying on the ground and dialed 120 for emergency assistance. The next morning, Shang Shui left the psychiatric department of Haicheng Hospital. After a series of examinations, the doctor gave his conclusion. "Ms. Shang, the report after the examination shows that you have symptoms of moderate neurasthenia." Shang Shuili frowned and said, "Dr. Zhao, is there a possibility that I am not suffering from neurasthenia, but nerve necrosis?" The middle-aged female doctor also frowned. After she pondered for a few seconds, she said with a complicated expression, "The examination result showed neurasthenia. No symptoms of nerve necrosis were found, but the possibility of nerve necrosis cannot be ruled out." Shang Shuili's heart sank, and she asked, "Dr. Zhao, can you describe in detail the consequences of total nervous system necrosis?" "So far, the most common nerve necrosis in the country is regional nerve necrosis. There have been no cases of necrosis of the entire nervous system. However, this possibility cannot be ruled out, but the possibility is very small. As for the consequences, they are very serious. A mild case may lead to paralysis of the whole body, and a severe case may lead to loss of all consciousness, that is, becoming a vegetable." "Why is Miss Shang interested in this?" Shang Shuili's face looked a little ugly. He forced a smile and shook his head. "Nothing, just asking." Dr. Zhao said with concern, "Ms. Shang, don't think too much. Your symptoms are just caused by neurasthenia, not nerve necrosis. Take medicine on time, have regular checkups and rehabilitation treatments, follow a healthy schedule, and relax. I believe you will get better soon." "Thank you." "I see." Shang Shuili thanked him and left the hospital. She looked back at the sign of Haiching Hospital and frowned. Suddenly became a little manic. What doesn't rule out those possibilities? Quacks, they're all quacks. She now had an urgent urge to find Alex and ask him to cure her. Chapter 046. Shang Jia and his daughter sever their relationship. Tangong number 1. The residence of the richest man. Shang Xueli came in a threatening manner, and as soon as he met Shang Mingjun, he began to question him harshly. How are you going to deal with a mistress and your illegitimate child? Shang Mingjun frowned. Isn't Xiao at your place? Since she's safe and sound, let's forget about this matter. After all, they didn't intend to hurt Xiao. They just wanted to cheat me out of some money. Shang Xueli sneered. Shang Mingjun, are you blind? You actually believed what this vicious mother and son said? Did you know that Xiao was almost beaten to death by that vicious woman? What? Shang Mingjun was shocked. How is this possible? They said they only imprisoned Xiao and did not harm her. Shang Xueli threw out his phone and said angrily, You'll understand everything after you finish reading this. The video starts playing from the first one. This video was recorded manually by Alex. It was the whole process of Zhou Yinzu coaxing Shang Xuerua into drinking the drug and then kidnapping her. Shang Mingjun gritted his teeth and said, I won't let this little bastard off. The second video follows. Zhou Yinzu, Mom, how long are we going to keep Shang Xuerua locked up? If it takes too long, what if she finds us here? Zhou Xinlan, what are you afraid of? They definitely won't think that we kidnapped her. Let's lock her up for 2 days to make Shang Xueli, that little bitch, go crazy. She snatched so many shares from your father and became the president of the group. These things originally belonged to us. We can't make her suffer now. Giving her some mental torture is like collecting interest. Zhou Yinzu, Mom, after I kill these 2 sisters, you can marry them legitimately. By then, I will become the prince of Jianhai Group and no longer have to bear the identity of an illegitimate child. The nth video. Zhou Yinzu, Mom, she hasn't eaten or drunk anything for a day and a night. How about I go and bring her some food? Zhou Xinlan, what do you want to send? What can a dying person eat? I have to clean up her poop and pee. I can't give her a single bite to eat or drink. If she starves for another day, I'll throw her into the sea to feed the sharks tomorrow night. Zhou Yinzu, alas, this little sister is so beautiful, it's a pity to feed her to sharks like this. Zhou Xinlan, you little brat, I advise you not to have any bad thoughts. Even though she deserves to die, she is nominally your sister. Drink less beer. Mom is out and may not be back until midnight. Last video. Zhou Yinzu became beastly and Zhou Xinlan rushed back in time. Then there was the scene of Zhou Xinlan wielding a whip and beating Shang Xuerua. After watching the video, Shang Mingjun roared angrily. Zhou Xinlan, you vicious woman, you deserve to die. Shang Xueli snatched the phone away with a sarcastic and sneering look on his face. Shang Mingjun, is this what you meant by saying they won't hurt Xiao? How much do you trust them to believe their lies? Are you blind? How could you raise 2 such ruthless people? In a rage, Shang Mingjun roared and smashed the tea set on the table to pieces. These 2 bastards, I spent money to support them, and this is how they repay me? Shang Mingjun was extremely angry, and with red eyes he said to Shang Xueli, Ali, I leave Zhou Xinlan to you. You can do whatever you want with her. I have no objection even if you cut her into pieces. Shang Xueli sneered. What about Zhou Yinzu? Shang Mingjun avoided looking around, feeling somewhat guilty, and his expression was extremely complicated. Ali, Azu is not the mastermind. All of this was planned by Zhou Xinlan behind the scenes, and he also followed her mother's arrangements. Shang Xueli said angrily. He almost attacked Xiao, and you still wanted to protect him? Shang Mingjun lowered his head in shame, his tone full of pleading. Ali, I know you are angry. Actually, I am also angry, but Azu is also my child. I can't bear to hurt either of them. If it were you, you would make the same choice as me. He was just drunk and unconscious at the time, and Xiao was not. Ha! Shang Xueli laughed crazily, and tears welled up in her eyes. You 2 are truly a loving father and filial son. Shang Mingjun said hatefully, Don't worry, I will break both legs of this little bastard and make him spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. This way he won't pose any threat to you and Xiao. You should be satisfied, right? Shang Xueli was still laughing crazily, her face full of tears. They have done so many evil things, and you still want to protect him? Ha ha, Shang Mingjun. You are really hopeless. I can't tell whether you are our biological father or not. Now I feel sick if I stay with you for one more second. Shang Mingjun stood up and said with a grim expression, I will have someone send Zhou Xinlan to you. You can kill her or chop her up as you like. No one can touch Zhou Nianzu except me. Shang Xueli was both disappointed and desperate. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face and looked coldly at the father who had raised her for more than 20 years. Shang Mingjun, you can live with that vicious woman and that rubbish son. Xiao, and I cannot bear your fatherly love. From now on, I will sever the father-daughter relationship with you and never have any contact with you until we die. Shang Xueli turned around and left without any more reluctance. Shang Mingjun was struck by lightning. No matter how Shang Mingjun called out, Shang Xueli remained indifferent until his daughter got into the car and left. Shang Mingjun seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. Shang Xueli got himself drunk after returning home and passed out. Alex did when he came back last night was to use all the 500 million he got from Shang Xueli to buy shares of Jinhai Group. But when I bought the stocks yesterday, the kidnapping incident of Shang Xueli had almost fermented. As of this morning, the total profit of 500 million barely reached 20%. Alex did after waking up was to sell all his stocks. The first investment of 200 million yuan doubled its profit, and last night's 500 million yuan gained 20%. Alex now has a huge sum of 10 billion. Brother, when did you come back yesterday? Shang Shu, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly rubbed her sleepy eyes, sat up from the bed, and her eyes gradually became bright again. The morning sunlight shone on her through the window, making her look particularly pure and clean. Shang Shuruo was still wearing the pure white t-shirt, black pleated skirt, and white stockings that she wore last night. Her long, thick black hair hung over her right shoulder, and she was looking at Alex with her clear eyes. Shang Shuruo just woke up. Alex closed his notebook and smiled. I came back late yesterday. You were already asleep when I came back, and I didn't have the heart to wake you up. Shang Shuruo pouted and said dissatisfiedly. I changed into my brother's favorite short skirt and stockings, but my brother didn't come back in the middle of the night, and I accidentally fell asleep. Come over. Alex patted the place next to him. Shang Shuruo knelt down and crawled over, leaning into Alex's arms. Soon, she was holding Alex's hand. Shang Shuruo's face was rosy, and she opened her mouth slightly, her voice crisp, tender, and sweet. Brother Alex came back so late. What did you talk about with me? Alex told the version of the story that he had planned long ago. Your sister gave me the villa she lives in now to thank me for saving your life, so it took some time. By the way, she was worried about you living with me, so she asked to come and pick you up last night. Shang Shuruo's delicate body trembled. She grabbed Alex's hand as they wandered off to the end of 11th Street. Then why didn't your sister come yesterday? Alex rubbed Shang Shuruo's head. Shang Shuruo also lowered her head silently. Listening to Alex's lecture, she kept nodding her head. Alex half closed his eyes and explained. I bought you 2 days. I will send you back the day after tomorrow when we move. Shang Shuruo had no resistance to going home this time. When she raised her head slightly, her chin bounced back. Shang Shuruo said sincerely and shyly, Brother, I want to be your woman completely. Please take Xiaoro. Alex's heart was shocked. Looking at her long expecting eyes, he nodded slightly. Chapter 047 Crisis from Lu Wanding. Shang Shuruo saw Alex nod, feeling a little longing and shy. The two reached a consensus of some kind. Alex knew she was injured, so he is especially kind and gentle to women. An hour later, Alex and Shang Shuruo both walked out of the bathroom. Shang Shuruo, who became a woman for the first time, had a more gentle and charming look between her brows. Alex also chose not to go anywhere today and just stayed at home with her. He found his cell phone in the bedroom. In addition to a text message from 7 days later, the message on WeChat also showed 99 plus. Alex clicks on today's future text message. You are so smart. Seeing this opening statement, Alex was confused. What the hell? Have I become very smart? Why did you trick Shang Xueli into saying that her nervous system was necrotic? I woke up with 4 days of ridiculous memories. For days. Do you know how I spent these 4 days? Once you tell a lie, you will need thousands of lies to cover it up. I had to pretend to be a descendant of a family of traditional Chinese medicine in front of her for several days. I boiled Chinese medicine for her every day using a kidney tonifying prescription, but she showed no signs of improvement. Yesterday, she questioned this, and this morning she brought a neurologist and a fake busting anchor with millions of fans to dismantle my plan. She live broadcasted the entire scene of my social demise. At that time, I wanted to die by banging my head against her chest. Now, I am hiding at home and dare not go out. The internet is full of abuses. The police have been called 3 times. Fuck, we are really unlucky. Alex was stunned when he saw the content of the text message. I just tricked Shang Shiuli on a whim, as revenge for her letting her bodyguard attack me. But I didn't expect it to cause such a chain reaction. Is this the butterfly effect? You have to make amends for the sins you have committed by yourself. Otherwise, you will have to experience what I am experiencing today sooner or later. When you move the day after tomorrow, Shang Shiuli will invite you to be her personal doctor. Since Shang Shiuli asked you to do so, you can't refuse, so you can only agree to her request. Special reminder, never give her kidney tonifying Chinese medicine. Part of the cause of her neurasthenia is the endocrine disorder caused by excessive stress. It is best to boil some Chinese medicine for her to treat endocrine disorders. For the next mission rewards, I will try to choose skills related to traditional Chinese medicine, which will at least enable you to have the ability to respond when facing such difficult situations. It's true that misfortunes never come alone. I just received a call from Lu Qingyan and have arrived at the Lu family because something big happened to Lu Wanbing last night. The thing is, on the evening of June 12th, which is the evening of your time and space, Lu Wanbing will attend a socialite charity dinner at 9 o'clock in the evening. Alex couldn't help but frown. In his opinion, the word socialite is not a good name. In the 1930s, socialites generally referred to wealthy girls who came from prominent families, were talented, beautiful, and good at socializing. Moreover, these socialites have made great contributions to society and are keen on charity. But with the development of the times, the meaning of the term socialite has changed. It is no longer a symbol of social wealth and status, but a group of rich women who are keen on taking photos to show off. Even the code word for socialite is prostitute or gold digger. But in the real circle of wealthy people, these socialites are women with both talent and beauty, positive values, and are low-key and have inner qualities. Before Lu Wanbing attended the charity dinner, she specially invited you to be her male companion. But when she contacted you, you were in a romantic relationship with Shang Shiuli, so you rejected her. It was because of this that the tragedy happened last night. The cause of the incident was that Lu Wanbing went to the banquet alone and met a good friend in the circle whom she had not seen for a long time at the banquet. The two of them drank 2 more glasses during the greeting. But she, who always had a good alcohol tolerance, felt dizzy soon after and was helped to the lounge by her female colleagues. I think you can guess what happened next. Yes, a lot of photos were taken of her. Lu Wanbing was threatened with photos at the new product launch conference yesterday afternoon, June 18th, and was forced to cancel the conference. She was even threatened to hand over the new product formula. In just one night, the market value of Freezing Point Company shrank by 27%, causing direct losses of more than 10 billion. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Wanbing is now like a walking corpse. Since she came back yesterday afternoon, she has locked herself in the room and refused to eat or drink. Lu Wanbing is not just Lu Wanbing. She is also our sister and our family member. We cannot just let it go when our family members are in trouble. You must accompany her to attend the celebrity charity dinner tonight. You would rather be photographed than let her get caught. How can she, the girl, bear that? So please. Signature. You will be completely socially dead in 7 days. Alex felt a little heavy. The Lu family is engaged in the high-end cosmetics industry and has its own scientific research team to study formulas. Every new product they launch is very popular. But the business world is like a battlefield. Business war is a battlefield without the smoke of gunpowder, full of intrigue and life and death struggle. But even in a business war, such despicable means cannot be used. However, just because Alex hasn't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Because ordinary people can't even imagine the dark side of capital. After opening the WeChat chat, Alex discovered that these messages were not sent from a single individual, but were group messages. The name of this group is I Love Mumu's Home. Isn't this why I love the Lu family? When I clicked in, I saw there were 6 people in the group. Dad, Aunt Jiang, the 3 Lu sisters, and Alex. Most of these messages are photos and tourist attractions sent by Aunt Jiang and Dad. Then there were Lu Wanbing's praise and comments, Lu Xuanchuan's few comments and praise, and Lu Qingyan, 0 messages. This girl might be hiding in some corner, worrying about herself. because some of them are swimsuits on the beach. Lu Qingyan must have been extremely unhappy when she saw that her mother, who was like a big cabbage, was taken away by her father, a rough and big man. Alex laughed happily. Alex ordered takeout at noon. Then he played games with Shang Shuerhua for an afternoon. Shang Shuerhua put down her phone, threw herself into Alex's arms, and said in a soft voice, "Brother, I'm a little sleepy. Let's go upstairs and sleep for a while. When we wake up, we can go out for a midnight snack." Alex's body trembled. I remembered the content of the text message I sent this morning. Lu Wanbing invited you. You were in love with Shang Shuerhua. He glanced at Shang Shuerhua's condition. Isn't this just like going to a delicious meal, becoming addicted to it, and wanting to go back to the same restaurant again? Alex immediately shook his head and refused. I have something else to do later. If you were sleepy, go to bed for a while. Ah, Shang Shuerhua said a little disappointedly. Brother Alex, are you going out? Alex patted her head and smiled. Yeah, we have to go out at 8 p.m. Shang Shuerhua's delicate body trembled. But Alex, it's only 7 o'clock. Alex looked at the watch. Yes, it is 7 o'clock. There is still an hour left. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to Shang Shuerhua. Well, plenty of time. Chapter 048, The Advanced Lu Wanbing, is too advanced. Alex and Shang Shuerhua did not go out all day today. Alex's large white shirt, since she finished her first battle in the morning and took a shower, which can barely cover her legs. Long black stockings wrapped around her well-proportioned legs. Alex, who had been playing games for an entire afternoon, was actually quite hungry, and his appetite was immediately whetted by the delicious food in front of him. He embraced Shang Shuerhua. You don't have to go to the second floor if you want to sleep. There are only 2 of us at home, so we can just take a nap on the sofa. Shang Shuerhua hummed and nodded slightly. Half an hour later, Alex's cell phone rang. When I picked it up, it turned out to be Lu Wanbing. Alex took a step back and moved away from Shang Shuerhua, who suddenly felt a little empty. Xiaoro, don't talk. I'm going to take a call. Yeah. Shang Shuerhua nodded obediently. Hey, big sister. Lu Wanbing's sarcastic tone came from the phone. Have you been enjoying yourself these past few days? I, as your sister, didn't take the initiative to call you, but you didn't respond at all. This makes me feel that I am being too sentimental as your sister. Alex lay back, patted his thigh, and said with a wry smile, Sister, you misunderstood. I've been watching the stock market these past 2 days and didn't dare to go to bed until midnight. Shang Shuerhua saw Alex clapping his hands. She knew what he wanted to say to her, so he moved over slowly. Alex's gaze. Shang Shuerhua slowly sat in front of him and listened carefully to what was on the phone. Lu Wanbing said unhappily, You have no conscience, that's all. How much money can you make from stock trading? You have lost all the money you borrowed from Miss Yi, right? How could that be possible? I bought shares of Jinhai Group 2 days ago. Lu Wanbing was silent for a moment before saying, You were quite lucky. The shares of Jinhai Group have been soaring since the night before yesterday, and they have only reached their daily limit this morning. It seems that God wants you to make a fortune. Alex was too lazy to talk about anything else. After all, Shang Shuerhua is now constantly testing the elasticity of the sofa cushions. So, he got straight to the point. Sister, let's talk business. Lu Wanbing didn't hesitate any longer and asked, Where are you? Alex replied, I'm at Villa 71 on the bay. I've been staying here for the past 2 days. Lu Wanbing said unhappily, You have a home, but you don't want to go back. You have to live in the wedding room of 2 elders. I really give up. She paused and continued, Accompany me to a charity banquet at 9 o'clock tonight. I bought you a suit. Go home and try it on to see if it fits. If it doesn't fit, you have to buy another one. Alex looked at the time. It was already 7:30, and there was only an hour and a half left until 9 o'clock. Okay, no problem. I'll be home around 8. Lu Wanbing said, The bay is less than 5 kilometers away from here. How can it take half an hour? Alex teased, I have to take a shower, right? Otherwise, I'll stink, and it'll be your turn to be disgraced. Lu Wanbing urged, Okay, then hurry up and wash. I'll wait for you at home. Alex hung up the phone. He patted the back of Shang Shuerhua's hand, which was used for support. Carry me on your back. Shang Shuerhua avoided his gaze, knowing that this was Alex's usual trick. She had already figured out Alex's preferences. When I watch videos, I like to see girls bending over. Beginners bend their waists, while veterans lower their waists. A few minutes later, Alex carried Shang Shuerhua into the bathroom. After getting dressed, Alex told Xiaoru, I'm going to a dinner party. I may not be back until very late, or I may not be back at all. You can order some takeout and try to go to bed early. Shang Shirua and Yang Mei hugged him reluctantly and said coquettishly, "Brother Alex, don't leave me alone to sleep at home. I'm scared. How about I send you to your sister?" Shang Shirua was horrified and shook her head. "No, it's hard for me to walk. My sister can tell at a glance that I'm hurt by you." Alex glared at him. "Then why don't you exercise some restraint?" Shang Shirua blushed. "Be good. I'll try to come back as soon as possible." "Okay then, brother. Be careful on the road." Shang Shirua gave him a kiss, helped Alex straighten his shirt, and watched him go downstairs. Alex arrived at Lu's house. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, there was a black Lamborghini and a Rolls-Royce parked in the yard, with 2 drivers standing beside them. This way of travel is very common in the circle. The boss drives a sports car, and the driver drives a sedan. The boss cannot drive after drinking, so the 2 drivers have to drive both cars back at the same time. The door of Dania's car was open, and Lu Wanbing was leaning against the car body, waiting anxiously. Alex saw Lu Wanbing. His heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Beautiful. So beautiful. Under the light of the small lighthouse in the courtyard, Lu Wanbing now looks as beautiful as a painting. She has thick black hair, curved eyebrows, and affectionate eyes. The flaming red lips are extremely sexy. The diamond necklace on the neck and the diamond earrings on the crystal earlobes are exquisite and high-end. A black suspender slimming skirt outlines the perfect figure. The black stockings on the beautiful legs are glowing with a light luster. They are obviously high-end stockings worth hundreds or thousands of dollars. They are very nice and tear-resistant. She is incredibly beautiful, bright, and charming. Lu Wanbing at this moment. I saw Alex standing there in a daze after seeing me, staring at me without blinking. Lu Wanbing was secretly delighted. She took a shopping bag from the car and handed it over. "Go try it on to see if it fits. If it doesn't, you'll have to change into another set. Hurry, there's no time." Alex took the shopping bag and muttered, "You didn't have time, and you didn't know to call earlier." "Hmm? What did you say?" Lu Wanbing glared at him with intimidating eyes, and Alex was so scared that he quickly ran back into the house. Lu Qingyan and Lu Xianxian were leaning on the sofa playing with their mobile phones at the moment. They noticed Alex rushing into a room, and they both put down their phones and started talking in a low voice. "Sister, tell me, Alex hasn't come back these 2 days. What has he been doing?" Lu Qingyan said indifferently. "Who knows? It's just right that he doesn't come back. We can wear whatever we want at home. He lives here, and I don't dare to wear cool clothes. I hope he will never come back." Lu Xianxian frowned and said, "Sister, you can't say that. We are family now. Logically, this is also his home. Alex is always out and not coming home. Does he dislike us?" "He dislikes us?" Lu Qingyan stared with her beautiful eyes and said unhappily, "If we don't despise him, then he should be thankful. Where does he get the confidence to despise us?" After a pause, Lu Qingyan added, "If he dislikes you, he dislikes you." Lu Xianxian stared with big eyes. "I'm so cute. He dislikes me? No way." Lu Qingyan laughed and said, "I am so pretty, he will definitely not dislike me. My elder sister is prettier than me, and the key is that she is also sexy. Alex definitely doesn't dislike my elder sister, so he can only dislike you." Why? Lu Xianxian felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. Lu Qingyan pursed her lips and smiled. "Haven't you heard that cuteness is vulnerable to sexiness?" Lu Xianxian looked down at the cute clothes she was wearing. A white t-shirt with cartoon patterns and a long floral skirt that covers the calves, leaving only the white socks exposed. Lu Qingyan again. She was wearing a white dress that gave off a pure and ethereal vibe, revealing her long, snow-white legs and a faint cleavage that could be seen on her upper body, making her look so much more classy than herself. Think about the sexy outfit that elder sister wore today that outshined all the other girls. Lu Xianxian suddenly became autistic. She pursed her lips and lowered her head without saying a word. "I don't even have interest in playing with my cell phone. No, I also want to be sexy and ethereal." At this moment, Alex had changed into a black suit and walked out of the room. Just right fits perfectly. He was like a flash in the pan. He just flashed for a moment and then walked out of the living room. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and said to herself, "So handsome." Lu Xuanxuan's eyes were drawn. "Handsome, so handsome. He is so handsome that even I, Lu Xianxian, can hardly close my legs." The scene 2 days ago when she mistook Alex for her sister and was caught by Alex. I couldn't help but feel a swelling in my heart. Lu Xuanchuan's face turned red and she looked shy. Well, I miss it so much. Chapter 049. Shang Xueli and Lu Wanbing met for the first time. Lu Wanbing attended the charity dinner at Tongda Mansion. On the way, through Lu Wanbing's introduction, Alex learned that this is a private place. The owner is a calligrapher, painter, and philanthropist named Tangda, who has a pivotal position in the literary and art circles and is the honorary president of the Haiqing Calligraphy and Painting Association. It is said that he holds a charity dinner every year or so, inviting celebrities from all walks of life in Haiqing to raise funds for a charity organization. However, Alex guessed that it was more likely that the money was embezzled. The parking area of the mansion is already crowded with luxury cars, and all kinds of high-end people are coming in and out. Most of them were chatting and talking. After parking the car, the two got out at the same time under the attention of many people. Lu Wanbing hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to take Alex's arm. But before the series of actions were completed, they were interrupted by a pleasant voice of a queen not far away. Mr. Zhang? Lu Wanbing had no choice but to give up the idea of holding Alex's arm. She and Alex looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. They saw a woman in front of a black Maybach walking slowly towards them. Seeing this woman, Alex was stunned. Miss Shang, you are here too? Shang Xueli walked with an elegant cat-like step and smiled. I received an invitation, so of course I'll be here. But I'm surprised that you can show up here. To attend such a high-end gathering, Shang Xueli naturally needed to dress up carefully. Today she was wearing a one-piece side-draped long dress with a cross-neck strap, a white highly translucent tulle shawl, and a pair of high-quality black stockings with a similar texture to Lu Wanbing's stockings, which made her legs look particularly slender. With simple jewelry embellishment, her sense of luxury is no less than that of Lu Wanbing beside her. All the pictures in this book are created by myself, Shang Xueli. Lu Wanbing looked a little surprised at this moment, and her heart was shocked. Logically speaking, given Alex's life trajectory, it is impossible for him to come into contact with someone like Shang Xueli. Alex, you actually know the daughter of the richest man in Haiqing? Shang Xueli was very famous in the business circle, and Lu Wanbing knew that her identity was not surprising. Alex replied casually, yeah, I've dealt with him before. Lu Wanbing gave him a questioning look. She clearly didn't believe Alex's perfunctory response. But she didn't ask too many questions because Shang Xueli had already appeared in front of them. She didn't hear the specific content of their conversation. Shang Xueli looked at Lu Wanbing carefully, with admiration in his eyes, and there was a bit more ambiguity in his eyes when he looked at Alex. Girlfriend? Alex shook his head and said, Sister. Shang Xueli looked relieved and apologized to Lu Wanbing. Sorry, I misunderstood your relationship. I'll punish myself with a drink later. Lu Wanbing generously extended her hand and said, Hello, Miss Shang. My name is Lu Wanbing, and I'm the president of Freezing Point Group. I've heard a lot about Miss Shang's elegance for a long time, and after meeting her today, I can see that she's as good as her reputation says. Shang Xueli was in a very good mood when being praised by a beauty of the same level. The initiative to shake hands with Lu Wanbing, feeling a little strange. This woman's surname is Lu, and Alex's surname is Zhang. They don't have the same surname, so how could they be siblings? Well, they should be cousins. Shang Xueli thought so in her heart and pointed inside the mansion. Would you two like to go together? Or should I go first? We still have to wait for someone, so we won't disturb Miss Shang. Lu Wanbing refused to go with Shang Xueli. She had some doubts about Shang Xueli and Alex as acquaintance. After Shang Xueli left, Lu Wanbing pulled Alex aside, her tone filled with surprise. How do you know the eldest daughter of Jinhai Group? Logically speaking, you two are from two different classes, and there should be no intersection between you two. Alex explained casually. Didn't her sister get kidnapped a few days ago? I happened to pass by the kidnapping site and provided her with an important clue. To thank me, she gave me a luxury house as a thank you gift. That's how we got to know each other. Lu Wanbing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my God, Alex, such a good thing can fall on your head? Alex chuckled and said, Sister, you may not believe this, but my good luck is most likely brought by you. Lu Wanbing was stunned and blinked. Did I bring you good luck? Hold head high. Alex nodded and said, Since I met you, a series of good things have always happened around me. I went to buy a cup of milk tea and saved Yi Danqiong's daughter. From then on, I had a big sister who cared for me. I borrowed 100 million from her to invest in stocks, and it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Her assets grew exponentially in just a few days. 2 days ago, I witnessed the kidnapping of the second daughter of the Shang family and received a luxury house from Shang Xueli. Also, you invited me to attend this charity dinner tonight. I may get to know many important people. Big sister, do you think my good fortune has something to do with you? This is pure nonsense and an excuse made by Alex. But I didn't expect that Lu Wanbing was thinking seriously. After a moment, Alex saw her face gradually flush. So he tilted his head and said, "Sister, what are you thinking about?" Lu Wanbing responded reflexively, "I was thinking if that's the case, I hope I can bring you good luck for the rest of your life." Ugh! She suddenly looked up at Alex, a flash of shyness in her eyes. She pretended to be calm and looked inside the mansion, urging, "Let's go, the party is about to start." The two entered the mansion. Hundreds of celebrities gathered in the magnificent hall. It is divided into several areas: speech area, dance area, rest area, food and beverage area, and so on. Alex's eyes were fixed on the beverage area. Several young, handsome men and beautiful women dressed as waiters were busy there. As time passed, it came to 9 o'clock. An old man walked up to the podium in the lecture area. He looked to be in his 60s and was wearing a dark red Chinese suit. He walked up to the podium holding a cane, supported by a beautiful woman wearing a long cheongsam of the same color. As the old man came on stage, the stands gradually became quiet. The old man's face was flushed, and he tapped the cane in his hand and said with a smile, "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend the charity dinner hosted by me. I am very grateful. In fact, there is another important reason for scheduling the charity dinner today, because today is the old man's 80th birthday." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. "Mr. Tang, you celebrated your 80th birthday, but you didn't even add a note to the invitation. I also wanted to prepare a birthday gift, but Mr. Tang didn't say a word, which makes us seem ignorant of the rules. I really can't tell. Mr. Tang is already 80 years old this year. Did you see the woman next to you wearing a cheongsam? She should be Mr. Tang's grandchild. It is said that she is his youngest granddaughter. She is almost 30 years old. It is not surprising that Mr. Tang is 80 years old, right? I heard that Mr. Tang's granddaughter has been studying in the capital and has only returned to Haicheng in the past few days. It turns out that she came back to celebrate Mr. Tang's birthday." Tang smiled and said, "I'm really sorry for not adding something to the invitation in advance, but I did this for another reason, because I want to have a memorable 80th birthday. I don't intend to accept any gifts for my 80th birthday, so I didn't notify you in advance. I hope the elites from various industries present here will understand." Tang Dekong bowed and apologized from the stage. Everyone was humble. Tang continued, "Here, I have one more thing to announce. Tonight's charity dinner is not for celebrating my birthday, but to raise funds for the poor children in the mountains. Tonight at 10 o'clock, I will hold a charity auction and auction some of my early calligraphy and paintings. All the proceeds from the auction will be donated by the Haicheng Literature and Art Foundation to poor areas in the mountainous areas." Alex in the audience originally had some doubts about whether this old man would embezzle the money. But after hearing Tang's few words, he had given up the idea. After all, for a man of such high moral character and prestige, if he simply released the news that he was celebrating his 80th birthday today, countless industry elites would come to celebrate his birthday. The gift for an 80th birthday is also a considerable fortune. But he didn't, which shows that Mr. Tang still has some literary spirit. Chapter 050. My brother has high standards, and he won't be attracted by anyone except the school beauties. One last thing. It is also the most important thing I announced today. Tang glanced at the audience and said with a serious face, "I hereby announce that I will stop writing from today. Later, I will complete my last work on the spot. It will be the finale of the charity auction tonight, and all the proceeds will also be donated." These words exploded among the crowd like a thunder. Mr. Tang is stopping writing today? This is a big deal. It will probably be on the headlines of all the morning newspapers in Shanghai tomorrow morning. Mr. Tang's attainments in calligraphy and painting are absolutely at the pinnacle. He is a master of both calligraphy and painting. How amazing will his final work be? Mr. Tang's paintings are worth millions, and I wonder what kind of high price this last work will fetch. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope I can take away one of Mr. Tang's masterpieces today, and it will be worth the trip." Mr. Tang pressed his hand down. With a kind smile on his face, he said, "The auction will start at 10 o'clock and will be hosted by my little granddaughter Tang Shuya. Here in the food and beverage area, we have prepared sumptuous meals and drinks. You can enjoy them before the auction begins." We have also arranged a symphony in the dance area. You can also show off your dancing skills. Of course, those who are interested can also witness my last work here with their own eyes. Everyone enjoy the party. After Mr. Tang finished giving his instructions, he stood steadily in front of the desk on the stage and began to create. A comfortable symphony of music also filled the dance area. Lu Wanbing finally plucked up the courage to take Alex's arm. Come on, Alex, let's go over there and get something to eat. She pulled Alex towards the food area. Feeling the softness on his arm, Alex felt a little distracted. Just when Alex was daydreaming, the light in front of me dimmed, and a tall, long-legged, handsome man in a suit blocked my way. Wanbing, I thought you wouldn't come tonight because you were preparing for the launch of Bing Dian's new product. As the man asked, his eyes were fixed on Alex. The slightly narrowed eyes send out danger signals. There was a lot of hostility in that look. Lu Wanbing smiled slightly. There are still a few days before the new product launch, so it's totally in time. I came here today just to join in the fun and relax. Mr. Liang, I didn't expect you to come too. What a coincidence. Mr. Liang smiled, pointed at Alex, and asked in confusion, Who is this? Lu Wanbing introduced with a smile. This is my brother Alex. Let me introduce you. This is Liang Yulong. Alex smiled politely and nodded. Hello. At the same time, he was secretly complaining in his heart. This guy, could he be Lu Wanbing's friend in the circle? There was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. But the answer soon became clear. He was not that person. Because Liang Yulong suddenly opened his narrow eyes, the dangerous emotions and hostility in his eyes instantly dissipated. Instead, the attitude became very enthusiastic. Liang Yulong smiled and stretched out his hands to shake hands with Alex. Hey. Hello, Alex. I thought you were Wanbing's boyfriend, but I didn't expect you to be her brother. Alex shook hands with the other party politely. Liang Yulong praised her in a way that seemed like he was flattering her. Wanbing, I didn't expect you had such a handsome brother. He's more handsome than all the male friends I know combined. Does your brother have a girlfriend now? Lu Wanbing shook her head in surprise. Liang Yulong laughed and said, Haha, that's great. I have a cousin who is about the same age as Alex, and she's the most beautiful girl in the management department of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics. How about I introduce her to him? Alex was a little confused. Does my personality have such great charisma? You want to introduce me to a girlfriend just by meeting someone randomly? By the way, he seemed to have no shortage of girlfriends. He even had a premonition that in the near future, girlfriends might become an epidemic. Lu Wanbing also laughed dryly and shook her head. No need, my brother's standards are too high. He won't be interested in anything other than the school beauty. Liang Yulong's expression froze, and he smiled awkwardly. Forget it, Wanbing. Let's go dance together. Lu Wanbing shook her head and said, No need. I already have a male companion. As he said this, he continued to put his arm around Alex. Liang Yulong didn't think much about it, but just smiled and said, Lu Fan, although my cousin is not the school beauty, she knows the school beauty of the University of Finance and Economics. Let's make an appointment later, and let my cousin introduce her to you. Lu Wanbing looked strange. Is Liang Yulong so keen on introducing a girlfriend to Alex? Also, he called Alex Lu Fan? Lu Wanbing looked at Alex, wanting to know how Alex explained it. But to her surprise, Alex smiled and nodded. Sure, I like campus beauties the most. Lu Qingyan, the school beauty from Haicheng University. Lu Wanbing's look was even stranger. Huh. Liang Yulong laughed and took out his phone and said, Then let's add each other as friends and invite my cousin to come with us some other day. Alex added Liang Yulong as a WeChat friend despite Lu Wanbing's confused look. Liang Yulong smiled and said, It's settled then. Don't stand me up when the time comes, Wanbing. I'm going over there first, so I won't disturb you and Alex. Liang Yulong left in a very good mood. After the people left, Lu Wanbing revealed a dangerous look, frowned, and said coldly, Alex, I didn't expect you to be such a lecher. You let Liang Yulong introduce you to the school beauty in front of me. Alex laughed dryly. Don't compare me with those lechers. I'm not like them. Lu Wanbing narrowed her eyes. You asked him to introduce you to the campus beauty? Isn't that lustful? Really? I'm not lustful at all. Alex's face was full of righteousness. Lu Wanbing looked disgusted. I don't believe it. Alex blinked his eyes and said seriously, Since you don't believe me, why don't you seduce me and see if I am really a pervert? Lu Wanbing's expression froze, and she angrily shook off Alex's arm. Go eat something by yourself. I'm so mad at you. Lu Wanbing walked away angrily in her high heels. Alex chased after her, held her delicate arm, and explained, "Sister, I just did that entirely for you." "For me?" Lu Wanbing looked suspicious. "Are you after the beauty from the University of Finance and Economics?" Alex's expression suddenly became serious. "Isn't this Liang Yulong's identity a simple one?" Lu Wanbing nodded in surprise and said, "Did you figure it out?" Alex analyzed. "This person just saw me with you, and he couldn't hide his jealousy and hostility towards me. There's no need to think about it. He is one of your suitors, right?" Lu Wanbing raised her eyebrows slightly, smiled, and nodded. "Your analysis is quite correct. He is indeed one of my many suitors." Alex smiled faintly and continued to analyze. "Sister, although we haven't had much contact, I think I know you a little bit. Judging from your kind attitude towards him, this person's status is definitely not ordinary, at least not ordinary enough for you to not make enemies with him." Lu Wanbing's beautiful eyes were bright, and her eyes were full of admiration for Alex. She nodded repeatedly and praised. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to observe so carefully. I'm impressed by you." Lu Wanbing raised her hand and pinched Alex's face. This intimate gesture made Alex's heart beat faster. Lu Wanbing said helplessly, "Liang Yulong's identity is indeed unusual. His father is a senior official in the health inspection system. He is the kind of person who can shut down any factory in Haicheng on the grounds that the toxicity of chemical raw materials exceeds the standard with just a note. His father can label cosmetics produced in Haicheng as substandard at will. Since I took over the Freezing Point Group, I have been fighting wits and courage with him. Otherwise, the Freezing Point Group would not have developed to its current scale." At this point, Lu Wanbing showed a bitter look on her face. "Fortunately, he is not a particularly difficult suitor. Otherwise, if he puts pressure on me and threatens to get me with the development of the company, I really can't think of a way to deal with it. The only way is to fight to the death." Lu Wanbing looked at Alex, feeling helpless and a little helpless. Chapter 051: No one can chase you except me. Seeing Lu Wanbing's complicated mood, Alex fell into deep thought. After a long while, he smiled and said, "I guess the reason why he insisted on adding me as his friend after he found out that we were siblings is very simple. He just wanted to get along well with me and use me as his insider to pursue you." Lu Wanbing looked expectant as she asked, "If he really thinks this way, will you help him catch me?" Alex frowned. He stared at Lu Wanbing for a long time. Lu Wanbing felt a little uncomfortable and looked away. "Why? Why are you looking at me?" Alex also imitated what she had just done, smiled, and reached out to pinch Lu Wanbing's cheek. "You are mine, and no one can pursue you except me." Lu Wanbing's delicate body trembled, and her face turned red from her ears to her cheeks. But she pretended to be calm, glared at Alex, and said, "In the future, stop making jokes like this. We are siblings, even if we have different fathers and mothers. That's not okay." The momentum of these words is getting weaker and weaker. Lu Wanbing felt bitter in her heart, and her eyes were filled with helplessness and confusion. Alex was not in a hurry. Seeing that Lu Wanbing looked worried, he couldn't help but joked, "Sister, let me tell you something. When you get anxious about bad things that are about to happen, it means you are suffering secondary harm." Lu Wanbing's eyes lit up. Alex continued, "When you regret something that has already happened, it means you have been hurt for the third time." Lu Wanbing's eyes lit up even more, and she immediately smiled. "Brother, what you said is quite philosophical." While the two were communicating, not far away came the crisp sound of high heels stepping on the floor. Shang Shuili walked towards me with elegant steps. "The charity auction has started. It's quite lively. Don't you want to go and take a look?" Lu Wanbing smiled and responded, "I was just planning to go over there. Do you want to come with me, Miss Shang?" Shang Shuili shook her head and said, "No, I'm here to talk to Mr. Zhang about something." Lu Wanbing looked at Alex. "Looking for you?" At the same time, I was wondering, what could the daughter of the richest man want from Alex? "What does Miss Shang want to talk to me about?" Alex asked. Shang Shuili looked towards the rest area, hinting at something. "Would it be convenient for me to talk to you for a moment?" Alex nodded and said to Lu Wanbing, "Sister, Miss Shang, and I will go over there and come find you later." "Well, go ahead and don't worry about me." Lu Wanbing smiled calmly, appearing graceful and elegant. But this is not a true reflection of her inner self. Shang Shuili's chat with Alex made her feel like she was being scratched by a cat. Although she said this, her eyes were always focused on the two people heading to the rest area. The two sat facing each other. Shang Shuili looked a little complicated and said, Mr. Zhang, I went to the neurology department of Haiqing Hospital early this morning. After a series of examinations, the doctor told me that my symptoms are really just moderate neurasthenia, not the nerve necrosis you mentioned. Can you explain it to me? Alex didn't expect that his temporary desire for revenge would have such a big impact on Shang Shuili. But now the arrow has been drawn and has to be shot. He decided to continue fooling Shang Shuili. After thinking for a while, Alex said with a half smile, I guess the doctor who examined you must have told you this. Your symptoms are really just neurasthenia, but the possibility of total nerve necrosis cannot be ruled out. Shang Shuili's body trembled, and a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. Am I right? Alex asked. Shang Shuili bit her lip and nodded. Yes, that's what the doctor said. Is there a problem? Lu Wanbing's eyes. The chat scene here became. Shang Shuili bit her lips shyly. This made Lu Wanbing feel a sense of crisis. Is there a problem? It's a big problem, Alex said solemnly. The symptoms of nerve necrosis are basically the same as those of neurasthenia. Neurasthenia can be suppressed by drugs to keep the condition at a safe level. But nerve necrosis is different. It cannot be suppressed by drugs, and the condition will become more and more serious over time. When you were first diagnosed with neurasthenia, it was mild. Now it has developed into moderate neurasthenia, right? There was a rare trace of panic on Shang Shuili's face. Well, it has developed to a moderate level. Alex then continued. If your disease doesn't receive professional and symptomatic treatment, it will become very serious within half a year. If you go to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor will tell you that you have severe neurasthenia. Panicked. Shang Shuili was completely panicked. Alex smiled and said, in fact, there is a common phenomenon in many hospitals. When they face diseases that they are not sure can be cured, they will think of a way out in advance. That is to tell you that the possibility of serious deterioration cannot be ruled out. That way, even if your condition worsens, you won't be able to find them, and even if you do, they will use this as an excuse. The more Shang Shuili listened, the more she felt it made sense, and she couldn't help but nod her head. She suddenly looked up at Alex and said sincerely and seriously, Mr. Zhang, let me ask you one last time. Did you lie to me? Do I really have total nerve necrosis? Things have come to this point, and Alex has no way out. He nodded without hesitation and said, what I said is absolutely true. You do have this disease. Shang Shuili stared at Alex for a long while. Until the end, I leaned back, feeling relieved. I believe you didn't lie to me. Mr. Zhang, if you come to treat me, how confident are you? What kind of treatment will you use? Alex raised a finger guiltily. Less than 1%. First, lower the chances of success. This way, even if you accidentally kill her, it won't have anything to do with you. Shang Shuili couldn't help but widen his eyes. 10%. Less than that? So I have been sentenced to death? For a moment, Shang Shuili was extremely panicked. There was always a voice in her heart giving her hints. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. Then, what about the treatment method? Shang Shuili asked. Alex made up a story. There are 5 treatment methods, and they work together. The first is to take Chinese medicine to regulate the body. The second is to use Chinese massage to activate the blood circulation. The third is to stimulate the nerves with acupuncture. The fourth is to develop a good living habit. And the fifth is emotional therapy. Alex has already made up his mind. If Shang Shuili really hires him as a personal doctor, he will go back and learn a few acupuncture techniques. Then he can just prick some harmless acupuncture points. As long as the acupuncture doesn't kill the person, it will be considered a magic acupuncture technique. Traditional Chinese medicine and massage are even simpler. You can just prescribe some Chinese medicine to regulate your endocrine system. Go to foot massage shops more often and learn the Tao with an open mind. Tao follows nature, and foot massage is also Taoism. Shang Shuili looked at him with a complicated expression and asked, Mr. Zhang, how long will it take for me to become completely paralyzed? Alex twitched his lips and said, if you treat the symptoms, there are 2 possibilities. One is to slow down the paralysis time, and the other is to recover completely. If you don't treat the symptoms, you only have 1 year at most. Okay, I understand. Shang Shuili's face turned pale, and he said in a trembling voice, Mr. Zhang, I would like to hire you as my personal doctor and take full responsibility for the treatment of my illness. Alex was a little surprised. The text message she received today said that she would invite him to be her personal doctor the day after tomorrow. This was most likely a chain reaction caused by my promise to Lu Wanbing to attend the banquet, and Shang Shuili's invitation came early. but he still wanted to say one thing. I only know how to give women injections. You invited me to be your personal doctor. What else can I do besides giving you injections every day? Chapter 052, You Must Drink This Poison Wine. Chapters 50 and 51 have been greatly revised. You can read them again. Why haven't these two finished talking yet? Lu Wanbing, who was standing in the auction area, kept looking at Alex and Shang Xueli. I feel a little confused. What are they talking about? Wanbing, is that you? A voice entered Lu Wanbing's ears. She looked in the direction of the voice. Then she saw a beautiful girl in a haze-colored long dress walking towards her. Lu Wanbing looked surprised. You are? Yuan Yao. Wanbing, you look so beautiful today. I almost didn't recognize you. Yuan Yao walked over with a smile, and the jealousy in her eyes quickly disappeared. Lu Wanbing was pleasantly surprised and said, It's really you, Yuan Yao. We haven't seen each other for 3 years, right? Yeah, we just had a meal together after graduation, and we haven't seen each other since then. Lu Wanbing asked, I heard that you went abroad after that. When did you come back? Yuan Yao lifted her long wavy hair and pursed her lips and said, I've been back for more than a year. I've been developing in Jiangcheng and recently came to Haicheng. I've opened a toiletries company. We're in the same business from now on. You have to help me out. Yuan Yao blinked mischievously. Lu Wanbing smiled and said, Of course. Although it is said that colleagues are enemies, if this enemy is you, I don't mind giving you a share. Yuan Yao smiled faintly, pointed to a place in the corner and said, It's quite boring here. How about we go over there to chat and have a couple of drinks? Okay, let's go. Lu Wanbing took the initiative to take Yuan Yao's arm and walked to an inconspicuous corner. Wanbing, you go over first. I'll go get some drinks over there. Let's go together. No, I can handle it myself. Go over there and wait for me. Well, hurry up. Lu Wanbing didn't suspect anything and went to the corner alone. Yuan Yao came to the beverage area and looked around with vigilant eyes. He took 2 wine glasses and placed them on a tray and also took some food and a whole bottle of wine. Finally, she took out a small pill from her corset, threw it into a red wine glass, and shook it gently a few times. Then he carried the tray to where Lu Wanbing was. Lounge area, Shang Xueli said with an unhappy expression. Hey, I'm talking to you about something very serious. Has anyone ever told you that it's very impolite to play with your phone while communicating with others? At this moment, Alex was holding a mobile phone in one hand and zooming in on the video screen with the other hand to record Yuan Yao's every move. Shuh. Alex made a silencing gesture. Shang Xueli simply stood up and sat next to Alex, looking at Alex's phone curiously. When she saw the screen on the phone, her eyes widened unconsciously. What is she doing? Shang Xueli happened to see Yuan Yao adding small pills into the red wine glass. Alex frowned and gestured for silence again. This time, Shang Xueli nodded obediently and said no more, while also stretching his neck to watch. Alex glanced downward, and his whole body was refreshed. A perfect career line is just around the corner. The 2 arcs are exquisite. Shang Xueli, who was wearing a low-cut dress, was unaware that her purple bra had caught Alex's eyes. Her attention was completely focused on the screen of her mobile phone. Neither of them spoke. Alex watched the game with his eyes squinting, not knowing what kind of game would use 2 balls at the same time. Now is not the time for civilized football viewing. Alex stopped the video recording. He stood up and said, Ms. Shang, let's talk about the personal doctor when we have time. After he said that, he walked towards Lu Wanbing. Shang Xueli was looking forward to what was going to happen next with great interest. Yuan Yao placed the tray on the small table. He picked up 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Lu Wanbing. Wanbing, come on, let's drink to celebrate our long-awaited meeting. Lu Wanbing also smiled and said, Cheers to our reunion. But just when she was about to drink it all, a dark shadow flashed by, and then the wine glass was held down by a big hand. The dark shadow scared Yuan Yao. Lu Wanbing saw that the person was Alex. She couldn't help but frown and asked, Alex, what are you doing? Alex smiled and said, Sister, I'm a little thirsty. Please give me this glass of wine. Oh, then drink it. Lu Wanbing handed the wine glass to Alex. Yuan Yao's expression changed slightly, and a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. But she forced herself to calm down and said angrily, What's wrong with you? There are so many drinks in the wine area, but you insisted on taking the wine I poured for my best friend. Do you have any manners? Lu Wanbing hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Yuan Yao, don't be angry. He's my brother, Alex. In fact, she also had some resentment about her mother's second marriage and didn't want outsiders to know too much, So when introducing Alex, she deliberately called him Alex, also to avoid the trouble of explanation. Yuan Yao frowned and said, Wan Bing, we were classmates for 4 years in college, and I only knew that you had 3 sisters. How come you suddenly have a brother? This? Lu Wanbing didn't know how to explain it. I was just in a hurry to smooth things over, and didn't consider that I would need to explain later. Alex smiled and said, My lady, I am Lu Wanbing's long-lost brother whom I just found recently. Lu Wanbing's cheeks turned red. What should she do if she wants to laugh? Yuan Yao looked unhappy and said, So what if you have a long-lost brother? You can't snatch the wine I poured for my best friend. This glass of wine carries my feelings. You return it to Wan Bing, and I'll give you this one. Thank you, beautiful sister. You are so generous and kind. Alex took the glass from her and took a sip. Then he said with a look of disgust, I'm still not used to the taste of red wine. It seems that I am suitable for drinking beer in this life. Forget it, big sister. I'll drink this glass of wine. It won't make sense to give it back to Sister Yuan Yao. You should drink this glass. Alex gave Yuan Yao's glass of drug-free wine to Lu Wanbing. He then put the drug glass of wine in Yuan Yao's hand. Yuan Yao felt unwell. The look in his eyes when he looked at Alex was full of murderous intent. He looked down at the wine glass with an unpredictable expression, not knowing what to do for a moment. Alex clapped his hands and smiled. Sister, you are good friends who haven't seen each other for many years. You should drink a few more glasses tonight. Come, sister. This is the wine that Sister Yuan Yao poured for you personally. You drink it up. Lu Wanbing was a little stunned. She didn't understand why Alex suddenly became like this. Just now, I analyzed Liang Yulong's identity with reason and evidence. That wise image has now become so irritable and exaggerated. Drink it now. Alex held the base of the wine glass and almost forced Lu Wanbing to drink the wine. Lu Wanbing glared at him angrily. Alex pretended not to see it, but looked at Yuan Yao with a surprised look on his face. Yuan Yao, my sister has already drunk it. Why don't you drink it? Yuan Yao gave a smile that couldn't be more fake. There was a hint of disdain in that smile. Brother, it's not that I don't want to drink. It's because... She looked at the rim of the cup with disgust. It's because you just covered it with your whole hand. I have mysophobia. So, sorry, I have to go change my glass before drinking. Yuan Yao was just about to take the glass of wine away and exchange it for another one. Alex took the wine glass from her with a sneer on his face. Under Lu Wanbing's shocked gaze, Alex suddenly pinched Yuan Yao's jaw. What does your mysophobia have to do with me? You have to drink this glass of wine today. If you don't drink, I'll feed you. Yuan Yao was completely panicked. Chapter 053. The angrier you are, the more painful it will be when you are slapped in the face. Alex, what the hell are you doing? Lu Wanbing stepped forward angrily to stop Alex's rude behavior. Yuan Yao has been my classmate and friend for 4 years. How could you treat her like this? Yuan Yao's jaw was pinched, and she was unable to break free. She could only look to Lu Wanbing for help, and tears even began to form in the corners of her eyes. Seeing this scene, Lu Wanbing became even angrier. Alex frowned and asked, Sister, where is your usual rationality? Where is your calmness? Lu Wanbing's delicate body trembled. He loosened Alex's sleeve. She immediately thought that there must be a reason why Alex did this, although she didn't know what the reason was. But she still chose to believe Alex unconditionally, so she sat quietly on the high stool in front of the round table, waiting for the truth to be revealed. The sound of high heels was heard. Shang Shuli walked over from the rest area with elegant steps. The peach buttocks are tightly wrapped in the black gauze skirt, swaying left and right when she walks, which is very ornamental. She didn't get too close, but stood not far away as a spectator. Alex put the wine glass on the table and let go of Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao rubbed her aching chin and took a step back, her face pale and trembling. We are all smart people, and she could guess that her plan had failed without any explanation. Lu Wanbing looked at Alex anxiously. She needed an explanation. Alex put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, Yuan Yao, do you want to explain it yourself, or should I explain it for you? Yuan Yao's expression changed. Suddenly his eyes were fixed on the drugged wine glass. She rushed up like crazy and poured all the wine in the glass into her cleavage. The red wine soaked her haze-colored dress. He looked extremely embarrassed. Success? Yuan Yao's eyes lit up. She didn't expect that she would succeed so easily. Alex with resentment, and suddenly made her hair even messier than in her private life. Ah! A sharp cry burst out from Yuan Yao's mouth. The sound was so loud that it spread throughout the entire hall of the mansion. The charity auction that was in full swing was also forced to stop. People started looking for the source of the sound. Lu Wanbing covered her mouth in surprise, not knowing what was going on for a moment. She had no idea what was going on at the beginning, and now she was even more confused. Only Shang Shiwili had a hint of disdain on his face, and he looked at Yuan Yao as if he were a clown. From the moment Yuan Yao poured red wine on herself, Alex understood her intention. It's nothing more than the thief crying, "Stop, thief," and confusing right and wrong. But it's better this way, as it saves him from having to take the initiative to expose the true identity of this woman. Today's scene at Tongda Mansion is attended by industry leaders. Take any one of them, and you will find that their assets are at least several hundred million, and there are many with assets worth billions. There is even the daughter of the richest man, who owns a group worth tens of billions. Shang Shuili took the initiative to find Alex to chat, also to avoid those who took the initiative to establish a relationship with her. As more and more people came, the AC also became unusually noisy. What happened? This woman looks so pitiful. Did someone pour wine on her? Could it be the rude behavior of the gentleman in front of her? It's not gentlemanly to throw wine at such a delicate woman. When did this kind of stuff get mixed into the charity banquet hosted by Elder Tang? There were also many people who didn't understand what was going on, quietly condemning Alex. Yuan Yao suddenly covered her face and burst into tears. Woo-woo, Lu Fan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You are too much. Yuan Yao cried very sadly. 2 fingers of the hand covering her face were gently poking her eyeballs. This mild act of self-harm made her burst into tears on the spot. Alex was stunned. Lu Wanbing suddenly panicked, her expression full of worry. This situation is very unfavorable for Alex. Although she didn't understand why, she could see that her classmate, whom she hadn't seen for many years, was trying to discredit Alex. Lu Wanbing was extremely anxious. Girl, what happened? As the owner of this place, Tangda doesn't want anything bad to happen. Seeing Yuan Yao crying so sadly, with tears flowing through the gaps between her fingers, old man Tangda came over and asked her very kindly, "Whoa, Grandpa Tang, you must make the decision for me." Yuan Yao threw herself into Tangda's arms like a wronged granddaughter. The fragrant breeze made Tangda lose his sense of direction. My goodness, I'm already 80 years old, and I still have such a romantic encounter? Tangda immediately patted Yuan Yao's back to comfort her, puffing his beard and glaring. Girl, tell Grandpa if you've been wronged. Today, this is Grandpa's home court, and Grandpa will make the decision for you. After saying that, he knocked the floor hard with his cane, making a crisp sound. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Finally, Tangda set his eyes on Alex, and his expression turned ugly. Yuan Yao cried and said, Grandpa Tang, please make a decision for me. This person, he is too much. He is simply not a human being. Everyone's eyes were on Alex. Alex calmly waited for Yuan Yao to finish her act. He wanted to see what tricks this woman could play. Yuan Yao then cried and complained, Everyone must make the decision for me. I came to attend the charity dinner hosted by Grandpa Tang today. First of all, I want to donate more money to help the poor children in the mountainous areas. She first established a bright image of herself as a kind-hearted and philanthropist. Secondly, I wanted to discuss some business with Lu Wanbing, CEO of Freezing Point Group, but I didn't expect it to be her, Lu Wanbing. Yuan Yao pointed at Lu Wanbing and said with a disappointed look on her face, She just told me that her brother Lu Fan likes me very much, and as long as I agree to be her brother's girlfriend, she will give me some market share. If I agree to her, what's the difference between this and me selling my body for money? I'm an honest businessman. I'm not a prostitute. They actually insulted me like this, wow. I have no face to live. And him, Lu Fan, he is not a human being at all. He is the same as her sister. He wanted to force me to submit, and he had to drag me to the lounge over there to humiliate me. Yuan Yao pointed to the door of a lounge not far away. Everyone present looked at Alex and Lu Wanbing with hatred and resentment. Yuan Yao choked up and said, How can a girl like me resist a man like him? I didn't dare to call for help. I was afraid that Lu Wanbing, who has a big family and a lot of wealth, would retaliate against me and make it impossible for me to survive in Haicheng. But how could I surrender to Lu Fan? I could only ask Lu Fan to let me go, but the lustful Lu Fan not only grabbed my hair, but also poured red wine on me. Grandpa Tang, this Lu family brother and sister are too bullying. You must make the decision for me. Yuan Yao covered her face and cried bitterly. Lu Wanbing was stunned. Oh my god, isn't this just made up? Even Shang Xueli, who was watching the show on the side, couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to come out to help explain. But after seeing Alex's calm and smiling expression and the video recorded on his mobile phone, Shang Xueli gave up the idea of standing up and being the first to speak out. Yuan Yao's tearful narration, coupled with Alex's arrogant attitude, it completely angered everyone present. Be angry, be angry. The angrier you are, the more painful it will be when you are slapped in the face. Chapter 054, I don't even know what an opponent is. I didn't expect that the Lu siblings would be such beasts in human form. That's too much. Just because you have a big family and a lot of wealth, you can bully people at will. Yeah, that's too much. Two siblings are bullying a little girl. Why would Mr. Tang invite such a scum whose values are completely destroyed? It's true that hell is empty and the devil is on earth. In the crowd, Liang Yulong was stunned and couldn't help but give Alex a thumbs up. This brother-in-law is so awesome. In public in broad daylight, Alex also saw him, curled his lips slightly, and looked away. Asshole. Tangda's face was full of anger. You are such an asshole. I was so blind to invite you two assholes. Get out of here. You are not allowed to set foot here again. Yuan Yao had an expression of success on her face. At the same time, she buried her head deeper into Mr. Tangda's arms. This almost gave Tang a heart attack. Lu Wanbing said helplessly, Everyone, this is not the case. Don't believe her one-sided words. If I don't listen to her, will I listen to you? The girl was bullied so badly by you. Can't you even say it out? Ms. Lu, since your mother often does charity work, we won't embarrass you today. Please go now. Alex looked at Shang Xueli, who was crossing his arms, and asked, Don't you have anything to say? Everyone was shocked. This kid actually knows the daughter of the richest man? Shang Xueli looked around and said calmly, Everyone listen to me. Just now, I was chatting with Mr. Lu Fan and found that this Miss Yuan Yao had drugged the wine and gave it to Miss Lu. Miss Lu's brother came to stop them, but unexpectedly Miss Yuan Yao poured the drugged red wine on herself and then turned the tables on her. You all saw what happened next. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Tangda's face also changed, and he unconsciously took a step back away from Yuan Yao. He doesn't want to get into trouble in his old age. Yuan Yao, with disheveled hair, looked panicked, but no one noticed her abnormality. But then she thought again. The evidence had been thrown on her, and her heart gradually calmed down. Yuan Yao pointed at Shang Xueli and showed her own face. That face was full of grief, anger, and grievance. I didn't expect that as the daughter of the richest man, you would not only not say a word of justice, but also help this crazy brother and sister to discredit me. Apart from Grandpa Tang, you are the only one who has the final say here. Your nonsense can decide my life and death. You and Lu Wanbing have been friends for many years, so of course you have to help her clear her suspicion. Everyone here knows you, so of course they won't doubt you. It's just that I am a nobody, with no power or background. How could I possibly drug Lu Wanbing? Don't slander me. I'm not gay. What reason do I have to drug Lu Wanbing? It was obvious that Lu Fan had put drugs in the drink and tried to force me to drink it so that she could humiliate me. Think about it carefully. There are so many people here. If I resist while he's abusing me, someone will definitely notice me. That's why he wanted to knock me out, so he could abuse me without being noticed. Justice is in the heart of the people. I beg Grandpa Tang to clear my name. When Tang saw Yuan Yao's pitiful eyes and helpless expression, his desire to protect her, which had been dead for many years, was revived. But the nature of the matter changed when Shang Xueli joined the group chat. Even Tang was a little hesitant. Alex, who had been silent all this time, slowly said, You are all celebrities from various walks of life. I believe you are all smart people, but when the matter is not clear, you are criticizing us. Let me ask you one question. Is this reasonable? Also, your vicious words just now have caused serious psychological harm to me and my sister. After the truth comes out, who will bear the consequences? Alex looked around calmly. Alex's words echoed in the ears of everyone present. Yes, who will be held responsible for the consequences of speaking ill of others without any reason? Everyone shut up. Tang tapped his cane with an unpleasant expression and said in a deep voice, Young man, listening to your remarks, I, an old man, can tell that you are wronged. If you can prove that you are wronged, I will personally apologize to you. compared to the young man Alex. He would rather believe Yuan Yao, who was in tears. How bad can a weak and fragrant little girl be? Just looking at those long, white legs and breasts, I feel dizzy, let alone a young man like you, Alex said coldly. Old man, if an apology is useful, what's the point of having the police? So what do you say we should do? Alex shook his head and said, I don't accept the apology. As for what you're going to do, it has nothing to do with me. I am only concerned with proving my brother and I's innocence. I need a projector. Do you have one? Alex asked. Tang Da whispered to his granddaughter in Chongsim, do as he says. Yuan Yao felt a panic in her heart. What does he want to project? Could it be that he doesn't know how to record a video? Yuan Yao turned pale at the thought of this possibility. She grabbed Tang Da and cried, Grandpa Tang, I think we should just forget about this matter. If we make a big fuss, I will be retaliated by the Liu brothers and sisters. I have finally come to this point, and I don't want to be ruined in Haicheng because of this incident. Some people around wanted to stand up for Yuan Yao, but when they thought of the problem Alex had just mentioned, they all shut up. After all, they will not believe one side of the story. Only Tang Da said righteously, Don't worry, girl. As long as you can prove that what you said is true, Grandpa Tang will be your backer in the future. As long as I am here, you will be able to survive in Haicheng. Shang Xueli sneered. What a vicious woman. If you lived in the harem, you would be able to win favor. But the lightest fate you'd end up with would be a 3-meter-long white silk ribbon. It's really a big divat. There are diapers of all colors. You make me feel sick, I Shang Xueli. Make this clear, no matter what the result is today, I will make sure you can't survive in Haicheng, no matter who can support you. That's all. Shang Xueli came to Lu Wanbing and smiled faintly. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Shang Xueli's domineering speech made everyone present feel heavy-hearted. Her identity is not just as simple as being the daughter of the richest man. Her mother's family is also a well-known figure in Haicheng's political circle. Shang Xueli's public position was undoubtedly a slap in the face of Tang Da and everyone else. Tang Da's face looked extremely ugly. Although he holds a high position of prestige and has extensive connections, he does not want to fall out with those who hold real power. Yuan Yao was already trembling with fear. At this moment, she felt extremely regretful. If she had known the situation would be like this, she would rather choose to drink the drugged wine. As the projection came on, Yuan Yao's face became paler and paler, her body trembled like a sieve, and even her lips turned a little purple. Once it is confirmed that I am the one who is slandering others in such a situation, it will be hard to say whether I can leave Haicheng alive. Alex connected his phone to the projector. The recorded video was enlarged and projected onto the screen. In the picture, Yuan Yao and Lu Wanbing were talking and laughing, and finally Yuan Yao invited Lu Wanbing to come over to chat and drink. She herself turned and went to the beverage area. When everyone saw with their own eyes how Yuan Yao secretly put drugs in the drinks, their faces were as ugly as they could be. The video has finished playing. Alex stood in front of the curtain with his hands in his pockets, scanning everyone with a cold gaze. He had no idea what an opponent was. Chapter 055 Lu Zita has all kinds of birds. The hall was unusually quiet. Hundreds of eyes were focused on Yuan Yao at the same time. Almost everyone was furious because this woman fooled everyone. Fuck, bitch, everyone trusted you so much, and you actually lied to all of us? This bitch is so vicious. If Mr. Liu hadn't recorded the video as evidence, everyone would have been fooled by you. Mr. Tang, for future gatherings like this, I think we should carefully screen the character of the people we invite. It's true that Lu Zi has grown up and has all kinds of birds. Shouldn't we apologize to Mr. Liu? Several well-known middle-aged entrepreneurs bowed and apologized to Alex at the same time. Mr. Xiao Lu, I'm so sorry. We were all deceived by this bitch. Please don't take it to heart. Even if you don't do anything, we won't allow a bitch like this to stay in Haicheng. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. I have quite a few connections in the Haicheng business circle. I will expose this bitch's evil deeds and make sure she has no place to stay in Haicheng. This will also be my apology to you. Yuan Yao had already collapsed on the ground out of fear. Tang Da's body was shaking, and his hand was trembling as he pointed at Yuan Yao. You. After talking to you for a long time, Tang Da suddenly gasped violently, covered his chest with one hand, and fell backwards. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Tang Shuya was shocked and hurriedly supported Tang Da. What are you still standing there for? Call an ambulance. The service staff in the mansion immediately called an ambulance. Tang Shuya glared at Yuan Yao and slapped him. Asshole, Are you worthy of my grandfather's kindness? Alex curled his lips. Yes, yes, the old man is so kind. You guys take her away and lock her up. If anything happens to the old man, I won't let you go. Tang Shuya said something cruel, and then she bowed deeply to Lu. Alex, Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry. This incident happened during the rally. It was our negligence. I will come to your house and apologize in person someday. Alex waved his hand. Ms. Tang, the old man's health is the most important. Let's send Mr. Tang to the hospital first. Lu Wanbing came to Yuan Yao with a look of disappointment and sadness. Her eyes were slightly red, and her voice was trembling. Yuan Yao, why did you do this? Lu Wanbing was like a life-saving straw for Yuan Yao. Suddenly, she hugged Lu Wanbing's thighs and cried, Wanbing, I'm sorry I was wrong. Please forgive me. Please say something good for me. I don't want to leave Haiqing. Lu Wanbing's eyes turned red as she angrily shouted, You did this to me, and you still want me to forgive you? We were classmates for 4 years and had such a good relationship in college. I always treated you as a sister, and this is how you treat me? Tell me, what is your purpose in drugging me? Yuan Yao dodged his gaze and stammered, I just want to get a list of distributors from you. We are both in the cosmetics business, and you also said that competitors are enemies. I can't just ask you for resources, right? That would make me look greedy, so I was possessed by a ghost for a moment and wanted to knock you out so I could secretly look through your phone and steal some useful resources. That's all, Lu Wanbing said in disbelief. Just because of some resources, you use such despicable means on me? I'm sorry, Wanbing, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Later, Alex sneered. You have no future. Yuan Yao's body trembled, and she asked in panic, What does it mean? Snort. Alex snorted coldly and said, You've already been caught, and you still want to get away with it with this excuse. Let me explain for you. You drugged Lu Wanbing in order to take some photos that would threaten her. As for what kind of photos they were, I won't say it, but everyone knows it. Not only do you have to use this bargaining chip to force her to give up the new product launch, but you also have to threaten her to get the formula and hand over the resources. You have these handles, you can threaten her for a long time. From now on, the Lu family's Ice Point Group will be in tatters, and your career will flourish. You just want to step on Lu Wanbing to get to the top. Yuan Yao was horrified. You were talking nonsense. It's not like that. Everyone don't listen to his nonsense. Lu Wanbing also felt a chill all over her body as she felt a chill in her body. This result is scary to think about. Alex sneered. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. You know best whether I am talking nonsense or not. Some people also remain skeptical. Alex noticed this and added, Why would I turn on the video function on my phone to record your evil deeds in advance? I'm not a god who can predict the future. I just knew about your plan in advance, so I'm waiting here. Yuan Yao was even more frightened. This is even more impossible. I didn't plan it with anyone, so how did he know what I was thinking? So scary. Alex at this moment was like a devil. Alex said this. Everyone suddenly understood. No one thinks Alex is cruel. If anyone here treated their blood relatives like this, they would probably do something even more excessive than he did. Alex glanced at Tang Shuya, who was anxiously waiting for the ambulance, and said seriously, Ms. Tang, this happened on your Tang family's territory. I believe that your Tang family will handle this matter properly and give us an explanation. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Tang Shuya responded with an apologetic look on her face. Alex said to Lu Wanbing, Sister, let's go. Lu Wanbing followed Alex silently. Shang Xueli hesitated for a moment and followed the two out of the mansion. Things have come to this point, and she has no interest in staying here anymore. After going out, Lu Wanbing said with gratitude, Alex, thank you. If it weren't for you today, I can't imagine what would happen after drinking the glass of red wine that Yuan Yao sent me. Alex joked, What happened is very simple. Yuan Yao will take many indecent photos of you. Lu Wanbing's face turned blue and red. His hand silently rested on Alex's arm. Even if that's the case, you shouldn't say it so bluntly, right? Lu Wanbing gritted her teeth and glanced at Shang Xueli, who followed her out from the corner of her eye. This guy said that in front of outsiders, he really didn't give his sister any face at all. Alex grimaced in pain. Sister, it hurts. I just saved you, and you're repaying me with evil like this? Lu Wanbing withdrew her hand awkwardly. Shang Xueli, who was passing by, chuckled and said, Ms. Lu, you are so lucky to have such an outstanding brother. Cherish him well. After saying that, she got into the Maybach and drove away. Alex rolled his eyes at Lu Wanbing and said, "Did you hear that? Everyone outside has told you to cherish me. Do you know what to do next? I don't need to teach you anymore, do you? Get in the car." He patted the roof and got into the driver's seat of the Lamborghini. Lu Wanbing's eyes also looked particularly conflicted. The fact that I can keep my innocence today is all thanks to Alex Fan. It seems unreasonable not to reward him well. The daughter of the richest man praised him for being outstanding and asked me to cherish him, so I must cherish him. Lu Wanbing got into the car and looked out the window with a blushing face. "You don't want to go home yet. Let's go for a drive somewhere deserted." Alex's body trembled. Two of them, going for a drive late at night. Is she giving them a chance? Chapter 056. Lu Wanbing, you scumbag. The ambulance arrived late, and Mr. Tang was lifted onto a cart. The guests also watched Tang to being taken away. But before the ambulance had gone far, Tang just suddenly sat up from the cart. This scared the two doctors and Tang Shuya, who was crying with red eyes. Tang Shuya was surprised and said, "Grandpa, you?" Old Master Tang suddenly came back to life, and he couldn't do anything to his granddaughter. Tang just smiled awkwardly. "Xiaoya, Grandpa had to do this. There were so many people here just now, and Grandpa almost lost his reputation because of that woman. I had no choice but to do this. I'm sorry to have worried you." Tang Shuya was stunned for a long while before rolling her eyes and saying, "Grandpa, I'm glad you're okay. I was almost scared to death just now." "Why?" Tang sighed. "I won't be seeing guests recently. I'll just stay at home and take care of my health. Don't rush back to Sijia City. Prepare a generous gift and go to the Liu family in a few days. Please apologize to the Liu brothers in person on my behalf. This incident almost made us infamous." Coastal Avenue. The Lamborghini's convertible was open, but Alex was not driving fast. The breeze blew Lu Wanbing's long hair, and the street lights shone on her face. She was so beautiful. It turned out that Zhang Luding Zhaofan was overthinking just now. Lu Wanbing doesn't agree. She just came here for a ride to relax after being hurt by her longtime friend. "Stop the car and go for a walk." Alex parked the car on the side of the road, and the two got out and walked to the sea-viewing platform on the coastal highway. "Why?" Alex sighed. "Sister, you should be more careful in the future. You should be on guard against people, especially those who have disappeared for many years and suddenly appear in your life." "Why?" Lu Wanbing's eyes were slightly red, and she also sighed. "Alex, I'm a little confused. Can money really destroy a person's humanity?" But Alex did not respond. Lu Wanbing looked at him and said, "I'm asking you a question. Answer my question now." Alex pondered and still didn't answer. Lu Wanbing gently pushed him with her pink fist. Alex came back to his senses. Huh? Huh? What did you say?" Lu Wanbing immediately frowned and said angrily, "You didn't hear a word I said, right?" "I'm thinking about something," Lu Wanbing asked unhappily. "What are you thinking about so obsessively?" "I have an idea for a big business that can earn 500 million a month." Lu Wanbing asked with interest. "What kind of business can make 500 million yuan a month?" Alex said seriously. "Deposit 360 billion in the bank and earn the interest." "Are you ill?" Lu Wanbing suspected that Alex was seriously ill. Alex laughed and said, "You look depressed the whole way. I just wanted to cheer you up." Lu Wanbing was very upset and suddenly grabbed Alex's neck. "I'm very angry now. I'm going to strangle you." While Lu Wanbing was pinching Alex, Alex suddenly stretched out a hand and embraced her slender and soft waist. There was no warning, but as soon as you took a bite, the juice overflowed, and it was sweet and delicious. Lu Wanbing's body suddenly tensed up, her arms stiffened, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Her brain suddenly shut down, and her head was buzzing. My face gradually started to feel hot. It wasn't until she felt something prying at her teeth that she came to her senses. But she was somewhat indulged in this wonderful feeling and was reluctant to push Alex away, so she slowly closed her eyes. I don't know how much time has passed. Lu Wanbing suddenly opened her eyes, pushed Alex away, and breathed in the salty and humid air at the seaside. She stared at Alex. Alex also said with a trembling voice, "Lu Wanbing, I like you, let's be together." Lu Wanbing touched her chest, her heart beating wildly. "No, you can't." She shook her head repeatedly, her eyes determined as she said, "It's impossible for us to be together. There will be no good results if we are together. Alex, please don't have this idea again. I beg you." Alex saw the painful struggle in her eyes. "Why? What exactly are you worried about?" Lu Wanbing turned around and looked at the sea, giving Alex a side profile. Alex, no means no. You can make mistakes because you are young, and adults can treat you as ignorant, but I can't. I am the eldest in the family, and I have to stay rational and calm. Lu Wanbing's eyes, and a tear was blown away by the wind. We can't be together, no matter what, because I know it's a taboo, so I can't. Otherwise, I won't be qualified to be a sister to Qin Yin, Xin Xian, and you. Alex, I'm sorry, don't push me. Lu Wanbing looked over, her eyes filled with pleading and reluctance. And some nostalgia. Cling to the wonderful feeling of the kiss, just now. Reluctance is reserved for this love. The request is that Alex save some dignity for himself. Alex shook his head and said, I don't care about these. I only consider my current feelings and follow my heart. I will be with whoever I like. Lu Wanbing, I like you. I've said it out loud. This is my business. Whether you agree or not is your business. As for whether you like me or not, that's also your business. What do you mean by that? Lu Wanbing seemed to understand something. Alex smiled faintly. What I mean is, I like you, I will kiss you when I want to, and I will hug you when I want to. As for whether you will take the initiative to kiss me or hug me, that is your business. Let's go. Alex waved his hand without looking back and got into the car. Lu Wanbing stood there in a daze. The look in his eyes is complicated. Confused. I wish I could be as cool as you, she muttered to herself. But I can't do it. Beep beep. Alex honked the horn. Are you still going? Lu Wanbing came to her senses, gritted her teeth, and got into the car. Neither of them spoke during the whole journey. Until we were almost home, Alex suddenly said, Sister, my mouth is a little dry. Lu Wanbing obviously didn't understand the meaning of his words. She found a bottle of water from the front, unscrewed it, and handed it to him. Alex was speechless. I said, my mouth is a little dry. Drink some water if your mouth is dry. Why are you looking at me? Lu Wanbing was a little angry. Alex complained. My mouth is dry. My mouth is dry. I have said it many times. When a boy says his mouth is dry, he wants a girl to kiss him. Don't you understand? Lu Wanbing blushed and gritted her teeth and said, Your mouth is dry, right? I'll make your mouth dry. She put the bottle mouth at Alex's face and squeezed it hard. Poof! The water arrow sprayed Alex in the face. Alex wiped his face and said helplessly, It's just a kiss. Why are you so stingy? It's not like we haven't kissed before. Who are you hiding it from? Others don't know that you kissed me. Even if you did, others couldn't see it. Who would know us? Besides, we don't know anyone here. Not to mention acquaintances, it's already midnight. Who else is there on the street besides us? I've never seen someone as stingy as you. You shut up. Lu Wanbing was so angry that she was shaking. She had never seen such a gossipy person. Okay, I'll shut up. Alex took off his seatbelt and started biting it again. This time the time was short, and he returned to his original place in just a few seconds. Lu Wanbing grabbed the seatbelt with both hands, breathing heavily and her chest heaving. Her eyes sparkled, and she looked at Alex with a blushing face. Gently lick the corners of your mouth. Suddenly he said, Pull over. Alex obediently parked the car on the side of the road. Lu Wanbing also took off her seatbelt and leaned over gently. Alex's closed eyes narrowed into crescents. 1 minute later, Lu Wanbing returned to her seat, looked out the window, and breathed heavily. It took a long time to slow down. She trembled and said, This is the limit of our relationship. Alex, don't go too far, and don't push me. This is my best response to you. You have to understand that there is no chance for the two of us. I can't face my sisters, let alone my mother. We are destined not to be together. From now on, I won't interfere with you finding a girlfriend or getting married. And please don't think of claiming me as your own. Let's just keep things as they are, okay? Lu Wanbing looked at Alex pleadingly. Alex was shocked and confused. How could she say such cold words with her mouth at a temperature of 37 degrees? Isn't this a fucking quote from a bad girl? Chapter 057, This is not a human connection. This is a dragon vein. When we returned to Lu's house, Shang Shiral was home alone and sent many messages to Alex. Alex would reply with a sentence or two whenever he had time. But the messages stopped around 11 o'clock. It is very likely that the little girl has fallen asleep. Alex finally replied to her, I'm drunk, and I'm not going home tonight. Scumbags quotes. Alex. Back in the house, Alex took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, Alex opened his eyes. He realized that he was a little different today. Not only has my physical fitness been significantly improved, but I have also gained some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and a set of acupuncture techniques in my mind. Although he had never used this acupuncture technique, he felt that he had mastered it. Am I going to become an experienced Chinese doctor? However, there are only 13 needles in acupuncture. Could they be the legendary 13 Ghost Gate needles? Alex took a deep breath when he thought of this possibility. The 13 Ghost Gate needles were created by Bien Quebec. It is the most profound and special treatment method in acupuncture. It can even cure the disease and prevent it from recurring. It's a pity that part of the 13 Ghost Gate needles have been lost, and the other part is regarded as a secret. Even if you only learn a few tricks, you can be called a contemporary miracle doctor. But he actually mastered the 13 ghost needles completely. This shocked Alex, but also made him ecstatic. I opened my phone, and sure enough, there was a text message from the future. Surprised? Unexpected? You guessed it right. The acupuncture technique you currently master is the half-lost 13 Ghost Gate needles. One needle can cure 100 diseases, and 3 needles are so powerful that ghosts and gods are amazed. Your participation in the charity banquet last night changed the fate of Lu Wanbing, who was threatened by Yuan Yao. I used the points rewarded by the system to exchange for the 13 Ghost Gate needles. The remaining points were used to draw prizes twice. The first time I drew, I won the mastery of Chinese medicine theory. The second time I drew, I won the improvement of various physical attributes. Before, you could hit 10, but now you can hit 20. Alex felt it carefully. Both strength and senses have been significantly enhanced. There is no need for me to introduce in detail the power of the 13 ghost needles. You can study it slowly on your own. What I want to say now is that I am really awesome. I didn't expect that I was so bold a week ago and forcefully kissed Lu Wanbing. This is a great job. However, your relationship with Lu Wanbing is currently limited to kissing. Until there is a major event that stirs up emotions and adds fuel to the fire, you'd better not force her. In fact, hugging, kissing, and touching are not bad. At least she won't reject you in this regard. Of course, you can only do it in secret. Seeing this, Alex smiled. I admire myself for a job well done yesterday. If it weren't for his bravery yesterday, his relationship with Lu Wanbing would still be in a state of hesitancy. This is good. At least there has been substantial progress. In the future, I just need to wait for an opportunity to appear, and I, the toad, will be able to eat the swan meat. By the way, the progress of the previous task has been stuck. Solve the problem of Shang Mingjuan's illegitimate child as soon as possible. After obtaining the system reward points, you can exchange them for Chinese medicine pulse diagnosis. At 10:30 a.m. on June 13th, which is today in your time and space, there will be an opportunity at Jiangxing High-Speed Railway Station. An old man will suddenly suffer from chest obstruction and fall into a coma. At that time, a foreigner will perform surgery on the spot to treat him. Although the man was saved, his vocal cords were permanently damaged and he became mute. The incident was exposed by the media after the old man woke up. The foreigner who saved the man was awarded a high honor and became famous for a while. Because the identity of the old man with chest blockage is not simple. He is not only a retired cadre, but also the teacher of many people who hold great power. People have rated this network of contacts. It is a dragon vein. You can grab the opportunity of this foreign thoracic surgeon boldly without any psychological burden, because after this foreigner got the honor, he was pursued by many Chinese girls, and he ruined 7 or 8 of them in just a few days. There was also a girl who jumped off a building because she was deceived by him. This incident was reported by the Haicheng Morning News this morning. The event of this chance encounter took place at 10:32 at the number 2 waiting hall. The old man was wearing a Zhongshan suit and was accompanied by a little girl who was only 1.5 meters tall and wearing a large white t-shirt. Sign, you in 7 days. As usual, text messages are encrypted. Alex's eyes were bright because he knew that he was not only rich now, but also about to gain fame. Next, he opened WeChat and browsed the message sent by Shang Shirua. Brother, I miss you. When will you come back? Brother, do you think this long black stockings with red edges are pretty? Brother, this gray and gray suspender looks good, doesn't it? I'll wear it when you come back and show it to you. Brother, you are ignoring me. You must still be sleeping in. Alex smiled slightly, took a photo of himself just waking up, and sent it to him. Caption, just woke up and getting ready to get up, girl. Remember to eat breakfast. Shang Shirua replied immediately. Yeah, I just ordered breakfast. It's almost here, brother. Go wash your face and eat. Alex, I have something to do this morning and can't go back to accompany you. I have to have lunch with friends at noon, so I can't go back until the afternoon. You take a shower, change into some low-quality black stockings, and wait for me in bed. Shangshu, grieved. Humph. My brother left me alone at home again. Woo woo woo. So sad. Alex, be good. I'm really busy. I'll go back to accompany you in the afternoon. Shangshu, okay then. I'll stay home and wait for my brother to come back. Alex put down his phone. There was a knock on the door. Alex, are you up yet? Come out and have breakfast. If you don't come out, Xian will eat the whole plate. Lu Qingyin's somewhat impatient voice came from outside. Lu Xian. Damn it. You're the one eating the plate. You ate the table. Got it, I'll go right down. Alex finished washing up and went downstairs. The three sisters sat around the dining table and had breakfast. Lu Wanbing looked up at Alex, her eyes a little flustered and evasive, but generally calm. Alex sat down next to Lu Wanbing, face to face with Lu Xian. Huh, Xian, you look a little haggard. Alex noticed that Lu Xian looked a little haggard, obviously because she didn't sleep well. Lu Xian pushed the bowl forward, resting her chin on the table to support her body, and said weakly, Hey, don't mention it. I went to the movies with my third sister yesterday. I said I wanted to watch a comedy, but she insisted on watching a horror movie. Lu Xian glared at Lu Qingyin and said angrily. She watched it with great interest. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. Alex laughed and said, Next time you can't sleep, you can come to me. I can provide physical soothing services to help you sleep. Lu Qingyin was surprised and said, It's just a sleep-inducing service. Why is it divided into physical and magic? Of course, Alex explained, the magic sleep service is a lullaby, while the physical sleep service is simpler and more direct. It only requires a punch on the back of the head. If you see the effect, sleep for one night. If not, sleep for a lifetime. Phew. Lu Wanbing couldn't help but burst out laughing, but it only lasted for a few seconds. A few seconds later, she turned into a cool and dignified big sister. Tisk. Lu Qingyin showed a look of disgust. Lu Xian rolled her eyes and said, That movie is scary, okay? I guarantee you won't be able to sleep after watching it. What movie is so scary? Recommend it to me. I like horror movies too. Lu Wanbing took the initiative to interrupt the conversation. Alex was the first to bring up the topic of Lu Xian. Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, What was it called? I forgot what it was called, but it's a horror movie. I recorded a short clip and planned to post it in the group to scare you guys, but when I thought about the fact that I'm the most timid person in my family, I decided to forget it. Let me see. Lu Wanbing took the initiative to extend her hand. Lu Xian opened the recorded horror movie video and handed it over. Lu Wanbing watched. She couldn't help but lean back, obviously feeling the terrifying atmosphere inside. Lu Xian leaned over and pointed at the screen, saying with a frightened face, Big sister, look at this 100-year-old female ghost. Isn't it scary? It's a bit scary. Of course not. She is a ghost with 100 years of power. Of course, she is terrifying. Alex ate his meal without looking up and said, Slow down the video 10 times and reduce the ghost girl's power 10 times. Then it won't be scary anymore. The three sisters all looked as if they had seen a ghost. What he said seems to make sense. Chapter 058, Narcissistic School Beauty Lu. Breakfast time was spent in joy. Lu Wanbing finished her makeup. She went to the company, and Lu Xian was also sent to a body training class by Rolls-Royce. Alex and Lu Qingyin were the only ones left at home. Lu Qingyin seemed to be worried and looked at Alex, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Alex naturally saw this and asked, What? Something wrong? Lu Qingyin said with some embarrassment. Alex, if you are free today, can I ask you for a favor? Alex also said with difficulty, Actually, I really want to help you, but I have to go to Jiangxing to do some work, so I may not have time. Today, he must take over the dragon vein of Jiangxing high-speed railway station, no matter what. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyin's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she asked in surprise, You are going to Jiangxing too? Alex was extremely surprised. You don't want me to accompany you to Jiangxing? Very good. Lu Qingyin smiled happily and said, I just want you to accompany me to Jiangxing. It's like this. A sister I'm very close to has a birthday today, and I want to go to Jiangxing to celebrate her birthday with her. My foot hurts a lot when I step on the accelerator, and it's not very convenient to walk. Since you're going to Jiangxing too, why don't you take me there? Lu Qingyin looked at Alex expectantly. Alex was a little hesitant. It's not that he didn't want to see her off, but he had to get to Jiangxing high-speed railway station before 10:30. Can you call the driver? Lu Qingyin said helplessly. There are two drivers in the family, one for my elder sister and one for Xianxian. I can't just call a temporary one, right? I don't feel comfortable letting a stranger take me on a long journey. Seeing Alex hesitate, Lu Qingyin frowned and said, "Aren't you going to take me with you?" Alex shook his head and said, "Not really, mainly because I have to go to Jiangqing High-Speed Railway Station to pick someone up at 10:30. Lu Qingyin smiled faintly. "It's okay. I can wait for you to pick up the person and then send me to my friend's house. It will definitely not delay you. Do you consider it? Now that things have come to this, it would be a bit deliberate to refuse again." Alex nodded and said, "Okay, it's getting late. Let's go now. I'll go upstairs and get my stuff first." Lu Qingyin limped up the stairs, and when she came down, she had a gift bag in her hand. "Which car are you driving?" Lu Qingyin asked. Alex searched for a Mercedes key among the pile of car keys. "Just a big G." Big G? Still? Lu Qingyin's face suddenly turned red. But Alex didn't think so much when he answered her. Lu Qingyin, on the other hand, had some evil thoughts. After going out, Alex navigated to a Chinese medicine store. Lu Qingyin asked curiously, "Alex, what are you doing at the Chinese medicine store?" Alex said calmly, "Your feet are always in trouble. I'll go get you some medicine for the injury." After saying that, Alex got out of the car. Lu Qingyin's eyes flashed, and she felt a little strange. In fact, Alex was not so kind as to buy medicine for her. He just went to a Chinese medicine store to buy a set of acupuncture equipment. When he came out of the pharmacy, a box of silver needles was already in his pocket. The small paper bag in his hand was full of medicines for treating injuries. Of course, these were all chosen randomly by Alex. As soon as he got in the car, he placed the medicine bag on Lu Qingyin's snow-white thigh. Alex said as he drove, "There is a plaster that is quite useful. You can apply it before you go to bed at night. The small pills in the box have the effect of strengthening muscles and bones. Don't forget to take them." Lu Qingyin stared blankly at the medicine bag on her lap and wrinkled her nose. "Alex." She looked at Alex and asked with complicated eyes, "My mother said she doesn't object to our relationship. You don't take it seriously, do you?" Alex's mouth twitched. "School beauty Lu, you may think too much." Lu Qingyin frowned and said, "Since you don't take it seriously, why do you still care about me so much?" Alex was surprised and asked, "Just because I'm nice to you, does that mean I took what happened that day seriously? Your logic is a little wrong. Even if we're not friends, even if we're just acquaintances, a simple caring greeting shouldn't be enough to overwhelm you, right?" Lu Qingyin shook her head and said, "Actually, I don't like you, but I don't hate you either. I'm just afraid that you'll take what happened that day seriously and make everyone unhappy in the end. Since you didn't take it seriously, I'm relieved." Alex laughed secretly in his heart. This school beauty Lu is quite narcissistic. "Thank you for the medicine." After expressing her thanks, Lu Qingyin looked out the window. After the car got on the highway, Lu Qingyin then asked, "Alex, don't forget what you promised me." "What did I promise you?" Alex looked puzzled. Lu Qingyin glared. "It's only been a few days, and you've forgotten it?" Alex grinned. "Hey, isn't it just about breaking up a couple? I'm the best at persuading people to break up." Lu Qingyin glared again. "Just remember, if you take my money, you have to get the job done. You have to be honest." "But then again," Lu Qingyin frowned and said, "I found that you were a little different from other boys." Alex was stunned. "What's the difference?" Lu Qingyin said, "Other boys who suddenly get a huge sum of several million yuan will usually spend it in revenge, such as buying a house, a car, and a famous watch to pretend to be rich." She originally wanted to say that she was just showing off. But considering that I'm a girl, I can't just say this word casually. I can only hang it on my legs. So I changed my tune. "But you're different. My mom, my sister, and I have given you 5 or 6 million yuan, but you only bought yourself a new phone. Why don't you consider buying yourself a sports car you like?" Lu Qingyin tilted her head, looking puzzled. Alex smiled faintly. "A car is just a means of transportation. Only those who are not strong enough and lack confidence will use a large amount of savings to buy a luxury car to show their noble status. This is different from my values. For me, a car is just a means of transportation. Whether or not I can reach my destination is the most important thing." Lu Qingyin was a little confused. "Don't you like luxury cars?" "Like," Alex nodded and said, "But I like it, but it's just the icing on the cake after I have wealth. It would be great if I had it, but if I don't have it, I won't force it." Lu Qingyin suddenly waved her hands and said, forget it. It's up to you. It's your money anyway. It's your business if it gets moldy." Money that is not spent is as good as nothing. She muttered and said no more. Alex also rarely enjoys the peace and quiet while driving. 10:15. Alex parked the car in the parking area of the high-speed rail station. Would you like to come with me? Lu Qingyin patted her legs and said, your legs are not convenient, so you should go by yourself. I will wait for you in the car. Alex felt a little disappointed that she didn't go. Originally, he wanted to show off in front of Lu Qingyin. Since she is not going, then my identity as a miracle doctor will just be a hidden halo. 5 minutes later, Alex arrived at waiting hall number 2. After some searching, I found the 3 people mentioned in the text message. An old man wearing a Zhongshan suit, with a hunchback and gray hair, looked to be about 70 years old. Sitting next to him was a little girl who was only about 1.5 meters tall. The little girl is wearing a white t-shirt, a white mid-length skirt, and a pair of white sneakers on her slender white calves. She looks particularly clean and pure in all white. The person mentioned in the last text message was the foreigner. The foreigner had blonde hair, blue eyes, a straight nose, and a tall stature. His arms, which were exposed through his short sleeves, were covered with yellow hair. He looked quite handsome. At this moment, he was sitting not far from the grandfather and grandson, communicating with an Oriental girl in somewhat broken Chinese with gestures and gestures. I'm telling the truth. I'm going to stay in your dragon country to develop. I'm telling you the truth. I'm going to stay in your dragon country to develop. I'm telling you the truth. I'm going to treat you well if you stay with me. I'm a foreigner. I'm not very good at answering. I'm a tire repairer. I'm very slow. And I'm with Negan. I'll be angry with Nihaud. I'm a foreigner. I'm not very good at answering. I really like you. You stay with me, I will treat you well. However, the beautiful lady who was approached by the foreigner did not seem to have any Western worshipping ideas. She frowned and kept moving to the side. I'm sorry. I don't like foreigners, really. Please stop harassing me. The foreigner suddenly stood up and angrily said, you are discriminating against foreigners? The beauty was a little panicked. She had a certain amount of knowledge and knew that if this matter escalated to the level of discrimination, it would have a bad impact on her. But just at this moment, an intermittent cry spread all around. Grandpa, 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 you, what's wrong with you? Help, 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 help. Someone come and save my grandpa. Grandpa, wow. The little girl in white clothes was crying in front of her grandfather, who was twitching constantly. She's a stutterer? Chapter 059. Practicing medicine in public, curing diseases with just one needle. The old man in Tang's suit lay on the waiting chair with his eyes closed. His face turned red and his breathing became rapid. But there is more air exhalation than air intake. Everyone around hid far away, and soon the area was surrounded by people. What's wrong, old man? Isn't he having a sudden heart attack? Are there any medical staff here? He can't breathe. Call an ambulance. Forget it. If you encounter such a situation, you'd better stay away from it. Don't let yourself be blackmailed. Some people are worried, while others are indifferent. Some people were also recording videos on their mobile phones. The girl cried helplessly, but because of stuttering, he couldn't even speak a clear sentence. Soon her face turned red with anxiety, and tears gathered on her chin and dripped down like raindrops. The foreigner who was chatting her up had a look of hesitation on his face. At last he seemed to have made up his mind. Get up and walk over here. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I'm a doctor. Everyone get out of the way. The foreigner's words made the crowd make way. The girl in white seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. Please, please, please save my grandpa. Grandpa. The foreigner looked down at the petite girl, his eyes revealing his natural lust. Because although this girl is short, her appearance is exceptionally delicate. The eyes are as big as those of a cartoon character, and the pupils are as shiny as obsidian. The face is small and delicate with a small nose and a small mouth. Shoulder-length hair with bangs. She is the type of loli who is very cute and cuddly. The foreigner's gaze stayed on the girl for a long time. He shouted to the onlookers, be my witnesses. I am a doctor, and I want to save lives. But if this old man unfortunately dies, you must bear witness for me. The people around stopped talking. The girl was so anxious that she couldn't utter a complete sentence. The foreigner reluctantly opened the backpack and took out a set of surgical instruments. He first examined the cause of the old man's illness and finally came to a conclusion. The cause of this old man's illness is airway obstruction caused by lung infection. I need to perform surgery on him immediately to clear the blocked airway. Please stay away and create a sterile environment for me. The people around quickly made way for a large area. The foreigner laid out all the surgical instruments. At the same time, put on white gloves and disinfect the scalpel with alcohol. Then he gestured around the old man's chest and respiratory tract. The frightened girl in white turned pale and dared not say a word. Just as the foreigner was about to cut, Alex said, "You can't cut." The foreigner looked up and saw a handsome young man from Longwell walking towards him quickly. He looked unhappy and asked, "What are you going to do? Why can't I operate on him? The old man has phlegm stuck in his respiratory tract. I must operate on him as soon as possible to clear the phlegm, otherwise he will suffocate to death." Alex frowned and said, "Although the place where you cut can help him expel phlegm, it is the vocal cord. Once you cut, the old man will never speak again in his life. You will make him mute." The foreigner shouted angrily, "It's better for him to become mute than to be suffocated to death now. I am saving his life. Please don't stop me from curing the disease and saving people. If you stop me again, you will be the cause of his death." The people around were also outraged. "Young man, please stay away and don't delay the doctor from treating patients. Americans have superb medical skills, especially in the field of surgery, but with you delaying the process, their medical skills are useless. Get out of the way quickly and don't delay this doctor from saving lives." This American friend carries surgical instruments with him. He looks like a good doctor who saves lives. What do you mean by stopping him from saving lives? Do you want to destroy the relationship between the United States and Dragon? My goodness, this has become an international issue. Alex doesn't have time to pay attention to them now. He squatted in front of the old man and took out the silver needle he had bought earlier from his pocket. "Prepare for the injection by disinfecting the small bottle of alcohol you carry with you." The foreigner was furious. "Oh my God, you are harming people. You are murdering people. Are all the young people in Dragon Country so vicious? You will kill him." People around him also kept criticizing Alex's behavior. What is he going to do? Is he going to use the silver needle to save the old man? This guy doesn't look like a reckless person. Could he really use some acupuncture? I admit that there are some powerful acupuncture techniques that can cure diseases, but many of them have been lost. Some old Chinese doctors have studied them for their entire lives and still can't figure them out. How old is he? "Young man, please get out of the way and let this American doctor operate on the old man. Even if he becomes mute, he can still live. If you delay the operation, the old man will die." Alex ignored the gossip of people around him. At this moment, he had finished disinfecting the silver needle. The girl in white turned around and said, "Come here and help your grandfather." The girl in white is in a confused state, not knowing who to trust. After hearing what Alex said, he quickly ran over and helped his grandfather sit up. Alex tore off the old man's shirt, revealing his slightly hunched but still strong upper body. However, on the body, you can still vaguely see several hideous scars left by bullet holes. Alex inserted the needle without hesitation. A needle is inserted into the lung point between the posterior spine and shoulder blade. A needle is inserted into the Zhongwan point, 4 inches above the navel. The third needle is inserted into the Fenglong point on the calf. The fourth needle is inserted into the Taiyuan point on the wrist, and the needle is continuously raised, lowered, and shaken. Everyone around held their breath. No one said anything sarcastic anymore. After just a few seconds, the old man's body twitched back and forth. It twitched for maybe a few seconds. Suddenly, he spat out a large mouthful of thick phlegm with a wow sound. This mouthful of thick phlegm was as thick as mud. Then the old man took a deep breath into his lungs and began to breathe violently. The foreign doctor was already stunned. "Can I remove phlegm without surgery?" This way of practicing medicine has overturned his understanding of medical skills. He kept uttering, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God," had just been condemning Alex, suddenly burst into loud applause. The applause lasted for a long time. "Awesome, really awesome. Is this Chinese medicine? It's amazing. No surgery or medication required. Just a few injections and the disease is cured. This acupuncture technique is amazing. If this video is released, it will definitely cause a sensation. Is this the charm of traditional Chinese medicine? It is indeed a medical skill that has been passed down for thousands of years. It is so profound. Our ancestors have studied the human body thoroughly. I believe that traditional Chinese medicine will be revitalized soon." Revitalize your ass. Do you want to know more about the anti-TCM alliance in Haicheng? Let's learn about Sakurajima's purchase of large quantities of Chinese herbal medicines with roots, attempting to exterminate Dragon Country's Chinese medicine from the root. With these troublemakers around, it will be even more difficult to revive traditional Chinese medicine. There is still a long way to go. When the girl in white saw her grandfather gradually waking up, she burst into tears of joy. Keep thanking Alex. But because of stuttering, he can't speak fluently. Alex did not stop the rescue, but continued to help the old man to expectorate. As he spat out mouthful after mouthful of thick phlegm, the old man's complexion gradually recovered. There was light in his eyes. Alex gratefully, his lips moving and his tone weak. Thank you. Thank you, young man. Thank you. If it weren't for those few injections you gave me, I would have died today. Alex said, Old man, damp heat produces phlegm, and prolonged cold causes tuberculosis. It's probably not easy to recover from your lung meridian damp heat and cold tuberculosis. You need to constantly regulate your body to recover. The old man smiled slightly and panted, It's useless. When I was fighting Lao Mi in the Peninsula Ice Cave, I got cold air in my body. Now I'm in my 40s or 50s, and I went to fight Lao Yu and Lao Yozi. Unfortunately, I got hot lungs. These are all old problems. Fight the Americans in the Peninsula? Fight the Vietnamese in Lao Yozi? This is an old hero. Alex was in awe. Chapter 060 Medicine has no borders, but doctors do. I want to become your disciple. I want you to be my teacher. Please teach me the Dragon Kingdom's medical skills. The foreigner's face turned red with excitement, and he ran over and shouted that he wanted to be his disciple. Alex shook his head in disgust and said, Forget about it. I will not teach foreigners medical skills. The foreigner was very angry and said, Even you discriminate against foreigners? Don't you Longwa always say that science and medicine have no borders? I want to learn Longwa medical skills from you. Why don't you teach me? Alex said disdainfully. Science has no borders? Then why didn't you Americans allow our Mr. Chien to return to China? Medicine has no borders? Then why did you Americans set up the Anti-Dragon Medical Alliance? Yes, I admit that science has no borders, but scientists have borders in their motherlands. I also admit that medicine has no borders, but doctors have borders in their motherlands. I will not pass on the treasures passed down by our ancestors for thousands of years to a foreigner like you. The foreign doctor was left speechless by these remarks. Deafening applause broke out again all around. Well said, young man. You have guts. We in Dragon Country need young people like you. The revitalization of traditional Chinese medicine depends on you. Even the old hero excitedly took Alex's hand and said, Young man, you are really great. You have proved with your actions in front of this foreigner the profoundness of our Dragon Country's medical skills. You are really a young hero. Alex acted extremely humble and said, Old man, please don't embarrass me. You are the hero. If it weren't for the heroes of the older generation like you who risked their lives and fought 3 generations of wars, how could we young people have enough food and clothing now? All good, all good. The old man was very pleased. Alex checked his watch and saw that it was almost 11 o'clock. Old man, I have something urgent to do. Let's meet again sometime. Alex quickly pulled out the silver needles from the old hero's body and put them away. The old man stood up anxiously and said, No, young man, you are my lifesaver. You can't just leave like this. Ying, stop him quickly. Don't let him leave, otherwise it will be hard to find him. The old man was very rational and pointed out the problem directly. Many young people who are brave enough to do good deeds will leave their jobs and hide their names after they succeed. The old man has seen too many such incidents on the news. The girl called Ying hugged Alex's thighs in desperation. Hiss! Alex gasped and looked down. The result was a pair of big eyes like gems. The position she was holding? She was clearly holding one leg, but Alex was sure she was holding both legs. Alex smiled bitterly and said, Old man, I really have something urgent to do. How about you leave me your contact information, and I'll contact you when I'm done? The old man nodded and said, That's better. Ying, give the phone to your benefactor, and then let him go. Ying took out a pen and paper from her backpack and wrote down her phone number and her name. Raise both hands and hand them to Alex. There's no way compared to Ying, Alex is too tall. Ying is 1.5 meters tall, and Alex is 1.85 meters tall. The height difference between the two is a full 80 centimeters. White cherry blossom. Alex saw the name on the note by Ying. Okay, I'll contact you when I'm done. Alex put the contact information in his pocket. The old man then smiled and let by Ying let go. Alex's left and middle legs felt relieved. Goodbye, Grandpa Bot. Alex said hello and quickly ran out of the waiting hall. What he didn't know was that the short video of him curing and saving lives here went viral shortly after he left. Gradually, it became a hot topic in the city. Grandpa Bai and Bai Ying watched him leave. Ying, let's get in the car quickly. We have to have lunch with a few students at noon. They are all leaders of Haicheng. It would be inappropriate for us to go too late. Bai Ying helped Grandpa Bai walk towards the high-speed rail ticket gate. Walking and walking. Grandpa Bai suddenly slapped his forehead. Broken. What's wrong, Grandpa? Grandpa Bai glanced at the direction where Alex disappeared, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Grandpa was careless. The young man was in a hurry to leave just now. It was obvious that he had something on his mind. But we only left him contact information. We don't even have his contact information, let alone where he lives. If he doesn't contact us, we really won't be able to find him. Bai Ying smiled sweetly and said, Grandpa, now that the internet is so developed, it's actually very easy to find him. Grandpa Bai smiled and nodded. You are right. Now the country has Skynet, so it is very easy to find someone. When we get to Haicheng, I will ask those students to help me look for him in Jiangcheng. Let's go to Haicheng. Alex coming back alone. Lu Qingyin couldn't help but ask curiously. Alex, didn't you say you were here to pick up a friend? Where's the friend you picked up? Alex evaded the question by saying, I got off the bus halfway because of something urgent. Really, I didn't even say hello in advance, and I made a wasted trip. Lu Qingyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your friend is so unreliable. Alex smiled faintly. Give me an address, and I'll take you to the birthday party. Lu Qingyin sent Alex a location. The destination is a place called Jiangyuan Lanting, which is about 10 kilometers away and takes about half an hour to drive. At this time, in a small manor in Jiangyuan Lanting, an outdoor restaurant is built on the lawn, with square electric sunshades blocking out the sunlight. The chef team in the food preparation area was busy preparing meals, and one dish after another was served on the long dining table. A dozen handsome men and beautiful women in their 20s gathered here, some lying under the parasols on the lawn, and some sitting by the swimming pool chatting. Yu Qingyu was lying on a lounge chair under a parasol by the outdoor swimming pool, browsing on her phone. At this time, a middle-aged couple came over. The tall, thin, middle-aged man in home clothes said, Xiaoyu, your friends are here. You are hiding here playing with your phone instead of entertaining them. This is very rude. Yu Qingyu sat up straight and smiled sweetly. Dad, I've already greeted you. It's too chaotic. I want to be quiet here for a while. Father, you didn't say much, just nodded and said, That's good. The beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure sat down next to Yu Qingyu and asked with a smile, I noticed you just now. What are you looking at so intently? Let me see. Yu Qingyu behaved very well and handed the phone to his mother. Nothing much. I just saw a very interesting video. However, when Yu Qingyu handed over the phone, his eyes were full of resistance. The charming mother Yu glanced at the screen of her mobile phone roughly, and without even pressing the play button, she frowned and said, Although the young man in this video is handsome, Xiaoyu, you are still young and should not focus on looking at handsome guys. You should focus on your studies. Father Yu nodded repeatedly. Mother Yu continued, Mom and Dad sent you to study business administration because we hope you can take over the company after graduation. Mom knows that girls your age are just at the age of fantasizing about falling in love. But you are different from other girls. You will marry into a political family in the future. You can't fall in love on impulse and let your relationship experience have black spots. Otherwise, we will have no say in marriage. Do you understand? Yu Qingyu smiled sweetly and said, I know, Mom. I'm just taking a look. I don't have any other thoughts. Don't worry, you and Dad. Mother Yu smiled dotingly. As a mother, he feels relieved by his daughter's good behavior and understanding. Father Yu smiled and said, Okay, Nianqing, you can't stop preaching every 3 sentences. Today is our daughter's birthday, so just let her relax and do whatever she wants today. Let her spend the day freely. Yu's motherly Nianqing was about to say something, but stopped herself, then smiled and nodded. Okay, then you can continue playing with your phone. I'll go over there and take a look. Don't look at your phone for too long. It's bad for your eyes. Yeah, I got it, Mom. Yu Qingyu watched her parents leave with a smile. The moment her parents left, her fake smile disappeared and was replaced by a hint of annoyance. As he continued to browse his phone, Yu Qingyu finally revealed a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. The video playing on her phone was the one where Alex rescued someone at the high-speed rail station. Chapter 061 Qingyan, your boyfriend is so handsome. Science has no borders? Then why didn't you Americans allow our Mr. Qian to return to China? Medicine without borders? Then why did you, Lao Me, establish the Anti-Dragon Medical Alliance? Yes, I admit that science has no borders, but scientists have borders in their motherlands. I also admit that medicine has no borders, but doctors have borders in their motherlands. I will not pass on the treasures passed down by our ancestors for thousands of years to a foreigner like you. Yu Qingyu listened to the inspiring patriotic speech on the phone and was moved. The Yu family also had an old Chinese medicine doctor who saved lives in their ancestor. Under the leadership of this great-grandfather, the family began to engage in the Chinese medicinal materials business. At that time, the Yu family still insisted on the great idea of promoting traditional Chinese medicine. But Yu Qingyu knew it clearly. People have been obsessed with money and profit since my grandfather's generation. The growth cycle of Chinese medicinal materials is slow, and profits are also slow. Gradually, the Yu family gave up the production of Chinese medicinal materials and transformed themselves into Western medicine. Although the research funding for Western medicine is a huge number, it is a lucrative business. The ancestral motto left by Yu Qingyu's great-grandfather to promote traditional Chinese medicine culture was also thrown out of the window. I don't know when my parents turned into profit-driven businessmen. This made Yu Qingyu very sad. She despised her parents' greed for fame and fortune from the bottom of her heart. She herself didn't know when it started, but she became more and more disgusted with her parents. Maybe it was because her parents trained her to be a tool to curry favor with the powerful in order to develop the Yu family's pharmaceutical business. Little Fish, a pretty girl in a white top and high-waisted denim shorts, came over and asked, "Why hasn't Xingyin arrived yet? Do you want to call her to urge her?" "Oh, well." Just as Yu Qingyu was about to make a phone call, Yu's father came over from the food preparation area and said, "Xiao Yu, the security guard just called and said that there's a girl named Lu looking for you. Go and claim her." Yu Qingyu nodded and said, "Okay, Dad, Yin Lu, let's go together." The two got on the sightseeing bus and were about to go to the gate to pick someone up. Lin Yinqing walked up and said, "Xiu Yu, Mom will go with you." Yu Qingyu's smile suddenly froze and she nodded obediently. "Okay, Mom." The sightseeing bus drove towards the gatekeeper. Lu Qingyan was sitting on a bench waiting, while Alex was standing beside her observing the surroundings. "This place is great. It has a Suzhou Garden Lu feeling. There are a lot of greenery like a natural oxygen bar. One manor-style villa after another comes into view, and the environment is very suitable for living." Alex couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's great to have money. No wonder almost everyone in this world worships money nowadays. It's not without reason. At this time, Lu Qingyan took the initiative to speak. "Alex, come in with me. After dinner, Qingyu and I will chat for a while, and then we will go back to Haiqing together." "Let's just forget it." Alex shook his head and said, "It's someone's birthday, and I haven't even prepared a gift for him. It's not appropriate for me to just go and eat for free. Besides, how are you going to introduce me to your friends?" Lu Qingyan frowned. "Just an ordinary friend. How else can I introduce you? You can't say you're my half-brother, right?" Alex laughed and said, "Would an ordinary friend send you all the way from Haiqing to Jiangxing? Your friends will definitely think I'm your boyfriend, and it will be difficult for you to explain it then." Lu Qingyan thought for a moment. "That's right. Well, I won't care about you anymore. You can go out and eat by yourself later." "Yeah, okay. I'm leaving now. Contact me when you leave." Alex was about to leave when a sightseeing bus stopped not far in front of him and Lu Qingyan. "Hi, Qingyan." Yu Qingyu got out of the car while saying hello. But when she saw Alex standing next to Lu Qingyan, she was completely stunned. He opened his mouth slightly, a little shocked. "Isn't he the handsome young man who practiced medicine and saved lives at the high-speed rail station?" Alex also looked over there, then glanced at Lu Qingyan and finally turned his gaze to Yu Qingyu. Sure enough, the school bell's friend is also a school belle. Lu Qingyan's school beauty friend is no worse than her in terms of appearance or figure, and even better. A white semi-transparent short open-neck top, a white pleated skirt, white and slender legs, transparent high-heeled sandals with straps, and pink and tender feet. "Herring, Qingyan, why did you come just now?" Yin Lu complained. "We are starving, and we are just waiting for you to start the feast." "Eh? Qingyan, who is this handsome guy?" When Yin Lu noticed Alex, her eyes lit up and she said to herself, "So handsome." At the same time, the fire of gossip burned in his eyes. She moved closer to Lu Qingyan, nudged her gently with her elbow, and said with an ambiguous look, "Okay, Lu Qingyan, you are so mean. You found such a handsome boyfriend without telling us. You promised to stay single with the sisters until graduation, but you hide, hide the handsome guy in your golden house. Yin Lu was at a loss for words for a moment. Lu Qingyin blushed and frowned. Yin Lu, don't talk nonsense, he is not my boyfriend. Lu Qingyin explained casually and bowed slightly to Lin Yinqing. Hello, Aunt Lin. Lin Yinqing smiled and nodded at Lu Qingyin. Qingyin, I haven't seen you for so long. You look more beautiful again. Thank you, Annie. Get in the car with your boyfriend. Lu Qingyin blushed and stammered. Annie, don't misunderstand me. He is not my boyfriend. Not your boyfriend? Lin Yinqing and Yin Lu asked in surprise at the same time. Who is he? He? Lu Qingyin didn't know how to answer for a moment. Alex just explained that they are just ordinary friends, which is no different from directly announcing their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Which ordinary friend would run so far to see you off? But she didn't dare to say that Alex was her half-brother. I was speechless for a moment. Alex smiled and said, Hello, don't get me wrong. I'm the driver hired by Miss Lu's family. Alex said this. Lu Qingyin was a little stunned. Was willing to give up his dignity and tell outsiders that he was a driver just to avoid being misunderstood? For a moment, Lu Qingyin felt a little sour. Some were moved. For Alex for hiding his identity. Yin Lu couldn't help but widen her eyes. What? He's your family's driver? Lu Qingyin, you... you are wasting such a handsome boy to be your family's driver. It's really a waste of talent. Lin Yinqing glanced at Alex with a look of contempt in his eyes. There is a restaurant inside that is specially designed to accommodate drivers like you. Just drive the car to the designated location later. Yu Qingyu's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. What she hated most was her mother's arrogant and condescending attitude, which looked down on the grassroots staff. Alex also noticed this and immediately stopped smiling. He even ignored Lin Yinqing and said to Lu Qingyin, Have fun. I'll pick you up when I'm done. Let's go. Alex got into the car and drove away. With such a casual attitude, how can he be a driver? This is clearly the master. Lin Yinqing was choked by this attitude, and her face looked a little ugly. She couldn't help but scolded. Qingyin, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but sometimes employers like us can't be too good-tempered. Otherwise, the people below us will break the rules. For example, your driver doesn't know any rules. People only know he's a driver, but they think he's the boss. His attitude is so bad. I think you should fire him and get a more obedient driver. Upon hearing this, Yin Lu's eyes lit up and she became eager to try something. It would be better to fire such a handsome driver. In this way, I can recruit him to be my driver. Not only can he drive for himself, but he can also drive himself as a car. Chapter 062, You are so filial to us. Lu Qingyin heard Lin Yinqing's remarks. She inexplicably felt the urge to defend Alex. It's hard to explain this impulse. She smiled awkwardly. Annie, he is my sister's driver. He was supposed to be on leave today to stay at home with his family. He's a little dissatisfied with me forcing him to work overtime, which is understandable. I thought the other party would understand after I said this. But Lin Yinqing was dissatisfied and said, Even if he is your sister's driver, you can't do this, right? He is a service staff. Doesn't he understand that customers are God? You are his employer and pay him a salary, so he should be on call at all times. Lu Qingyin frowned and glanced at Yu Qingyu. Yu Qingyu's face turned slightly red. Her mother's series of actions made her embarrassed. Fearing that her mother would say something that would ruin her worldview, Yu Qingyu hurried forward and urged her. Mom, it's getting late, let's go. Lin Yinqing then reluctantly got on the sightseeing bus. She couldn't accept Alex's attitude of ignoring her. So much so that she was in a bad mood at her daughter's birthday party and hardly smiled throughout the whole event. This made Yu Qingyu's classmates and friends think that she didn't like being in the crowd. So not long after the meal, they said goodbye to Yu Qingyu and left one after another. Although Yu Qingyu was very dissatisfied, she couldn't explain too much since her mother was present. She could only put on a forced smile and send her friends away. The friends who stayed after the meal were all those with whom I had a good relationship. And her parents also went to the company. In the living room, Yu Qingyu let out a long sigh. Oh my God, he finally left. I was so suffocated. Lu Qingyin, Yin Lu, and another girl all looked at her with pity and sympathy. Xiao Yu, your uncle and aunt are usually strict with you, but they can meet most of your requests. From this point of view, your uncle and aunt still love you very much. You don't understand at all. Yu Qingyu lay on the sofa with her white legs resting on the coffee table. She looked like she had lost all hope in life. Like Qin Yin, I like fine arts, but they force me to study business administration. No matter what I do, I have to report to them and get their permission. Don't think that I am studying in Haicheng and they can't control me because they work in Jiangxing. In fact, it is not true at all. In order to make me live according to their planned route, they even sent people to interfere with my freedom. I am free to go to the toilet and sleep, but the rest of the time is like being in prison. I'm not even allowed to eat one more bite of my favorite food. They insist that I stay in shape, and they also stipulate that I must fall asleep before 10 o'clock at night. Who among you understands? As Yu Qingyu spoke, her eyes gradually turned red. Lu Qingyin frowned and said, "That's a bit too much. It's understandable that you have to go to bed before 10 o'clock, but falling asleep before 10 o'clock." She looked at Yu Qingyu with eyes full of sympathy. Yu Qingyu waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. Even if I tell you, you can't help me, and it will affect your mood. Today is my birthday. Let's talk about something happy." "Okay, let's talk about something happy." Yin Lu nodded and suddenly looked at Lu Qingyin, winking and saying, "Hee, Qingyin, when are you going to fire the driver who brought you here today?" Lu Qingyin asked curiously, "Why do you ask such a question? Also, why should I fire people?" Yin Lu blinked. "He treats you badly, you should fire him, so that I can recruit him to be my driver." Whispering sound. Lu Qingyin looked disgusted. "Driver?" Qingyu tilted her head and looked suspicious. "What driver?" So Yin Lu recounted what happened at the gate. Qingyu said disdainfully, "He's just a driver. How handsome can he be?" Yu Qingyu's eyes flickered. Perhaps she was the only one here who knew what an outstanding and promising young man the driver Lu Qingyin brought was. "Qingyin, is he really your driver?" Yu Qingyu looked into Lu Qingyin's eyes and asked doubtfully. She didn't believe that this young man, who was like a miracle doctor, was just an unknown driver. Without waiting for Lu Qingyin to speak, Yu Qingyu added, "Swear on our friendship. Is he the driver?" Lu Qingyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Why are you always staring at a driver? Does it matter to you whether he is a driver or not?" "Yes, I have." Yin Lu analyzed seriously. "If he is a driver, you can fire him when you return. I will recruit him to be my driver. If he is not the driver, then you should explain his identity." Lu Qingyin hesitated to speak and finally spread her hands helplessly. "Well, actually, he is not my driver. He is my mom, the child of a friend of my mom who has a good relationship with him." "Yes, the child of my mom's friend." It seems that there is some truth in this statement. "My mom's boyfriend, Dad." "Oh my God," Yin Lu enviously said. "You two are childhood sweethearts, and you still say he's not your boyfriend?" Lu Qingyin's face darkened. "What kind of logic is this? There are many children from my mother's friends' families, and they are all my childhood sweethearts? I've only known him for a few days, and we've spoken less than 100 sentences in total. And within 100 sentences, I became someone else's girlfriend. How worthless am I?" Yu Qingyu half believed and half doubted. "Are you sure? He's really not your boyfriend? Swear. That's enough." Lu Qingyin stood up angrily. "Hold up 3 fingers. I swear to God. I, Lu Qingyin, swear that he and I are not lovers. We are just ordinary friends. Is this all right?" Yin Lu held her phone, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Since he's not your boyfriend, that's easy. Just recommend him to me as your friend." "Well," Lu Qingyin was a little surprised. "Push his friend to you? What are you going to do?" "Hee, of course I'm going after him. He's handsome and clean-cut. You two aren't a couple, so it doesn't count as stealing your girl if I go after him." Lu Qingyin was somewhat speechless. I suddenly felt a little sad. I really don't want to push Alex's WeChat chat to Yin Lu. She had no choice but to make an excuse. "Don't even think about it. He has very high standards. He doesn't even like me, a school beauty. How could he like you?" "That's not necessarily true. What if he likes someone like me?" Yin Lu is particularly confident about her appearance. Although she is not as pretty as Lu Qingyin and Yu Qingyu, she also has her own style. Almond eyes, rosy cheeks, slender waist, and perky buttocks. There is a teardrop mole under her foxy eyes, which gives her a natural sexiness. "I won't give it to you. You'll be mad to death." Lu Qingyin made faces at Yin Lu, which made Yin Lu very angry. She chased Lu Qingyin to snatch her phone. Soon Lu Qingyin was defeated. As a cripple, there was no way she could outrun Yin Lu, who had all her limbs intact. Yu Qingyu spoke. "I say, can you guys stop making trouble?" Only then did Yin Lu let Lu Qingyin go but she was a little unwilling that she didn't get Alex's contact information. However, Yu Qingyu's face turned slightly red. She said weakly, "That, Qingyan, how about you send me his WeChat?" Yin Lu and Chen Yayu were both stunned. You guys don't look at me like that." Yu Qingyu blushed and lowered her head. Lu Qingyan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll send you Alex's WeChat chat later." Yin Lu's eyes widened. "You were so good, Lu Qingyan. I asked you for it for a long time, but you didn't give it to me, and you gave it to Xiaoyu as soon as she asked." "What do you mean? Do you look down on me?" Lu Qingyan explained. "Yin Lu, don't let your imagination run wild. You have a cheerful personality and can take the initiative to strike up a conversation with a boy you like, but Xiaoyu can't do that. Look, Xiaoyu is like a prisoner under her parents' control. When have you ever seen her take the initiative to ask to meet a boy? She took the initiative to ask me, which is a huge courage. Look at how depressed Xiaoyu is. He's almost suffering from depression. If she were to have a relationship, even if it was an online relationship without meeting in person, it would be healing for her." Yin Lu Yongmei sighed reluctantly. "Oh, forget it, it's just a boy. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why love a bird?" Chen Yayu agreed. "Qin Yin is right. Xiaoyu is too depressed. As her best friend, we should help her out and get out of the shadow." Thank you, thank you." Yu Qingyu was touched and said, "Don't get me wrong. I don't actually like him. Yin Lu, if you want to pursue him, go ahead. I'm not going to pursue him anyway." "You're not pursuing her, but you're adding her as a friend. Isn't that too much of a scumbag?" The three of them said in unison and looked at Yu Qingyu in disbelief. The way she looks, she can't be associated with a scumbag at all. Yu Qingyu laughed dryly. "I actually just admired how he managed to ignore my mom's existence today, so I want to learn from him. You are so filial to us. This is simply a great act of filial piety. Little fairy fish." Chapter 063, The Other Party Rejected Your Friend Request. "Alex, I'm sending your WeChat chat to my friend. You don't mind, do you?" Lu Qingyan said to Alex as soon as she got in the car. Alex asked in confusion, "Who did you send my WeChat chat to?" "It's the friend who's having his birthday today. Yu Qingyu," Alex said with a strange expression. "Why are you pushing me to her? Are you trying to introduce me to her as a boyfriend?" Thinking of this possibility, Alex couldn't help but frown. She admitted that Yu Qingyu was very beautiful, but Alex doesn't like her mother. He felt uncomfortable as soon as he came into contact with her mother. Her mother had a natural quality of being superior and bossy, as if it was innate and made him dislike her. Although Yu Qingyu is good-looking, most girls take their father's appearance, but their personality takes their mother's, mostly. From this we can see that Yu Qingyu is a person with only good looks. Lu Qingyan pursed her lips and smiled. She said that she fell in love with you the first time she saw you, and insisted that I recommend you to her. Now she has probably added you as a friend. You can take a look." Alex parked the car on the side of the road and took out his cell phone to check. Sure enough, there was a friend request. Under Lu Qingyan's stunned gaze, Alex chose to refuse to add the other party as a friend. Lu Qingyan couldn't do this. "Alex, why did you refuse to add her as your friend?" "Why?" Alex glanced at Lu Qingyan and said calmly, "Because I don't like it, I won't add it." Lu Qingyan was shocked. "Are you blind?" Yu Qingyu is the campus beauty of Haicheng Engineering College. Her admirers line up from here to France. She took the initiative to add you as her friend, but you treated her like air and rejected her." Alex said unhappily, "I don't like her, so why should I add her? You are such a jerk. Just because she is the campus beauty and many people are chasing after her, do I have to add her as my friend?" Alex's words choked Lu Qingyan so much that she was speechless. "What you said seems to make sense." Finally, Lu Qingyan smiled bitterly and said no more. However, Alex's refusal to add Yu Qingyu as a friend made Lu Qingyan look at him with new eyes. This made her feel that Alex was a special person. The other boys wanted to lick Yu Qingyu from head to toe. He was so good. Yu Qingyu took the initiative to let him lick her, but he was indifferent and refused to add her as a friend. Don't be swayed by beauty. Lu Qingyan admired this precious quality from the bottom of her heart. She found that Alex had more and more shining points. At this moment, Yu Qingyu was sitting alone on the sofa, holding a pillow in his arms, staring blankly at the picture displayed on the mobile phone screen. The other party rejected your friend request. Why did he refuse to add friends? Yu Qingyu looked at the red exclamation mark and felt a little uncomfortable. From childhood to adulthood, everyone has always obeyed her. Whatever she wants, her family will give it to her. This was the first time in her life that she was rejected. It feels really bad to be rejected. But what is the reason why the other party rejects you? She wanted to ask Lu Qingyan. But considering that the other party was on his way back to Haicheng, he gave up this idea. Alex sent Lu Qingyan home and went directly to the Bay Villa district. There was also Shang Shirua at home, who kept asking him when he would be back. This girl is almost becoming a husband-waiting stone. Alex entered the room. Shang Shirua, who was wearing JK white stockings, wrapped around him like an octopus. No matter how he tried to persuade her, Shang Shirua just wouldn't listen to him and wouldn't get off him. Shang Shirua was so disobedient that she was bound to be scolded by Alex. Lu Qingyan reported to Yu Qingyu that she was safe. After receiving the reply, Yu Qingyu also took the initiative to talk to her about refusing to add her as a friend. Yu Qingyu. Qingyan, after you left, I added Alex as my friend, but he rejected me. Why? Lu Qingyan. This sweating. He said he didn't like it, so he refused. I was helpless. She was indeed helpless. The first time a good friend took the initiative to ask a boy to be her friend, she was cruelly rejected. She expressed sympathy for this. Yu Qingyu. What does he dislike? Me. Yu Qingyu's eyes widened behind the phone, feeling disbelief and a little frustrated. Lu Qingyan. Awkward. Yes, he said he didn't like you. I said you were the school beauty and there were a lot of people chasing after you. He said, do I have to agree to add her as a friend just because she's the school beauty and there are a lot of people chasing after her? I don't like her, so I won't add her. Yu Qingyu fell silent. She had never met anyone so blunt. No one has ever said to her, I don't like you. Alex's series of actions made her feel a little overwhelmed. But more of them were secretly angry. I'm such a pretty little fairy. How come you don't like me? No, I just wanted to add him as a friend to understand how he could ignore my mother's existence. I didn't ask him to like me. Thinking of this, she realized that something was wrong. Yu Qingyu. Tell me the truth. What did you tell him at that time? Lu Qingyan. Awkward. At that time I said that you fell in love with him the first time you saw him. I just wanted to tease him, but I didn't expect this result. It's not my fault. It's really not my fault? Yu Qingyu. Lu Qingyan, I'm going to kill you. I'll go to Haicheng in person to deal with you in 2 days. Just wait for me. Alex is very busy now. So busy that he didn't even answer Shang Shiuli's call. Because he has to take care of Shang Shiurua. After settling Shang Shiurua down, Alex called Shang Shiuli back. An extremely unhappy voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Zhang, are you busy? I called you 8 times, but you didn't answer. I can't figure out what you were doing. Fuck you. Alex muttered to himself. Of course I dare not say this out loud. He laughed and joked. If you didn't answer the first call, it means I was busy, so there was no need to call again. You are really persistent. Shang Shiuli said dissatisfiedly. There is no other way. I must persevere. This concerns my life. Tell me, what's the matter? Alex asked. Shang Shiuli then said excitedly. I saw the video of you saving people at Jiangxing High-Speed Railway Station. Alex, you are simply amazing. Foreigners must rely on surgery to complete the medical event, but you can solve it with just a few needles. This is amazing. Is this the legendary Chinese acupuncture? Alex was not surprised. When he was giving Mr. by an injection, many onlookers were filming. He also can't force people to delete the video. Fire is inevitable. But he didn't expect that Shang Shiuli would become so famous so soon. Alex looked down at Shang Shiurua, who was actively picking her teeth, and replied, Yes, this is acupuncture. Shang Shiuli asked with a smile. How are you thinking about becoming my personal doctor? Don't worry. I won't treat you unfairly. As long as you can make me fully recovered, I will reward you handsomely. Oh, how do you want to thank me? Alex was very interested. As a businessman, Shang Shiuli would not make promises easily. I can't think of anything else I can give you except money. Then give me the money. Who can complain about having too much money? Shang Shiuli pondered for a moment. How much do you want? Alex the Lion said loudly. 30%. What 30%? Shares of Jinhai Group. There was a click from the other end of the line, and Shang Shiuli's phone fell to the ground. This shows her shock and disbelief. Chapter 064, what a great bargaining. 30% of Jinhai Group shares? Are you crazy? Shang Shiuli raised her voice. I only have 35% of the shares in my hands. You just asked for 30%. How is this different from making me bankrupt? Alex smiled faintly. That's not right. I remember you had 89% of the shares. How could it be only 35%? Shang Shiuli said angrily. Nonsense. 89% is the shares jointly held by Shang Mingjun and I. I own 35%, and he owns 54%. If I had 89% of the shares, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Alex laughed and said, I'm not talking nonsense. You will own 89% of the shares in a few days. What do you mean? Shang Shuili was a little confused. Alex explained, the meaning is very simple. Let Shang Mingjun give you his 54% of shares. This is impossible, Shang Shuili sneered and said. He values Jianhai more than his life. The 35% of shares I hold were given to me gradually by him because of the pressure from my grandfather and uncle. He will leave his shares to his bastard son in the future. How could he possibly give them to me? Alex asked back. What if your father knew that he was old and had no one to rely on, and you were the only one who could take care of him until the end of his life? You mean let me get rid of Zhou Yinzu? Hearing her sister's words, Shang Shua, who was eating, suddenly trembled. The name Zhou Yinzu was like a nightmare that could not be shaken off her mind. Shang Shuili was silent for a long time before he said helplessly, I am very angry about Xiaoro's incident. Shang Mingjun knows that I will not let Zhou Yinzu go. He protects Zhou Yinzu very well. Even if I don't have the chance, at least not for the time being. Alex smiled and said, you don't need to do anything. Shang Mingjun will clean up the mess himself. He did it himself? That's impossible. He dotes on this bastard. Alex said, I won't beat around the bush with you. If I tell you that I have a way to get Shang Mingjun to kill Zhou Yinzu and have him unconditionally transfer the remaining shares of Jianhai to you, will you agree to my terms? Shang Shuili said in an awkward tone. 30% is too much. Alex, you should know that the current market value of Jianhai Group is close to 50 billion, and 30% of the shares means tens of billions of wealth. If I offer this as a reward, how many famous doctors do you think will come to my doorstep to beg me to be my personal physician? Don't even mention 30%. Do you believe that even 3% will be a big hit? This is not false. Alex fell into deep thought. Shang Shuili was sick. She lied to her. The other party is not a fool either. If you take a tough attitude, it is likely to backfire. Then she gave up being her own personal physician. Travel all over the world to visit famous doctors. If you suddenly find out that you have been cheated, the consequences will be serious. It may develop into a situation where there is no end, but one fight to the death. Mr. Zhang, please think about it, Shang Shuili reminded. Of course she wouldn't tell you how much she was giving. This is how business talks work. One person desperately wants it, while the other doesn't want to give. This is a game, Alex suggested. Miss Shang, how long do you think it will take you to get Shang Mingjun's shares if you rely on your own efforts? Shang Shuili didn't shy away from it. For many years, you may only get a portion, or even no share, Alex said in a firm tone. But I can make you get your father to give you the shares without bloodshed in just a few days, and I can also make Zhou Yinzu pay with his life. How much do you think these are worth? Also, you may never get the shares in Shang Mingjun's hands in your lifetime, which means you picked up so many shares for nothing. If it were someone else, they would have been eager to cooperate with me a long time ago. After weighing the pros and cons, Shang Shuili gave a price with some reluctance. At most 5%, Alex said in an exaggerated tone. What? You cut so much off at once? Shang Shuili, this is not the way to bargain. You cut so much off at once? It's hard for me to accept this. Shang Shuili covered her mouth and smiled. I have always bargained like this. Alex said unwillingly. You've cut so much at once. It's strange that I can agree to your offer. With your bargaining method, this deal is impossible to negotiate. I don't think there's any need for us to waste our breath on it. Shang Shuili was also hesitating, wondering if she had bargained too low a price. Alex cursed. Fuck, you don't bargain like that. You'll scare people away from the beginning. You should bargain like this. I want 30% of the shares, and you ask me if 20% is okay. Then I say at least 25%, and then you bargain it down to 15%. Then I said the minimum was 20%, and you bargained it down to 10%. Finally, I said the minimum was 15%, and you bargained it down to 5%. You had to do it step by step. How could you bargain down to the lowest price directly like this? Shang Shuili said somewhat embarrassedly. It seems that what you said makes some sense. Alex said unhappily. No, you have to start over. If you want me to be your personal doctor, you have to at least give me 30% of Jianhai's shares. Shang Shuili couldn't help but laugh and said, 30% is too much. I can only give you 20% at most. Deal, 20% is 20%. Shang Shuili suddenly became a muggle. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have been fooled. I am most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. After a long silence, Shang Shuli gnashed his teeth and said, Alex, you bastard, you actually tricked me? Hey. Alex smiled and said, I didn't cheat you. You said in person that you would give me a maximum of 20% of Jianhai shares. Shang Shuli almost roared. It's boring. You are such a boring person. She was breathing heavily, showing her anger. Shang Shua seemed to feel some sympathy for her sister. She didn't know if it was because of anger, but she was also breathing heavily. All right, Alex said, that's it. You've already bargained down the price by 10%, right? Logically, you've made a profit. It took Shang Shuli a long time to calm down. It was not until half a minute later that she asked in a cold voice, when will you start treating me? Tomorrow. It will start tomorrow. Good. Shang Shuli asked, tell me your method. Alex did not hide it anymore and told the truth. In fact, Zhou Nianzu is not Shang Mingjun's illegitimate child. Shang Mingjun did sleep with Zhou Xinlan several times when she was pregnant, but Zhou Nianzu is not his child. Shang Shuli's voice changed in shock. What? That rubbish illegitimate child is not his biological child. Right. During those days, Zhou Xinlan went to a nightclub and had a lot of fun. That night, she had one-night stands with 3 men at the same time. Even she herself didn't know who Zhou Nianzu's biological father was. Wrong. Shang Shuli breathed rapidly and said, they did a paternity test back then, and my mother died because of this. It can't be fake. Alex asked back, can't Zhou Xinlan bribe the appraisal agency? Ha! Shang Shuli suddenly laughed happily. I understand. Thank you, Alex. This news means so much to me. I'm going to find Shang Mingjun now. After I sideline him, I will personally hand over 20% of Jianhai Group's shares to you. Beep beep, the phone hung up. Shang Shuli couldn't wait to go there. Alex couldn't wait to let Shang Shirua go. It's out now, feel free to watch it. Chapter 065 Yi Danxiong is missing. The next morning, Shang Shirua knew that she would be separated from Alex today, so she especially cherished the time she spent alone with him. She woke up before Alex did. It seems that I have forgotten the fatigue of last night. Alex opened his eyes. He saw Shang Shua sitting there looking at him with a nervous mood, feeling a little anxious. This made him more determined to send the little girl home today. Although he was reluctant, he still wanted to live. Brother, good morning. Shang Shua met Alex's eyes, feeling a little evasive and shy. Morning, Alex replied. Go on. Let Shang Shua entertain herself. Alex began to feel the changes in his body today. After waking up, I have gained a lot of theoretical knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. It is no exaggeration to say that I am a walking encyclopedia of traditional Chinese medicine. He also learned all kinds of dialectics and the 3 methods of observation, auscultation, questioning, and palpation without any teacher. However, what surprised Alex the most was that his physical fitness had improved significantly, and his fighting skills had also evolved from only free fighting in the beginning to a combination of street fighting and mixed martial arts, which greatly enhanced his fighting ability. While he was comprehending the fighting skills, he was also comprehending Shang Shirua's skills. A moment later, Alex patted Shang Shirua and said, Go get me the phone. Shang Shirua quickly crawled over and took Alex's cell phone. When you come back, sit down again. Before checking the future text messages, he noticed a text message from Shang Shuli. Shang Shuli. The paternity test results came out at 9:30 last night. Shang Mingjun was sent to the hospital at 10 last night. The operation was completed in the early morning, and he woke up this morning. You're full of rhymes. What do you want to do about the postgraduate entrance examination? Emotional excitement caused the blood to surge, leading to cerebral hemorrhage. Although the person regained consciousness and his IQ was not affected, his mouth and eyes were crooked, his speech was not very clear, and he would have difficulty moving in the future. Although this incident could increase Jianhai's share price, it is not a glorious thing after all. Family disgrace should not be made public, so I did not inform the media. I didn't sleep last night, and now I can't fall asleep. When you wake up, bring Sharo over. I have asked someone to prepare breakfast. After reading the message, Alex smiled faintly. Look, Shang Shuli is like a good wife. On the other hand, Shang Shua only has Xian'e. Comparing the sisters, the difference is obvious. Alex prefers a virtuous wife to a helper wife. She is more charming. However, before Alex opened a future text message, Haichu Morning News pushed a piece of news. The title attracted Alex to click in. A strong youth means a strong country. An old man suddenly developed chest obstruction and was in critical condition. A traditional Chinese medicine practitioner stepped forward and gave him acupuncture like a god. The disease was cured. The long text news has several pictures and 2 videos. One of the clips is a video of Alex rescuing someone at a high-speed rail station, which is about 3 minutes long. The second video is of Mr. Bai and Bai Yingying. Alex clicked play out of curiosity. Grandpa Bai, who is already over 90 years old, should be at home enjoying his grandchildren, but he ran to the news agency to look for his savior. Hello everyone, I'm the old man who suddenly had chest obstruction in the video. Yesterday morning at Jiangqing high-speed railway station, I suddenly had chest obstruction and was in danger. Fortunately, a young man with good character came to my rescue. He used only 4 needles to rescue my old man from the hands of the king of hell, but before I could thank him for saving my life, this brave young man quietly left. Such noble character is admirable. Mr. Bai was moved to tears as he spoke, and Bai Yingying, who was dressed in white, nodded repeatedly. The life-saving grace should be repaid with gratitude. It doesn't matter if I die, but I can't let the kind-hearted people who bravely did what was right feel disappointed. I must thank the life-saving grace in person. I specially recorded this missing person notice video, hoping that the general public can help us find the person who saved our lives. If anyone knows this young man, please call me at the number below the video. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Thank you, everyone. After Bai Fenghui finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the camera. Bai Yingying also bowed beside him and was reluctant to stand up for a long time. Alex walked out after reading the news. Although he firmly believed that he would meet Grandpa Bai again sooner or later, he would not take the initiative to contact him. It is best to wait for events to ferment freely. Not long after this news was released, it caused quite a stir in the traditional Chinese medicine community. The Su family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine in Beijing. In the quaint house, several members of the Su family gathered together, including men, women, old and young. Grandpa, you are not mistaken. This is really the 13 ghost needles technique? There's no doubt about it. This young man has mastered acupuncture techniques. His ghost gate 13 needles techniques are very different from the ones passed down by our ancestors. He may have mastered the complete ghost gate 13 needles. Xian Ming Zhao, the 2 of you should leave for Jiangqing immediately and find him. Remember, even if you can't win him over, don't offend him. Grandpa, isn't this Haiqing news? Why are we going to Jiangqing to find someone? Can't you see the huge words on Jiangqing high-speed railway station in the video? The Qin family is also a family of traditional Chinese medicine. 3 generations gathered together again. There was a heated discussion about the headlines from High City. I'm sure this guy has mastered the complete 13 ghost needles. This old man cured such a serious chest congestion with phlegm, but he only used 4 needles to restore the patient to consciousness in just a few seconds, and he used the 13 ghost gate needles technique. I, an old man, have studied Chinese medicine for a lifetime and still cannot do it. I am ashamed of myself. Qin Feng, Qin Hao, the 2 of you go to Jiangqing. A sexy woman who was a little older took the initiative to say, Grandpa, they are both young and not very tactful. If they offend the little doctor, it will be more trouble than gain. I will go with Xiaofeng and Xiaohao. Okay, you go too. It's not just the Su and Qin families in the capital. Many traditional Chinese medicine families who paid attention to this news sent people to Jiangqing to look for him. Wang family, Li family, Zhao family. But they could never imagine that Alex, who saved people at the Jiangqing high-speed railway station, was being driven like a car in a big villa in Haiqing. Shang Shiro entertained herself and took a break when she was tired. Continue after you have rested. Alex was too busy playing with her because he was reading future text messages. When he saw the opening remarks, Alex was visibly shocked. I have some unfortunate news to tell you. Something happened to Yi Danqiong. Sad news? Something happened to Sister Qiong? Is she dead? Alex reads nervously. The course of events is roughly as follows. Yesterday morning in my time and space, I planned to return the 100 million yuan I borrowed from Sister Qiong, but her phone was busy and no one answered. I thought she was busy and didn't take it seriously. But I waited for the whole day, but didn't get her call back. A bad feeling in my heart prompted me to go to the kindergarten to find Fufu. The nanny had been taking care of Fufu these days. Even they didn't know where Sister Qiong had gone. Sister Qiong, a living person, disappeared without any signs. Can you believe it? Alex's heart skipped a beat, and an inexplicable feeling of nervousness came over him. Sister Qiong. Could she have been murdered and dismembered? I've been busy revising these past 2 days, and will resume 3 updates tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chapter 066 Shang Shuili is afraid of injections. Alex is very worried about Yi Danxiong now. I risked my life to save her daughter, and that's how I got this connection. She is also a beautiful wife. I really don't want her to die like this. Even if he can't get her, as siblings, Alex doesn't want anything to happen to Yi Danxiong. Through talking with the nanny of Sister Cheong's family, I got the following information. Sister Cheong went to the Longshan warehouse to check the accounts on the afternoon of June 13th, which was yesterday afternoon in your time and space. I went to Longshan overnight last night. There was only one warehouse manager there. At first he said he knew nothing, but under my torture, he told me what he knew. There is a veteran figure in Sister Cheong's company named Wang Haolong, who followed Lai Wenqing to conquer the world. It was he who issued the gag order to the employees of Longshan warehouse, but he is not sure about other things. The warehouse manager only explained that at around 12 noon on the 14th, several sand factory and steel factory owners brought a large number of thugs to surround Sister Cheong. At that time, Sister Cheong brought 4 bodyguards, one of whom, named Alu, was a traitor. The other 3 bodyguards were hacked to death while trying to protect Sister Cheong, and their lives and deaths are unknown. Finally, Sister Cheong was also captured and put in a black Mercedes-Benz. Although the surveillance was destroyed, the license plate was easy to remember. Hi 78866. Although it is easy for me to find someone by the license plate number, no one knows what the other party's purpose is during the days when Sister Cheong was missing. To be on the safe side, you have to rush to Longshan to rescue Yi Danxiong before noon. For this purpose, I have specially upgraded my physical fitness and combat capabilities. It is best to bring weapons with you when you go, as the other side has at least 100 people. The address is on Longshan Yinjiang Road. All the warehouses on the entire road belong to Sister Cheong's company. There is no specific location. You can find it yourself when you get there. Be careful, be careful, be careful. Signed, you in 7 days. When the text message ended, Alex sat up suddenly. With a thud, his chest hit Shang Shirua's forehead. He was so engrossed in reading the text message that he forgot there was someone sitting on it. Shang Shirua covered her forehead and protested dissatisfiedly. Brother, what are you doing? You didn't even say hello when you got up. You hit me so hard. It must hurt. She rubbed her forehead and groaned. Alex urged, I have something important to do today. Get up and change the route. Shang Shirua stood up obediently. Alex saw that she changed her route. He was no longer polite. In his haste to get out, he forgot to show compassion. When Shang Shirua got into the car, her legs were shaking like sieves. Alex dialed Yi Danxiong's number while driving. Thankfully, the call went through. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Alex's pupil shrank when he heard the man's voice on the other side. Who are you? Where is Sister Cheong? The other party replied, I am Sister Cheong's bodyguard. Sister Cheong is checking the bills. Mr. Zhang, do you want to talk to my boss? Alex smiled and asked, It's true that I have something to say. Can you please let your boss answer the phone? The other party refused outright. My boss is busy at work and can't get away. If you have anything to do, Mr. Zhang, I will wait until my boss is done and ask her to call you back. Alex frowned. Which bodyguard of Sister Cheong are you? The other party chuckled and said, Mr. Zhang, you are a forgetful person. My name is Alu. We met last time when you rescued the boss's daughter, but we didn't get to talk. Alu? Traitor? Alex frowned and said, Go and inform Sister Cheong that Fufu got into a fight with other kids at school and got bleeding. She's currently in the hospital. Ask her to put down her work and come back for a while. Alu was silent for a second before he said, Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll notify the boss right away and ask her to call you back. After saying this, Ale hung up the phone. Even after Alex drove the car into Shang Shiuli's luxurious courtyard, he still didn't receive a reply from Yi Danxiong. Alex called back, and the other party's phone was indeed turned off. This was obviously a premeditated plan against Yi Danxiong. Shang Shiuli rushed out of the villa when he heard the noise. There was a hint of haggardness in her features. This is because I didn't sleep last night. Elder sister. As soon as Shang Shiurua got out of the car, she threw herself into Shang Shiuli's arms. Shang Shiuli saw the whip marks on her arms and thighs that had not yet faded, and her eyes turned red with heartache. How have you been these past 2 days? Did he not bully you? While Shang Shiuli was asking the question, she also glared at Alex fiercely. Obviously, she was still angry about Alex as trick on her yesterday. Shang Shiurua remembered the agreement with Alex and would never reveal any trace of the two of them being together. She shook her head obediently. Sister, Alex is a very good person. He didn't bully me. Instead, he took good care of me. That's good. Shang Shiuli nodded and said to Alex, Come in and have breakfast. No. Alex shook his head and said, I have to go to Longshan urgently. I need to be there before noon. Shang Shuili frowned and asked, what about today's treatment? Come back in the afternoon. If you can't come back in the afternoon, then you can only come back tomorrow. Alex showed a helpless expression. Shang Shuili nodded sensibly. Do you have any tips for me to fall asleep quickly? I can't sleep during the day, but I feel listless. Alex looked at his hands, but he gave up the method of physical hypnosis. Come on, go to your bedroom. I'll give you an injection and you'll fall asleep soon. Seeing that he was very anxious, Shang Shuili said something to Shang Shiro and went to the master bedroom on the second floor with Alex. The room was cleaned and tidy, and a new set of bedding was replaced. There is also a familiar smell here, which is Shang Shuili's unique body fragrance. Shang Shuili explained, originally, this place belongs to you starting today. I had these bedding replaced with new ones this morning. I will sleep here for a while. If you don't like it, you can change it. Alex did not forget to make fun while disinfecting the silver needle. Why would I change it? I sleep in the same bed you slept in at night, so we can be considered as sharing a bed. But this sentence did not wait for Shang Shuili's response. Alex couldn't help but look. Shang Shuili was staring at the sterilized silver needle in his hand and swallowing hard. Even his face turned a little pale. Are you afraid of injections? Alex's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help laughing. A blush appeared on Shang Shuili's pale face. Even the voice began to tremble. Such a long needle is going to stick into my body? Will it hurt? A queen who dominates the business world now even cannot speak clearly. Alex saw that she didn't act and gave up the idea of teasing her. Don't worry, it won't hurt. The silver needles are inserted into the acupuncture points, so generally it won't hurt. Shang Shuili trembled a little and said, Then, where should I pierce it? Alex couldn't help laughing and said, the ankles are at Zhaohai, the top of the head is at Baihui, and the calves are at Sanyinjiao. Come on, lie down, and better take off your stockings. Shang Shuili was wearing a pair of black stockings on her legs, wrapping her round and slender legs. Then wait a moment. Shang Shuili entered the bathroom and locked the door, and there was a rustling sound. When she came out, the stockings on her legs were gone. Her legs are white and slender, fuller and more voluptuous than Shang Shuili was. In fact, this type of legs is more in line with Alex's aesthetic, and it won't hurt your waist when you have a car accident. As Shang Shuili lay on the bed, Alex first inserted 2 silver needles into her Baihui acupoint and Senyinjiao acupoint respectively. The last one is Zhaohai acupoint. Zhaohai point is 1 inch below the inner side of the ankle. Alex pinched Shang Shuili's jade feet and inserted the needle one by one, then shook the needle and lifted it up in one go. With her feet grabbed, Shang Shuili's breathing became rapid and her face turned slightly red. But soon she felt a strong sense of fatigue coming over her, making her eyelids heavier and heavier. Alex didn't leave until she fell asleep. No taking advantage because now is not the time. More than 100 kilometers away in Longshan, there is Yi Danxiong waiting for him to take care of her, Shang Shuili. Let her go for now. Chapter 067. You are surrounded by me alone. Alex bought a few baseball bats and helmets before heading to Yongsan. Finally arrived at Longshan Riverside Road at 11:40 in the morning. Yi Danxiong chose to build a warehouse here. The first reason was that there was a Longkou wharf at the foot of Longshan Mountain, where many sand factories had taken root. She almost monopolized the supply of sand and mud to Haicheng and several surrounding cities. Secondly, Longshan is an area that attracts investment, and there are many bosses who build steel mills here. In addition to running a business of sand and cement, she also runs a business of construction steel in several cities around Haicheng. The entire Riverside Road is about 3 kilometers long, and all the indoor and open-air warehouses along the way belong to Yi Danxiong alone. In addition to these businesses, Yi Danxiong also owns several high-end nightclubs in Haicheng. Alex parked the car in front of an open-air warehouse. Several security guards were standing at the door patrolling. Alex walked over and asked, "Excuse me, which warehouse is your CEO Yi Danxiong currently in?" The warehouses here are numbered, and there are more than a dozen of them, large and small. Seeing Alex driving a luxury car, the security guard naturally did not dare to neglect him and quickly came forward to answer. Boss Yi has already reconciled the accounts for our warehouse yesterday. Today, he went to the steel warehouse to reconcile the accounts. We don't know which warehouse it is. How about you go there and ask? The middle-aged security guard pointed to a location and explained. The south side of the road is the steel warehouse. The north side of the road is the sand warehouse. and those warehouses are all steel warehouses. Well, thanks. Alex drove from one warehouse to another looking for the product. However, before he found Yi Danqiong's location, dust and smoke rose in the distance, and a row of more than 20 cars came speeding towards them. Alex's pupil shrank. I looked at my watch, and it was already 12 o'clock noon. There are only 3 warehouses left: 7, 8, and 9. Originally, Alex planned to wait until these vehicles entered one of the warehouses to determine Yi Danqiong's location. But these vehicles were still far away when a familiar person walked out of warehouse number 8. Allô? Alex saw the man's face clearly and confirmed that he was the traitor Alak. Without saying a word, he drove straight over. Alu rushed out of the warehouse and waved to the large number of vehicles coming. But just after he waved his arms twice, he heard a roar behind him. When he turned his head, Alex's Big G was already very close to him. Bang! With a loud bang, Ale's whole body was knocked flying. Alex also turned and drove the car into the warehouse. The sound of the car crash also attracted the attention of everyone inside the warehouse. Among them is Yi Danqiong. She was currently standing in front of a pile of square steel several meters high. The secretary next to me is doing statistics. Everyone looked towards the speeding vehicle. Yi Danqiong was in doubt and asked, Xiong, the one who was knocked away just now is Alo? Xiong also glared and shouted, Boss, get out of the way. This car is coming for us. He instinctively stood in front of Yi Danqiong. But when the car got closer, it turned on the spot and braked suddenly. The car window rolled down. Alex stuck his head out and shouted to Yi Danqiong, Hurry up and get in the car, don't ask anything, and explain on the way. Alex, Yi Danqiong asked in disbelief. Why are you here? Get in the car, hurry up. Alex was anxious. If you don't get on the car, the people behind you will block the warehouse door, and you will have to fight your way out. Yi Danqiong hesitated to speak, but she didn't think much about it, nor did she hesitate too much. He walked up, opened the car door, and got in. But he was stopped by Xiong and 2 bodyguards. Boss! Xiong frowned and shook his head. You can't just get in the car. If something happens, I will be sorry to my brother. Another bodyguard named Xiao Quan said solemnly, Boss, Mr. Zhang just knocked Alu away. Why did he knock Alu away for no reason? There is something wrong. Yi Danqiong silently put down her raised beautiful legs in black silk stockings, frowned and looked at Alex, as if waiting for Alex to give her an explanation. At this point, Alex was too lazy to explain. He simply got out of the car, opened the trunk, and took out a helmet and a few baseball bats. Xiong and Xiaoquan are Yi Danqiong's bodyguards, and there is nothing wrong with them being so cautious. After all, Yi Danqiong can trust Alex, but they don't trust Alex. And after witnessing Alex being knocked away with my own eyes, I became even less trusting of Alex. If Yi Danqiong had gotten in the car without any hesitation at the beginning, Alex would definitely have been able to take her out. But with the bodyguards interfering, the only way to leave was to fight his way out. The roar of vehicles outside was getting closer and closer. Alex was too lazy to explain so much. He handed the baseball bat to 3 bodyguards, Lu Xiong, Sun Xiaoquan, and Wu Mingyu. The bodyguards were a little confused. Alex's quick words, I don't have time to explain to you. Someone is here to arrest your boss. Alu is a traitor. He just went out to lead the way for others. The noise outside is that a large group of people is coming, at least hundreds of people. Yi Danqiong and the 3 bodyguards widened their eyes at the same time. Alex put on his helmet. He walked over and put a red safety helmet on Yi Danqiong's head. Even before the tie-downs were tightened, vehicles outside were already pouring in rapidly. Seeing that the situation was exactly as Alex said, the 3 bodyguards hurriedly put on their helmets. Dust and smoke rose up. About 30 vehicles blocked the warehouse door. The car doors were open one after another, and hundreds of people got out of the car holding sticks. This dark formation looks very intimidating. Alex pulled Yi Danqiong behind him, patted Xiong on the shoulder, and said, Take your boss to the room over there and guard the door so no one can enter. Clear. Although several people had many questions in their minds, now is not the time to ask questions. The most urgent task is to get rid of the hundreds of people in front of us. Yi Danqiong hesitated to speak several times. But considering his limited skills, staying would only hinder him. She couldn't help but hold Alex's hand tightly and said affectionately, Be careful. Alex pulled his hand out and patted Yi Danqiong's hips covertly. Go. Yi Danqiong felt as if struck by lightning. Her face flickered, and gradually even her ears began to turn pink, and the shame and anger in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. At this time, Several leaders on the opposite side were communicating in a low voice. Is it her? It's her, this woman. The leader, the crew cut, pointed a baseball bat at Yi Danxiong and shouted, "Catch her for me, and try not to hurt her. As for the others, no matter if they live or die, go for it." Hundreds of people rushed up at the same time, carrying wooden sticks and steel pipes. Xiong took Yi Danxiong straight to a color-coded steel office next to the factory. Sun Xiaoquan and Wu Mingyu were a little scared. After all, the other side has hundreds of people, while we only have 3 people. What are you standing there for? Come on. Alex said something out of the blue and rushed forward. He rushed and yelled, "I have surrounded all of you. Put down your weapons and surrender, or I will chop you all into pieces." Yi Danxiong, who was running with her high heels in both hands, almost fell to the ground when she heard this. "Good man, you surrounded a group of people by yourself?" Alex were a little dumbfounded. They thought Alex was crazy. But the next moment, they were shocked by Alex's skill. I saw him rushing into the crowd, moving left and right, either an elbow, a knee, or a kick in the balls. Anyway, every attack would hit the target, and the opponent would fall to the ground and completely lose the ability to fight. The baseball bat in his hand was only used to block other people's weapons. It turns out that your weapon is his defensive gear, worked overtime and updated. Chapter 068, If There Is No Opportunity, Create One. Alex rushing around in the crowd and couldn't help but look shocked. She never thought Alex would be so skilled. I felt safe for a moment. Seeing Alex being besieged and hit several times with baseball bats, Yi Danxiong's heart was wrenched. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Alex, 2 bodyguards, and 6 security guards guarding the warehouse, only 9 people in total, were unable to stop the hundreds of people who came prepared. At least 20 people rushed towards Yi Danxiong. "Boss, come in, they are coming." Lu Xiong stood in front of the door of the prefabricated steel house with a baseball bat in his hand, like a door god. Yi Danxiong rolled up the sleeves of her white shirt, stuck her high-heeled shoes in the gap of the steps, and pried them apart with force, and both heels were broken off. She put on her black high heels without heels and held the baseball bat tightly in both hands. "Boss, come in quickly." Xiong was a little anxious. Yi Danxiong pursed her lips and said with a firm look, "I am not a vase. Have you forgotten what I did before?" Lu Xiong hesitated to speak. Finally, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "Then, boss, don't be so stubborn. Try to hide behind me." Yi Danxiong moved back 3 meters and formed a formation with Lu Xiong, one in front and one behind. Lu Xiong alone cannot withstand the attack of 20 people, and there will always be some who slip through the net and cause trouble for Yi Danxiong. But the thugs who came to her were too timid to take action and only dared to arrest people with their bare hands. This also gave Yi Danxiong an opportunity to fight back. She swung the baseball bat in her hand and knocked down 3 people in a few strokes. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck, this woman is not easy to deal with. Let's get rid of her bodyguards first, and then go up and catch her together." If the leader had not given instructions in advance not to hurt this woman, I'm afraid Yi Danxiong would have been knocked over by a stick long ago. No one cared about her anymore, which instantly doubled Lu Xiong's pressure. He knocked down about 7 or 8 people and hit them several times with baseball bats. If it weren't for the protective effect of the baseball cap, Lu Xiong would probably have died in the Northwest by now. On the other hand, on Alex's side, there were people lying all around. But he was still surrounded by people. The steel pipe also caused great pain on my body. The 6 security guards in this warehouse had already been knocked unconscious by steel pipes. Sun Xiaoquan and Wu Mingyu were no exception. Their faces were covered in blood, and they were struggling to hold on. "Hold on for a while. I'll be right there." Alex left a word and turned to run towards Big G. This stunned all the people who were besieging him. When they reacted, Alex was already in the car. Booz, booz, booz. The sound of the V8 engine rang out, and Alex stepped on the accelerator and crashed into the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. At least 5 or 6 people were knocked unconscious. There was also an unlucky person who was caught under the wheels. But he couldn't care less. Even if he killed a few people, it shouldn't be a big problem. Yi Danxiong has not been in Haiching for nothing. If he can't even settle something like this, it's Alex's bad luck. Alex backed the car out and drove to Yi Danxiong's place. When Lu Xiong saw this scene, he rolled to the side. Bang, bang, bang. 4 people were knocked away. The remaining 7 or 8 people also stared at Alex in the car with bloodshot eyes. The steel baseball bat in his hand smashed the car window into pieces. Alex opened the car door and kicked it, knocking it flying. He jumped out of the car like a killing god. In less than 10 seconds, 7 or 8 people were knocked to the ground. The huge warehouse yard was filled with people lying all over the place. There were about 120 people there, and now at least half of them were lying on the ground. Alex was breathing heavily and took the opportunity to pass the phone to Yi Danxiong. Contact the nearby security guards and ask them to come over to help. Yi Danxiong took the phone, but after making multiple calls, no one answered. I can't get through. She returned the phone to Alex with a sullen face, her expression changing and her eyes complicated. At this juncture, even a fool could have figured out that the security captains of several nearby warehouses had all been bribed. Alex said no more. Holding a baseball bat, he attacked the 40 or 50 people who came forward one after another. Sun Xiaoquan and Wu Mingyu had already fallen to the ground unconscious. The only ones left standing were Alex, Yi Danxiong, and Lu Xiong. Seeing that Alex was so brave, Lu Xiong was not willing to be outdone. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Yi Danqing looked at Alex. Back and her eyes became wet for a moment. She glanced at the Mercedes-Benz G with its shattered glass, quickly dropped her baseball bat, got in the car, and rushed directly towards the crowd. Alex and Lu Xiong were being beaten up here, and Yi Danxiong was driving his car through the crowd. Many people have already been heartbroken. Some outsiders even saw the situation was not good and dropped their steel pipes and baseball bats and ran away. More than 70% of the people were lying on the ground. If they continued to stay, they would definitely end up lying on the ground. Anyway, the situation is hopeless, so it's better to run away than to stay and get beaten. With the first one, there will be the second one. With the third one, there is a group. In the end, there were only 30 or so people left, and more than 20 of them ran away. The remaining dozen or so also gradually looked for opportunities to escape. Alex pointed his baseball bat outside and said in a deep voice, "Get out of here right now if you don't want to die." They had no intention of fighting in the first place, so after hearing this, they dropped their sticks and ran away. After all these people ran away, Lu Xiong, overwhelmed by the burden, lay down on the ground, gasping for breath. Alex was not much better off. He was hit by at least a dozen sticks on his back, shoulders, thighs, and waist, leaving no healthy area. Even the safety helmet on his head was smashed to pieces. There's nothing we can do. There are just too many people. No matter how good he is at fighting, beating a dozen or 20 people is already his limit. Noticed Yi Danxiong walking towards him. Alex pretended to be exhausted and staggered. Yi Danxiong hurried forward and opened her arms. Alex fell forward. If there is no opportunity, then create one. My face at the ground first. No, not the ground, it's soft. Yi Danxiong used her great power to accurately catch Alex's face. She put her arms around Alex's armpits and held him tightly. Feeling the rising temperature of her cleavage, Yi Danxiong blushed slightly. "Alex, how are you?" she asked in a trembling voice. Alex was smothered and could hardly breathe, but he didn't want to get up, because it smells so good. He had no choice but to stick his nose into the gap and take a deep breath. "It's okay, I'm just too tired to stand. Sister Qiong, this is not the place to talk. Let's find a safe place to talk." Ah Xiong, who was lying on the ground, was also panting and said, "Boss, these people are targeting you. Don't worry about me. Go with Mr. Zhang first. I will stay to save the surveillance and do some follow-up work." "Thank you for your hard work, Nobita." Yi Danxiong looked at the corner under a pile of square steel. There was also a little girl in a professional suit curled up there. She is Yi Danxiong's secretary. The young girl, who had just graduated and had never seen the world, was so frightened that her face turned pale and her brain went blank. "Xiaowen, bring me my bag." After a 2-second pause, Xiaowen trembled and cried, "Boss, I can't stand up anymore." Yi Danxiong held her forehead with one hand, but she had no choice but to hold Alex in her arms. Lu Xiong stood up with difficulty and said, "Boss, I'll go." Lu Xiong was very strong. The reason he couldn't stand up was simply because he was hit on the knee with a stick and his kneecap was almost broken. But after Yi Danxiong got the bag, she did not find her cell phone. "Where's your cell phone?" Yi Danxiong had a face full of question marks. At this time, Alex said, "The phone is with Ale. He was the one who answered the phone when I called you this morning." Yi Danxiong's beautiful pupils shrank. Ale, this traitor, as smart as she is, through a series of judgments, she has guessed that Ale is a traitor. Chapter 069. Yi Danxiong is trapped in a deadly situation. The first thing Yi Danxiong did after getting the phone was to make a call. As soon as the phone was connected, her tone was as cold as ice. Notify the general manager of the security company in Longshan and ask him to bring everyone to warehouse number 1 within half an hour. Alex to see Yi Danxiong releasing his domineering aura. His face was frosty, and there was a dangerous look in his eyes. If you wear a leather jacket and hold a whip, that picture is so beautiful. But before she could help Alex leave, a black Mercedes Maybach suddenly came into view and stopped at the door of the warehouse. 3 people got out of the car one after another. 2 young, strong, and sharp-eyed bodyguards surrounded a middle-aged man who was less than 40 years old. The middle-aged man frowned when he saw the people lying on the ground. What a bunch of losers! Hundreds of people were beaten to pieces by just a few of you. The middle-aged man looked over here with a playful smile on his face. Alex also stood up, and his relaxed nerves tensed again. It's okay to pretend in front of Yi Danxiong, but you can't be soft in front of these people. If I become soft, not only will today's trip be in vain, but I might also be in danger. Yi Danxiong's face darkened. It's you? Zhou Weiming. Did you arrange all these people? Zhou Weiming put his hands in his pockets, shook his head slightly, and smiled. Boss Yi, I am a civilized businessman. Fighting and killing is a disgrace to society. He raised his slender fingers and pointed at his head, smiling faintly. I'm just playing with my brain. These people on the ground were not arranged by me. There are also a few sand and steel mill owners who do business with you who are unhappy with you. They are fed up with your domineering and arbitrary style. I just added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Zhou Weiming showed a trace of regret on his face. It's a pity that although the fire was burning, it didn't burn you. Yi Danxiong suppressed her anger and looked at him expressionlessly. Zhou Weiming, even if I die here today, you will never get the chance to own the steel business in cities like Haicheng, Jiangcheng, Hangzhou, and Longshan. From the moment you take action against him, you will never be able to cross this threshold. Zhou Weiming clapped his hands and smiled. Who said I want to steal your business? If you don't steal business, what are you stealing? Zhou Weiming pointed at Yi Danxiong and laughed. It's you I want to rob? As long as I have complete control over you. Those people who used to follow Lao Lai won't have to worry about anything. As long as I control you, not only will you be mine, but your building materials business will also be mine, right? Yi Danxiong sneered. Dream on. Even if all the men in the world are dead, I will never fall in love with you. Even if you catch me today, even if you die, don't even think about touching me. Zhou Weiming's eyes became more and more fanatical. I like this kind of chaste and heroic spirit in you. Yi Danxiong glanced at Alex out of the corner of her eye. Then he continued to coldly say to Zhou Weiming, stop barking like a dog here. You don't have much time left. Get out of my sight quickly, go home and tell your last words, and get lost. Zhou Weiming said with a sad look on his face. It has finally come to this. Boss Yi, I will leave, but before I leave, I want to see you wearing this silver bracelet. Yi Danxiong's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Alex was also a little uneasy and had a bad feeling in his heart. What do you mean? Yi Danxiong was a little hurried. Stop talking. Zhou Weiming raised his hand to interrupt and said quietly, listen, this should be the voice of justice. A few seconds later, sirens sounded in the distance. Yi Danxiong's face changed, and she turned around and pushed Alex. Run quickly. If I can't get out, take good care of Fu for me. Alex's pupils shrank, and he asked in a deep voice, he wants to frame you? Yi Danxiong closed her eyes helplessly and nodded slightly. As expected, Zhou Weiming's next move is to frame me. If I agree to be his woman, I will be safe. If I can't agree, then I will never be able to get out of prison in this lifetime. Alex shook his head and said, no, things haven't come to the final step yet. Don't give up easily, Sister Chiong. You can't be his woman. You can only be my woman. Yi Danxiong's delicate body trembled. He leaned slightly to the side, his eyes gentle. Suddenly, he took a step forward and stuck close to Alex. Standing on tiptoe, he put his arms around her neck and kissed her lovingly. There was no earth-shattering kiss of the century. It's just the reluctance after a dragonfly schemes the water. Yi Danxiong's face was slightly red, but she was smiling with tears in her eyes. If I can come out safe and sound, I promise to be your woman for the rest of my life. Now, you listen to me? Go to the southeast corner of the warehouse and climb over the wall. That wall is an old wall. It shouldn't be difficult for you to climb over it. Go quickly, or I will never forgive myself for getting you into trouble. The sirens were getting closer. Sister Chiong, I'll get you out, wait for me. After saying this, Alex ran towards the southeast corner. When Zhou Weiming saw the two kissing each other, his face became gloomy, as if he was jealous. A bodyguard whispered, "Boss, do you want to chase him?" Zhou Weiming narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "No need. Once that guy enters the tea house, I won't be able to let him die in pain. I'll find him when I get back. He dares to kiss the woman I like, he's courting death." In fact, Alex was not worried that Zhou Weiming's people would come after him. The two bodyguards around him should be on par with Lu Xiong and his men. Even if he is stronger than Lu Xiong and others, he is not that much stronger. It posed no threat to him. There is an old wall in the southeast corner of the warehouse. The cement cover has fallen off a bit, and there are several stress points. Alex took a running start, stepped on the wall several times, and easily climbed over the high wall. High inside and low outside. It is more than 3 meters high inside and 6 meters high outside. Fortunately, the ground outside was muddy and soft. Otherwise, Alex's feet would have been numb from the shock when he jumped down. But Alex didn't leave. He went around the warehouse and successfully knocked out a security guard and changed his skin. With the baseball cap on his head, you couldn't tell it was him unless you looked closely. He followed a group of security guards and watched from a distance. Several police officers restrained Yi Danxiong, and an excavator operator was communicating with the police officers, describing the situation vividly. "I just dug out 3 bodies from the sand. They died in a very miserable way. There were marks on their necks from being strangled, and their tongues were hanging out so long." Alex held his chin and frowned. This Zhou Weiming is really vicious. I thought he was just fanning the flames behind the scenes to get a few sand factory owners to harm Yi Danxiong, but I didn't expect that this was the real killer move. The subsequent developments were almost exactly as Alex had guessed. These 3 people have more or less some grudge against Yi Danxiong, and Yi Danxiong has a motive to kill. One of the young men, whose head was covered with blood, covered his head and pointed at one of the bodies and said, "I know this man. He is our boss. We met last night. I didn't expect that he is dead." Alex took another breath and couldn't help but refresh his understanding of Zhou Weiming. More than just cruel, it's simply poisonous. He hired other people's subordinates to do things for him, but ended up using them to his advantage and getting rid of his boss. For Yi Danxiong, this is a situation where he is doomed to die. Chapter 070 Alex's strategy to break the impasse. Okay, Sister Cheong got a set of silver bracelets. Her bodyguard team was no exception, and were all included in the list of suspects. Alex to get in touch with them. After the forensic doctor determined the cause of death, the crowd gradually dispersed. After watching Yi Danxiong being taken into the police car, he drove the leaky G-Class away from Yinjiang Road. Parking the car on the side of the road, Alex fell into deep thought. What to do? How can we get the person out? Use Mr. Bai's connections? This obviously doesn't work. The old man is a war hero and a man of integrity. He would never do anything that defies the law. Suddenly, Alex's eyes lit up. I thought of a great way. He took out his cell phone and called Brother Loach. Soon, Brother Loach's excited voice sounded. "Wow, Boss Zhang, you finally called me. Do you have work to do? Do you need me to bring my own bondage equipment?" Alex's forehead twitched slightly. "Let's not talk about work for now. I want to get some information from you first." Loach said disappointedly. "So you want to get information? We have a know-it-all in our scavenger team. I'll give you his phone number. You can ask him for information. You don't need to pay the introduction fee." Alex asked to himself. 500,000, and the balance after the deal is done is 500,000. Loach breathed rapidly. "Go through fire and water. Godfather, please don't treat me like a human being." Alex didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. "First, help me find someone to take the blame. A capital crime. Second, investigate a man named Zhou Weiming and dig out all the information about his family." Loach patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, foster father. Leave it to me. I will set up a group right away and bring in all the talents you need. It's okay to set up a group, but it's better to talk face to face about this kind of thing." After agreeing on a meeting place with Loach, Alex called the bank and made an appointment to withdraw 10 million in cash. After returning to Haicheng, I went to this bank and waited until 5 in the afternoon to successfully get the money. 5:30 p.m. A secluded sea viewing platform somewhere along the Haicheng coastal road. Alex was sitting on an outdoor bench with 3 people standing in front of him. One of them is Loach. The other one had shifty eyes and a thin figure. The last one was relatively normal, except that his face looked a little sallow. Alex could tell at a glance that this man was in the advanced stage of liver cancer. "What are your names?" The short middle-aged man with shifty eyes nodded and said, "Boss, just call me Bat." Bat? Are all the names among you scavengers so weird? Loach smiled and explained, "Boss, there are some tricks to this. People like me who are experts in stealing, picking locks, and prying doors are called loaches among street cleaners because they can get into any crack." Alex's mouth twitched. His description is quite vivid. Loach continued, "The scavengers responsible for gathering information are collectively called bats because they have sensitive ears and can fly high and hear far." Alex suddenly realized and looked at the sallow middle-aged man. "What about you?" The sallow middle-aged man forced out a smile. "Boss, my name is Yang Daofeng." Alex nodded. "It's the advanced stage of liver cancer metastasis stage. At the beginning, he had ascites. There is no cure. It's worse than death if he barely survives. Without chemotherapy, he can only live for 4 days at most. With chemotherapy, he can only live for 2 months at most." Yang Daofeng had a shocked expression on his face. "Can the other party tell your condition at a glance? Why do people who have chemotherapy live longer than those who don't?" Alex laughed and said, "It depends on the disease. Those who understand will understand. Some patients in the early and middle stages of cancer are fine without chemotherapy, but once they do, their condition will rapidly worsen." Yang Daofeng smiled sadly and said, "I can't help it. I drank too much blended wine when I was young. Now I want to make use of my last value and use my worthless life to buy some money for my wife and children. My family is not well off to begin with, and I don't want to see them drain all their savings to treat my illness. In the end, I will still be burned to death. It's better to die a good death than that." Alex nodded and asked, "Have you told your family everything? Don't let them cause any trouble, and you end up taking the blame." Young Daofeng patted his chest and said, "Boss, don't worry. I have explained everything clearly. My son is an adult, and it is impossible for him to say anything nonsense. I have been staying in a deserted place these days because I don't want to show myself in public. It's better to stay out of the spotlight for jobs like taking the blame. What if I take the blame for someone else and say I killed someone last night, and then someone says they saw me drinking at a food stall last night? Wouldn't that be a ripoff? We have to have professional ethics." Alex smiled faintly. "Just for your professionalism, I'll give you more money. Here, remember these things. They will be useful tonight." Alex opened his phone and found several photos. It was a photo of the corpse that he had taken secretly. "Remember these photos? The guy with the buzz cut is called Wang Guiqi. He runs a sand factory in Longshan. This guy with the slick back hair is called Zhao Wuda. He does steel business in Longshan. This bald guy is called Sun Baofu, and he also runs a sand factory in Longshan. Yesterday afternoon, you saw these 3 people go to the same bank to withdraw money. You were greedy for money and strangled them with nylon rope at 11 o'clock last night and ran away with the money. The time of death determined by the forensic doctor in the afternoon was around 11 o'clock last night. I will send you to Longshan later and give you 1.2 million in cash to turn yourself in at the Tea Bureau. If they ask you why you want to turn yourself in, what are you going to say?" Yang Daofeng pondered for a moment before saying, "I robbed the money to get medical treatment, but when I went to the hospital for a checkup this morning, the doctor pronounced a death sentence on me. It was useless for me to keep the money, and my conscience was condemning me, so I turned myself in. Boss, this is the medical examination report I got from the hospital this morning." Yang Daofeng handed Alex a report sheet and continued, "And it's more convincing to say that because I was dressed like a wanted criminal this morning. I even wore sunglasses and a baseball cap. I was afraid that if someone asked me to take the blame, I would be exposed." Alex gave a thumbs up. "Great job, old Yang. I didn't expect you to be so prepared. You deserve to be rich." Yang Daofeng chuckled and rubbed his fingers. "How much are you going to give, boss?" Alex hesitated. After all, it is a human life. We cannot give less. He extended his hand and said 5 million in cash. "I can send the money to your home first, and then do the business." After he called Loach in the afternoon, he made an appointment with the bank to withdraw 10 million yuan. "Before coming to meet, I successfully got the money." When Yang Daofeng heard the amount, he trembled with excitement. He shook his head repeatedly and said, No, boss, I trust you. If I pay you in advance, it will be difficult to explain if I get caught. Wait until my crime is proven, then you can pay me." Alex glanced at Yang Daofeng and felt a little grateful and sympathetic. Yang Daofeng must have been a very good person before he fell ill, and he is very thoughtful. "Then let's do this. You memorize all this information before dark." Alex patted Yang Daofeng on the shoulder and showed the phone to Bat. "Before 10 o'clock tonight, thoroughly investigate this person including how many people are in his family and where he lives. Investigate everything thoroughly. Zhou Weiming is quite famous, with a net worth of over 10 billion, and is a well-known entrepreneur in Haicheng. There is also an introduction to the character in the encyclopedia. After seeing it, Bat nodded and said, "No problem, boss. We can find out where the mother's bed is tonight. As long as the money is in place, let his mother sleep with you tonight." Alex's mouth twitched, but Loach's face changed, and he kicked the bat to the ground, cursing with a red face. "Damn you, you dead bat. I believed your lies. If you dare to mention my mother to me again, I will destroy you." Alex was stunned and looked at the furious bat in confusion. "What's going on?" He looked at the bat and asked. The bat patted the dirt off his butt and smiled shyly. "Hey, yesterday Mudfly insisted that I take him to find something exciting. I know a pretty good neighborhood where you can even get rice bowls." As soon as he got there, Nyochio fell in love with a beautiful woman in her 40s. She was already 40 years old and could still attract a pervert like Nyochio. The girl must be very pretty. She is the perfect choice for a Donburi. Originally, the beautiful woman was in a difficult position, but Nyochio gave her so much that she reluctantly agreed to let him eat the rice bowl for the two of them. Guess what happened? What's going on? Alex became interested. Bat slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "That beautiful woman came home and called out, 'Mom, come out and receive the guests.'" Alex nearly fell to the ground. I immediately thought of the image of an old woman with white hair, blush, and white lime on her face, posing coquettishly. What a talented couple. Chapter 071. Alex's money plan. Alex clearly divided the work and dismissed the three people. Shang Shuili called, and after Alex answered the call, her lazy, royal sister voice came from the other end. "Alex, first of all, I want to thank you. Today was the most comfortable sleep I've had in the past 10 years. If you really want to thank me, just give me your body." Facing Alex's ridicule, Shang Shuili changed the subject. "But what I'm going to say next is, you can sleep well during the day, but what about at night?" She was about to cry, but had no tears. "I just woke up and feel very energetic. I will definitely have insomnia tonight." "No, you have to come back and give me an injection," Alex said unhappily. "Do you think this injection is random? I injected you during the day because you didn't sleep last night and you were tired. One injection can make you sleep for a whole day, but you are full asleep now. Even if I can make you fall asleep, you will have to get up in the middle of the night. What should I do? I can't stay up all night, right?" Alex pondered and said, "How about you take a sleeping pill?" "Okay, then bring me 2 slices when you come back," Alex said unhappily. "Do you think I'm your errand boy? I'm not free tonight. Go buy it yourself." Shang Shuili laughed sweetly. "I was originally planning to give you 20% of Jianhai shares after you came. Since you don't have time, let's talk about it after the new year when I have time." "After the new year? It's only summer now." "Okay, you give me something to eat at home. I haven't eaten since I was busy all day." Alex hung up the phone after saying this. On the other side, Shang Shuili was lying lazily on the big bed, with her beautiful white legs crossed. She looked a little strange. I muttered to myself, "Why does this feel like a husband going home and telling his wife to cook?" She shook her head and laughed, throwing away this unrealistic idea. But she still asked the nanny to prepare dinner for 3 people. Alex returned to Shang Shuili's mansion, and the two signed a house contract and a share certificate. After dinner, Shang Shuili took her sister away. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the temporary group chat received the first message. Yang Daofeng. "Boss, I'm now near Longshan Tea Bureau." Alex, hiding and on standby. Yang Daofeng. "Okay." Alex at bat. "Are you okay?" I waited about half an hour before he responded. "Bat, okay." Then there was a long text message. These are the detailed information of Zhou Weiming, who is 36 years old and unmarried, but has a son named Zhou Hao, who is 8 years old this year and lives at number 18 in the Bay Villa district. Zhou Weiming left for Longshan last night and has not returned home yet. There are only the nanny, his son, and 2 bodyguards at home. Alex at Bar. It's time to act. Bring your lockpicking tools and gather at room 71 at midnight sharp. Bat? Boss, do you want to take me with you? One more person means more chance of winning. Strength in numbers. The friendship price is 10,000 yuan. Alex thought about it and replied, "Okay, you monitor their every move for the time being." Bat, the boss is awesome. Loach, okay boss, I'm on standby anytime. Alex is preparing to control Zhou Weiming's only son. The reason is actually very simple. It is not a good idea to let Yang Daofeng a terminal cancer patient, take the blame. He didn't know much about the 3 dead men, and his plan was easily exposed. The second is that they are worried that Zhou Weiming and Longshan T. Bureau are birds of a feather. If Zhou Weiming had arranged everything in advance, then even if Alex found 10 scapegoats, it would be impossible to get Yi Danxiong out. Controlling his son is also for insurance purposes. 11 o'clock at night. Inside villa number 71. The surveillance footage was playing on Bat's phone. Boss, this is the surveillance camera I secretly placed on the wall 2 hours ago. These 2 people are Zhou Hao's bodyguards. Zhou Hao and the babysitter are both sleeping inside. It's probably not easy to sneak in and subdue 2 bodyguards quietly. The Bat and the Loach both looked solemn. Alex said calmly, "Who said we should sneak in? Wouldn't it be easier for us to go in openly?" Loach was surprised and asked, "How blatant is that?" Alex looked at the 2 of them and asked, "Can you get a replica gun during this time?" Bat was shocked and said, "Fuck, boss. You're not trying to fool those 2 bodyguards with a fake gun, are you?" The mountain man, has his own clever plan. Alex smiled and said to Loach, "Ride your beloved motorcycle and get me 3 imitation pistols. Go quickly." Loach rode the motorcycle very fast. It was already past midnight when I came back. He took out 3 pistols, put one on his waist, and handed the other 2 to Alex and Bats. Alex frowned. "What are you doing? Who told you to keep it? Give it to me." Loach was stunned. "There are 3 of us. You want 3 imitation guns. Isn't it 1 for each of us? Can't I use 3 guns by myself?" The other 2 were confused. "3-gun boss?" Alex urged. "Hurry up and catch up. Don't fall behind." He took out a money bag from the trunk and threw 3 guns in at the same time, along with 2 million in cash. Although they didn't understand what Alex was going to do, they didn't ask any more questions. Learning to shut up is a good professional quality. At midnight, the 3 of them arrived near villa number 18. Alex specifically instructed, "You 2 hide in the blind spot of the surveillance camera and rush in when you hear me whistle." The Bat and the Loach nodded repeatedly. Alex walked to the gate of villa number 18 with a bag of money and rang the doorbell. A bodyguard's face appeared on the video intercom. "Who are you? And what are you doing here so late at night?" Alex looked around vigilantly before opening the bag of money and pointing it towards the camera at the door. The 2 bodyguards' eyes widened when they saw the money and pistol in the bag. His face was full of confusion and question marks. Alex said in a deep voice, "It's our own people. Open the door quickly." "My own people?" The 2 looked at each other. "How come we've never seen you before?" Alex said impatiently, "Boss Zhou invited me here. He said someone was going to kidnap Zhou Hao at 2 a.m. tonight, so he asked me to bring you guns for self-defense." One of the bodyguards asked in astonishment, "The money in that bag? Fuck, so much nonsense. The boss asked me to bring you the money, 1 million per person. If we can repel the robbers, we can get another million tomorrow morning. But if we don't survive tonight, the pension is also 5 million. The 2 bodyguards were horrified. "How about calling the boss to confirm?" "Well, for safety's sake, let's confirm it," Alex said unhappily. "The boss told us not to disturb him before 2 a.m. He is currently, with a beautiful woman." The 2 bodyguards looked at each other, and both showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. One of the bodyguards laughed and said, "I don't want to disturb my boss during his wedding night, or I'll be scolded to death." Another bodyguard said, "Say, I didn't expect the boss to get that woman Yi Danxiong so quickly." Obviously, they knew Zhou Weiming's plan. "Wait a moment. I'll open the door for you." 2 bodyguards came to the door at the same time. "Put the bag down and take 5 steps back," Alex angrily said. "Fuck, I've already told you that we're the ones. Why are you still so long-winded?" A bodyguard said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but the boss specifically told us to stay alert these 2 days and not to be careless. To be on the safe side, please step back 5 steps." Alex put the money bag down and stepped back 5 steps. The bodyguard quickly opened the door and took the bag in. Only then did they make way for Alex. "Come in." Alex had a blank expression on his face and touched the small high-voltage electric baton in his pocket. Chapter 72. You are all talented. The lights were on in the yard. The 2 bodyguards were obviously also knowledgeable about firearms, but they just took a casual look and put their guns on their backs. Their focus right now is not on guns. Instead, each of them picked up a stack of money and checked it, and their expressions became excited. "Brother, is this money for us? How much does this cost?" Alex smiled faintly. 2 million, all for you," a bodyguard asked in confusion. When did our boss become so generous? Why do you care so much? Just take what the boss gave us. We might have to risk our lives tonight. Yes, yes, put the money away first. Just when the two were tempted by the money in front of them, Alex has taken out a small high-voltage electric baton from his pocket and placed it in his left hand. Suddenly, he clenched his right fist and punched a bodyguard on the back of the head. The high-voltage electric baton was also pressed against the neck of another bodyguard. One punch knocks one person unconscious. Corona 1. Alex curled his lips. You dare to touch my money? He whistled, walked over, and opened the door. After a while, loaches and bats walked in quickly. Alex pointed at the two bodyguards on the ground and said, "Tie them up." The two men quickly tied up the bodyguard. The shameless bat took off his stinky socks and stuffed them into the two men's mouths. Loach gave a thumbs up. Boss, you are really good at using money to seduce people. It's comparable to the honey trap. Stop talking nonsense and go open the door. It took Loach less than a minute to open the door. The three of them entered the living room at the same time and turned on the lights. The living room is luxurious, but several ecological glass cabinets attracted the attention of the three people. Glass cabinets simulate the natural environment. There is a fish tank with valuable ornamental fish, and an ecological tank simulating tropical rainforest with reptile pets. There is even an ecological tank that houses various poisonous insects. Scorpions, spiders, poisonous snakes, centipedes. No wonder Zhou Weiming is so vicious. It turns out that birds of a feather flock together. Fuck. Loach swore something and moved closer to take a closer look. Boss, this Mr. Zhou is really good at having fun. He actually keeps so many rare and poisonous insects as pets. The bat pointed at a colorful spider and smacked his lips. The brighter the color, the more poisonous the insect. Just like the prettier the woman, the more likely she is to deceive. Boss knows a lot. What do you think would happen if you were bitten by this thing? Facing the problem of bats, Alex thought for a second and said, if it's lighter, there's a bag on your body. If it's heavier, there's a bag on the ground. A bag on the ground? Grave? The bat's mouth twitched. If we light 3 more incense sticks and play some offerings, can we start the feast? Alex frowned and said, stop talking nonsense and go up and bring that guy down. But before the bat could go upstairs, the door of a room on the first floor was suddenly opened. A sleepy-eyed woman yawned as she walked out. The woman was about 30 years old and very beautiful. She was wearing a pink suspender nightgown, and her skin looked white and attractive under the light. In this regard, Alex summarized 2 points. First, trench depth. Second, vacuum. You guys are talking so loudly. Can you let me sleep? After the woman finished speaking, she was stunned. Suddenly, he frowned. What do you do? Alex silently raised the imitation gun. Don't scream, or I'll shoot you. The woman's face turned pale instantly, and her body began to tremble and shiver. His legs seemed to be a little weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Loach looked at the woman's swaying body and couldn't help swallowing. Alex asked, which room is Zhou in? 222. The second room on the left on the second floor. The woman was so frightened that she couldn't speak clearly. The bat rushed straight up the stairs. Less than a minute. The skinny bat carried a little boy of 7 or 8 years old, wearing blue striped pajamas downstairs. The little boy was obviously frightened, with tears and snot streaming down his face. The bat dropped him to the ground. Loach frowned and said, you are too rude. He is still a child. The grudge between our boss and the Zhou family belongs to the previous generation, and we cannot pass the hatred to the next generation. The bat grinned and said, this is easy. Just make sure that the Zhou family does not have another generation. The Loach twitched the corner of its mouth. Alex couldn't help but praise. You are such a talented person. Loach also nodded in agreement. What you said seems to make sense. Alex took out his cell phone and started calling Yang Daophone. Hey boss, you finally called? The plan has begun. Go and turn yourself in. Don't forget to call the TV station. Okay. Yang Daophone, who had been wandering around the Longshan tea house, called the TV station, took out his SIM card and threw it to the side of the road, then swaggered towards the tea house carrying his money bag. In the villa, Alex hung up the phone and pointed a replica gun at the little boy. Read your father's cell phone number. Zhou Hao knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously, crying as he kowtowed. Brother, don't kill me. I'm still an elementary school student. After saying that, he kept kowtowing, and the floor made a loud banging sound as he banged on it. Alex nodded and said, I know you're still an elementary school student, so I won't kill you. I just want your father's contact information. The students didn't have to be killed? The trembling woman kneeling beside him raised her shaking hands. Report, report. Hmm? Just say it if you have something to say. The woman trembled and said, Brother, please. Please don't kill me. I. I'm also a student. Um, Alex had a face full of question marks. He looked the woman up and down. Finally, he asked in confusion, You look like you're already 30 years old. How could you be a student? Which school are you from? Hongxiang Driving School. You fucking. Alex was very upset. Do you think you are very humorous? Loach couldn't help but laugh. Boss, a driving school is also a school, and it's okay for people to say they are students. Alex was speechless and patted the table. How come there are so many talented people? Hurry up, give me Zhou Weiming's phone number. At the same time, a high-end club in Longshan. Zhou Weiming was hugged by two hot beauties on his left and right, and was drinking with another middle-aged man who was a little overweight. Haha, Deputy Director Jiang, come on, let me toast you. Deputy Jiang raised his glass and said with a smile, Brother Zhou, Jiang congratulates you in advance on getting your beautiful wife. I'll take advantage of Director Jiang's good words. After the matter is completed, the annual construction funds promised to the T Bureau will definitely not be reduced. Come on, do it. After a drink, the two started to make moves. The road is long and arduous, but I will search for it up and down. Lisao Sakuyuan. Deputy Jiang put the wine glass heavily on the table and said with an unhappy look, That woman Yi Danxiong has become too powerful now. It's hard to control her. She relies on the remaining power of the man from Haicheng and doesn't even give me face. Zhou Weiming sneered. This woman can't be spoiled. The more you spoil her, the less she will take you seriously. Director Jiang, don't worry, I will make her obedient in the future. The future development of Longshan depends entirely on you. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. She will definitely give in to you tonight. Deputy Jiang was still laughing when the cell phone on the table rang at an inopportune moment. Deputy Jiang glanced at the caller ID and smiled at Zhou Weiming. Brother Zhou, what did I say? I said she would definitely give in to you. And then the call from the T Bureau came in. Zhou Weiming nodded excitedly to signal him to answer the phone. Hello? What? Deputy Jiang stood up suddenly from the leather sofa. Please make your words clear. Are you sure? Okay, I got it. I'll go back to the T Bureau right away. Deputy Jiang hung up the phone with an uncertain expression. Zhou Weiming frowned and asked, Director Jiang, what happened? Deputy Jiang said in a deep voice. Just now, a damn guy ran to the T Bureau and surrendered himself, saying that he killed the 3 victims and that his motive was to rob them of money. He also revealed the location and time of the murders, and he is currently in the T Bureau. Zhou Weiming instantly became furious and smashed the wine glass in his hand. What's going on? I saw those 3 guys being. Brother Zhou. Deputy Jiang frowned and scolded. Be careful with your words. Zhou Weiming said with a gloomy face. Director Jiang, let's just go all out. He imitated Liu Bingquan in All or Nothing and gestured on his neck a few times. Chapter 073, please go back. I want to take the blame. No, Brother Zhou. Jiang Huaping collapsed on the sofa and said helplessly. When that man turned himself in, he said that he had contacted tomorrow's Noon News and that someone from the TV station would go to the T Bureau to interview him early tomorrow morning. Zhou Weiming raised his eyebrows and his pupils shrank. Could it be him? Who is it? Zhou Weiming said in a deep voice. Before the people from the T Bureau arrived yesterday, a young man climbed over the wall and ran away. I didn't take him seriously at the time. I didn't expect that he could cause us such a big trouble. Jiang Huaping waved his hand. It's too late to talk about this now. Brother Zhou, what should we do next? Zhou Weiming said urgently. We must not let her go. If we release Yi Danxiong now, the first thing she will do after she is released is to clean up the mess. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to find such a good opportunity in the future. Director Jiang, how about releasing the person who surrendered himself, and I'll arrange for someone to kill him? Just when Jiang Huaping was hesitating, Zhou Weiming's cell phone rang. This made his heart skip a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Hello, who is this? There was a calm voice on the other end of the line. Mr. Zhou has good taste. The poisonous insects in this ecological tank look particularly delicious. Zhou Weiming breathed rapidly and asked, Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Alex said to himself, Your son is hungry and wants to have a midnight snack. I just called you to let you know. Give these poisonous insects to your son as a midnight snack. They are fried and crunchy. But they are still fresh little creatures after all. I want to give these little animals a beheaded meal before frying them. Your son has delicate skin and tender meat, which will definitely suit their taste. After they eat the severed heads, let your son produce and sell them himself. What do you think? Zhou Weiming forced a smile on his face and spoke in an extremely gentle voice. Don't get excited, sir. Just tell me what you want. I will try my best to meet your requirements. He knew that his son had fallen into the hands of others, and losing his temper and saying harsh words would not have any effect, but would only anger the other party. The most important thing to do now is to calm the other person's emotions and figure out his intentions. Alex said, "It's 3 o'clock in the morning now. I want to see Yi Danxiong return to Haiching before 6 in the morning. Can you do it?" "Yes, I can do it." Zhou Weiming gritted his teeth, his face full of helplessness. Alex continued, "Second, tomorrow morning, I want to see the morning news of the real murderer turning himself in. I have already completed the surrender plot for you. You just need to replace my man with the real murderer. Can you do this?" Zhou Weiming gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, I can do it." "Well, I've taken your son away. When will the cases of the 3 lives be resolved? When will Zhou Hao come home? Is that okay?" Zhou Weiming collapsed on the sofa, feeling as if he had lost his parents. "No problem." The phone hung up. Zhou Weiming overturned the table in anger. Several girls were frightened and hid aside. Jiang Huaping frowned and said, "Brother Zhou, the plan has changed?" Zhou Weiming said bitterly, "Director Jiang, my son is in his hands. Why don't you let him go?" Jiang Huaping looked embarrassed. "I arrested this woman, Yi Danxiong, in order to build Longshan Tea Bureau better, but if I let her go before the construction funds are in hand, wouldn't my efforts be in vain?" Zhou Weiming's face twitched. Of course he knew what Jiang Huaping meant, but he still smiled and said, "Don't worry, Director Jiang. Failure to accomplish the task is secondary. The construction funds will not be reduced." That's good. I like dealing with straightforward people like Brother Zhou." Jiang Huaping immediately changed his expression. Zhou Weiming could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. This time, the goal was to steal a chicken, but end up losing the rice. Not only did the person not get anything, but he also had to pay tens of millions of dollars. "Brother Zhou, I'm going back to release them now. Do you want to come with me?" Zhou Weiming rejected Jiang Huaping's proposal. He just wants to vent now. Half an hour later, Longshan Tea Bureau. Yi Danxiong stood at the door in a daze. She didn't understand. This was clearly a deadly situation. So, why did she end up here in such a confused state? "Boss Yi, do you need me to send a car to take you back to Haicheng?" Yi Danxiong shook her head and said coldly, "No need. Deputy Director Zhang's car is too fast. I'm afraid it will overturn on the road." Jiang Huaping laughed dryly and said, "Boss Yi, today's incident was a complete misunderstanding. The real murderer has surrendered himself, and you are cleared of suspicion. I hope Deputy Director Jiang will be more careful when arresting people next time, and don't arrest the wrong people again." Jiang Huaping was furious, but he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. He arrested Yi Danxiong as a suspect, which can be understood as an impartial matter. But a direct conflict would affect his career. He also didn't want to offend Yi Danxiong completely. Otherwise, if the big boss behind this woman showed up, he would be in trouble. Jiang Huaping found an excuse to leave. Yi Danxiong frowned and muttered to herself, "Could it be Alex?" She suddenly thought of what Alex left behind when he ran away. "I will fish you out." "Boss, I think it was Mr. Zhang who got us out." Lu Xiong whispered aside. Yi Danxiong looked at her dead phone helplessly, and Lu Xiong didn't have Alex as contact information. "When will the car arrive?" "Almost 10 minutes at most." Yi Danxiong came to the flower bed outside the tea house and sat down on the stone fence, not minding the dirt. After being interrogated for an entire afternoon and spending half a night in a detention room without even a chair, she was already exhausted both physically and mentally. While waiting for the bus, a dissatisfied voice was heard from the Tea Bureau compound. "Are you sick?" I'm turning myself in. I killed someone. So shouldn't you arrest me?" Go quickly. The real murderer has already surrendered himself before you. If you dare to cause trouble again, do you believe I will lock you up?" Okay, I couldn't ask for more. "Hurry up, cuff me." "You are sick." "Yes, I am sick. I have advanced liver cancer." Get out now." A middle-aged man with a sallow face was kicked out of the door by several police officers. Yang Daofeng yelled, "What the hell is this called a tea bureau? I killed 3 people. All of them were well-known sand factory owners in Longshan. Is this how you handle cases? Yi Danxiong looked at him in surprise. She winked at Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong walked up and asked quietly, Sir, is it a Mr. Zhang who asked you to turn yourself in? Yang Daofeng was stunned. Yeah, you're also here to surrender? Lu Xiong's mouth twitched. We are the target of your self-surrender and taking the blame. Yang Daofeng opened his mouth wide. Yi Danxiong also said, Now that we are out, you don't need to take the blame anymore. Yang Daofeng's face changed, and he said nervously, Didn't we agree to take the blame? Now that you guys have come out, how can I take the blame? It's over, it's over. My 5 million is gone. I beg you to go back quickly, and let me take the blame for you, okay? Yi Danxiong's forehead was throbbing, and she was pinching her eyebrows with 2 slender fingers. He said helplessly, I will give you the money you deserve, and you don't have to bear the blame. Now take out your phone and call Mr. Zhang. I want to talk to him now. Yang Daofeng breathed a sigh of relief. He spread his hands and said, I threw away my phone before I turned myself in. Throw it away? Why did you throw away your phone? Yi Danxiong and Lu Xiong stared at each other. Yang Daofeng said awkwardly, This makes me look very professional. The two were completely speechless. Alex find the scapegoat? He is such a talent. Chapter 74 Yi Danxiong also knows how to act like a spoiled child. On the way back to Haiqing, Yi Danxiong charged his cell phone, then leaned back in his seat, looking a little tired, and explained some things. All security captains at the Longshan warehouse are under control. Once the facts are investigated, they will be dealt with severely. The general manager of Longshan warehouse was reselling steel. This matter was revealed to me by the company's veteran Wang Haolong. I guess his purpose was to trick me into coming to Longshan warehouse to check the accounts. Don't let Wang Haolong go. This Jiang Huaping is also a traitor. It seems I have to go to Aunt Han's place when I have time. Lu Xiong asked, Boss, what about Zhou Weiming? Yi Danxiong opened her eyes, and a cold light flashed across them. Let's get together with his business partner someday and set up a trap for him. First, we'll bankrupt him, and then make him disappear. Lu Xiong nodded. Yi Danxiong continued, Aquan and Ayu were seriously injured, so let them take 3 months of paid leave. Also, let Secretary Wen compensate them each with 1 million from the company account. As for Alu, this traitor, send him to the steel mill to be melted down. Yang Daofeng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was horrified by what he heard. What a melt! Melting people? My God, why is this woman so cruel? Boss, the phone is on. The driver handed the phone on the wireless charging pad to the back seat. Alex immediately. Alex, who has not slept yet, is lying on the sofa in the Guanhai Lanting mansion watching a movie. The projection and sound systems are world-class. If it is used to play the sweet voice of Emily Suzuhara and let Yi Danxiong learn skills from her, wouldn't it be great? As I thought, Yi Danxiong came to me. Hey, Sister Qiong, are you out? Yi Danxiong said gratefully. Well, Alex, thank you. I've come out of the tea bureau and am on my way back to Haiqing. Well, it's good that you're out. You should be tired too. Go home and take a nap first. We'll meet again after you wake up. Yi Danxiong rejected Alex's kindness. Although I am tired now, I am not sleepy. If I don't understand the situation clearly, I may not be able to sleep. Where are you? I will come to find you now. Well, okay then, go to Guanhai Villa number 1. I'll wait for you here. Yi Danxiong was a little surprised. Guanhai Lanting? Isn't it the most luxurious house in Haiqing? I remember that Villa number 1 seems to be the residence of the eldest daughter of the richest man. How come you? Alex responded casually. I bought it. Yi Danxiong was a little shocked. Didn't he just borrow 100 million from me not long ago? Can you afford a mansion worth billions? Okay then, I'll be at your place around 6. The call was hung up at this point. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yi Danxiong and others arrived at the mansion. It was Yang Daofeng's first time to visit such a high-end private residence, and he seemed particularly restrained. Alex also saw what he was thinking, so he smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Lao Yang. My original intention is not to let you take the blame successfully. I just want you to go through the process. Don't worry, the money I promised you will not be reduced by a penny. Yang Daofeng was excited and grateful. Thank you, boss. Let's go, breakfast is ready. Brother Xiong, after breakfast, please help me send Lao Yang off. No problem. After breakfast, Alex gave 5 million in cash to Yang Daofeng and asked Lu Xiong to take him home. Although he was in the advanced stage of cancer and would not live long, this was the money he had earned with his life, and Alex was not stingy with it. Yi Danxiong sat opposite Alex. She didn't have time to change her clothes, so she was still wearing the same outfit she wore yesterday. A white short-sleeved lace button-up shirt and a high-waisted black stretch skirt. Dressed like a professional woman. The black stockings on her legs were a little snagged from running around. But the stockings with hooks are the most attractive to men. Alex, Yi Danxiong asked in confusion. How did you know someone would attack me yesterday? Alex had already thought of an answer to this question. I admit that I gambled a lot, but I gambled right. Sister Cheong, I took 100 million from you not long ago. I was going to return it to you yesterday morning, but when I called you, it was your bodyguard named Le who answered the phone. I said I wanted to pay the money back, but he said he was busy and it was inconvenient for me to do so. He insisted on providing me with another account. I guess he wanted to steal the money. At that time, I thought to myself, how could a bodyguard like him be so bold? Isn't he afraid of being discovered by you? It's when I think about this that I feel that things are not that simple. He must think that you can't do anything to him after this matter is exposed. The premise is that you are dead or have been imprisoned by the T-Bureau, so I rushed to Longshan warehouse to look for you. I didn't expect. There is indeed something wrong with this Allah. Yi Danxiong was surprised and asked, just based on this, you realize that something bad would happen to me? Alex smiled and said, of course not entirely. I went to Longshan because I was worried about you. I didn't expect to see Alu waving at dozens of cars as soon as I got there. I concluded that Alu was colluding with outsiders to kill you, so I stepped on the accelerator and hit him. By the way, how is he now? Yi Danxiong said calmly. He is currently in the hospital, but he will soon float into the sky and become a cloud. You're gonna burn him? Alex was a little shocked. I didn't expect Yi Danxiong to have such a ruthless side. Yi Danxiong neither denied nor explained the topic. She just gave me a grateful look. Alex, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never come back. You saved Fu Fu last time, and you saved me this time. I already owe you 2 lives. Alex chuckled and said, we are all family. Don't be so polite. Your 2 bodyguards are alive, right? Yi Danxiong shook her head and said, no one was killed yesterday. That's good. Alex nodded and asked again. None of your security guards at the Longshan warehouse came to help. Apparently someone gave the order. There must be someone in your company who is betraying their company. I suggest you check it out. Yi Danxiong sneered. I know who it is without any need to check. Who? Wang Haolong. Alex was very surprised. He was planning to hint at it and make Yi Danxiong realize that there was something wrong with this person, but it turned out that the other party already knew it. Yi Danxiong suddenly stood up and stretched. While stretching her wildcat-like body, she said, it was Wang Haolong who told me about the general manager of Longshan warehouse reselling steel. He tricked me into going there just for yesterday's plot. I have already controlled this person. I will clean up the mess after he is rested enough. Alex looked at Yi Danxiong, who was stretching. The perfect body curves and the stretched upper body caused the white shirt to be lifted up, revealing a layer of black stockings around the waist and abdomen. Black stockings over the waist, top quality. This divine scene made Alex feel a little nervous. Yi Danxiong didn't notice Alex's somewhat shy look. After stretching her body, she yawned and said, I'm sleepy. I'm going to go home and sleep first. When I finish this matter, I'll treat you to dinner. She smiled at Alex and was about to leave. Alex took the lead and grabbed her arm and pulled gently. The warmth, fragrance, and softness of jade are in my arms. Yi Danxiong's heart skipped a beat and her face turned slightly red, but she did not resist. Instead, she said in a tender and scolding tone, What are you doing? You're so strong. I almost broke my arm. The voice is charming and beautiful. Alex was somewhat intoxicated by the slightly coquettish tone of voice. There's hope. He was delighted. He calmly pressed Yi Danxiong's head into his arms. Do you remember what you said yesterday? What? Yi Danxiong asked, even though she knew the answer. Alex tightened his arms around her soft waist. Are you still playing dumb with me? You said that if you can come out, you will agree to be my woman. Yi Danxiong's delicate body trembled slightly. She nodded slightly. Having obtained permission, Alex bent down without further ado, picked up the person, and walked to the second floor. Alex's neck and her cheek pressed against his chest. Reddish face, fluttering eyelashes, slightly rapid breathing, and there was no thought of resistance. Chapter 075 Sister Cheong's Bad Girl Quotes. It all happens so naturally. Then it will come naturally. However, Yi Danxiong stopped Alex from going too far. She panted slightly and said, I'm tired after a day. I'm going to take a shower. But I don't seem to have any change of clothes. Alex took out one of his white shirts from the closet and handed it to her. Wear mine first and wash yours. It will be dry when you wake up. All right. Alex S white shirt from the bed and went into the bathroom. Alex had washed himself thoroughly before having breakfast. But when Yi Danxiong walked into the bathroom, she saw a black thing on the bathroom cabinet. Pick it up and take a look. This turned out to be a pair of worn black stockings. It has a very high-quality texture and is obviously a high-end product at first glance. She looked at the black silk in her hand and frowned slightly. There was a look of indecision between his brows. She looked back at the locked door and finally said nothing and put the ball of black silk back to its place. By the time she had cleaned herself up, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Yi Danxiong was still a little tired after yesterday's experience. But at this moment, because his heart was restless after being immersed for many years, he felt somewhat energetic. She went out with long, slightly curly, cream-gray hair, wearing only Alex's white shirt. White, well-proportioned, plump, and slender legs entered Alex's field of vision. Alex her hand-washed shirt and hip skirt and said calmly, "Go help me dry it." "Oh, okay." Alex came back to his senses and swallowed dryly. When he came back from hanging the clothes, Yi Danxiong had already crawled into bed. She hid under the thin summer quilt without showing her head. Alex could only see some messy light-colored long hair on the pillow. He took a deep breath and walked towards Sister Chiong resolutely. Alex was like a match that ignited Sister Chiong's pile of dry firewood. Compared to Shang Xiuerua, who knows nothing about the ways of the world, Yi Danxiong's style of doing things seems much more sophisticated. There seemed to be an element of repaying a favor and being grateful, and in front of Alex, she showed herself to the fullest. An hour later, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. I slept until 4 in the afternoon. Alex opened his eyes. He found Yi Danxiong sitting beside him, staring at him with her beautiful eyes blinking. Sister Chiong's skin is now white and rosy, and her face is glowing. Alex yawned and smiled. "When did you wake up? Why don't you sleep a little longer?" "Just woke up a few minutes ago." "Come on, get some more sleep." Alex tried to pull her into his arms, but Yi Danxiong dodged it. She covered her legs with a thin blanket and stared at Alex. Alex felt a little uneasy when she looked at him. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Danxiong pointed at the bathroom door calmly. "Whose black stockings are on the bathroom cabinet?" "Black stockings?" Alex's face was full of question marks. Yi Danxiong snorted. "Yes, black stockings rolled up into a ball, obviously worn by someone." "Did you bring another woman home last night?" She looked resentful, and her tone was a little sour. There was a sense of jealousy all around. Alex opened his mouth wide and cursed with a red face. "Fuck. Shang Xueli, that stinky woman. She's already moved away, and she's still trying to cheat me?" "Shang Xueli?" Yi Danxiong raised her eyebrows slightly. "The daughter of Shang Mingjun, the richest man in Haiqing?" "Yes, that's her." Alex smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Chiong, it's not what you think. Let me explain." "Okay, you talk and I'll listen." Yi Danxiong held her chin and listened quietly. If it were a little girl who had no experience in life, she would probably be covering her ears and shaking her head wildly. "I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen." Alex explained with a bitter face. The night before yesterday, Shang Mingjun had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and was admitted to the LCU. Shang Xueli didn't sleep all night. Yesterday morning, I gave her acupuncture to help her sleep. She took off her stockings before the acupuncture and put them in the bathroom. I came back yesterday afternoon and signed the housing contract with her. After she left, I stayed downstairs and never came up, so she forgot to take the stockings. Yi Danxiong suddenly understood. Then she asked in surprise, "You also know acupuncture?" Alex lied. "When I was a kid, I met an old man, and I've been learning Chinese medicine from him ever since. Acupuncture is also a required course." "All right." Yi Danxiong nodded and said, "No wonder I could smell the unique body fragrance of a girl in the room as soon as I came in, especially the strong fragrance in the quilt. I thought you brought another girl back to spend the night, but I didn't expect. That's what happened." Alex breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his brow with a fake hand. "You scared me." Yi Danxiong burst out laughing. She covered her mouth and laughed. Alex laughed dryly and said, "Sister Chiong, don't get me wrong. I don't have a girlfriend yet." "Shang Xuero. Bah, you scumbag." Yi Danxiong put away her smile and suddenly curled up in Alex's arms. She bit her fingernails hesitant. Finally, he shook his head with a complicated expression. "Alex, actually you have a girlfriend. It doesn't matter." Sister Chiong, what do you mean by that?" Alex was a little surprised for a moment. Yi Dancheong's voice was very low and a little humble. I'm 6 years older than you, and I'm married with a child. I can't hurt you. Alex's heart skipped a beat. Sister Cheong, are you planning to just pull up your pants and ignore me? Yi Dancheong bit Alex's hand in shame and anger, rolled her eyes and said, What do you mean you won't recognize me until I pull up my pants? Can't you just listen to what I'm saying? Hey, tell me what you want to say. Yi Dancheong looked helpless. There is no good result for the two of us to be together. With my experience and my age, your family will definitely oppose it. Rather than going to that step, I might as well take a step back. Alex, what I'm about to say may make you think I'm a woman with distorted values, but I still have to say something. Alex is waiting for the next step. Yi Dancheong gritted her teeth and whispered, Can we just keep the status quo? She added, What I mean is I won't stop you from finding a girlfriend or getting married. We maintain our current relationship. I know this is unfair to you, but I really can't hurt you. No, that's fair to me. Alex was stunned. Who was the last person to say something like that? I remembered. It was Lu Wanbing. Yi Dancheong actually said the same bad girl quotes as Lu Wanbing. Alex buried his face in Yi Dancheong's fragrant hair and said in a muffled voice, No, this is not fair to you. Yi Dancheong said gently, This is fair to me. I'm already very satisfied to be with you. I'm just worried that you will not be able to accept my idea. Alex didn't expect that Yi Dancheong was actually the same scumbag as Lu Wanbing, but he likes it very much. However, Yi Dancheong's next words poured cold water on him. When you are getting married, I will take the initiative to leave you. I won't cause you any trouble. Her tone was particularly firm. Alex suddenly came forward and lifted Yi Dancheong's chin with his fingers. In a firm tone, he said, No, I won't let you leave me. You can only stay with me from now on. Yi Dancheong looked a little struggling. When you get married, I will definitely leave you. Otherwise, it would be unfair to your significant other. Alex smiled faintly. Then I may never get married in this life. Sister Cheong, for you, I can choose not to get married. When Yi Dancheong heard this, her body trembled. Her heart was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. He would rather choose not to get married in order to be with himself? An impulse made her take the initiative to offer him a kiss. Chapter 076. Nothing to do today. Let's listen to music in the brothel. Alex kept frowning. Sister Cheong, please hold me gently. I'm still injured. Yi Dancheong, who had been hugging him tightly, suddenly let go. I also gently pushed Alex away. I almost forgot you were still injured. Forget it. Just have a good rest. Yi Dancheong blushed and looked apologetic. I blamed myself in my heart, thinking that my performance today seemed a little too lustful. The two of them have just been together, and there is still a long way to go. They can't eat their fill all at once and should be more restrained. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for Alex to treat me as an unsatisfied woman. Alex was indeed injured. There were several purple-red blunt force wounds on the back, as well as a few on the legs and waist. However, Alex had already been interested in her, so how could he back off just because of a minor injury on his body? Sister Cheong, my injury is secondary. The most important thing is that I can make you happy, and then I will be happy too. Alex said this and stepped forward. It's you who wants to be happy, right? Yi Dancheong complained and agreed reluctantly. Although she was 1 year older than Lu Wanbing, she was only 22 years old when she gave birth. Her young body, at the time, made her recover very young. Although not as narrow as Shang Shirua's, the difference is minimal in comparison. Yi Dancheong's body and mind were extremely satisfied today. She took the dried clothes from the balcony and put them on. She took the initiative to wrap her arms around Alex's neck, and her beautiful red lips exhaled like orchids. I'm leaving. Don't think about me at night. Alex patted her hips and teased. I will definitely miss you, but I can hold it in. When I can't help it, I will go directly to your house to find you. Loquacious. Yi Dancheong smiled and gave him a kiss. After a moment, the two separated. Let's go. Even though she was reluctant, she still decided to leave. Alex sent her to the car and watched Yi Dancheong leave. Looking back and noticing the Mercedes-Benz G with air leaking out from all sides, Alex decided to go out and purchase a few cars tomorrow. Oh, I almost forgot about today's text message. Alex returned to the living room and opened today's text messages. The text message was received at 2 p.m. Hello, dear me, I have nothing to do today, so I'll go to the brothel to listen to some music. A somewhat unhealthy opening statement. 7 days ago, Alex fan, congratulations on getting the beauty you want. Although Sister Cheong's matter has come to an end for the time being, You should not take it lightly, because whether Sister Cheong can stay with you for a long time is not something she can decide. The specific reasons are as follows. The reason why Sister Cheong's late husband Lai Wenqing was able to thrive in Haicheng was inseparable from his stepmother. Stepmother? Alex's mouth twitched. Are there two more words spit after it? Lai Wenqing's stepmother is named Han Hongmei, who once served as the top leader of Haicheng. Lai Wenqing's success story is inseparable from Han Hongmei's support. Because Lai Wenqing had no father or mother since childhood, Han Hongmei lost her husband at a young age and had no children. She was busy with her career in her early years. After taking office in Haicheng, she met Lai Wenqing. Han Hongmei was attracted by Lai Wenqing's daring and unyielding spirit, and by chance, she adopted him as her godson. Lai Wenqing is also quite filial. Although the two are not related by blood, their relationship is better than that of mother and son. 5 years ago, Han Hongmei arranged the marriage of Lai Wenqing and Sister Cheong. 3 years ago, not long after Han Hongmei retired, Lai Wenqing was found dead on the street, which caused quite a stir at the time. Han Hongmei's retirement has cut her network and resources in half. But because she supported many of her confidants during her tenure and put them in important positions, her influence cannot be easily shaken despite her retirement. What happened between you and Sister Cheong will be heard by Han Hongmei in a few days. Then she will ask Yi Dan Cheong to take you for interrogation. Han Hongmei will look down on you because of your youth. She thinks you are ordinary and a naive young man who is not worthy of Sister Cheong. So she treats you coldly and puts pressure on Sister Cheong to break up with you. Sister Cheong is caught in the middle and is very embarrassed. Although Han Hongmei has helped Yi Dan Cheong, she is also deeply in love with you and would rather give up everything she has to be with you. This is something Han Hongmei did not expect, and she was furious about it. Sister Cheong's company was also taken away by Han Hongmei's people. She did not choose her career, but chose you. You must cherish Sister Cheong and never let her down. Even if I don't say this, you know it in your heart. The end result was that everyone left in a bad mood. I was very angry, but there was nothing I could do about this old woman. My suggestions are as follows. First, when Han Hongmei asks Sister Cheong to take you to see her, don't go to her house. Make an appointment for her to come to you. Second, use Grandpa Bai's connections in advance and ask him to invite some people that Han Hongmei is afraid of to build momentum for you. Third, let this old woman notice your extraordinary qualities and let her realize that you are someone she can't afford to mess with. The above content is just some reminders and suggestions for you. What follows is what you need to change in today's text message. Stock 287822 by before 10 p.m. on the 15th, which is 10 p.m. today where you are. Sell all between 9 and 10 a.m. tomorrow, and the profit will be 21%. By the way, Liang Yulong will call you tonight and invite you to have lunch together tomorrow. In order to pursue Lu Wanbing, did he remember to introduce the school beauty as your girlfriend to you? The purpose is to get you to help him pursue Lu Wanbing. As for whether you go or not, you should have a scale in your heart. It's not that I didn't make it clear, it's because every future text message can only ask you to change one thing. Making money is the most important thing, so I chose stocks. But I can tell you in advance that you have seen the school beauty introduced to you by Liang Yulong's cousin. As for what will happen tomorrow, I will inform you in my text message tomorrow. This is where the text message ends. Old rules. Burn after reading. Have I seen the school beauty? Alex couldn't help but look puzzled. It seems that the only school beauty he knows is Lu Qingyan. Who else could it be? I can't remember it at the moment. However, Liang Yulong surprised him. But he didn't take Liang Yulong seriously. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. A call came in from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Liang Yulong's annoying laughter came from the other end of the phone. Haha, Lu Fan, it's me, Liang Yulong. It's Mr. Liang. What's the matter with you calling me? Alex, this is a knowing consultant. Liang Yulong smiled and said, Lu Fan, didn't we say at the charity dinner that day that my cousin would introduce you to a school beauty as your girlfriend? I just want to ask if you have any plans for lunch tomorrow. Do you want to come out for dinner together? Since Brother Liang has invited me so kindly, I will make time for it no matter how busy I am. Okay, then the game is settled. I'll send you the time and address later. Okay, bye. Alex hung up the phone. He received a video message from Lu Wanbing. Wanbing, good evening. Lu Wanbing glared. What did you call me? Wanbing, he... Lu Wanbing rolled her eyes at him and said, You are so disrespectful. You should call me sister. Alex laughed and said, Okay, my dear sister. That's more like it. Lu Wanbing's expression eased a little, and she said, Liang Yulong just asked me for your phone number, saying that he would ask his cousin to introduce you to a school beauty as a girlfriend. He should have contacted you first, right? Yeah, we just got off the phone. Lu Wanbing pretended to be nonchalant and said, he introduced you to the school beauty in order to please you so that you would help him pursue me. I know you will definitely not help him, so I want to ask you, are you going tomorrow or not? Alex became playful and said with a roll of his eyes, I will go if my sister lets me go, and I won't go if my sister doesn't let me go. Lu Wanbing said with disgust, if you really listen to me, you should be at home now instead of being a savage outside. Hey. Alex protested. Everyone has the right to pursue freedom, okay? You are the only women in the house and the negative energy is too strong. If you live here for too long, I will become a sissy. Lu Wanbing was a little annoyed. What nonsense are you talking about? There's no ghost in the house, so how can there be a lot of energy? Alex saw that she was angry, so he had to change the subject, pretending to be very weak lying on the sofa, and said weakly, My dear sister, it's not that I want to be a savage outside, but I have been feeling unwell these past few days, and I have to trouble you to take care of me when I get home. I am a shy person and don't want to trouble others. Lu Wanbing showed concern. What's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Alex complained without reason. I don't know if there's something wrong with my body these past 2 days. I always feel pain wherever I touch. Lu Wanbing asked nervously, Did you go to the hospital? I went to the hospital for a checkup and found out that the reason why I felt pain everywhere I touched was actually my hand was broken. Chapter 077, I'm in a hurry to buy a Ferrari. Alex, I'm going to strangle you. Lu Wanbing was roaring. Alex symbolically stays away from his phone. After she finished her roar, she smiled and said, Sister, don't be angry. It was just a joke. Let's get back to business. Liang Yulong asked me to have lunch with him tomorrow. His cousin and a school beauty will be with us. You promised him? Alex's mouth curled up. Why? Are you jealous? Lu Wanbing was actually speechless. She hesitated several times to speak. After holding it in for a long time, he shook his head and said, I'm not jealous, but I'm worried that if you accept Liang Yulong's invitation and refuse to help him pursue me, it will end badly. This person is petty and vindictive. I'm afraid that you will become enemies with him, which will not be good for you. What a hypocritical woman. If you are jealous, just be jealous. Why find such a high-sounding reason? Alex narrowed his eyes and said, Don't worry, I don't care about a mere Liang Yulong. I will take good care of the body. A body? Lu Wanbing's eyes widened. Alex covered his mouth and said, I'm sorry, I accidentally said what was in my heart. Don't worry, I will handle the relationship between us well. Lu Wanbing always felt something was weird. Oh well, but I advise you if you eat from others, you should be grateful, and if you take from others, you should be grateful. Okay, sister, I got it. Well, I'm hanging up then. Lu Wanbing hung up the video with some reluctance. Alex couldn't help but smile. What a lovely woman. She is obviously jealous and doesn't want to get in touch with the fresh campus beauty, but she still has to make up a saying that she is too grateful for what she has received from others. But I, Alex, just want to eat and take away. Next, Alex entered the stock market and bought 287,822 worth 1 billion before going to bed. The next morning, Alex woke up and felt a little confused. Driving skills? What the hell? When he woke up, he had a wonderful feeling of being one with the car. My understanding and skills of driving control have reached a level of perfection. After finding your phone, check today's future text messages. No opening remarks, straight to the point. I used the reward for changing Yi Danqiong's fate to exchange for a skill, Phantom Driver, because you can use this skill tonight. Next is your task for today. Liang Yulong's cousin is named Dong Yuyu, and she is an out-and-out speed racer. The school beauty she brought with her today is none other than the birthday girl, Yu Qingyu, whom you met just a few days ago. Yu Qingyu's parents were very strict in her education, which caused Yu Qingyu to grow 80 kilograms of rebelliousness out of her weight of more than 90 kilograms. Of course, she did not dare to show her rebelliousness in front of her parents for the time being. She had been controlled too strictly since she was a child, and the seeds of rebellion were sprouting in her heart. After you had lunch together at noon, you left each other as friends on WeChat and then parted ways. The key point is that at night, Dong Yuyu would take Yu Qingyu to race on the mountain road. Due to improper control, the car rolled down from a height of several dozen meters and Dong Yuyu died on the spot. Although Yu Qingyu was rescued, he was left with lifelong disability and disfigurement. You can't stop Dong Yu from speeding because she made an appointment with others for the bet many days in advance. Yu Qingyu got this opportunity to relax and have fun because her parents went on a business trip abroad. She probably wanted to seek excitement, so she got into Dong Yuyu's car. All you have to do is stop her from getting into Dong Yuyu's car. If she insists on seeking excitement, take her for a ride yourself. As for Dong Yuyu, if you can save her, then save her. If you can't save her, don't force it. Everything is fate. Alex felt helpless after reading the text message. To be honest, he was still stuck on the stereotype he had of Yu Qingyu's mother that day. In my mind, I automatically categorized Yu Qingyu's personality into the same category as her mother's. After breakfast, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Alex was very happy after selling all the stocks he bought yesterday and making a net profit of 200 million. He decided to reward himself. So he drove the leaky G-Class to the car city. This is the largest luxury car collection in Haicheng, with all kinds of luxury cars. I sent the Mercedes-Benz G to the 4S store and then went to the Audi showroom. Sir, this is the RS7, our modified by ABT. It is limited to 125 units worldwide and is equipped with. Alex fell in love with this car at first sight. Gun gray body, spiderweb-like red lines, and the ABT modification factory logo. He is simply extremely handsome. Alex took out his card and flicked it. Swipe it. The beautiful saleswoman in a dress and black stockings was a little surprised. He swiped his card without even listening to the price. Handsome and rich. How great would it be if this was my boyfriend? Thinking about it, the beautiful woman in the dress took out her mobile phone and said, "Sir, please add me as a friend, and you can go to the lounge to rest. I will contact you after I have completed all the formalities and put up the license plate." Alex refused. "No, I'm in a hurry to buy a Ferrari. Just swipe the card." The beauty's eyes became even more fanatical. Also, the anxiety of not being able to get Alex's contact information. Fortunately, Alex left the cell phone number when signing the contract. After leaving the Audi 4S store, we went to Ferrari, and I bought two at a time, one FF, one 458. I went to the Bentley showroom again and bought a Continental GT. Afterwards, he returned to the Mercedes-Benz showroom and spent a huge sum of 17.5 million to buy a 680 Pullman. Finally, I drove my brand new ABT, RS7, straight to the dinner. Seaside restaurant. Yu Qingyu and Dong Yuyu sat together. Liang Yulong pushed the door open and walked in. Dong Yuyu said, coquettishly, "Brother, why did you come just now? Xiao'er and I have been waiting for a long time." Sorry. Liang Yulong smiled and said, "It's rush hour. I have to get off work and there's a traffic jam on the road." Yu Qingyu said expectantly, "Can we order food now? I was already hungry when I got here." Dong Yu smiled and said, Don't worry. I know you are hungry, but you should be patient. There is another handsome guy who hasn't arrived yet." "Handsome guy?" Yu Qingyu frowned and said, "Didn't you say that there were only 3 of us, your cousin and I?" Dong Yu hugged Yu Qingyu's shoulders and said with a grin, "Xiao Yuer, you finally get to play alone, so we must treat you well. Not only will we have plenty of delicious food today, but we've also arranged for a handsome guy to accompany you." "Ah, let the handsome guy accompany me?" Yu Qingyu was a little panicked. Dong Yu smiled and teased, "My cousin told me that Lu Fan is very handsome. I organized this meeting today just to introduce you two to each other. Yu, why didn't you inform me in advance? You left me unprepared." She had the urge to leave. Her parents did not allow her to participate in meaningless social occasions, so Yu Qingyu's social skills were not strong, and she was even slightly autistic. Liang Yulong quickly tried to smooth things over. "Don't be nervous. I'm just introducing you two to each other. I don't mean anything else. It's just a meal together. If you can chat, then chat. If you can't, no one is forcing you." "Well, okay then." Only then did Yu Qingyu feel relieved. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Liang Yulong, who was near the door, stood up and opened the door of the private room. Alex stood at the door and smiled. "Am I not late?" No, I just got here less than 2 minutes ago. Lu Fan, come in quickly." As Alex entered the room, Yu Qingyu and Dong Yuyu focused their attention on Alex. Dong Yuyu's eyes gradually widened. She heard Liang Yulong say that the guy who came today was very handsome, but she didn't expect him to be so handsome. A clean white t-shirt and black casual pants. It's a very simple outfit, but it looks very classy on this handsome guy. Yu Qingyu's eyes also gradually widened. "Is it you? Alex?" "Alex?" Liang Yulong frowned. "Isn't his name Lu Fan? How come it became Alex?" Sneak Attack Chapter Chapter 078. Everyone is so good at imagining things. Is that your birthday? Alex knew that the person Liang Yulong was going to introduce was Yu Qingyu. But in order not to arouse suspicion, he pretended to be surprised. Yu Qingyu's nervousness gradually faded away. But she was also a little angry. The reason was that Alex rejected her friend request. It makes her lose face. But she still nodded politely. Hello, my name is Yu Qingyu. Alex also nodded and smiled. Well, hello. So you two know each other? Liang Yulong and Dong Yuyu were both very surprised. Yu Qingyu looked at Alex. Can I speak? Sure. Getting Alex as permission, Yu Qingyu smiled and said, We met once on my birthday. That's not right. Dong Yuyu stared with her big watery eyes and asked in confusion. I was there on your birthday. Why didn't I see him? Yu Qingyu explained. He went there with Qin Yin. He didn't go to my house because he had something else to do. Dong Yuyu suddenly realized. Liang Yulong clapped his hands and smiled. So you two have known each other for a long time. It's a rare opportunity for you to be together today. How about adding each other as friends? While he was speaking, he winked at Alex. Yu Qingyu was somewhat dissatisfied. But I was too embarrassed to tell Alex that he refused to add me as a friend. Alex took out his phone and asked, Do you want to scan me, or do I scan you? Yu Qingyu said angrily. Why not just forget it? I don't know you well. Alex knew that she was holding a grudge. He did not indulge her. He jokingly said, If you want to meet someone familiar, you can go to Hiroshima. There are plenty of them there. Yu Qingyu had a face full of question marks. Dong Yu covered her mouth and laughed softly. Hiroshima is not an acquaintance. He is a stranger. Alex's mouth twitched. Yes, those people have evaporated into air. Liang Yulong suggested. Once is strange, twice is familiar. Didn't you and Yu also develop from strangers to friends? Yu Qingyu glanced secretly at Alex. Find Lu Qingyin's chat history and add the friend pushed by the other party. It has been sent. Please verify it. Alex's phone rang, and this time he didn't refuse to add the friend. I opened my phone and clicked pass. Liang Yulong suddenly asked curiously. By the way, Lu Fan, I just heard Qingyu's sister call you Alex. What's going on? Yu Qingyu also pricked up his ears. She was also very confused. She learned from Lu Qingyin that his name was Alex. Why did Dong Yuyu and her cousin call him Lu Fan? She developed a strong curiosity about this. Alex hesitated and said, This is hard to explain. Liang Yulong suddenly realized, Oh, I understand. Alex tilted his head. Evil creature, you understand before I even tell you? Liang Yulong smiled and said, Alex was your previous name. After the Lu family found you, you changed it to Lu Fan, right? Alex's mouth twitched. You are so good at imagining. Seeing Alex remain silent, Liang Yulong kept saying, I understand, I understand. Yu Qingyu stared with clear eyes, feeling puzzled. Alex was a previous name? Being found by the Lu family, he was changed to Lu Fan? Yu Qingyu's expression became more and more shocked. Oh my god, no way. This Alex is actually Lu Qingyin's long-lost relative? Isn't this truth too shocking? But why did he say that day that he was the Lu family's driver? Yu Qingyu thought about it and understood. She and Lu Qingyin have known each other for a few years, and she thinks she knows her better. She knew very well that Lu Qingyin was particularly concerned about her reputation. Lu Qingyin must have been too embarrassed to tell the truth, so she lied that Alex was the child of her mother's friend. The case is solved. I am really smart. There was a gleam of wisdom in Yu Qingyu's clear eyes. Next, Liang Yulong suggested that they eat and chat at the same time, so he called the waiter to order food. Alex gave the right to